Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was the target of a power older than Hogwarts. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. While facing the Triwizard Tournament, Harry becomes the target of an ancient power long forgotten, one that predates Hogwarts and has plans of its own. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. June 1980, Godric's Hollow. James, are you sure about it? I mean, is it fair to our children that we take away their right to choose their partners, to take away their chance to love? What if they do not like each other? Asked the brown-haired man with blue eyes. Edgar, I know it is not fair, but we are in the middle of a war. We do not know if we will survive. I have no family left and I will not let Harry be raised by Petunia or her husband. As far as muggles go, they are the worst. If we die, Harry will have a family who would love him, replied an exasperated James Potter who had recently wrote a marriage contract for his son and the other man's daughter. Let's hope we all survive this war so we can watch our children grow up, said Lily. November 1980, Magical Britain. Lord Voldemort had been ravaging magical Britain for a decade and the war was tearing the magical world apart. It was only due to the intervention and courage of Albus Dumbledore and his vaunted Order of the Phoenix that the light side had been able to keep a foothold, or magical Britain would have fallen before him. Wizards and witches were dying every day and Voldemort was gaining power. Dumbledore feared that it would not be long before Voldemort would make a move to besiege Hogwarts. Even the wards rumored to have been erected by Rowena Ravenclaw herself would not last long under the weight of sheer numbers from such an attack. Then what would happen to the children, the future of wizarding kind? Albus feared that the wizarding world stood on the edge of doom, and the prophecy made by Sybil foretold that his foe was about to be born, which he meant would need years before he would be ready to take down Voldemort. Albus resolved to make it happen. October 1981. The Mystics decided that it was time for them to intervene before Tom Riddle could bring the ruin of wizard kind. One of their number was dispatched as an emissary to Dumbledore with the information about Voldemort and his Horcruxes. But before he made contact, little Harry Potter survived the killing curse and Voldemort disappeared, his power broken. Although they knew that Voldemort was not dead and that he would return, the Mystics happily kept their peace. It was not for them to interfere. But still, they decided to keep an eye on events for the coming years and on the life of little Harry Potter. November 1981, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office in his rather large armchair, his fingertips touching, looking over his half-moon spectacles at the young man sitting on the other side of the desk. Severus Snape had made some bad decisions in his life and Dumbledore knew he would be haunted by the consequences, but he knew that Tom Riddle was not finished and that he would need Snape when Voldemort returned. Severus raised his head and said in a hoarse whisper, "What will become of Potter, Dumbledore? The Dark Lord will return and he will be in mortal peril. How will we keep him safe? Severus, we have hidden him in the Muggle world, with his aunt behind the blood wards. He will be safe there as long as he can call it home or until he comes of age. I have hope that Mr. Potter will find love there and have a happy life," Dumbledore replied. "They are his only living relatives. It is the best that we can do." 1991, Hogwarts. Ron Weasley was Harry's best and first friend. Who would have believed that before he came to Hogwarts, the famous Harry Potter had no idea who he was to the wizarding world and that his cousin, Dudley, had seen to it that nobody would be Harry's friend. Ever since that day on the train, when people realized who Harry was, there were gawkers, groupies and, believe it or not, people who wished Harry harm. Ron kept them all away. Of course, there was Hermione Granger. She was buck-toothed, bushy-haired, bossy and annoying. But, being Muggle-born, she was no groupie, and being the smartest person in their year, she was also handy with the homework, so Ron didn't drive her away. With a careful combination of maneuvers and tactless remarks, Ron managed to keep most of the groupies and gawkers away. Even Neville Longbottom, with his story about being Harry's god brother, was told to keep his mouth shut or suffer the consequences. The five of them may be roommates, but only Ron really basked in the reflected glory that came from being Harry's bestie. Then there was that girl from Hufflepuff who kept trying to talk to Harry. Really, what does a girl from another house want with him? For most of them, one tactless remark about the Quidditch team they support or the way they wear their hair would do it, but this one kept coming back for more. As the Gryffindors were making their way from herbology, which they took with the Hufflepuffs, to potions, which they took with the Slytherins and Professor Snape, a girl called out, "Harry." He turned and saw a girl with strawberry blonde hair tied in ponytails and blue eyes wearing the colors of Hufflepuff jogging toward him alongside of another girl with dark hair. "Hi Harry, I am Susan Bones and this is Hannah Abbott. Can I talk to you for a minute?" asked Susan quickly and shyly. Ron huffed out, "We have potions with that slimy git Snape next. We don't want him giving us detention for being late." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's rudeness, while Harry rounded on Ron and growled, "I can speak for myself, Ron. She wasn't talking to you." Susan flushed a bit and looking down said, "It's okay, Harry. I will see you later." Then she ran off with Hannah to catch up with the other Hufflepuffs on their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Over the next few years, Susan kept coming back to befriend Harry, but Ron made sure that she could never reach him. He joined Harry at the waist, shared in all his adventures and kept others away from Harry any way he could. Harry was his best mate and no one else's. January 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office behind his desk, immersed in paperwork, looking for the funds to keep the school running, when the wards flared telling him of an unauthorized apparition in the castle. But as young Miss Granger so often reminded her friends, it was not possible to apparate anywhere in the school grounds. Albus drew the Elder Wand and with a quick tap the headmaster's map, similar to the Marauder's map, but a bit more sophisticated, showed that the intruder was in front of the gargoyle guarding the entry to the moving spiral stairs to his office and giving the correct password. But, whoever it was had managed to confound the map so that no name was showing. What's more, the anti-apparition charm had not been lifted or dispelled. It had simply been bypassed. Albus was getting tired of paperwork anyway. Friend or foe, this visitor was a welcome diversion. As the gargoyle admitted the visitor, Albus flicked his wand and cleared away the paperwork and the map. While the moving spiral stairs sprang into motion, another flick of the wand conjured one of Albus's favorite poofy chintz chairs. While the stairs carried the visitor upward, a more complicated flourish of the wand conjured 2 tumblers and a bottle of Madame Rosmerta's finest, oak-matured mead. Then for a finishing touch, one more wave of the wand opened the office door just as the visitor raised his hand to use the knocker. One powerful stride carried the man over the threshold. He was deeply tanned with dark brown eyes and his black hair in a braid that went right down his back. He held a rather unusual-looking wand out with his well-muscled right arm. Magical power, strength and vitality vibrated from every inch of his 6-foot frame. It was not lost on Dumbledore that even with the Elder Wand, this man may be more than his match. In one quick glance, the visitor took in the entire office, including the fact that the Elder Wand was ready and not quite pointing at him. Dumbledore reflected that he had only encountered such power 3 times in his entire 130 years. One was his old friend Gellert Grindelwald. Another was Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. And the third being this stranger. But, try as he might, Albus was sure that he had never met nor heard of this man before. A closer inspection of the stranger's wand showed that it was both thicker and longer than most. It was made of a wood not familiar to Albus and covered with runes in a language that was not one of the 7 taught at Hogwarts. The man made his way to the freshly conjured chair and sitting, made himself comfortable. "May I offer you some of Madame Rosmerta's finest?" asked Dumbledore as he began to pour. "I will decline, hopefully without offense, young Albus," the stranger purred, in a deep melodic voice, as he produced a flask from within his robes. "You have the advantage of me, sir," said Albus. "Just who are you? And how did you come to be here anyway? Trouble not yourself with such trifles, young holder of the Elder Wand. I may enter and leave Nurmengard at will. And this," he said gesturing to the grounds and castle, "this is only a school." "Well, thought Albus. If this man could waltz in and out of the most heavily guarded place on earth, certainly Hogwarts did not present much of a challenge. Albus was taken aback by the stranger's presumptuous manners and his identification of the Elder Wand. There were very few who even believed in its existence and a small handful that could identify it on sight, the only two in all of Britain being Garrick Ollivander and himself. He said in his most carefree tone, "So, you know this wand." Then, Dumbledore, thinking that he may gain some clue to this stranger's identity, inquired, "May I inquire the composition of your own wand?" "This, my boy," he said, gesturing with his own wand, "has a core of Gandabaranda feather and is carved from the seasoned wood of the sacred Amaldus. It is 15 inches in length and the runes are in ancient Sanskrit. It serves me well." Wands like that, Dumbledore thought, are not common and, certainly are not made in Britain. Perhaps a test of this man's skill and intention is in order. Faster than thought, more subtle than the faintest twitch, Dumbledore tried a disarming spell while the visitor appeared to be distracted, focused on his own wand, but he casually batted it aside, leaving Albus flustered. "Albus, this is old trick. I never fell for it. Now, be a good boy and behave," he cooed. June 1996, Little Hangleton Graveyard. Harry Potter knew that he was dying, bleeding from the fresh wound in his arm, the spider venom in the wound on his leg working its way through his system, the scar on his forehead feeling like his head was going to explode, and the sickening weakness in the aftermath from the Cruciatus curse. The portkey had carried him and Cedric to the graveyard where Wormtail had murdered Cedric before Harry's eyes, simply for being there. Then used Harry's blood to bring Voldemort back to life. When the Death Eaters had assembled, the resurrected Voldemort had ordered Wormtail to return Harry's wand to him and they dueled. Things did not all go the Dark Lord's way, however. Harry resisted the imperious curse, then the power of the twin cores and Harry's own unsullied soul forced Voldemort's wand to give up the shades of his more recent murder victims. For the first time in his life, he was able to speak with his mother and father. With all that he had endured and the prospect of being with his own loving mother and father again, Harry thought that maybe dying would not be so bad. Harry had time to think about how he had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. Even a house elf would have been appalled with such treatment. Dumbledore had left him there for 10 years without even bothering to check on him. He thought about how his best friend, Ron, had turned against him when he thought that Harry had put his own name in for the Triwizard Tournament without bothering to tell Ron how he did it. He felt ashamed that he had not bothered to contact Remus during his 4th year at Hogwarts. Leaving all the pain and suffering and shame behind would be a relief. But then he began to think about leaving his godfather, Sirius, being left alone in the world. The man who had risked everything to come to the aid of his godson, who had endured 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit, who had become a fugitive and lived in caves to be there when Harry needed him. He thought about his best friends, Ron and Hermione, how they had been there for him through all those unbelievable adventures and how lost and devastated they would be without him. And finally how his own mother and father had died that he might live. A different thought resonated in his conscience. No, he would not die here. With a deliberate effort of will, Harry lifted his wand with both hands. Once the contact of the wands was broken, the shades distracted Voldemort so that Harry could escape. The last request that Cedric's shade made was for Harry to take his body back to his parents. A request that Harry felt honor-bound to carry out. In the darkness and the confusion, Harry took his best guess as to where Cedric's body and the Triwizard Cup lay and ran for it. As he dodged curses and hexes, weaving his way through the grave markers, a stray killing curse disintegrated his wand. The destruction of his wand felt like losing his right arm. The holly and phoenix feather had protected him and been a part of him. He felt his heart break with the loss. As he dodged yet another crimson curse, he bowled over a short, pudgy Death Eater who yelped as they hit the ground in a tangle of limbs and robes. Harry recognized the traitor Wormtail and interrupted the Inkar. Quote. Asterisk Gak. By kneeing Wormtail hard in the groin and wrenching the wand from the silver hand. In the moment that it took Voldemort and his Death Eaters to realize where Harry had gone and re-aim their wands, with a strong possibility of hitting Wormtail, Harry did not hesitate, nor did he even consider trying to get to his feet. In one swift motion he used the pilfered wand and stunned Wormtail, summoned Cedric's body and summoned the Triwizard Cup, stupefy. Accio. Accio. In the very same moment that the cup touched Harry's outstretched hand and he began to feel the familiar tug behind his navel, there was a rushing roar accompanied by the flash of green light and Harry knew no more. 3 bodies and the cup landed with a heavy thud and a clatter in front of the judge's stand. The band began to play and the crowd went wild as they supposed that the winner of the Tri-Wizard tournament had emerged from the maze. But the band stopped playing and the cheers turned to screams of shock and dismay as they realized that none of the bodies were moving. 2 of them were Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory, but who was this third one, the short pudgy one with the silver hand? Not everyone in the crowds knew him. Those who recognized him from the distance were shocked. Peter Pettigrew was supposed to have died over 13 years ago at the hands of Sirius Black. Fudge, pale as a ghost, dithered while Albus ran to the aid of the fallen champions. Padfoot, recognizing Wormtail, charged over to tear him limb from limb. But before Padfoot could reach him, Alistair fired a dark cutting curse, which was countered with another yellow light and followed up with a bludgeoning hex at Alistair, knocking him out and finishing with the body bind curse. Fudge, his face purple, found his voice and bellowed, "Albus, what is happening? Who is this man? Is this some kind of sick joke?" "This is no joke, Cornelius, we will know in a minute. For now, I believe we need to interrogate this man before the dog kills him." Saying this, he raised his wand and stunned the dog. Then he bound Wormtail with an anti-animagus jinx and beckoned Severus to watch him. The moment Severus laid eyes on the dark magic masquerading as a hand attached to Wormtail's wrist, he recognized it for what it was. "Albus," he whispered, "I recognize this magic. The Dark Lord is back." Albus then approached the new healer trainee who was standing menacingly over the stunned and bound Moody. Albus opened his mouth to ask something when he saw Moody begin to transform. The scars on his face and body vanished. His claw-foot wooden leg fell off and hit the ground with a clunk as a leg of flesh and bone replaced it. The magical eye popped out and a natural one replaced it. The grizzled gray mane smoothed and darkened to a full head of sandy hairs. In the place of Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody was a much younger man with aristocratic features. Dumbledore, recognizing him as Barty Crouch Jr., a man who was supposed to have died in Azkaban over 12 years ago, realizing that he had to think fast to secure him before Fudge blew his lid and did something stupid and permanent which would put everyone in mortal peril. He noticed Amelia Bones, the head of DMLE, in the crowd, who was rushing towards him, anger etched in every line of her body and a scowl on her face. He observed that Madame Pomfrey was taking a comatose Harry Potter in a conjured stretcher to the infirmary while the Diggories were crying over the body of young Cedric, clutching him. The scene tore at Albus's heart. Things were beginning, just like the last war. And perhaps Voldemort had risen again, but he needed proof. And the only reliable witness was on his way to the infirmary and in a coma. Here were 2 less reliable witnesses, only stunned, but they would require some persuasion before they would divulge anything useful. Without preamble, Amelia launched into her interrogation. "Albus, what is happening? How is it that Peter Pettigrew is alive? And what happened to Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory? I demand an explana." Her words were caught in her throat as she recognized the imposter Moody, Barty Crouch Jr. But Albus, he was supposed to have died in Azkaban. How can he be alive? Dumbledore hurriedly whispered to her, "Amelia, I cannot explain everything right now. Just keep Cornelius from finding out about Barty Crouch Jr. for the time being and take Pettigrew into your custody before our minister gets them killed. I fear that in his idiocy he may perpetrate our doom." Nodding her head reluctantly, she barked orders to 2 of her Aurors to disillusion Barty Crouch Jr. and move him to one of the safe houses. She was proceeding to secure Pettigrew when she saw Fudge summoning 2 Dementors. Hastily going to him, she snapped, "Cornelius, what do you think you are doing? You cannot bring those infernal monsters in here." Fudge blustered, "Amelia, I remind you that while you are the head of the DMLE, I am the minister and I will have you sacked if you don't stand aside and let me deal with this my way." Fudge, the idiot, thought Amelia, if he wants to throw his weight around, it is time that I reminded him of the law and what the name of Bones really means. With a casual flick, 2 Patroni erupted from her wand and drove off the Dementors. Then, commanding Fudge's attention with a rock-hard glare, she began in a calm and measured tone, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, this is an ongoing investigation. Minister or not, if you attempt to interfere again, I will arrest you for obstruction. And, if you threaten me again, I will employ my position and seats as the regent of the ancient and most noble house of Bones, and you will be out of office before you can say, non-confidence motion. Fudge could say nothing but only gasp in shock at her. 1 week later, Arthur Weasley was tired. The fiasco at the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament a week ago had been a harrowing experience for the Weasley patriarch. The boy his family had come to consider as one of their own was in the hospital wing under the care of Madame Pomfrey. All that she would say about Harry's condition was that he was alive, but in a coma due to magical exhaustion. What she was not saying is that the boy who lived had done what nobody else had ever done, and this for the second time. He had been hit with the killing curse and survived again. He could remember when a day after he was brought into the hospital wing, smirking Madame Pomfrey had attached a permanent brass plaque to the head of Harry's bed with his name on it, something she had been threatening to do for years. The ministry was keeping the fact that Peter Pettigrew was alive and being held for questioning as a suspected Death Eater quiet. It was embarrassing after 13 years of hailing him as a hero and 2 years of relentlessly hunting Sirius Black for his supposed murder. Madame Bones was keeping his location quiet. She didn't want anything to happen to her star witness before he could be thoroughly questioned. Barty Crouch Jr. was also being held, at a different location, but even the Minister of Magic knew nothing about him being alive or being in custody of the Chief of DMLE. Fudge, in terrified denial, refused to accept Dumbledore's word that Lord Voldemort was back. Later that same evening of the third task, after a heated debate with Dumbledore, just outside of the hospital wing, he forced his way in, against Madame Pomfrey's orders, to interrogate Harry. Finding Harry unconscious, he ordered Poppy to wake Harry. She quickly explained that Harry's injuries were extensive and that there was no telling when or if he would ever wake up. Frustrated at every turn, Fudge started to stomp out of the hospital wing, then remembering, turned and placed a large sack of galleons on Harry's bedside table. His Triwizard winnings, he muttered, then he left as quickly as he could, slamming the door behind him. Now it was a week later and still, Harry was in a coma. The Daily Prophet had started the very next day with its smear campaign against the Hogwarts headmaster, making him out to be senile, confused and delusional. This likely because the Ministry of Magic was leaning on them to discredit Dumbledore's claim that Voldemort was back. As Harry's coma stretched on, gloom began to settle over the Weasleys and his friends, with the exception of Ron. He was putting on a brave front that life-threatening injuries were old hat for Harry and he would be waking up any minute now. Arthur recognized this as an act and knew that Ron was hiding his deep concern for his friend and fear that he may never wake. Hermione and Molly had taken to camping beside Harry's bed from early morning to late in the night until Madame Pomfrey had to threaten to bar them both from the hospital wing. Ginevra had visited the boy a few times, but she seemed strangely disenchanted when her father came upon her on the way to the Gryffindor common room. Arthur was on his way to the hospital wing from the Gryffindor Tower when he came upon Ginevra looking out of a window with a view of the Forbidden Forest with a faraway look in her eyes. He was worried for her because he had never seen her behave like that before. "Ginny, you look like you are a million miles away. Are you all right?" he asked tenderly. Ginny's focus came back to earth as she turned and noticed him, and whispered, "Dad, I used to think that Harry was some kind of hero like Merlin Reborn and that no one could ever defeat him. I've been studying with him for 3 years now and I thought that he was no different from the heroes in my children's story books. Yet I see him lying in the hospital wing, battling magical coma. Ginny, I knew you saw him as a hero, especially after he slew a basilisk and rescued you from the possession of Tom Riddle's diary and from the Chamber of Secrets. And he has done extraordinary things. But, as your mother is so fond of reminding us, he is just a boy," he said gently. "And I just hope that one day, he will grow to be a fine man." "Oh, Dad," she began, tears welling in her eyes, "it's hard to give it up. I believed that as long as Harry was there, everything would be all right. And now I don't know if he'll ever wake up and it's just too," and she broke down and wept into her father's shoulder as he wrapped her in his embrace. After a few moments, Arthur began, "Ginny, that young man has done more, suffered more on our behalf than anyone his age ought to. I just hope that we will have the opportunity to thank him. Dad, she began as she pulled herself together, the real reason that I feel so wretched is that I'm scared that I see, can't rely on him to protect me anymore. And I can't stand it. His eyes misted as he smiled down at his only daughter, Ginny. That was possibly the hardest and most honest thing you have ever said to me. I love you with all of my heart and I would never judge you. I cannot take away your pain any more than I can make decisions for you. Trust your heart. It will always steer you right. But Dad, she sniffed, then continued, it hurts so much. Yes, Ginny. It does, and that is as it should be. It will take time. He gave his wonderful daughter his handkerchief and placing his arm around her shoulder, walked with her back to Gryffindor Tower. Having seen Ginny through the portrait hole, he turned back toward the hospital wing. His heart wept for his daughter. Growing up is so hard, and, he thought, perhaps giving up the hero worship of Harry Potter was just part of that. Speaking of Harry, that poor boy, laying there in that cursed coma, will he ever wake up? He was not looking forward to dragging Molly away from his bedside again, but he had to. She must get some rest. With everything on his mind, Arthur was not paying much attention to his surroundings and he nearly bumped into Madame Bones in the corridor. Madame Bones, what brings you to Hogwarts at this hour? He asked. Arthur, I came looking for you. I wanted to talk to you regarding Pettigrew, who is an illegal animagus of. She trailed off, leaving Arthur to fill in the rest. Arthur, taking the hint, continued, a rat. Yes, he turned up and attached himself to Percy at first years ago. Now that I think of it, it was less than a week after Sirius Black had supposedly killed him. We gave Percy Hermes when he was made a prefect and Percy gave the rat to Ron, who was just starting his first year at Hogwarts. He lived a remarkably long time for a rat and there was that toe missing from his right forepaw, but other than that, he seemed like a perfectly ordinary rat. If you want, I will give a statement before the entire Wizengamot. Thank you, Arthur. That will do for now. I'll let you know if we need anything more on that subject. But, there is one other thing I need to discuss with you. How may I help you? Have you noticed how often my Susie comes to visit Mr. Potter? Yes, and Molly even more so. I find it surprising because we didn't know that they were friends, replied Arthur. Surprising? Yes, that is because there is something important that you do not know about Harry Potter and my Susan, and it is high time that you knew. This is something that even young Mr. Potter has not been told. Yes, said Arthur, giving her his full attention, please do go on. Shortly before they died, James Potter met with my brother, Edgar. As you will recall, it was a terrible time. People were being murdered every day and none of us could be certain of a future. As in the days of old, they decided to join their houses and wrote a marriage contract which betrothed Susan to Harry. I knew nothing about it until Susan got her Hogwarts letter. They were only 11 and I did not want to interfere, so I have kept it to myself. You should know that Susan has been trying to be Harry's friend, but your son, Ronald, keeps chasing her off. And not just her, but several heirs of ancient and most noble houses who are part of the Grand Alliance. Can you shed any light on that? Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I need a minute to take all this in. Arthur paused, glancing up and to his right as he made an effort to recall anything about Ron keeping people away from Harry. Then he started, I apologize for my son's rude behavior. By way of explanation, we have never had a lot of money or put on airs in spite of our status as pure bloods. With everything that you know who and his followers did, we consciously chose to be as different from them as we could be. Sadly, this means that we have never educated our children about the great houses, who they are, the noble obligations which exist between them. Add to that, Ron's embarrassment with being poor and always feeling that he has to be better than the rich and privileged, and I suppose he can seem quite abrasive. Indeed, remarked Madame Bones, what will you do about it? I will correct him, of course. Especially with the recent return of he who must not be named, we need to recall the old alliances and stand together prepared to fight once more. It will do my son some good to apologize for the slights he has committed against the other ancient and noble houses. He may begin with House Bones. I accept your apology as regent of House Bones, and I would appreciate it if young Ronald would apologize to Susie personally, as she is the offended party, she said sincerely. Agreed, said Arthur. That would be a good start. That is the unity we must show in these perilous times. If we stand united, we will have a chance to win in the dark times ahead of us, said a voice from behind them. Turning around, they saw Dumbledore standing there in midnight blue robes patterned with moving sun and stars, beeping on a lemo. Drop, his eyes twinkling above his half-moon spectacles. Madam Bones rounded on him and glaring sternly demanded, Dumbledore, you had promised full disclosure to me regarding the events of that evening and I have yet to be told anything. I demand you explain everything. Dumbledore chuckled at her demeanor, causing her to frown. My dear Amelia, you need to take lessons in glaring and scowling from Minerva. Believe me, no one can glare at someone like her. Yes, I promised to tell you everything and I will, but not until Mr. Potter has come out of his magical coma and I have had the opportunity to confirm what I now only suspect. Limbo. Harry Potter was standing in a homely, small cottage which seemed familiar to him from a time long ago. Walking upstairs, he found his mother and father sitting together on a love seat, smiling their welcome to him. Seeing them, he felt elated and ran to embrace them. Laughing with joy, James Potter embraced his son, sniffing his head while Lily embraced both of them, smiling serenely. They both looked like they had not aged a single day since the photos he had. Contentedly, he sat between them while Lily kept moving her fingers through his hair. Harry, my son, we are so proud of you. You stood defiant in the face of that monster and beat him, again. That took real guts, said James, smiling at him. Mom, where is this place? Am I dead? What happened to Voldemort? Did I make it back to Hogwarts? Is everyone okay? Dumbledore needs to know, said Harry, ranting, which amused his parents. Yes, my brave boy. You made it back to Hogwarts with Wormtail and poor Cedric's body. Dumbledore captured Wormtail, but I wish he hadn't stopped Padfoot from ripping him to pieces, finished Lily with some venom. Yes, Lily, he betrayed us, but we will deal with him in his turn. Right now, time is short and there are things Harry needs to know, James said as he patted her arm. What do you mean, time is short? Can't I stay here? I don't want to go back. I don't think I can defeat him. I barely know anything, said Harry anxiously. No, Harry, you cannot stay. Only you can defeat Voldemort. The Second War is almost upon magical Britain and only you can defeat him. You need to train hard. There is someone waiting for you at Hogwarts who will teach you everything you need to know to defeat him, said James, consoling him, and you need to embrace your heritage. You need to learn your family magics. Mother Magic's gifts are not easily given and should not be scorned. But, I cannot kill. I am not like that monster, protested Harry. That's right, my son, you are nothing like him. And, the taking of an innocent life is an offense against the laws of God and man which scars your soul forever. Even when the need is dire and the cause is just, killing another human being is not a light matter. But, when the alternative is to give up life and liberty or stand idly by while everyone and everything you love is destroyed, it is your duty and your honor to put a stop to it by any means necessary. You are the heir of House Peverell. We are warrior mages who have defended Avalon since the time of the Romans, said a voice from the doorway. Then entered a man Harry remembered seeing once in the mirror of Arised. He was tall, heavily built, with brown eyes and raven-haired like Harry and James, but his eyes were brown. Beside him was a lady who was elegantly built, of petite frame with black eyes above high cheek bones with black hair. Harry, these are your grandparents, Charles Potter and Doria Potter née Black, said James. Harry rushed towards them and they engulfed him in a hug and Harry felt a sense of completeness. He always dreamt of a family and now he had one. He did not want to leave but he knew he had to. Harry, remember you are a warrior like your father and me. When the war comes, you will have to kill. Don't hesitate because, if you do, you and those people you cherish will suffer and die, said Charles gravely. It is time you claimed your heritage. Go to the goblins and ask them to give you an inheritance test. Some powerful magics are your birthright. Be the warrior you were born to be. My child, said Doria in a soft whisper, we have watched you from afar and for every pain that you had to go through our hearts wept. I wished we could reach you and embrace you, protect you from harm and pain, but the dead cannot interfere in the world of the living. We were helpless to do anything for you. If it was up to us, we would never let you go, but it is not your time yet. You have a long life ahead of you and a lady waiting for you to wake up, she said, her eyes filled with mirth. Doria, please don't scare the lad before he wakes up or he may decide not to go, said Charles, laughing at Harry's puzzled expression. But I don't want to go back. Why do I have to go back? Pouted Harry. Charles put his hand on Harry's shoulder, turning him towards him. Harry, you are a Potter. The Potters have always been warriors ever since Linfred of Stinchcombe, who was one of 13 wizards who helped Merlin establish the Wizarding Society as it exists now. You are also a descendant of the Peverells, who were all mages who fought in battles. Where there has been a war, there has been a Potter in the middle of it. I myself fought in the Grindelwald War. You have to fight your war. Only you have the power to defeat Voldemort, and without you any hope to defeat him is lost. Do you think you would choose to stay here knowing that everyone who ever loved you or cared for you will die at his hands when you could have prevented it? Harry understood what his grandfather was saying but was reluctant. He knew he would have to eventually confront Voldemort and that it was his war to finish and no one else could defeat him. He turned to his grandmother, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. She embraced him in a hug and whispered in his ear, "You are not just a Potter but also a Black, Harry. You may have heard that we were the darkest of families, but do not believe everything you hear. The Black heritage is also yours and you must embrace it. Sirius will also need you since he cannot take up the family magic. All our hopes go with you, Harry. We will all be here to greet and embrace you when your time comes, but hopefully that time is very far away." Reluctantly she let him go, then his parents hugged him fiercely. In that moment, Harry felt at peace, peace like he had never known. Lily spoke to him next. "Tell Severus that I have long since forgiven him for what he said to me and to let go of his hate and anger. Tell him that he needs to see that things are not the way that they were and his hatred is pointless. Finally, if he can't change himself, then when we meet again, I will have words with him." She winked at him as she finished this and James snorted seeing her wink. James grasped his hand firmly and stroked his shoulder, saying, "I am proud of what you have accomplished, son. You are a fine young man. Tell Padfoot that he should never torment himself thinking that it was his fault we had to die. It was not his fault, and since he fought with us to have the honor of being your godfather, now he needs to live up to it. Tell Moony that I miss him like the brother that he is to me and that I expect him to be around and look after you. There is a war coming, son, and you must keep people around you who are willing to fight in this war. You are never alone, Harry, and do not try to deny others their duty. Write an offer of noble sacrifice to fight in this war by your side. Tell Severus that he is a better man than we were and that I am sorry. He needs to let go of his hatred and rise to be better than he is. Harry, remember there is someone waiting for you when you wake up who will help you realize your destiny. Trust that person and do what he says. If Dumbledore tries to interfere, then tell him of this conversation and that I will have words with him when he comes on his next great adventure." "But how do I go back?" asked Harry, confused. "The way you came in, son. Through the door," chuckled James, "and Harry, consider Neville. He is your god brother and he will be essential in this coming war. Your fate is intertwined with his more closely than you know." Harry turned away and walked downstairs with a heavy heart. Outside the door was a void where he could see nothing, but trusting his parents, he stepped out of the door, into the void and knew no more. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was worried. The Triwizard Tournament had been a fiasco and they were still reeling with the aftershock of the events. Cornelius was in stubborn denial about what Dumbledore had openly declared to the students, that Voldemort was back and that he had Wormtail murder Cedric Diggory. But thanks to Madame Bones, there was very little damage that the minister could do. Madame Bones came to the headmaster for an unannounced visit one day to inform him about everything Pettigrew had revealed and confirmed under questioning. She was quickly assembling a case against him. What's more, since the crime for which Sirius Black had been convicted, without trial, had clearly not been committed, and, according to Wormtail's testimony, that he had set off the explosion which killed all those muggles all those years ago to cover his escape into the sewers, there would be a hearing convened forthwith to exonerate Sirius Black. The wrongful conviction of Sirius Black, his 12 years in Azkaban, his subsequent escape to come to the aid and protection of Harry, the relentless manhunt of the Ministry, all that young man had suffered and lost had all been weighing heavily on Dumbledore's mind. His heartfelt gratitude and relief that justice was being done at last overflowed and spilled out through his eyes. Finally, Sirius and Harry could have a life together. Then, both of them could have some much-deserved happiness. Then, Dumbledore thought about how the Dursleys had mistreated Harry, beating him, starving him, working him like a.s. avenue and either ignoring him or speaking to him as if he were something nasty. They never told him the truth about who he was or how his parents had fought Voldemort and his minions or how they died to save him. No, just lies about his father being worthless and how they died in a car crash. They were never going to tell him about the magical world, determined to beat it out of him. There was going to be an accounting, inevitable, inescapable and quite just. Another problem was the raven-haired teen lying unconscious in the infirmary for a week now and a number of people that were waiting for him to wake up. First there was Miss Granger who was spending every spare moment in the infirmary with Molly Weasley camping at his bedside very nearly the entire day. Also there was young Ronald who was trying not to show any signs of worry but was getting more and more irritable every day and people were waiting for him to blow up. Then there was Miss Susan Bones who was at the infirmary every day, 5 times a day hoping to see young Harry wake up and was spending a large amount of time at his bedside. He had been baffled with her at first. She had been trying since first year to get close to young Harry and at first, Dumbledore had thought of her as just another fangirl of the boy who lived but then she came to his defense every time someone said anything against Harry. He could recall Madame Pance's account of the second year when Harry had stumbled upon a group of Hufflepuffs who were talking about Harry being the heir of Slytherin and Susan had fiercely defended him before her peers and was even ready to fight for it. This year, she had fights with many of her housemates when they made fun at Harry's expense and had been told off by her head of house for being violent, though she had given him 20 points for her loyalty later. It was only when Dumbledore happened upon Arthur and Madame Bones talking about it, that he learned of the marriage contract. He regretted that James had not told him. If he did, perhaps young Harry could have grown up with Susan away from the Dursleys and would have been loved as a member of the family. Then there was the stranger who had barged into his office the other day and claimed to be a mystic. To say that Dumbledore was astonished would be a huge understatement. Dumbledore had been shocked because he had tried to find them for years and had never been able to do so. In fact, it was on one of his expeditions to find them that he had found Fawkes who bonded with him. For one of them to casually walk into his office was something he had never dreamt could happen. He could recall the conversation the mystic had with him clearly. Flashback. Am I correct in thinking that you are desperate to know my identity, Albus my boy? He said amusedly. Dumbledore was irritated. Calling someone my boy made them feel like they were little kids and that was why Dumbledore did it, but to be called so by a man younger than himself was worrying. I believe that I have a century on you, my friend. You calling me, my boy, sounds rather odd. Dumbledore grumbled, his eyes twinkling a little as if this was an amusing conversation. Only you, Albus, only you would think someone is of the age they look like. He chortled. Did you not make the same mistake with Nicholas, who then had to straighten you out by jinxing you every moment he could get the chance? Worry not, my boy, I have several centuries on you. I was old when Camelot fell and I was there when Godric and Salazar had laid the foundations to this castle and Rowena and Helga had designed it and planned everything. Surprised, Albus looked at the other man who had a faraway look in his eyes. He sighed deeply, then continued, I am one of the mystics, Albus. We have been keeping an eye on you ever since you went out to find us. We were there in Bavaria when you jeweled your old friend, when you took possession of the death stick. Our aim was to take the wand from him, but when you won it we decided to leave it with you. However, I must warn you that the wand never gave its allegiance to you. Its true master will soon take its possession one day. This wand belongs to the Peverells and one of their blood will have it soon. I remember when young Ignotus had given this wand to his heirs and it was taken from them by way of murder. Since then, this wand has been driving the course of history, changing hands and always trying to return to its master. But we are digressing. I am here to discuss Tom Riddle's Horcruxes and the war that is coming. How do you know about his Horcruxes? I only found out about them recently, said Albus. He began telling slowly, We have known for almost 30 years now. We know it since we had captured him when he was trying to find us and finding about those abominations. We knew that we cannot kill him, so we left him in the Sahara. We at first had decided to not to interfere since it is not our war nor we ever fight in open wars, but a few months ago, our seer, Varamir came to me telling me about the events coming to pass and I hastened to come here. He is coming back. Albus and young Harry Potter will be the key to it. Someone in his castle is helping him and soon there will be a war. This war will not be fought under your banner but young Harry Potter, as the fates have decreed and you cannot interfere into it. And this brings me to the second reason for coming here, Albus. I want to teach Harry Potter the way of the mystics. Hearing this, Albus was both elated and surprised. When he had learned that the other one was a mystic, he had hoped that the visitor could be persuaded to help train Harry Potter, and here he was offering without being asked. If it were Albus's decision, the answer would be an immediate and resounding yes, but Sirius was his legal guardian. This choice belonged to Harry Potter and Sirius Black. Albus, I have a favor to ask of you. While the tournament is going on, I want to stay here and watch over the people in castle and flush out the person helping Tom Riddle, and suddenly I have a desire to learn some healing from your extraordinary Medi-Witch Poppy Pomfrey. Care to introduce me to the staff as Abir, a young man from magical India. Later that evening, Albus had introduced him as Abir to the staff at Hogwarts and told Madame Pomfrey that he would be assisting her in the infirmary for the time being and learn some healing. Dumbledore knew that the mystic perhaps knew more healing than all the healers at St. Mungo's combined. Flashback ends. Suddenly, the ward he had set in the hospital wing flared, telling him that young Harry was coming out of his coma. Perhaps it was time to come clean and tell Harry everything that he knew. When Albus entered the infirmary, he was greeted with an interesting scene. The healer trainee was casting a myriad of spells at a now conscious Harry Potter while muttering some words in a language he did not recognize, while Madame Pomfrey stood at a distance watching the scene intently as if she was being the student, and young Harry was confused seeing Poppy standing aside and not fussing over him as usual. Everyone who had been around Harry Potter for the last few days was there as usual. Hermione Granger was clutching his hand while Ronald Weasley was eating a chocolate frog and watching the scene distractedly. Molly was embracing Arthur and crying on his shoulder. The Weasley twins were there and beaming at Harry while Susan sat in a corner beside Minerva McGonagall looking hopefully towards him. What was not ordinary was Neville Longbottom sitting in one of the chairs and looking around fiercely as if to protect him. Perhaps there was a story there, Dumbledore mused. Harry opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "Madame Pomfrey, are you all right? It is strange to see you standing aside when your favorite patient is laying here, expecting your usual tender, loving care." Everyone chuckled at this while Pomfrey's mouth twitched with suppressed mirth, her eyes watering with gratitude and relief at seeing Harry recovering. Suddenly, the hospital wing door burst open and in bounded a large shaggy black dog followed by disheveled-looking Remus Lupin. The dog immediately placed his forepaws by Harry's head and started licking his face while Remus hugged him tightly as if he feared that Harry would disappear while he kept crying. Finally, Madame Pomfrey pulled herself together and ordered everyone out of the wing except for the headmaster, Remus, Arthur, Molly, Minerva and the dog. Harry insisted that he remained. "What is the diagnosis, Abir?" began Dumbledore in a professional manner. "Headmaster, his magical core had undergone maturity, his eyesight has been cured, his body has fully recovered from the magical shock and his power levels are substantial. Suffice to say, he is the one of the most magically powerful men in Avalon right now," he said, nodding curtly, "and headmaster, he is also free of any foreign contamination." Dumbledore noted the emphasis on the words and knew that the other man meant that Harry Potter was no longer a Horcrux but his own man. How did Abir knew that young Harry was a Horcrux? Perhaps he would have to ask him later. He blinked tears from his eyes as one burden was lifted from his shoulders. He had not been able to find any help to take the soul fragment out of Harry and was dreading that Harry would have to die for the prophecy to be fulfilled, but maybe it can be done without that. "Harry, I am happy that you have survived and I assure you that you will not be alone in this fight. There are many who will be ready to fight beside you when the time comes and I will aid you in any way possible. However, right now I want you to try something for my understanding. I want to see what powers you have retained now. Saying this, he handed him a new wand. I had Fox give me another feather which I sent to Mr. Ollivanders to make you another wand. Try it for me and use a simple levitating spell. Harry grasped the wand and waved it in the required motion and incanted the words, but nothing happened. Panicked, he looked to Dumbledore, who was smiling. I suspected that something like this would happen. You are not the same person who went into the maze, and now you will need a new wand. But fear not, I have a wand which will be your companion in your life, Dumbledore said, smiling. Headmaster, while you can make a gift to him, I will have make him another wand with some special ingredient which I know would fit him beautifully, said Abir. I will be honored. He replied. Headmaster, it is time to talk about my original purpose for which I had came here. Mr. Black, if you will please come into your real form. Abir said to the dog, who transformed into Sirius, who was still looking gaunt with haunted eyes, wearing rags and was too thin. Seeing him there, Molly tried to go for her wand and was hastily stopped by Arthur, while Poppy flicked her wand and tied Sirius to a bed and said to him menacingly, Did I not have enough of you during your school time, foolish boy, and here you are bringing trouble again. Your godson is just like you and James. Always getting into trouble and coming to the hospital so much that he has his own bed now. Everyone laughed at this while Harry ducked his head in embarrassment and tried hard not to laugh at his own predicament. Mr. Black and Mr. Potter, my name is Harsh Vardhana and I am not a healer but a mystic. Mystics are basically assassins who live in the Himalayas in far-off places, and we know of such ancient magics that are not known in the modern world anymore. Our seer had foreseen that these events would happen and that we will have to come offer our help to you, Mr. Potter. So, will you accept my help? He asked seriously. Harry remembered the words of his parents. Headmaster, when I was unconscious, I was in the limbo at Godric's Hollow where I met my parents and grandparents. They told me that someone will come to help me and that I should accept their help. Turning to Sirius and Remus, he relayed James's words to them and recounted his entire experience, and by the time he was done, Sirius and Remus were hugging him and crying. Minerva was wiping her eyes with a tartan handkerchief while Dumbledore had tears in his eyes. Only Poppy was trying to look stoic while keeping her emotions in control, remembering the young marauder who used to come in injured so often, and this one, as dear to her as her own son, Harry. Headmaster, as I have relayed my offer to you, so I foretell my condition. I will be taking Mr. Potter with me to India, where I will teach him things he will need to learn to fulfill his destiny. He needs to be trained to be a warrior, finished Abir. No, absolutely not. Harry is just a boy. He is too young to be fighting any wars. He is not going anywhere, cried Molly while looking determined until Arthur stepped up and embraced her. Dumbledore spoke gently, but firmly, Molly, you need to let go of your motherly instincts. Harry will need to train if you want him to survive. Whether we want it or not, there is a war coming. Harry and all the people around him are going to be a part of it. It is better to train them, because if we lose even one of them for want of skill, we will regret it forever. The next day, Hogwarts Infirmary. Harry Potter was getting weary of the hospital wing. He had been a patient here so many times in the last 4 years that Madame Pomfrey named a bed after him. Perhaps he was the only person to have such a dubious honor. From the time he woke up, there had been a steady stream of visitors. Some just came to talk, and others to apologize for accusing him of cheating to get into the Triwizard Tournament. When the Quidditch team dropped by, the chasers had some fun fussing over him and babying him. Angelina and Alicia were being fiercely protective of him while Katie teased him, thus making him feel better in all the misery. Fred and George gave him a beautifully wrapped box of sweets, which Harry fortunately noticed was an assortment of the stuff they had been working on. Tung-tung toffee, canary creams, braying butterbeer, and so on. Most of it just transformed the unsuspecting victim into an animal for a minute or so, then wore off, but the tung-tung toffee was nasty. He chuckled when he remembered what happened to Dudley when George accidentally dropped one and the great lump ate it. Then there was that time they tried one out on that big fifth-year McLaggen and he kept braying like a donkey, creating such a disturbance that Snape put him in detention. Ron was there, being uncharacteristically silent. He didn't even help himself to the small mountain of sweets that Harry's well-wishers and visitors had left. When Harry tried to make small talk with him, Ron merely grunted in monosyllables. Harry found this strange, but having no clue about the reasons for the other boy's silence, he filed it away for later. Hermione was anxious but kept herself restrained. He knew she was bursting to reassure him and to ask him questions about the private conversation from yesterday, but Harry had not yet given in to her nagging. Mrs. Weasley had not left his bedside for so much as 1 minute since yesterday. She kept up the pressure, trying to dissuade Harry from going off with the mystics to train. She went on and on about having his best interests at heart and being older and wiser than Harry. Even though Molly Weasley was the closest thing to a mother Harry had ever known, this attitude and the constant badgering was overwhelming for him. Although Harry knew that she was worried and she just wanted to keep him safe, she did not understand that this time, Harry had to keep her safe and everyone they cared about. Harry's parents told him that only he can defeat Voldemort once and for all. Although he did not wish to cause her any pain, he was determined and he would go. The most surprising visitor was a girl from Slytherin. She was owned with blue eyes, a sharp nose and an impassive expression. She turned up when no one else was around, offered her friendship to him and disappeared when she heard someone approaching. Although Harry had long since learned to distrust and even despise members of that house, this one seemed all right. Then there was Susan Bones. She had been to see him 5 or 6 times since he woke up. Madame Pomfrey let Harry know that Susan had been up to see him as often as Hermione while he was unconscious. Harry knew Susan Bones as a friend who was fiercely loyal and had heard of how she had defended him when others accused him of being the heir of through this year she had shut her housemates down when they tried to taunt him or trouble was a perfect ally to have, and Harry vowed to befriend her and get to know her better. Neville was there when Harry woke up, looking anxious. He seemed to be carefully observing the people around them. He had been back to the hospital wing several times since then and Harry felt good about that. During the last minutes of his coma, Harry's father had told him that Neville was his god-brother. He was wondering why Neville had not told Harry this. That would be a question for later. Among the many other students who had dropped by to visit and apologize was Ernie Macmillan. He seemed quite solemn and sincere when he told Harry that he believed him and that, moreover, he would follow Harry wherever he would go. Harry, the headmaster's voice brought him out of his reverie. He looked up toward the voice to find the headmaster standing with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. The grief and loss they shared showed in every line of their faces. Mr. Diggory, normally full of bluster and pride, looked slumped and shrunken. Mrs. Diggory, gray and forlorn. Harry, Mr. Diggory and Mrs. Diggory want to talk to you about what happened to Cedric, if you are able. It all went through Harry's mind in an instant, landing in the graveyard with Cedric. The precious moments lost while they both tried to figure out what happened. The unbearable pain splitting Harry's head when Voldemort realized that Harry was there. The frustration and terror as Harry fought against the pain and tried to tell Cedric to get the both of them out of there. The last split second of Cedric's life while he failed to understand or act. The rushing sound and green flash. And finally, the inert shell that had been Cedric crumpling to earth. Harry nodded his assent as he relived the tragedy and braced himself to tell these two people how their son and hope for the future died. Mr. Potter, I know that you have had a rough go of it and that this is hard for you, but would you please tell us how our son died? As the tears filled his eyes, we can't bring our son back, but perhaps, knowing how it happened will bring us some sense of closure. You were with him. Only you can tell us how it was at the. He trailed off as his voice failed him. Harry took a few moments to gather his thoughts and carefully consider what to say. These people had lost everything that mattered to them when Cedric died. Harry's own temporary discomfort lost all meaning and he knew that nothing he said would make much difference, but he had to try. Summoning his courage, he began as gently as he could. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, there is nothing I can say to diminish your loss. Before I tell you how your son died, I want to tell you about how he lived. Everyone here liked him. He was a fierce but fair competitor. I remember that when he won that Quidditch game against my team and found out that I only missed the snitch because the Dementors had caused me to fall unconscious, he wanted to call it off. You see, that went against his sense of fair play. Even though we were rivals at Quidditch and in the Triwizard Tournament, he was kind and generous and a good friend. We will all miss him. Harry took a few moments to collect himself again. Mrs. Diggory spoke into the silence, her voice shaking. That was our Cedric. Then Harry began again, determined to get through the worst of it. Cedric did not feel a thing. I'm sure that he didn't even realize what was happening until it was over. Then Harry, remembering, outraged at the tuppety and senseless waste, turned and looked Mr. Diggory in the eye as he said, "Your son was murdered by Peter Pettigrew, using the killing curse. On Voldemort's orders." The Diggorys winced as he said the name, because he was there. Harry paused, gasping, and, his light went out of the world. Harry concluded, turning his gaze to his hands and whispering, he had no business being in the graveyard. Mr. Diggory put his arm around his wife's shaking shoulders and hoarsely began, "Thank you, Mr. Potter. We will leave you to rest now." And he began to guide his wife out of the hospital wing. "Mr. Diggory," Harry called after them, "there's just a bit more." Harry took a breath looking to the ceiling, then to Mr. Diggory again. "I'm not sure how it happened, but while I was dueling Voldemort, something strange happened with our wands, and the shades of the most recent people he had murdered came out of his wand. I saw Cedric again and his last request was that I take his body back to you. His last act was to keep Voldemort busy so that I could escape. To the very end and even beyond, he was thinking of you and was a true hero." When he was done, the Diggorys embraced him as they all three abandoned themselves to their shared grief. Some time passed before the trio separated again. Madame Pomfrey, knowing that Harry must be exhausted, started making shooing motions at Mr. Diggory behind Harry's back. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory ineffectually employed handkerchiefs attempting to mop at their tear-stained and swollen faces, while Harry used his sheets. "Well," began Mr. Diggory, trying to employ the stiff upper lip, "I must thank you for bringing our son's body back to us, for telling us how he met his end, but even more so for sharing what he meant to you." Mrs. Diggory gave Harry one more hug saying, "Take care of yourself, young Harry." Then pulling back to hold him by his shoulders, looked him in the eye, saying, "Send that monster to the place where he belongs. I have the utmost confidence in you." Mr. Diggory extended his hand for a firm handshake with Harry. "I believe that Madame Pomfrey would like to fuss over you further, so we must be going." Harry returned the handshake and watched as the couple left. It seemed that Mr. and Mrs. Diggory were standing a bit taller now, even if they did walk more softly. With an approving nod to Harry, Dumbledore seemed to merge from the shadows of the hospital wing, then follow the Diggorys out. Badger's Hole, girls' dormitories. Susan Bones was not sleeping well since Halloween when Harry's name came out of that infernal cup. She had been fighting with her housemates for giving Harry grief, and even her best friend Hannah was not talking to her as they used to. Hannah had always been by her side, even when she was fighting with her housemates for calling Harry the heir of Slytherin. However, this year even Hannah was cold towards her, and at times, she sided with her housemates, leaving Susan alone. Perhaps if she were not the niece of the head of DMLE, she would have been hounded worse. Even her classmates had been avoiding her like the plague, and although this bothered Susan, she stopped worrying about it when she learned that the champions had to face dragons in the first task. From that time on, her only concern was finding any way she could to help Harry. She was unable to help with the first task because she didn't know anything about it beforehand. For the second task, however, it was all over Hufflepuff that it involved being underwater for an hour in the middle of winter, and she sought out Neville Longbottom, who had decided to help her in this quest. They sought out Dobby, the house elf who was loyal to Harry and suggested that his master would need gillyweed. Some might say that this was cheating, but, strictly according to the rules, the champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. There was nothing in there about fellow students lending a helping hand. Cedric was from her house, but he was a 7th year and could take care of himself. She was much more concerned about helping Harry survive this madness. After the second task, she helped him to learn more hexes and jinxes by regularly placing books on defensive and offensive magic on the Golden Trio's regular table, and often watched him when he would have been there with him training alongside him, but damn that Ron always got in her way and opened his fat mouth to insult her. She had often thought that someone as kind and brave as Harry Potter should have a lot more friends, and that he probably would have, except that Ron kept chasing them away. Weasley seemed to be jealous and possessive of Harry's friendship and had dreadful manners. She often wondered if Harry was aware of the ancient Great Alliance. She also wondered if Harry knew anything about the history of his family or their position in the wizarding world. Because, if he did know anything about it, he was not doing anything to live up to his heritage or renew those centuries-old commitments. When she spoke with her auntie about it, Amelia assured her that she would look into it. Susan was quite sure that she must have done so because Ron came and apologized to her and things became more bearable. Since Harry woke up, she visited him at every possible opportunity and they had talked for hours. Auntie had promised that she would talk to Dumbledore and try to take over his guardianship this year. Susan wished she would be able to do that and hoped for her success. Suddenly, Susan heard someone approaching and she closed the curtains of her four-poster bed and pretended to be asleep. Asleep or not, someone pulled her curtains aside and whispered in a rather hesitating voice, "Susan, can I talk to you for a minute?" She tried not to show her surprise at hearing Hannah sounding so nervous. "Hannah, we have been friends since we could walk, and if you need to ask permission to talk to me, I would think that things are very bad between us," she said kindly. Hannah smiled hesitantly and said, "I wanted to apologize to you. I know now that no one would willingly enter themselves into a tournament where they can be killed. I want to apologize to Harry as well. You think he will forgive me?" Susan smiled at her. Hannah was a kind girl who sometimes pretended to be hard, but Susan knew that there was no way that she could stay angry at her, so she stood up and embraced her friend. "It is all right, Hannah. I think Harry will forgive you." Hannah was relieved that her friend had forgiven her, but she winced as if she remembered something, and freeing herself of the embrace, she pulled something out of her pocket and set it on fire with a simple incendio. Susan looked at her quizzically, to which she replied, "The Potter stinks badge. I feel so wretched that I chose to wear that stupid thing." "What is the time, Hannah? I bet I missed dinner," she asked her best friend. "Maybe I would have to go to the kitchens to find something to eat," she murmured to herself. "Susan, I forgot to tell you, and you missed the scene in the Great Hall today since you skipped dinner, perhaps mooning over a certain emerald-eyed wizard. As we were sitting for dinner, Malfoy was being a git. Chong slapped the ferret in the Great Hall at dinner when he was being obnoxious, bragging about the Dark Lord being back and how he would kill the blood traitors, and said something demeaning about Cedric and how Harry caused his death when she went all muggle on him. By the time she was done with him, he was lying on the floor with his nose and jaw broken. Pity that she got a detention and Ravenclaw lost 30 points, said Hannah, pouting. Susan said nothing but giggled at her friend's antics. Black Townhouse, London. Sirius Black hated the house. It contained all the bad memories of his childhood and he had hoped to never set foot here ever again. This place never felt like home to him, but Potter Manor had that place in his heart. His grandfather Arcturus Orion Black had built this house when they felt the need for a house in London, and the family moved in here from the Black Castle, and many of the members lived there year-round. Arcturus Black had left the townhouse shortly after Sirius was born because he could not stand Wilburga Black, who was as obnoxious as she was foul, and she had regularly belittled Sirius and treated him horribly. If there was anyone she ever loved, it was Regulus, his brother, the perfect pure blood. She often said that Regulus should have been the heir to the Black family, and Regulus had more affinity to the Black family magic and even perfectly towed the line of the pureblood agenda spewed by the blood purists, and even got the stupid mark, and that was the end of the relation between the two. Sirius had tried to dissuade him from joining Voldemort, but he had shunted him aside. At the end of Harry's third year, Sirius had met Moony, who updated him about his family. Arcturus had died 6 years ago, a few months after Wilburga died. His aunts had all either died or left magical Britain for the continent or for the chateau in France, and the others who had married into other families were either dead or had been blasted from the family tree by Lord Orion Phineas Black, the head before Arcturus Orion Black. Carys Crouch née Black had died even before the war, and so was Cladora Longbottom née Black, who had died shortly before the First War. Cedrella Weasley née Black had been disowned for marrying a blood traitor. The Blacks, once a large and influential family, was reduced to him and his cousins. Andromeda, who had been disowned for marrying a Muggle-born and had a metamorphagus daughter Nymphadora. Bellatrix, who was married to Rudolphus Lestrange and was imprisoned in Azkaban with her husband and brother-in-law Rabiston Lestrange for torturing the Longbottoms into insanity, and Narcissa, who had married to Lucius Malfoy, who was the biggest bigot and coward. Sirius was not sure if he would be able to enter his family home and had no interest in doing anything with the Black family, but after escaping from Hogwarts last year, the goblins had sent him a missive courtesy of Dumbledore, and he was pleasantly surprised to know that his grandfather had declared him to be his heir in his last will, and the same was never changed, meaning he was never disowned. He had tried to take up the mantle of Lord Black so he could arrange a trial for himself, but the family magic did not settle well with him, thus making him a blood heir but incapable of becoming the lord, and by rights the lordship would have passed from him to the next heir in line, i.e. either Nymphadora or Draco, if he had no heir, but luckily, he had an heir in place. His godson, Harry Potter, the son of his brother James. Charles Potter and great-aunt Doria were more like parents to him than Cygnus or Wolberga ever were. When Harry Potter had returned to Hogwarts at the end of the third task, Dumbledore had interrogated Wormtail personally, and having confirmed that Voldemort was back, had reconvened the vaunted Order of the Phoenix. He sent out the call to all the old members, and those who were alive and able had returned to the call, but they were hardly 20 who answered the call. Good men who should have lived for long and changed the world had fallen to that monster and his bloodthirsty followers. Peter also told of his treachery in detail, telling of all the times he snitched on the lives of Order members. He told of his role in the murder of the Bones, the Pruitts, the McKinnons, and many other Order members who were fighting on the side of light. Many of these were protected in many ways, including wards, and Wormtail told the Death Eaters of their location, the wards, and every other little detail that could be helpful. Sirius was misty-eyed, remembering all those brothers in arms who had fallen in the last war. The Pruitts were all gone. Lord and Lady Pruitt had died before the war had escalated, and Molly had been married to Arthur and with a child. The Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon, demons with a wand and never bested in an honest duel, were killed in an ambush involving 10 Death Eaters, of whom only 4 walked away from the duel, but not before getting seriously injured. The twins were killed when Dolohov had cast his signature curse while their backs were turned. Then there were Edgar and Ellie Bones, who were killed by Voldemort himself to deter Amelia Bones, a senior Auror, from taking a hard-line approach against him, but not before Edgar dueled with him to a standstill and was bested when Bellatrix had Ellie at wand point, forcing Edgar to forfeit, and consequently they both were killed. It was luck that Susan was at Amelia's place for the day, or she would have died along with them. The McKinnons were also gone. The rumor was that the best fighters of Voldemort's inner circle had killed them, but Sirius never found what had happened to them. He missed them, and especially Marlene, his intended, after he had promised her that he would marry her. She had been the calm in his chaos and the one whom he listened to. He never found her body or those of her family. By the time that Sirius arrived there, their manor was burnt to the ground and everyone was thought dead. Even their elves had valiantly died protecting them from the Death Eaters. There was Dorcas Meadows, the only Order member apart from the Bones and the Potters to have been personally murdered by Voldemort, and they never found his body. The ancient and most noble house of Sayre was all but gone, with Lady Sayre escaping by the breadth of a hair, who then left Avalon to settle in France away from the war and never deigned to return even after Voldemort was gone. Benji Fenwick was in the wrong place at the wrong time when he happened to come across a Death Eater raid, and they killed him for trying to oppose them. It took 3 of them to take him down. Lastly, there were Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, and Bartemius Crouch Jr., who were sentenced to Azkaban for their crimes. Frank and Alice never recovered because there was no known cure for their condition, not in all of Wizarding Britain. Many other ancient and most noble houses had lost their heirs or scions in the war from the side of light. Most of them had been his friends in Gryffindor House and companion pranksters, especially the Pruitt twins. There was a sort of rivalry between the Pruitts and the Marauders, and often they pranked the whole school together or while trying to beat each other. So it was that when Dumbledore asked him if there was a place they could use as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix, that Sirius willingly offered him number 12, Grimmauld Place. Now he was approaching it with the purpose of assessing if the house was fit to be used by the Order. Reminiscing about the past, Sirius approached number 12, Grimmauld Place, and knocked the serpentine door knocker with his wand. After a few seconds the door opened and Sirius was overwhelmed with the stench of rot and neglect. The walls, already gloomy, had turned downright foreboding, and the dust looked like it had not been removed, and chandeliers were filled with cobwebs, and everywhere he could see, there was an infestation of some kind of creature like doxies, spiders, etc. As he crossed the threshold, there was a loud crack and an elf appeared before him. The elf was very old, stooping, his shoulders hunched, and he said in a low hissing voice, "You not welcome here, nasty master. Mudblood lover, blood traitor, broke my poor mistresses, will mistress say." Sirius knew of this elf who had never served him happily but always doted over his brother and worshipped the ground that Wolberga walked on. He should have been angry with this thing before him, but he felt pity. He shuddered to imagine having an existence where no one talked to you and you lived only with memories. He had lived the same life for 12 years. Kindly, he said to the elf, "How are you, creature? I did not think I would find you here. If I did, I would have called you much sooner." Creature was surprised at this was not used to kindness from Sirius, and thus it thawed him a bit, but not enough to let go of his rudeness, so he did not answer. Sirius started again. "Creature, I do not wish to have you against me. I am the only one left now, and so are you. I want to restore the ancient and most noble house of Black to its former glory. Will you help me with that?" The elf was too surprised to say anything and overwhelmed with emotions, so could only nod. Sirius took that as a positive sign and ordered him to cook something for him to eat while he walked through the house. When he walked by a curtained-off portrait in the front hall, the drapes flew aside, revealing a life-sized portrait of his dear departed mother in her full glory. She screamed obscenities at him, calling him blood traitor, shame of her flesh, wretched ingrate, among other things. Sirius had no patience for this abuse when she was alive, and much less from her portrait. With a red flash from his wand, the curtains slammed shut, cutting her off mid-word. In the blessed silence that followed, he summoned Creature, who appeared with a crack. "Creature, who put this portrait here?" he asked in the mildest tone he could manage so as not to offend the demented elf. "That be Creature, master. Mistress telling Creature to put it here so no can enter," said Creature, wriggling his hands. "Creature, if that portrait is here and yells profanities at everyone who comes through that door, it will give a bad name to the House of Black. Do you want the name of Black to be dragged through the mud?" he asked, playing upon his sentiments for the House of Black. "No, master," he said, shaking his head firmly. "Creature, I want you to take down this portrait and take her to the attic where you can keep it and look after it." "And why is the house so dirty, Creature? You have not been doing your duty to the house of have disgraced the House of Black and your ancestors whose heads have been proudly mounted upon that wall," he said, further goading the elf into shame. Creature straightened and, looking upon Sirius, said firmly, "Creature cleans the house, master. Yous be not worry." Ordering him to clean his old bedroom first, Sirius approached a room he had never set a foot in. The room belonging to his brother, Regulus, which was well kept and tidy without a trace of dirt. Perhaps Creature kept this room clean due to his attachment to him. There were photos of Regulus on the one of those walls. There was a photo of his Quidditch team where Regulus was laughing at the camera, looking innocent and carefree. Seeing Regulus and his friend in the photo, he remembered that not only the light but the dark also had lost a number of their men in the war. His own brother was killed and he did not know who had killed him. House of Rosier ended when Evan Rosier was killed by Alistair Moody in a fight after Voldemort fell. The Knots had lost 3 of their sons including their heir. The House of Crouch was all but finished with Barty Crouch Jr. being in DMLE custody. Amelia Bones had plans to chuck him straight through the veil right after she finished squeezing the last useful drop of information out of him. That woman had an eternal grudge against Death Eaters. The Wilkins had lost their son at the hands of Mad Eye. The Patriarch was killed dueling Sirius and James when the Death Eaters attempted to ambush Sirius and James on their way home from a Muggle bar. There were countless other faces who had died in service of Voldemort, some of them as examples when they failed to complete their missions, others when they attempted to leave his ranks. Such a waste of life and magical blood, bringing the already dwindling wizarding population to a new low. He never found out what had happened to Regulus, but he thought maybe Creature knew something about him. He summoned the elf. Creature tried to deny knowing anything, but when Sirius made it a direct order, Creature started bawling. Crying, he told Sirius about an underground lake, where the Dark Lord had hidden a locket and used Creature to test the defenses. Creature told Regulus of this, and asked Creature to take him to the lake where Regulus drank the elixir of nightmares and told Creature to take the locket which he had changed with a fake one and told him to destroy the original. Sirius was shocked beyond belief with the courage his brother had shown. His brother had defied Voldemort to the end. He collected a crying Creature into his arms, patting the back of the still inconsolable elf. Creature, I want to finish his work. Will you help me? Creature nodded and popped away and returned a moment later clutching a heavy locket in his hand which reeked of dark magic so much that Sirius was repulsed by it. He took the locket and looked upon elaborately carved S on it crusted with jewels. The locket looked very regal and reminded him of something he remembered seeing in a book once. A picture of the famed necklace of Slytherin. Instantly conjuring a sack and securing the locket in it, he ran out of the house giving instructions to Creature to start cleaning. As he was out of the door, he disappeared into thin air. Hogwarts. He appeared a little way outside of the Hogwarts gates and changing into Padfoot he bounded towards the gates and ran all the way up to the headmaster's office and changing back, giving the password to the gargoyle, Mars Bar, he ascended the staircase and barged into the room where Dumbledore was in discussion with Harshvardhana. Sirius, is something the matter? I thought you would be busy for at least a week making the house habitable. Dumbledore asked him, surprised. Sirius related the whole tale of Voldemort to him along with how Regulus had died to ensure that Voldemort dies. As Albus asked him, he brought the locket out of his robes and put it on the table. Harshvardhana leapt back as if repulsed by it while Albus peered curiously at the locket and cast several detection spells while incanting under his breath and the locket glowed a nasty shade of red. He raised his head, his expression grave and looked towards Harshvardhana as if waiting for his opinion. Harshvardhana sighed, sorry about my reaction. Such abominations always repulse me. It is such a sacrilege against mother magic that one cannot even fathom but only those evil of heart. What abomination? I confess that I feel this thing is truly evil, but, please enlighten me, what is it? Asked Sirius confused. Tell me Mr. Black, have you ever heard of Horcrux? Began Harshvardhana. Sirius answered, not realizing that Harsh wasn't finished. Of course, I know what a Horcrux is. I am a Black, the darkest family in Wizarding Britain. These things are described in a lot of books kept in the Black Library. How do you know of them? Harshvardhana smiled softly, only you British wizards classify magic. It is not evil or light, Mr. Black. It is simply that. What makes it evil or good is the purpose for which it is used. We know of Horcruxes and many other sinister things perhaps not described in your books. Harshvardhana turned his gaze and looked curiously at the locket, staring at it with longing and anger. What a waste of such precious artifact. Salazar would be rolling in his grave knowing what has become of his precious possession. He was quite proud of this locket and its powers. You speak his name as if you were acquainted with him, said Sirius. As a matter of fact, I did, but that is tale of another. What will you do with it, Dumbledore? He asked turning towards Dumbledore. I plan to destroy it with basilisk venom, like young Harry destroyed his diary. Basilisk. Did you say basilisk, Dumbledore? And what diary are we talking about and what Harry had to do with it? Squeaked Sirius. The basilisk young Harry killed when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, said Dumbledore and then proceeded to recount the tale of second year telling them how Harry had discovered he was a Parseltongue, how he had found the chamber, killed the basilisk and saved Ginevra Weasley. By the time he was done, Sirius's face was ashen while Harshvardhana looked intrigued by the tale. This means it is second of the 5 Horcruxes he had made when we captured him. I wish we could have asked him for the location of the others but we could not find it, Harsh said frowning. What do you mean capture? And if you had captured Voldemort, why did you release him? Retorted Sirius angrily. Calm down Mr. Black. We do not keep prisoners, so we had no means to keep him subdued with. His fate has been so written that he would never fall to my wand. We had to release him before the future was altered, he explained. Dumbledore decided to interrupt before Sirius could explode further. What do you propose we do with this? We can destroy it with fiendfire or with basilisk venom. We do not resort to such crude methods, Albus my boy. If you had viewed the world in a larger perspective and treated magic as a sentient being, you would not have suggested this way. Do you know there is a way that we can pull the soul fragment out without destroying the locket? He reprimanded Albus, and Sirius snorted, seeing the headmaster being berated. Albus's interest was piqued. He could think of a lot of possibilities with such knowledge. However, the mystic spoke before he could interrupt, as if he read his mind. No, Albus, we are not teaching it to you. It is our own magic, not meant to be imparted to everyone, and even among ourselves we do not teach it to everyone but those who prove themselves worthy. Albus pouted at this, which Sirius found a little hilarious, but he had more work to do. Albus, I have seen the house and there is no way that I can clean it by myself. And no one can clean it without magic. The wardstones of the property are inactive and they need blood of the Lord of Black to recharge them. I cannot wield the family magic enough to recharge them. Harry will need to take up the mantle and do it before we decide to make it headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. I need an elf. Creature is very old and can use help. There is an elf who can help you with this, but I fear you will need to talk to Harry Potter, for this elf is fiercely devoted to Harry Potter and claims to be currently free, but I think he is secretly bonded to Harry. I propose that we all shall go to Harry and ask him if he would summon the elf, then we would know, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Since I have nothing more to do, let's go find Harry Potter, announced Sirius. Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey ran out of excuses to keep her patient in the hospital wing. With Harry's strength rapidly returning, even she had to admit that it would be good for him to get out and get some exercise. Besides, with all the visitors, it was starting to look more like King's Cross Station than an infirmary. So it was that after giving Harry the strictest orders not to overdo it, that she released him. Harry Potter was sitting in the Great Hall at the Gryffindor table eating his lunch, and his friends were sitting around him. Ron was sitting on one side while Neville flanked the other. Hermione was sitting across from him while the Weasley twins were sitting flanking her on both sides. Ginny sat a few spaces further away from Harry and did not even try to steal any glances at him like she used to do. While Harry was used to them, her complete detachment was bothering him more. He had not seen her since he woke up in the infirmary, and when asked, Hermione had solemnly recounted Ginny's realization and her decision to stay away from Harry. There were only 2 days left in the term before they would all be going home for the summer holidays, and Harry was elated that he would not be going to the Dursleys anymore. Susan was sitting at the Hufflepuff table looking at him when she thought he was not looking. She had been coming to talk to him very often, and he found it very strange but pleasant. The girl from Slytherin was sitting at her table with an impervious expression on her face, while an auburn-haired girl sitting beside her was talking to her animatedly. Hagrid was sitting at the staff table, and there was Professor Moody looking very haggard and tired, smelling a chicken before starting to eat it, however his hip flask was missing. Sirius had filled him in on how Moody had been imprisoned in his own trunk by an impostor who was a Death Eater in disguise. Professor McGonagall was sitting beside him looking at him unapprovingly while her lips were pursed into a thin line, and Snape was sitting in his place with a boorish expression on his face and the trademark sneer in place. Seeing Snape, he remembered the message his mother had given for him and decided to go to him later in the day. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and turning back, he found the trainee healer. He could not understand the mystic business, who was smiling at him, and Dumbledore, who motioned him to follow them out of the Great Hall to a room on the other side of the castle, which he had never seen, which was quite a way apart from the dungeons. Perhaps this place was not even marked on the Marauders. Albus went to a door with the Hogwarts crest, which melted at Dumbledore's touch, and Harry followed the 2 men inside. Before the door could close, Snape and McGonagall came in with Padfoot, who started jumping up and down trying to lick Harry, who had to force himself not to laugh while he kept trying to keep Padfoot down. Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly. Padfoot turned into Sirius. From Dumbledore's grave expression, Harry guessed that they were going to discuss serious, no pun intended, business. He started saying somberly, "Harry, it is time that I answer a question you had asked me in your first year, that why Voldemort came after you. Shortly before you were born, a prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney while I was interviewing her for the subject of divination at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. The prophecy was about a boy who will have the power to defeat Lord Voldemort, and a spy of his was present in the Hog's Head who heard the first half of the prophecy before he was caught spying and was thrown out of the inn. The spy hastened to inform him of the part he had was about a boy being born at the end of July who would possess power to defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy also said a few more things which we will discuss. Dumbledore was interrupted before he could continue. You think the brat can defeat him? He is nothing but a mediocre wizard, Dumbledore, said Snape, sneering. It is my godson who has faced the monster 4 times and lived to tell the tale, Snivellus. So, you can shut your festering gob and avoid spitting all over the floor, snapped Sirius. Before Snape could reply, Harry snapped, will you both please keep quiet? I can't stand listening to the two of you bickering like school children. Sirius, you have tormented him as much as he tormented you and Professor. You have never treated me fairly, thinking that I am just like my father. Dumbledore chuckled at Harry chastising both of the men and continued, from the information that Voldemort received from his spy, he decided to kill all the children to be born in the 7th month that year or the next year, but he made this decision without knowing other important factors. From the information he had, he deduced that either of 2 children would fit the prophecy. Both had parents in the order and were born at the end of the 7th month, you and Neville Longbottom. He chose you to be the child from the prophecy. Harry's mind was reeling. There was so much he did not understand, but what he knew for certain was that he was the one who would have to kill Voldemort. This was the reason that his parents had gone into hiding. This was the reason that he was an orphan. He felt like the weight of the world was upon his shoulder. Sirius hugged him tightly and kept whispering encouraging words into his ear. Harry croaked, but how can I defeat him? I have 4 years of magical education, but he is more powerful and he has more experience than me. Harsh Vardana, who had been quiet all this while, began to speak. While it is true that your experience and knowledge is limited, but your courage, valor and power is unfathomable and more than a match to him. You are already as powerful as Voldemort or Dumbledore, and with the training that we would give you, you would be able to tilt the balance in your favor. Harry was not satisfied but felt reassured by his words. He turned towards Sirius, but if I go with him then I will not be able to come with you. Harry, you are only going away with him for a month or so. Besides, once we get rid of Voldemort, we will have a long life to be together. I want you to train hard with him and learn everything that you can, Sirius said. Do you have a place for us to live? Harry asked eagerly. Sirius smiled at him and said, the Black family has many properties all over the world and we can live anywhere we want once this is all over. Professor, how are we going to India? He asked the headmaster. Harsh Vardana answered the question, I want this to remain a surprise but you will like it, I promise. Dumbledore ushered Severus and Minerva out of the room while Sirius adopted a more solemn demeanor, if that was possible. Once the others were out of the room, Dumbledore began, now Harry, there is something more that we have to tell you. You can tell your friends about it, but I would advise you to very carefully consider who you decide to tell this secret. He did not die that night because he had several fail-safes in place which helped him to stay on this astral split his soul into many pieces, hiding them in things which he hid away from everyone. Those things are called Horcruxes. Harry felt himself shivering on hearing the word, which keep a wizard alive. How do you split your soul? Asked Harry, confused with the concept. By the act of supreme evil, murder, he replied with no trace of joviality in his voice. Harry shuddered at the thought, and so did Sirius. However, Harsh Vardana was impassive. Dumbledore looked at him before continuing, I had suspected that Voldemort had created them, but it was finally confirmed when you brought me the proof. What proof? He asked. The diary of Tom Riddle which you brought to me when you had slain the basilisk. You described to me how he had come out of the diary. I was stumped at such a phenomenon, and after a lot of research I came to the conclusion that he had created Horcruxes. The theory was confirmed by Mr. Harsh Vardana. He learned this when he captured and interrogated Tom Riddle, the self-styled Voldemort, 30 years ago. Harry looked at the mystic in awe. Anyone who capable of such a feat was a hero to him. When he came for you that night, Albus continued, his soul was already fragile, and when the killing curse hit him, a part of his soul tore off from the remaining portion and latched itself to the only living being in the room, you. Dumbledore announced, to the shock and dismay of Harry and Sirius. You mean I am keeping him alive? How do we get it out? Can we do it here? When can we get it out? Harry spewed a lot of questions. Dumbledore stopped the stream of questions with a silencing spell, then continued, I discovered that you were a Horcrux when you were brought to the hospital wing. After the Dementor attack in your third year. I tried to exorcise it out of you after I fed you draft of living death, but I found it to be latched too deeply to you and beeping on your magic, thus hindering your growth and your magical energy. The exorcising process was too painful and you almost died, so I did not try it again and you were enervated before the morning. I have been trying for the past year to find a way to exorcise it out of you without hurting you but could not find any way. There was always the last resort of killing you. Sirius interrupted, leaping to his feet, wand in hand, are you out of your mind? What makes you think that I would let you hurt Harry? It would not have come to that, Mr. Black. We had been keeping an eye on Harry Potter all this while and we were waiting for the right time to approach Dumbledore and offer our services to exorcise the foul thing out of here. However, as it turns out, we did not need that anymore, said Harshvardhana. If you know how to exorcise the damn thing, why haven't you already done it? Asked Sirius hotly. We did not do that because the process would have caused him extraordinary pain, and despite his pain threshold being very high, he would have been magically exhausted and his magic would have been unstable. Since he was in the tournament and constantly training, doing so would have put him in danger because without his magic being settled, he could not participate in the third task, thus forfeiting his life and magic. He replied, but we do not need to that anymore, as when he was hit with the killing curse in the graveyard, it killed the soul fragment in his scar and he is free of any contamination. It was due to killing of the Horcrux in the scar that he had his magical maturity earlier. Harry was relieved beyond words, but something Dumbledore had said was on his mind. Professor, if we have killed the fragment in me, does it mean he can be killed now? No, he had several Horcruxes made, and 7 being the magical number. I think he has made 7 of them, however I will have to see someone to confirm my theory. As it goes, the diary was destroyed by you, the one in you was killed by him, we have the locket of Slytherin and I think it would be prudent to assume that there are 4 Horcruxes remaining, Dumbledore replied. Now Harry, we have another little request for you. Sirius needs a house elf and I suggested one for him. I was thinking if you could summon him, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling again. You mean Dobby, said Harry grinning. Did Harry Potter call for Dobby? How Dobby be serving the great Harry Potter? Squeaked the elf, who appeared with a loud crack and hugged Harry's leg. Sirius snorted at the elf's antics and Dumbledore chuckled while Harshvardhana tried not to laugh. Dobby, I will need my leg, thank you. I wanted to ask if you would like to serve my godfather, asked Harry, gently extricating his leg from the elf. Dobby wriggled his hands and said rather hesitantly, Dobby be honored, the great Harry Potter asked to help, but Dobby is be already bonded. That's great, Dobby. Who are you bonded to? Asked Harry, interested. I be bonded to the great Harry Potter, said Dobby nervously. Dobby, why did you do that? I thought you like being free. Not that I'm complaining, said Harry. Wesby lose our magic if not serve a magic strengthen our bond, the elf replied. It's all right, Dobby. I am honored by your service. Do you know of another elf who can help me? Harry asked while shocked that unwittingly he had almost caused Dobby to die. Winky not having a family is dying. Great Harry Potter's dogfather, Sirius snorted, combined her to his family, the elf replied enthusiastically. Dumbledore summoned Winky and Sirius bonded her to House of Black, then called Creature to take her to Grimmauld Place and have her help in cleaning the house. Dobby decided to stay with Harry till he left Hogwarts since he had no wand. The wand he won from Wormtail was in the custody of the DMLE, and a house elf could use magic to defend their master as Dobby had once defended him from Lucius Malfoy. Lion's Den. The atmosphere in the Lion's Den was tense. The tension was so thick that you could cut it with a blunt knife. This had been a taxing year for the entire school and Gryffindor in particular. The Lions were ashamed of how they had initially treated Harry. Almost all of them had scorned him except for the Quidditch team and Hermione Granger, but most of them changed their tune when they saw how flat-out dangerous the first task was and realized that Harry could have died attempting it. Then there was the dressing down that Neville Longbottom gave one student before the entire house over his attitude towards Harry. Harry was sitting in the common room in front of the fire talking with Neville, Dean and Seamus when someone interrupted them, rudely accusing Harry of giving Gryffindor a bad name. Harry did not deign to answer but left the common room for the library. Neville, who was usually passive, content to stay in the shadows, blew up at this treatment of Harry. In one motion, Neville was out of his chair and grabbed the offending person, Leonard Taylor, a Muggle-born sixth year, by his robes and growled, "How dare you accuse him, Taylor? Do you have a death wish?" Taylor, who thought of Neville as a passive, docile person, was stunned at this ferociousness. "What is it to you, Longbottom?" Potter cheated and, before he could finish, Neville slapped him hard across the face and put his wand to his throat. "Say one more word and I will show you why the Longbottoms are feared. You do not want to pick a fight with the Vikings, do you? Because I swear to the powers that be that if you even think about harming Harry Potter or say one more word against him, I will cut you down where you stand. And unlike you, I have quite a repertoire of family magic. Harry Potter is my god brother, and the Potter Longbottom alliance is as old as the time when the magical Longbottom Vikings came to Avalon. I assure you that I will make your life hell, and so will others whose families are in long-standing alliance with the House of Potter. Not to mention, Harry has the ear of Professor Dumbledore and he is the boy who lived. You think you can match him? Only say what you can back up with your power." Taylor was struck dumb. He just stood there, trembling with fear, weak in the knees and quickly getting drenched with cold sweat. While Neville was threatening him, his magic was oozing out of him, violent and powerful, surrounding him like a cloak with a fierce red aura. As the other Gryffindors silently took in the scene, paying real attention to Neville for the first time, the sheer power oozing out of him made them wonder how much power was really at his command. Most of the pure bloods and half-bloods knew about his family. The Longbottoms were magical Vikings who had come to Avalon, conquering nations along the way when they were confronted by the Potters, who were mages and warriors. The Potters, with their other allies, defeated the Vikings and then persuaded them to live in England. Thus the House of Longbottom was established, which entered into an alliance with the House of Potter and their other allies. Since then they have been inseparable. It was a famous saying about them, "Wherever a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow, and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom." There were even betrothals between the two houses a few generations ago. Supposedly Harry Potter had never known about the said alliance, seeing as how he was raised by Muggles, but Neville Longbottom was doing his duty. Finally, Neville threw Taylor to the ground so forcefully that the boy was crumpled on the floor. Raising himself, he fled as if being chased by banshees. The entire house was looking at Neville Longbottom in awe. That day, people realized one thing: you do not mess with Harry Potter unless you want Neville Longbottom as your enemy, and an angry Longbottom can make a Dark Lord look like a puny kid. Ronald Weasley, who happened to be in the room, opened his mouth to say something and perhaps put his foot in his mouth, but Neville glared at him so fiercely that he ran up to the fourth-year dormitories and did not appear till it was time for dinner. Ronald had been miffed with Harry over the alleged cheating, mostly because Harry didn't invite him in or tell him how he did it. Ron flat refused to accept that his friend was telling him the truth, that he had no idea how his name got into the Goblet of Fire. But Ron came to his senses after he saw the first task. However, all the Gryffindors could see that things would never be the same between the two again. No one told Harry Potter about how Neville had threatened Leonard Taylor and how he had displayed such extraordinary magic, or that the display of sheer power by Longbottom had forced most of them to reconsider their opinion of Harry Potter, or at least keep quiet about it, and eventually the whole house realigned themselves to Harry Potter. Since Harry had come back to the tower after the third task, the students were a little wary of him. That was fine with him because he preferred not to be disturbed, or as little as possible. His friends were with him, but there was a certain distance between them. Anyone who had known the Golden Trio for the last 4 years could tell that things were not the same. Maybe Harry Potter was too traumatized and still recovering from the harrowing incident of the third task, and therefore kept his distance. Hermione Granger was always nearby but at a distance, and Ronald Weasley for once was keeping his mouth shut and not acting as he had in the last 4 years. This morning Harry Potter had got up and was sitting in his usual chair near the fire when Neville Longbottom took the adjacent seat. "Ha, Harry, how are you?" he began. "Neville, I have some questions for you and I would appreciate it if you would answer honestly," Harry said coldly. "Sure, Harry," he mumbled. "You are my god brother," he said, poking him in the chest, "yet you never told me." You know of my family and you knew I do not know anything about it, yet you did not tell me anything. Why? I knew you were Harry Potter from the sorting in the first year. Since then, I have tried to tell you. I approached you several times, but, every time I tried, Ron stopped me and claimed that you would not want to be my friend. Whenever I tried to talk to you, he was always there stopping me. Harry mate, what are you doing talking to Neville? Let's go flying and maybe I can have a go on your firebolt, Ron said, appearing from nowhere. I am talking to Neville, Ron, and I do not want to go flying, replied Harry sternly, and Ron flinched. Harry got up and signaled Neville to follow him out of the tower. They found an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor where Neville started from where he was interrupted. Ron always stopped me from talking to you. He always claimed you were his best friend and that you will not have another friend and that you will have an alliance with the Weasleys and not your family's allies. Hang on. What do you mean by family's allies and alliance with the Weasleys? He asked, confused and angry that nobody told him anything. Quite to the contrary, Mr. Potter. Your family has an identity independent of you, said a voice from the door of the room, which was followed by Harshvardhana, who was looking at the two boys intriguingly. Mr. Harshvardhana, we were just talking, said Harry, trying to change the subject. Not to worry, Mr. Potter, not to worry. I had been hoping to talk to you and him both before the summer vacations began, since there are a few things I wanted you both to know. As it happens, I know a lot about your family, as I know about the Longbottoms. Your family is very old, having descended from one of the older families which produced fearsome war mages and have had the most impressive family magic, which later integrated itself into the Potter line. Your ancestor Linfred of Stinchcombe was one of the 13 wizards who helped Merlin establish Avalon and the magical Britain. When his son married the last descendant of the Peverells, Lolanthe Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peverell, and through her the two family lines were combined. Your family came here from ancient Rome, where the Potters were generals in the magical army and were very formidable. There has never been a war where there wasn't a Potter in the middle of it. Your family made its name for courage, bravery and chivalry. Your grandfather Charles was a fierce warrior who fought in the Grindelwald War and even had crossed wands with Grindelwald once and made him run after he got him with a dark cutter to the abdomen. After that, Grindelwald did not dare to cross the duo of Charles Harold Potter and Arcturus Orion Black, who fought as comrades in the war, and after the war, Arcturus proposed a marriage alliance between the House of Potter and the House of Black. The Longbottoms were magical Vikings who were going around the modern Europe conquering nations and assimilating new magics into their family magic when they reached the shores of Avalon. Your ancestor Hardwin Potter with his allies the Bones, the Greengrasses, the Macmillans and many other families raised a formidable force and clashed with the Vikings. After a long drawn-out battle, the Vikings were defeated and their leader Edmund Longbottom was taken captive by the Allies. Later Hardwin Potter released him and convinced him and his Vikings to settle here. I still remember the day when the longships had landed on the shores of Avalon and it burned for months before truce could be reached. When the Longbottoms settled in Avalon, Hardwin Potter proposed an alliance between the House of Potter and Longbottom, and since then, there has never been a Potter without a Longbottom. They famously say about you two, where a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow, and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom. There has always been a Potter with a Longbottom. Like when Neville's father was at Hogwarts, your father James was here and now you both are here. Harry's mind was reeling. There was so much that he did not know, and who knows, because of Ron's jealousy, how many people he offended because he did not know about his family, his allies and the Great Alliance as it was known. He resolved to have words with a certain red-headed Weasley and Lemo, drop-loving old man. The headmaster had his best interests at heart, but he made so many decisions for Harry which were not for him to make. He also decided to expand his circle of friends. Harshvardhana began again. My apologies, heir of Longbottom, but since Heir Potter is lacking his manners, I would introduce myself. My name is Harshvardhana and I am a trainee healer. Harry wanted to correct him but held his tongue, and I wanted to talk to you about some of the things I have heard. Neville was not sure how to answer. No one had ever talked kindly to him, in fact no one ever spoke to him unless they wanted something. Though he was not sure, but he nodded his assent to the other man. Harsh continued, I wanted to know about the condition of your parents. Do you have any idea of their prognosis? What does the healers of St. Mungo's have to say about it? I know that they were subjected to overexposure of Cruciatus curse and have never recovered. But did the healer not find out anything that would cure them? Neville was trembling because he was ashamed that he had never told anyone about his parents' condition and Harry might think badly of him for not telling. Harry put a hand on his shoulder and said softly, "It's all right, Neville. I know about them and I do not think any worse of you for this." Neville started in a whisper. The healers have tried everything in the last 15 years, but, so far, they have found nothing that has helped them. There was one healer who had looked at them once around 5 years ago and said that he vaguely recalled something about a cure for this condition. But, since he knew very little about it and he knew of no one who had the power to attempt it, what he knew offered only the thinnest hope. Perhaps, if we could find the cure, maybe someone can cure them. I wonder if I can have a look at them. Harsh mused before turning to Neville. If you can arrange a meeting with Dowager Lady Longbottom, I know of a treatment which may help them. Neville looked at the man so hopefully that Harry's heart was almost torn and he wished that Harsh could indeed be able to cure Neville's parents. Oblivious to Harry, Harsh continued, I have heard people make fun of you, Mr. Longbottom, but the thing is that you are powerful than most of the students and some of the teachers themselves. You have so much raw power that you would easily be a sorcerer by the time you are magically matured. Conjuring a dummy, he asked Neville, will you use a blasting hex on the dummy, Mr. Longbottom? Straightening himself, Neville leveled his wand at the dummy and firmly incanted while doing the required wand motion, Confringo. A light blue spell left his wand and impacted the dummy, chipping away a little from the dummy. Again, Mr. Longbottom, and this time I want you to put more power behind this spell, said Harsh. Neville again tried and this time, the right arm of the dummy was blasted away leaving Neville ashen-faced from the effort. With the amount of power you put behind your spells, it should have reduced the dummy to nothing. I wonder. Harsh mused before he took his wand and handed it to Neville. Try this wand, Mr. Longbottom, and do not put too much power in the spell. Just a normal blasting hex will do the trick. The wand felt comfortable in his hand. In fact, it felt more comfortable than his own wand did. Leveling it at the dummy, he incanted, and this time instead of light blue, a bright purple bolt of energy left his wand and caused the dummy to explode, leaving nothing but a bit of rubble and a cloud of settling dust. Good show, Neville, exclaimed Harry, impressed. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Neville looked in astonishment at his own hand and the wand. When Harsh held out his hand, he reluctantly returned the wand, with yearning in his eyes and wanting to have a little more taste of the power he had just seen. Mr. Longbottom, did you buy your wand? As I remember, all English children buy their wand from Ollivanders in Diagon Alley when they turn 11. No, this was my father's wand. My grandmother thought I could honor him by using his wand, Neville replied hesitantly. Neville, the wand chooses the wizard, Harry recited, understanding dawning. Harsh Vardana asked Neville to hand him his wand, and after inspecting it for a few seconds, he returned it to Neville saying, this wand will never work for you, Mr. Longbottom. Its loyalty is not to you but your father, and you have not won it from him, nor did the wand choose you. There is another wand waiting for you to claim it. I think a visit to Ollivanders in summer vacations is in order, but if you do not mind, Mr. Longbottom, will you honor me by using this wand? He said, presenting the wand he had given to Neville earlier. But, isn't this your wand? Why are you giving it to me? Neville asked. Oh no, this is not my wand, Mr. Longbottom. You see, this wand had came to me through someone and I am merely keeping it. This is a family wand and it belongs to the Longbottom family. I found it in my possessions and decided to gift it to you. Now if I were you, I would be cautious about using that wand. It has different materials in the core than are normally used by wand makers, and you using it openly would tempt wand makers to borrow it to study. Neville looked at the wand, recognizing the Longbottom crest on the hilt of the wand and the Longbottom motif, the hippogriff drawn on it. But he could not recognize the wood or the core material. He looked towards Harsh Vardana, who was curiously looking at him, and answered his unasked question. This wand was a gift to your family. A repayment for a deed of valor by Lord Harfang Longbottom, who had saved a family of wand makers from a horde of dark creatures and a dark lord. The wand maker had access to woods of the mythical grove of Dodona, from where he picked up a piece of wand wood and infused it with the magical powers of the sacred grove. The core for this wand comes from Pravirakarna, a species of immortal owl found in the Himalayas, which is famous for their mythical powers such as wisdom, power and strength. They are like the phoenixes, though the phoenixes have burning day, they do not, and they are very few in numbers. They are not born but made. If you took this wand to Ollivander's Mr. Longbottom, you will never see this wand again. If I were you, I would never tell anyone about it, but only the Dowager Lady Longbottom. If anyone asks, tell them it is your family wand. Neville was elated. He had just been given a gift like nothing he had ever known. Maybe, now, he could make his parents proud. Little did he know that destiny had forged a special path for him. Harsh Vardhana took his leave of them and left the younger boys in silence, pondering over the entire conversation. Harry was sitting in silence looking at everything transpiring between the two, and his heart ached for a wand like the one Neville had been given. He was amazed that Neville had managed 4 years of school with a wand that had not chosen him. That alone said a lot about his magical capabilities. He hoped that Neville's parents would recover and that he could have some happiness. Thinking of his parents, he remembered that his parents were Neville's godparents and Alice Longbottom was his godmother. Maybe, with Alice Longbottom being cured and Sirius being free, he could have some semblance of family and happiness. He and Neville had so much more in common than other students his age. Both had grown up without parents and craved parental love. Both had their lives messed up by others. Both were subject of a wretched prophecy, and it could have been either of them. Remembering Dumbledore telling him about the prophecy, suddenly Neville's high power levels made sense. If it could have been either of them, then it was logical that either of them would possess power equal to Voldemort, if not greater. Another similarity which made him snort was that they both were tormented by Snape. He still had a message for Snape, and it was time to deliver it and set the record straight. Snape's office, the dungeons. Severus Snape was sitting in the Potion Master's office, a bottle of Ogden's best fire whiskey open before him and a half-filled glass in hand. On the table in front of him was a photo of Lily during her time in Hogwarts. This picture was clicked a month before the OWL exams, and Margaret McVey, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw in their year, had convinced them to pose for a picture together. In this picture, Lily was laughing heartily looking at the camera while Severus was trying to smile, which came out more as a grimace, but still watching Lily laughing was his best memory, and that was what fueled his Patronus. After her marriage, he had thought he was done with her, but then he had to hear that wretched prophecy and tell the Dark Lord about it, which led to Lily's death. He should have moved away then, but he had not, and now he was paying for it. He had to watch the brat all the time while he went off to one adventure after another, risking his life just like his father before him. When he looked at Harry Potter, he remembered James Potter and his infamous friends, who defined them by their stupid name, Marauders. This year was hardest on him since Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts, and this would get worse before getting better. Damn the old fool and his manipulative wordplay. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. He banished the bottle to the side with a flick of his wand, vanished the glass, and grunted, "Enter." The door opened and Harry Potter stood on the threshold. The day just had to get worse. "Potter, I have no patience for any nonsense from you. This better be important." He sneered. "Professor, I would rather not disturb you, but I have a message for you from my mother," replied Harry soberly. "Are you trying to prank me, Potter? Just like your father and the mutt?" he barked. Harry's expression turned stern. "I had this message that my mother gave to me when I was in my magical coma. I can assure you it was real, Sev." The emphasis on the word was not missed by Snape, who knew that only Lily called him by that name. Was the brat telling the truth? Did he really meet Lily? Eager for any answer, he beckoned Harry, offering him the other chair, and waited for Harry to start telling the story. "When I was in my magical coma, I went to the cottage in Godric's Hollow where I met with my parents and Potter grandparents. My mother said you were her friend and that she was disappointed that you could not rise above petty grudges, and you treat me like my father, but you forget that I am not my father but my own person," Harry said. "She also said that she has forgiven you for everything that happened between you two and that she is at peace now, but the path you have trodden hurts her. She also told me to convey that if you do not mend your ways, she would have words with you when you turn up. Severus flinched at the tone of the message. Lily was indeed angry with him, and she had a right to be so. He had solemnly promised himself that he would look after Harry Potter, but he never did, but only satisfied his grudges against James Potter. He had already fallen too far to get any redemption. But maybe he could still turn things around. Yes, the boy did remind Snape of his father, James, in so many ways, but this boy also had her eyes, and if he could sum up Lily in one trait, it was that she had always been unfailingly kind. Potter. Harry, your mother was my best friend. In fact, she was my only friend, and I knew her from her parents' place. Your grandfather Harrison was a successful businessman and lived in the wealthy part of the town, while my muggle father lived in the poorer section. I saw Lily with Petunia doing some magic and helped her to understand everything that was happening to her. We came to Hogwarts together, and I hoped that we would be sorted in the same house, but I was sorted into Slytherin and she went into Gryffindor. We remained friends even after that, and we were friends till our owls. In fourth year, I was sought after by scions of the Dark families who wanted my talents for the Dark Lord's purposes. The Dark Lord was a force to be reckoned with, and we were enamored with him. I refused initially and kept on refusing, but they kept trying to seduce me to the dark side with gifts, promises of a better future, and whatnot. They painted a rosy picture of a world where the wizarding world would be living in harmony with each other, but alas, I did not realize my folly till it was late. Your father gained some maturity in sixth year, and he finally wooed your mother after we had a falling out when I said something distasteful to her. She never forgave me for that. I am sorry that I kept taking my anger out on you when you came to Hogwarts, he said, finishing. Telling so much to Harry Potter was unbearable, but after Harry had brought him the news that he wanted to hear all his life, he could not hold a grudge against the boy anymore. In that moment, Severus resolved that he would do everything in his power to make sure that Harry Potter survived his next encounter with the Dark Lord. Harry had always wanted to know the reason for Snape's hatred towards him, and hearing it from him was a surreal experience. He did not know if he liked it or not that Snape was his mother's friend. This explained why he hated Harry with every fiber of his being. He was James Potter's son, and James Potter had married the girl he fancied. Did that mean his mind could not even think that Snape may have been in love with his mother? Maybe that was why he hated Neville with a passion as he hated Harry. Maybe he hated that Neville was not the boy who lived. Deciding to leave before he overstayed his welcome, he said to Snape, "Professor, my father told me that he was sorry for all the stupid pranks on you and that you are a better person than he ever will be. He also told me to convey that you should try to be the man that you can be. Good night, Professor." Good night, Harry, Snape could barely say. Harry Potter had turned his world upside down today. The messages from two people who impacted his life the most made him rethink his actions. He had done nothing to merit praise from anyone, but only garnered hate and prejudice. Students hated him and called him greasy, slimy dungeon bat. Yes, he knew that. He had worn black robes all his life to mourn for Lily, but his life had become equally dark, where he took sadistic pleasure in ill-treating students and harassing them so much that they hated his name even. He had become his father. He treated Longbottom so bad that the boy's boggart was him. He was disgusted of himself and decided to change things as soon as he could. Lion's Den. Harry Potter was sitting in his usual place in the common room reading through a book of defensive magic which was gifted to him the previous year when he heard tapping and saw Hedwig on one of the windows. He opened the window, letting her in, and took the letter from her claws. It was addressed to him, and there was the seal of Gringotts present on the envelope. Wondering what the goblins wanted with him, he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we have tried to contact you in the past, but all our efforts failed till now. We have been sending you letters since you returned to the magical world and your quarterly statements, and requested a meeting a couple of times to discuss your finances with you and the state of your vaults, but you never responded and thus lost very lucrative opportunities to invest in some good businesses. Since there has been a major change in your account status, we decided to send this letter through your familiar, since she can get through any wards you are behind if she carries your ordinary conversation. We request a meeting at the earliest opportunity at your convenience. We are sending you your heir ring, and we wish for you to wear it when you enter the bank, and on showing it to the teller, You will be given admittance into my office post haste. May your gold ever flow. Regards. Ragnarok, Lord of Goblin Nation. Harry was flummoxed. What did Ragnarok mean by accounts? He did have his trust vault, and that was all, with a bit of gold in it which he was using frugally to fund his education. Was it possible that he had more than that? He decided to ask Sirius when he met him at the platform in London. Harry, mate. Ron's voice interrupted his musings. Can I talk to you? Despite not feeling like talking to Ron, Harry nodded and Ron sat opposite him. Looking at the letter, he asked, Who wrote you? The goblins wanted to fix a meeting to discuss my vaults, but I am sure I have just my trust vault, he replied. Mate, your family is an old family, even older than most. All the old families own more than one vault. One would be the main family vault, one would be the Dowager vault, one would be the heirloom vault, one would be full of library books, and one may be all filled up with furniture, portraits and stuff. Ron said, proud of having been able to answer a question. How do you know so much about it? Asked Hermione, who had come to sit beside them while Ron was having his say. Ron's ears turned Weasley red and Harry stifled a snort. I am a pureblood, Hermione. Just because I choose not to prance around like Malfoy, lording it over everybody, doesn't mean that I don't know anything, he said. Harry's family is old and one of the most influential families. The House of Weasley was also an ancient and noble house once, but due to some mistake made by one of my ancestors, the other ancient and most noble houses took our status away. Did the House of Malfoy lead the other families to do so? Asked Harry. Ron snorted. Malfoy may act like he owns the place, but his family is hardly an ancient family. His ancestors came here from France around 200 years ago. The House of Malfoy isn't even worthy of sitting upon the Wizengamot. Wizenwhat? Asked Harry, confused. Honestly, Harry, don't you read? The Wizengamot is like the Muggle Parliament, and the houses sit on it and act like the government. The minister is the head of the ministry, but the real power lies with the houses who use it to have their way, Hermione ranted in her usual know-it-all manner. Harry chose not to reply to her. Suddenly there was a pop and Winky appeared beside him and curtsied with a bow and said, Master be sending letter for Harry Potter. Thank you, Winky, said Harry, taking the letter from Winky, who disappeared with a pop while Hermione was glaring daggers at him. Harry, isn't she Barty Crouch's elf? Who is she bonded with? Why would anyone willingly ends. Avenue anyone? This is inhumane and barbaric. What about their rights? She shot off a volley of questions. Hermione, did you do all the research on house elves? Like why they bond with wizards or witches? He calmly asked her. It is obvious, Harry, that they are brainwashed into serving the wizards who chose to ends. Avenue them, thinking they are. She was starting to go on ranting. Harry shook her. Hermione, before you go on and offend every pureblood here and some of the half-bloods too, answer my question. Have you done the research into the wizard-elf bond? No, she said, embarrassed. I would appreciate it if you would go and do your research, or go down to the kitchens and ask the elves about it. I know the answer to this question, but I would rather that you find this answer by yourself, he replied calmly. Lately, he had been noticing changes in his behavior. No longer was he the rash, abrasive boy who would rush headlong into a situation, but now he would look into the situation, figure out a plan, and then execute it. He also had started reading anything that he could get his hands on. In the last few days since he was released from the infirmary, he was either in the library or his dorm, reading his books. It was like someone had started a fire under him and he now had to sat it any way he could. Hermione only huffed in annoyance, muttering under her breath that she would find the answers and show Harry she was right. This was the moment when Ron decided to put his foot in his mouth. What do the goblins want, mate? They want a meeting as soon as possible. I suppose I can go meet them when the holidays start, he replied offhandedly. But you will be coming to the burrow, right? Ron asked him anxiously. I will try. I have a few things to do before though. This reminds me, Ron, I wanted to ask you some questions, he said sternly. Yeah. Ron gulped, probably knowing what was coming. You can start by telling me why you did not tell me about my family. I mean, you know I was Muggle raised and you did not tell me anything except for general knowledge. Why is that? You see, mate, I was afraid that after you learned about your family and your wealth, you would leave me and not be my friend anymore, Ron said, haltingly. Harry knew of Ron's jealousy. The redhead could be jealous of anything and everything since he longed to have his own fame and attention. What he failed to see, however, was the price Harry had paid, the pain he had suffered, or that Harry didn't want any of it. Ron, you prat, you are my first friend and your family is my favorite family. I love how you all live with each other and I have often thought what it would be like to grow up in a family as big as yours. Why would I leave you? He chided. Hermione was watching this with bated breath. She had known that things would never be the same between the three of them and knew this was long coming, however, it was little anticlimactic. She had expected Harry to explode in anger, threatening to hex Ron while demanding answers, but it was like something had fundamentally changed in Harry Potter. She still did not know what happened in the graveyard and wished Harry would tell her, but knew her nagging would do no good. Ron, you know that my family has an alliance with the old families, and being the last Potter, it falls upon me to honor those commitments. Since we came to Hogwarts, kids from those families have been trying to befriend me and help me learn of my station, but you pushed them away. I may have offended so many of them. Why did you do that? You were my best mate and that would not have changed, but you had no right to interfere in my family business. Why did you chase them all away from me? He asked Ron sternly. Ron, seeing that Harry needed answers, could only say what he knew. He tried. Mate, Harry, I am sorry. My dad just dressed me down for the very same thing. I have already apologized to Susan Bones. I know it seems lame now, but I really was just trying to keep the groupies and gawkers away from you, you know, so they wouldn't bother you too much. And yes, I have to admit that I was jealous. All these kids from wealthy families, trying to be your friend, and everything I own is secondhand rubbish. But that's still no excuse. I should have just let you make up your own mind about who your friends are. I mean, after all, you showed remarkably good judgment when it came to Malfoy. Harry said sadly, I thought that after all we have been through together, that you would know me better. But when it came right down to it, you didn't believe me and joined in with all the rest, believing that I put my name in the Goblet of Fire. When Hermione was there for me, she believed me, but where were you? I'll tell you where you were, feeling sorry for yourself, shutting out your best mate. As we later found out, it was a stinking Death Eater that put my name in the cup with some wonky plan to sacrifice me to Voldemort, and I had to compete anyway. I nearly died again. So far, you have yet to earn my trust back. Maybe, someday, we might be best mates again, but not today. Train ride back to London. The last 2 days were uneventful and Harry was content with nothing happening. He had met the real Moody in Dumbledore's office, where the Auror had impressed him with his fortitude and resilience. Dumbledore had told him of his plans for Harry before he would go with the Mystics. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was keeping a watch over him from the train station to his home. Harry wanted to protest that he would not go to the Dursleys, but Dumbledore assured him that it would not be for long. Susan Bones had met him a couple of times during lunch or in the library, and they were spending time together. While he didn't really fancy her, she was pleasant company. She listened to everything he said and offered her opinions only when asked. She also told him that she would be taking Auror training over the summer. Harry was tempted to ask if her auntie would arrange something for him too, but decided that the training the Mystics would give him would keep him occupied for most of the summer. Therefore, he did not need any more, at least for this year. When Hermione learned the true nature of the House Elf bond, she accepted that her approach to seeking justice for them would have to change. For the House Elves, it wasn't Avery, it was their source of life. Harry was right. On the last day of term, a teary-eyed Cho cornered him in a deserted corridor on the 4th floor and asked the same thing as Mr. Diggory had. He recounted the minimum details that he could without going into depth about everything that had happened. At the start of the year, he had a crush on her, but after the graveyard he felt nothing towards her but sympathy for what she had lost. On the train ride, he had taken the last compartment and was joined by Neville, Hermione, Susan, Ronald, Hannah Abbott, who was Susan's best friend, and the Weasley twins. They were all engaged in small talk, and at some time during the ride, Hermione Granger told them about Rita Skeeter and her illegal animagus form. She handed Rita, whom Hermione had captured and kept in her beetle animagus form, held prisoner in a jar with an unbreakable charm on it, to Susan. Susan gleefully took the jar and stored it in her handbag, ready to be delivered to her auntie. Rita Skeeter had printed a lot of lies about everyone and slandered almost everyone in the magical world. She was sure that her auntie would love a chance for some payback for some of Rita's embellishments. Midway during the train ride, Draco Malfoy came for his customary visit, but seeing the people in the compartment, he scarpered before he got into trouble with the niece of the head of the DMLE. As the train was nearing London and students were getting ready to disembark, Harry took the Weasley twins aside and gave them the 1000 G he had won as prize money. When they tried to refuse, he told them that he wanted to be a silent partner in their joke shop and that he would provide more cash if they needed it. When they asked why he was doing this, he replied that it was simply good business and that people would need to laugh more in the immediate future and no one could do it better than Fred and George. On the platform, he was engulfed in the trademark Weasley hug and then Remus embraced him, but he did not see Sirius or Padfoot on the platform. As Remus escorted him past the barrier, he was surprised to see the headmaster, wearing a muggle suit along with the mystic who was looking like an ordinary muggle in his jeans and t-shirt. Together the three men took him to number 4 Privet Drive. Privet Drive. As Harry rang the doorbell, the mystic pulled out his wand and was casting different spells. As the door opened, Vernon barked at him, "Don't just stand there, boy. Get your worthless backside inside before the neighbors see you." Harry glanced over his shoulder and saw that he was all alone. Perhaps Dumbledore had played him. He dragged his trunk inside the house and was surprised to see his uncle hanging upside down by one ankle near the ceiling, while a menacing-looking Remus was pointing his wand at him, the aspect of the wolf plain in his eyes and growling throatily. It was clear that Remus would like nothing better than to rip Vernon limb from limb. Petunia was slack-jawed, her eyes wide in horror, while Dudley was slumped on the floor looking fearful with his hands on his backside. "Take a seat, Harry. We won't be here for long," said a disembodied voice, and Harry was surprised to see Dumbledore appear out of thin air. Seeing his mouth hanging open, he chuckled and said, "Disillusionment charm, Harry. Quite a useful trick since none of us has an invisibility cloak as brilliant as yours." "Indeed," said the voice of Harsh Vardana as he appeared beside Dumbledore. "Now on to business." Dumbledore adopted a professional demeanor. "Petunia, we have come here today to take young Harry away with us. The wizard who killed your sister has returned from the dead and will come after your family. Harry will be going with us forever and you will be free of him. As soon as Harry sets foot out of this door, the wards protecting you will fall and you will be in peril. We could have simply taken him away, but after the tender care you gave Harry all these years," Harry snorted, "we felt that we should at least give you a warning so that you can run." "He's back. But he's dead, isn't he?" squeaked Petunia while Vernon was still hanging from the ceiling, his face turning purple from all the blood rushing to his head. Dudley was nowhere to be seen. "I am afraid not. He is back and he will come after you just because you are related to Harry," Dumbledore said gravely. "If I were you I would leave this place as soon as I could. Now that we have got the pleasantries out of the way, let's get down to serious, no pun, business," said Harsh Vardana turning to Petunia. "In the wizarding world, children are considered very sacred and are loved and protected because of our low population. Your nephew is a celebrity for the magical people and anyone would have gladly taken him in and raised him, but we gave him to you believing that you would take care of him and love him like family. If I let it slip how Harry Potter has been treated by you all these years, even the dark wizards will line up to avenge for all the harm you caused him. I know for a fact that if something had happened to you, Lily Potter would have taken your son in, raising him like her own. Yet you did not do her memory justice. We took him in, gave him a roof and food and clothes to wear," said Petunia defiantly, apparently angry at being called out like that, but inwardly she was quaking with fear that their reckoning had come due. Lily had often told her of tales about how wizarding families settled their grudges. She hoped they would not face something like that. Lupin, who had been spinning Vernon all this while, growled throatily, "The way you have treated my cub, my inner wolf is asking me to tear you all to shreds and shed every drop of blood in your body for every harm you inflicted upon him, but I know if I did that then my brother James and Lily will never forgive me. Be thankful that your sister had such a big heart." Petunia balked at this. She knew that they could do what they said but chose not to reply as to avoid offending them despite inwardly fuming at the treatment they were being given. Harry was sitting quietly with some amusement, watching everything. Even if he did not wish such things upon Dursleys, someone doing this for him meant a great deal to him. You know, we can curse you with so foul diseases that your healers will not be able to cure you and you will die eventually of such curses in much agony and pain, but we will not do that. We are not such bad people. However, Petunia Dursley, your reckoning has come due and it is time to pay the bill, Harsh said with a malicious smirk on his face. I have an idea, said Remus with a feral glint in his eye which Harry knew too well. Remus was up to no good but Dumbledore decided to humor him. Of course Remus, my boy. What do you have in mind? We don't injure them but do some creative hexing. Then, we will let Amelia know about all the kind and loving treatment Harry has received here and I am sure that she will see to it that they are richly rewarded, to the full extent of the law, Remus concluded grinning. I know the perfect hexes for them, said Harsh Vardana. We hex Vernon Dursley so that he is smelling pungently all the time and no one would approach him and he would lose everything he has worked for. We will hex Petunia in such way that it will cause her personality to turn 180 degree and for the fun of it, we add another hex that will make her speak gibberish or badmouth anyone who wanted to talk to her. As for the son, he already is on path of destruction. We simply hex him to leave every bad habit he has and so he would lose interest in habits that are not good for him thus, losing his elephantine girth a little. As I told her, we do not punish children or cause them deliberate harm. Harry had feared that they would torture the Dursleys but this was much better. They would learn their lessons and maybe Dudley could be saved. True that his cousin had never been good towards him but he was raised that way by his parents and it was not Dudley's fault. Maybe there was hope for him yet. Dumbledore whipped his wand out and started casting a myriad of hexes at Dudley who had hobbled back into the room sometime during the conversation and did not understand a word of what was being said. Watching his eyes closely, Harry suspected one of the three men had confounded him. Harsh Vardana was hexing Vernon and when he was done, Vernon smelled like rotting meat and his hair was coming out in clumps and his mustache was gone leaving behind only wisps of hairs. Remus hexed Petunia and when she opened her mouth to speak, all she could speak was gibberish and hearing her voice, she clamped her mouth firmly shut. Finally they went out of the house, leaving Vernon still hanging. Remus said that he would come down eventually, in a few hours. Outside the door, they steered Harry through the alleyway to the next street. It didn't take Harry long to realize that they were heading towards Mrs. Fig's house. Mrs. Fig opened the door a crack and seeing the three men, she yelped and jumped aside pulling the door open. As soon as they were in, Dumbledore whipped out his wand and locked the door while Remus raised a silencing ward around the room. Harry, I am sorry that I could not tell you sooner but I was kept here to keep a watch on you, she said nervously. Hang on, you are saying you are a witch and you never told me, Harry said in indignation. All the times I came here, you could have told me my story. You could have told me about the magical world and everything, but you never did. Not quite, Harry. I am a squib. I am sorry but I could not blow my cover. I was to keep an eye on your house and to immediately report if I saw anything suspicious. I moved in here in November 1981 a week after you know who was defeated. In the 10 years before you went to Hogwarts, I reported at least 7 Death Eaters who were trying to enter your house. If I had blown my cover and was forced to move, you could have been in danger. Will you forgive me? She asked hopefully. Harry knew what she said made sense and he kind of liked her. She always treated him fairly and gave him a lot to eat. She was a good lady and he could do nothing but forgive her. What do we do now, Albus? She asked Dumbledore. Your work here is done, Arabella. We have had young Harry's reckoning from the Dursleys and we hexed them in creative ways which you will know soon. You can decide to remain here or move. Amelia Bones will soon start an investigation into Harry's living conditions and she will be looking for witnesses. If you wish, you can have a little reckoning of your own from them, he said, his eyes twinkling. That I will, Albus. Oh, the stories I can tell them, she replied, a maniacal grin on her face which was mirrored by Remus. Harry snorted. He never could have believed that the headmaster would do something like this but it felt real good. Now Harry, let us be off. We have to go to the headquarters of the Order and we are already running late. We can't risk the Black Marauder coming after us for unspeakable things we did to his godson, said Dumbledore amused. Harry grinned at the headmaster while Remus merely smirked. Harry imagined Sirius Black blundering through Privet Drive, breaking down the door of number 4 demanding to know about him, and laughed at the mental image, and Remus soon joined in. But Professor, if the Dursleys decide to move, wouldn't it be hard for the Auror department to track them? Harry asked, confused. Don't worry about it, Harry. We have added a tracking charm to the hexes so they can run but they can't hide, explained Remus. Black Townhouse, London. Harry Potter arrived in a well-lit hall where he fell out of the flow and landed face first, and someone barked a laugh. Embarrassed, Harry raised himself and saw Sirius standing near him, laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes. Just like James, godson. He too used to make such dramatic entrances from the flow, he said while trying to control his laughter. Seeing Sirius, he leapt and threw himself into the older man's arms, who embraced him tightly and led him to a room, where there was a large table made of pristine black marble that could easily seat 20. There was a chandelier hung from the ceiling with candles burning in the sconces illuminating the room. The room was a dining room where the walls were of lighter color and the lights from the chandelier were dancing on the walls, forming patterns of animals like a snake, a hippogriff, a basilisk. Harry shuddered, remembering the one he had slain, a unicorn, a dragon, and even a mermaid. Turning to Remus, Sirius said, "How were the Muggles? Did they cause any troubles? I hope you had some fun with them." Remus smirked. "Oh, I had some fun, Padfoot. Mr. Harshvardhana was most helpful in suggesting curses to hex them. If we did not know otherwise, I would have said that he was a marauder." Then he proceeded in detail to tell all that had happened at the Dursleys. By the time he was finished, Sirius was banging the table with his fist, laughing, and Dumbledore was trying to look stoic, but he was losing his facade, and when Sirius turned towards him, he lost his calm and started laughing too. Finally, after some time when they were all calmed down, Harry turned to Sirius. "What is this place, Sirius?" "This, Harry, is the townhouse of the most ancient and noble house of Black, and it is your house now." "My house. But I am a Potter and not a Black," Harry replied, confused. "You are as much a Potter as you are a Black, Harry. Your grandmother was my great aunt. Also, you are my heir, being my godson," he replied. But you can marry and have a son. Why do I need to be your heir?" he asked. Sirius started saying, his voice full of pain, "Being the guest of the Dementors for 12 years does that to a person, Harry. They have deprived me of the ability to have an heir. But that point is moot. I had decided on you being my heir when Marlene was killed. She was the only one that I ever thought to marry, and I definitely had no plans to have a bastard child." Harry realized that Sirius had lost much more than his friends in the last war. Sirius had lost a part of himself and his love. He could not imagine a situation in which he met someone who loved him that much and then having to live the rest of his life without her. At least, fate had spared him that pain. He realized in that moment that the wounds of the last war were still raw for most people, and perhaps they will never be healed. With time, however, maybe, people can move on with their lives. Sirius was still looking morose while Remus was patting his arm and looking grim. He was another broken soul that Harry had never cared about. True, the Marauder had never tried to find Harry and had kept his distance for a year when he was teaching at Hogwarts, but seeing his actions on his behalf at the Dursleys had convinced him that the Marauder truly cared for him. He had read in a book recently how the werewolves could not reproduce amongst themselves and thus were fiercely protective of children they come to see as their own. Remus considered him his family since he was born, and as Dumbledore had told him last year, after that Halloween in 1981, Remus had gone off the deep end. He had some money left to him from Charles, who considered the boy as one of his own, and Remus was drunk for the most part for 3 years. Then suddenly one day, he raised himself from his stupor and appeared at the gates of Hogwarts, where everyone failed to recognize him until he reached Minerva McGonagall. He had thought that perhaps she had taken little Harry in and was raising him. She did not tell him anything but sent him to the headmaster, and Remus had almost lost control over the wolf when he was told that Harry was at the Dursleys. He demanded that Dumbledore let him see Harry, but he refused, citing Harry's protection. For 3 years, Remus kept coming 3 days a week to Hogwarts and asked Dumbledore to allow him to see Harry. Once he tracked Harry to Privet Drive but could not enter due to the wards around the house and waited for Harry to come. But when he saw Harry finally, his Gryffindor courage failed him. Harry was looking so malnourished, beaten and worn out that he could not go to him due to his shame. He could not face the boy giving him hope of a life away from the Dursleys without any means to do so. That night, he left magical Britain and went to Germany where he did a myriad of jobs to raise money but could not keep a steady job for the fear of his secret being discovered. Germany was more sympathetic to werewolves, but they still registered, tracked and kept records on werewolves. Remus did not want to give up his freedom in any way, so he went from job to job and time flew by. He was in France when he heard of Sirius's breakout from Azkaban, and it was there that Dumbledore found him. During the last year, he had been following Peter's tracks when he heard of the fiasco and rushed to his cub. Harry could not fault the man for his innate goodness of heart, nor did he have the heart to chastise him for something that he could not control. Besides, his father had called Remus his friend and he was not about to scorn one of his only links to his parents. So, the next point of order is, Dumbledore's voice broke him out of his musings, what we are to do before Harry leaves for Bharat, magical India. I would like to meet my friends, said Harry eagerly, knowing this might be the last time he would see them before the holidays ended. It is easily done, my boy, replied Dumbledore cheerfully. Who all would you like to meet? I would like to meet Neville, Susan and Hermione, he said eagerly. I am afraid you cannot meet Miss Granger quite yet, Harry, said Dumbledore, who noticed Ron's omission from the list of friends but chose not to comment. As I was told, the Grangers have left today to go to Italy on vacation and they are not due to return for 2 weeks. Harry was a little disappointed, but he did not show it. You can meet Miss Bones tomorrow at the ancient manor of the House of Bones, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. In fact, I have an invitation to that effect for you and it is quite insistent, I suppose laced with compulsion charms done by Miss Bones pestering me to tell you and not to fall to my old wayward ways. Harry's face went red while others around him chuckled at the statement of the headmaster. Mr. Potter, said Harshvardhana, we have 3 days before we will go. You can tend to all the business that you need to, but I must insist that we have to make haste after 3 days from now. Tomorrow, we have a little business in St. Mungo's where Mr. Longbottom and Dowager Longbottom has kindly acquiesced to allow me to see Frank and Alice Longbottom. Harry was happy to hear that he would have a chance to meet Neville tomorrow and maybe his godmother, no matter that she cannot recognize him. I must take your leave, gentlemen, said Harshvardhana, who simply disappeared from the room, surprising everyone, causing their jaws to drop, except for Harry, who did not know why this was such a surprise. Remus looked at Sirius with his eyes wide. Padfoot, did you by any means forget to raise the anti-apparition ward? No, Moony. They were the first that I raised right before the war wards. He should not have been able to apparate in here. Now that I think about it, he did not come in through the flow either. What do you say, Albus? Sirius asked Dumbledore, who was sitting there looking amused, his twinkling eyes working overtime. I believe, we have just seen a power of the mystics. They are very secretive and have forgotten more secrets than we have ever known. If one of them was ever to work in the Department of Mysteries, they would never let him leave, Dumbledore replied. It was then Harry understood that, like Hogwarts, you cannot directly apparate into this house, and the fact that the mystic was able to do so deeply impressed him. Suddenly the wards chimed, signaling the arrival of someone. Sirius stood, rubbing his hands and looking eager. I believe the members of the Order of the Phoenix have just arrived. As if on cue, the door opened and many people entered one after another into the dining room. There were Molly and Arthur, followed by Bill, Fred and George. A young woman with a heart-shaped face and purple hair who tripped over something unseen. A big black man who was a hulking mass of muscles and a ring in his left ear, a witch with regal looks about her, another stern witch, Daedalus Diggle. He remembered the man he had met when he returned to the wizarding world in the Leaky Cauldron, an old and wheezy-looking man, a square-jawed wizard who had serious looks about him, Professors McGonagall and Snape, Alistair Moody looking gruff as usual, a little sneaky-looking man who was going bald, and to his immense surprise, Amelia Bones. The stern witch was casually looking around the table, her monocle in place. There were several others that he did not know. Now that we are here, this is the first meeting of the reconvened Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore started in a professional manner. Firstly, introductions are in order. Harry, this is Nymphadora Tonks, he said, indicating the young woman who was scowling at Dumbledore. Headmaster, my name is Tonks. Watcher, cousin, she said, after a moment when she turned to Harry and was grinning at him. Harry was confused but did not say anything. Dumbledore continued, this is Kingsley Shacklebolt, the big black man. He and Tonks are Aurors. This is Emmeline Vance, a hit witch. This is Hestia Jones, another Auror. Sitting next to her is Elphias Doge, then Daedalus Diggle, whom I believe you are acquainted with. The one next to him is Sturgis Podmore, the square-jawed wizard, and the man next to Professor Snape is Mundungus Fletcher. I believe you are already acquainted with Madame Bones. Harry exchanged polite nods with everyone while Daedalus Diggle enthusiastically greeted him. Continuing on to business, Madame Bones has assured us of her and DMLE's support in all activities which are related to stopping Voldemort. Everyone flinched except Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus and Harry. However, if any one of you is working for his own gain going against the rules of Magical Britain and the Wizengamot, she will not be lenient. He said sternly, looking on to Mundungus in particular. Next we are here to induct new members into the order. I propose to induct William Weasley, and Misters Fred and George Weasley. I had initially decided to induct Harry Potter as a junior member, but seeing as how this will lead others to protest, I am not letting him join, but we shall keep him updated on everything that the order does or knows. No, they are still school children. You can't be serious. Sirius wanted to intervene that he was serious. I will not allow this, Molly said, crossing her arms across her chest. Harry wanted to protest that he wanted to join the order, but seeing Sirius's subtle shake of head, he kept his silence. Inside he was fuming. The adults around him were again starting to act like always. They were again treating him like a child, trying to protect him and keeping information away from him. Perhaps, today will be recorded as a miracle day when the adults did something for him without his asking. Arthur, looking haggard and careworn, turned towards her. Molly, you know very well that you can't stop them from letting Harry know everything, and if he chooses to fight this war, people responsible for him have decided that he is eligible. No, Harry is just a child. He needs to play Quidditch, go to school, chase after girls and not worry about the war, she ranted. Molly, Sirius started sadly, in a perfect world, I would have agreed with you. But this is not a perfect world. Voldemort, she gasped, is out there and has already proven that he can get to Harry no matter what we do. Harry has already faced and defeated him 4 times, and that is more than anyone can say. By keeping him away from war and training, we will only do a disservice to him. Being his godfather and responsible for him, I have agreed to this already. But you have never been there to care for him, were you serious? She said nastily. I was there for him when he came to my home looking underfed and malnourished, not having known love. Enough! Snapped Harry. Mrs. Weasley, I appreciate everything that you and your family did for me, but Sirius is my godfather and he has the right to decide. Listen here, young man, I did not raise you this way. You will not talk to me like this, she said sternly. Harry wanted to shout at her, but was barely keeping control. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Severus Snape of all people. Molly, Potter is the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord. Why can't you understand that? I am not in favor of letting children fight wars, but look around you. This is the only real resistance that we are able to offer at the moment. We need a leader, and Dumbledore cannot lead us anymore. He is not the same as he used to be, and no one here is as powerful as Potter who can stand up to the Dark Lord. Harry was surprised at Snape's defense of him but did not press the point. He looked at the man who seemed to be gloomier than usual. He had dark spots around his eyes and his tone was sad, but there was no vitriol in it. By the looks of it, Sirius and Remus also were surprised by the turn of events. Before they could voice their opinions, they were interrupted by Amelia Bones. I think it is time that I bring my news before you all now. Earlier today, I was able to secure guardianship of Mr. Potter since I knew that you would be leaving the Muggle house forever. Harry did not know what to say. He had never been that close to Madame Bones or Susan, but she had gone ahead and secured his freedom from the Dursleys. He was so overwhelmed that he could not speak for some time, but then he regained his voice. But how? I mean, I am glad that you have done so much for me, but do they not require something to grant custody? Amelia smiled at the confused teen. Yes, they require authentication, and my brother Edgar Bones and his wife and their legal successors were named as prospective parties to take you in case of your parents' death in James and Lily's will. I believe the order of preference was Alice Longbottom, followed by Sirius Black, then Edgar and Ellie Bones and their successors, and lastly there was mention of Minerva McGonagall. Not that her being on that list surprises me, considering she was James's godmother. Minerva, who was present in the meeting, sniffed loudly, and Harry saw the usually stern-mannered stoic professor wiping her eyes furiously with her tartan handkerchief. Harry was surprised to see the usually stern professor crying, but his mind was occupied with another thought. Will. My parents had a will. His anger flared. I didn't know that they had a will. Why wasn't I told about it? Harry, no one knew that they had a will. They had made the will, and a copy of it was kept in the office of their solicitors, Tonks and Vaughan, which burned to the ground a week before your parents died, and their copies were in your family vault. In fact, if I could have found the will, I would have taken you to the Longbottoms or the Boneses instead of taking you to your Muggle relatives. Dumbledore replied, somberly. However, recently Madame Bones and your godfather were able to persuade the goblins to bring the wills from your family vault, and it was read and executed. It will be given to you when you go to Gringotts tomorrow. Harry was angry, but he could not take his anger out on anyone present. These people were not out to harm him, but they were protecting him. Things were starting to turn around now, and maybe soon he could have some semblance of happiness. Madame Bones continued, so, as I said, I am the guardian of Harry Potter now. And in the capacity of his guardian, I allow him to be acquainted with all the intelligence the Order has, and I consent to him being trained for war. So I said, so mote it be. Upon saying those words, golden light surrounded her and then vanished in her body. Molly sighed in defeat. She had loved Harry Potter like her son and wanted to save him like her children, but no one backed her up. Sometimes, she had even dreamt of him marrying her daughter and becoming a part of the family, seeing how smitten Ginny was with him. But that hope had been dashed with Ginny's disenchantment with the boy who lived she had known in her childhood books. Still, Molly felt protective of him and wanted to save him. She had lost her brothers in the First War and did not want to lose anyone else, but they were in the middle of another war and could not escape it anyway. Dumbledore started. Now, if the new inductees would repeat after me, I state your name, hereby agree to join the Order of the Phoenix and to keep the secrets told onto me from anyone and everyone. I shall be loyal to the Order and serve it with all my power. So I say, so mote it be. After the inductions were done, they discussed everything that was happening outside, and then the meeting was dismissed except for a few members and Amelia Bones, who had not taken up membership. The next thing on the agenda is the Department of Mysteries. We will have to keep a guard posted at the entrance of the department at all times. We will make a roster and keep a rotation so that every night someone different will have the duty to guard it, said Dumbledore, and we have to keep watch so that nobody who should not be there sneaks in. What is the thing in the Department of Mysteries? Asked Harry, interested. If we are able to determine that you mind as your own, I would tell you what is in the Department of Mysteries, or maybe we would sit on this secret for a little longer, said Dumbledore cryptically, and others smirked, seeing Harry getting frustrated. It was not that they were getting any overt pleasure in this, but they knew that Harry was growing up too fast, and there were only moments that they could relish seeing him act his own age. After that, everyone took their leave while Sirius took Harry upstairs to Regulus's old bedroom, which had been transformed by the elves working day and night. The room was decorated in cream-colored walls with Gryffindor crimson and red thrown in. At some place, the badger yellow also could be seen. On the wall behind the bed, there was a crest. It was two griffins in flight with wands crossed on a red background. There was another crest which was a simple triangle with a circle within and a drawn between the triangle, dividing it and the circle into two halves. Sirius kept talking to him until late in the night, with Remus chipping in every now and then, and they told Harry of many pranks that they had played in Hogwarts and how often the target of the pranks were those who turned out to be Death Eaters later. What astonished Harry was that not all of them were from Slytherin, but the House of Snakes had some decent beings among them. Listening to his father's attempts to keep asking Lily out and her rejecting his advances, dubbing him arrogant little toe rag, made him smile, but he did wonder how did his mother fall for his father. While talking, Harry drifted into sleep and Sirius tucked him into bed before retiring to his own room. Street. Mungo's Hospital. Next day, Sirius woke Harry early in the morning and hauled him to the bathroom. While Harry was an early riser, the excitement the previous day had left him fatigued, and since he had holidays, he had decided to sleep. But that was not to be, because Padfoot bounded into the room and started licking him furiously, trying to wake him up. Grumbling, Harry got up and retired to the bathroom. When he emerged, Dobby had laid down clothes for him, but these were not the hand-me-downs from the Dursleys. He knew that the elf did everything to the best of his ability to keep his master happy, but he was astonished by the clothes. These were brand new clothes which he had never seen before. There were black trousers, a shirt and a robe, all made of the finest silk. There was also a gleaming new pair of dragon hide boots. Dobby, he called, and the excitable elf popped in with a crack. Master calls for Dobby. What Dobby can do's for Master? Dobby, whose clothes are these and who bought them? He asked. Master's dogfather be giving Dobby money and telling to buy's clothes for Master, said the elf, excited. Dogfather said Master cannot visit his Missy wearing rags. My Missy? What are you talking about? He asked the elf, who did not answer but popped away. When he finally reached downstairs, Sirius was sitting at the dining table with Remus, who was looking equally sleepy-eyed as Harry, Dumbledore, who looked fresh, and Harsh Vardana, who was impassive as usual. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Are you ready to tempt fates, start knocking down doors, and in general cause mayhem? Asked Harsh Vardana while Dumbledore sat smiling and Sirius snorted and Remus had a smirk. Said Harry. Very eloquent, Harry. Just like James. Sirius chortled. He was like you when faced with something he could not understand, but he always had a comeback ready. I am waiting to hear yours, godson. Harry stood there dumbly thinking of an equally witty response when finally Remus had mercy upon him and steered him to a chair and served him some proper breakfast. Harry was happy sitting at that table sharing a meal with the men present. Outside of Hogwarts, he never had opportunity to share a meal with anyone except the Weasleys, but this was better. He was with his godfather and uncle, who loved him more than anything. Professor, where are we going? He asked Dumbledore. You, not we, Harry, are going to St. Mungo's to meet your godmother, and your godbrother Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Harsh Vardana will accompany you there. How are we going? I mean by Flo or Porky or what? He asked. We are going to fly, Mr. Potter. Harsh Vardana said, smiling. You mean brooms. But that would violate the statute of secrecy, if we are seen, he said. No, Mr. Potter, I can literally fly like a bird, but today, we are going to ride the bike Sirius gave to Hagrid when he took you away from the cottage at Godric's Hollow, Harsh Vardana replied. Harry was excited to know about the bike, knowing from Sirius that the bike was once owned by him and James Potter, but what really fascinated him was that Harsh Vardana could fly. Maybe they will teach him to fly. After breakfast, Sirius took all of them to the garden, where there was a shed in which the bike was parked. In another shed, the hippogriff Buckbeak was tethered and eating dead ferrets. Harsh Vardana brought the bike out and started it. It gave such a loud roar that it reminded Harry of the horntail he had faced last year. Semantics, Mr. Black. Harsh Vardana chuckled, making the bike sound like dragon roar. I wonder if dragon fire erupts from the exhaust. Sirius grinned impishly. I was adding modifications to it 13 years ago. Dragon fire was next up, but I never quite got that far. Maybe I can get back to that now. Soon, Harry and Harsh Vardana were cruising the streets, feeling the exhilaration as the wind whipped through their hair. Then, with a jolt of speed, the bike lifted into the air. Suddenly, the bike lurched forward and started lifting into the air. Harry was astonished at first, then eager to see what the bike could do, then concerned, he began, Mr. Harsh Vardana, won't the muggles be able to see us? I mean, we are flying on a motorcycle. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. We cannot be seen. One of the modifications on this bike makes it invisible to others. I believe you met one such car a couple of years ago, He laughed as Harry's face turned red, remembering the fiasco of the Weasleys flying Fort Anglia. It wasn't long before they landed in a deserted alley where two men seemed to appear out of thin air, dressed all in black Muggle clothing, and saluted the pair of them. "Greetings, Master and Mr. Potter," said one in a deep baritone voice. "We have secured the area and there are no threats nearby. We met a few wearing mark of that abomination who were scouting the hospital and they have since been neutralized. Good work, Himbot. Take them to safe house and interrogate them for any information that may be useful for the Order of the Phoenix." Harsh took out a piece of wood bearing the black crest which he put on the seat and muttered activate while touching it with his wand. The bike disappeared a moment later. As Harry was ogling at the mystic, he shrugged. It was a portkey made by Dumbledore and took the bike back to the townhouse. "Now come along, Harry." Taking Harry by his hand, he led him to a storefront which had a "renovation in progress" sign up. Speaking to a mannequin in the store window, he disappeared as he passed through the window and Harry was prodded to do the same by one of the men who had come to meet them. He passed through the glass, a sensation like taking a cold shower, and found himself, warm and dry, standing in the reception area of the hospital where Harsh was waiting for him. Mr. Harsh Vardana, who are these men and what were they talking about captives?" he asked the mystic in a hushed whisper. "I will detail you about it later, but for now, they are our escort for the day," Harsh Vardana replied. Harry passed through the reception area of the magical hospital following the mystic who was keeping some distance from him. People around him were gawking at him openly. Some were talking in hushed whispers seeing him while a few tried to avert their eyes. One old and frail man, who was looking ancient even by Dumbledore's standards, came up to him and said in a wheezy voice, "Mr. Potter. It's an honor to have met you. I am Octavius Rhine and I believe that you and Dumbledore are speaking the truth. I believe that the monster has returned. You have lost so much at his hands that it makes no sense that you would lie about such a thing. I know in my heart that you can finish him off. I implore you to send him back where he came from. In the last war, I lost my entire family to him. My son was an Auror who was killed by one of his lieutenants, Antonin Dolohov, and my daughter-in-law was killed in a raid in Diagon Alley. I have only my grandson left who is working in France as a technomancer. He has already pled to come back and fight for you, if the chance comes." Harry was touched by the old man's words. Here he was, a total stranger who walked up to him and told him how he believed Harry and even offered his grandson to him knowing there was a big chance that he can lose him. Not wanting to make a blunder, Harry only pressed his hands warmly and moved towards the reception desk following Harsh Vardana who was striding forward imperiously, but Harry had a feeling that he knew everything that was being said and done. By the time Harry finished crossing the room to the reception desk, several other people walked up to him and offered their support and expressed their faith in Harry. By the reception desk, Neville Longbottom was waiting for him with his grandmother, Dowager Lady Longbottom, who had stern features and wore a black gown and the, now familiar, stuffed vulture hat. "Gran, this is Mr. Harsh Vardana, who has sought the favor of an audience with you." Neville made the introduction, his face flushed with hope. "Lady Longbottom," said Harsh Vardana, taking her right hand and pretending to key her knuckles. "I believe young Mr. Longbottom intimated the purpose for which I sought you audience. If Mother Magic is merciful, I believe I can cure your son, Lord Longbottom and Lady Longbottom." Harry followed suit, bowing to her, taking her right hand and pretending to key her knuckles when she suddenly embraced him warmly. Harry flinched for a second before returning her embrace. She turned towards Harsh and started in a soft voice, "Please call me Augusta. If you can even make them conscious of us, House Longbottom will consider it a debt owed. Over the years, it has caused immense pain to me to think that Frank cannot see his son growing up and Alice cannot fuss over her son like other mothers. I have had my fill of Frank for my life and I have enough memories to live by, but poor Neville here has not a single memory. I have tried all my life to provide him with the love and nurture of a parent, but I know I have failed my children in this. Blinded by my belief, I even had him use a wand that was not his. I am just relieved that Neville does not think horribly of me for all the ridicule that he has faced for not being as good as others." By the time she ended, her face was streaked with tears and Neville had embraced his godmother trying to console her. "Lady Longbottom, I am not doing any favor to anyone. House Longbottom has done so much good for society that it will be a shame to not do everything in my power to help you. Besides, I owe a very old debt to your house which I can never settle. If I do this, maybe I would be able to repay a part of it, Harsh replied, his eyes staring far off in the distance. Nodding her head, Augusta took them to the fourth floor where they entered the permanent spell damage ward, where Harry noticed a person in one of the beds, having long blonde hair which was looking dull and his face innocent as a baby was Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry has honestly forgotten about him and never expected to see him there. He felt a small wave of pity for the man but next moment remembered what he was about to do and all feelings of pity vanished. Lockhart beamed at him and Neville and dragged them to his bed where he started handing them signed photos making Harry and Neville grin at each other as if to say, some things will never change. At the far end of the ward, a portion was separated by walls and in that portion were Frank and Alice. They looked pale and their eyes looked glazed and vacant. Seeing Neville, Alice's eyes lit up for a moment but it happened so fast that no one noticed it except for Harsh who was observing them very closely. Frank reached forward and held Neville for a moment before letting go, making Neville morose. Harry could not even imagine the pain that Neville must have felt all his life. Not having parents was something he could relate with but having parents who would never recognize you was incomprehensible for him. He was lost in his musings when he was startled by a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Alice looking at him closely before giving him a smile and turning away. Healer Lin, I would like to perform some diagnostic spells on them. I believe my credentials have been vouched for by Madame Pomfrey, came Harsh Vardana's voice and Harry recognized the healer in the room who immediately nodded her assent. Taking out his wand, he started his chanting and casting some spells at Frank and Alice and after a few moments, an ethereal glow was surrounding them. The healer was in awe of the situation and she could not speak for a whole minute before she eventually found her voice. How do you know this? I mean, I have read about his phenomenon in some really old healer books but I have never seen anyone doing this. These spells are complicated and I will explain it to you later, if you so desire, but right now I would like to discuss the results with you. Harsh Vardana said smiling at the look of awe on the healer's face. Yes, I would like to discuss the results with you, she said snapping to attention. There is a cure possible for them but I need to make some special arrangements before that happens. I would require a room fortified to withstand any amount of magical backlash which would be caused when they become conscious. Their magical cores are oversaturated and it will be heavy. I need to prepare the room by engraving my own runes in the room so that it would remain standing despite what may happen. If the place is connected to any of the ley lines, it will be better since then the extra energy can be sent to Earth directly preventing any damage. He said, and I will need your assistance in the process since when they come out of their unconsciousness, they would be weak, disoriented for a while and of course, they would need proper medical care to make their body as fit as it was before they were attacked. They will need to be cared for 24 hours round the clock. The healer was downcast hearing his requirements. We do not have any room like that. In fact, I think what you are describing is a ritual and we do not have any ritual rooms here. I can of course provide for a Medi-Witch who would take care of them restoring them to full health once they are conscious and I would like to offer my assistance in the healing. Pardon my interruption, but I could not help myself, said Augusta Longbottom. I think you need a room where you can perform this ritual which would help to cure my children. In the hereditary seat of House Longbottom which is built on 2 ley lines, there is a room which has been fortified for dueling and training and it can withstand any amount of magical backlash. You can engrave your runes on the walls there and after your treatment, I can keep them there and treat them. Thank you for your offer Healer Lin but I will hire a house elf to look after them and administer them the treatment as per your schedule. Both of the other adults nodded their consent. Harry and Neville just looked on while everything transpired. After they were done and leaving, Alice handed a Drawbles gum wrapper to Neville who slid it into his pocket and a chocolate frog card to Harry featuring Albus Dumbledore, making him remember the first card he ever saw was of Dumbledore. As they were leaving the hospital, Harsh Vardana asked Augusta if he could take Neville with him to visit the Bones Manor. While she was initially reluctant, she acquiesced later when he assured her that by 9 in the evening, he would bring Neville to Green Hughes, the manor of the Longbottoms. However, before they could leave, she apologized to Harry for not giving him more time and invited him to visit the seat of House Longbottom the following day with Harsh Vardana. After leaving the hospital, the three of them were again shadowed by the two escorts who escorted them to the deserted alley, where Harsh took hold of their hands and vanished with a pop. The trio of Harry, Neville and Harsh Vardana appeared out of thin air outside a giant circle of trees. Inside the circle, some distance away, was a mansion, quite large and ancient in appearance. Mr. Harsh Vardana, why did we appear here? I mean, couldn't we have apparated directly inside the manor? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, even if we could appear directly in the manor, I did not do it because it would have been considered bad manners. Besides, think about whose house it is. Madame Bones is the chief of DMLE and she would have been angry if we just appeared uninvited in the house. I do not know about you, but I do not fancy facing ire of an irate witch, and if I can, I would avoid facing the wand point of a witch like her, he replied, his eyes full of amusement. However, the point is moot since she has anti-apparition wards around her manor and as such, no one can appear directly in her house. But you did apparate in and out of a house which had the wards up at the time, said Harry, scowling. Neville looked surprised at this revelation and opened his mouth to say something, but Harsh cut in, Mr. Potter, it is not proper to give out secrets like that. Especially if it is not yours to give. Harry nodded, feeling embarrassed. He quickly realized that speaking out of turn and revealing the mystic's secrets were things he could not do if they were going to teach him anything. This was only Neville, so no harm done, but he had to learn discretion and remember not to do that again. He also understood that in this way, the mystics were like the Slytherins, not like Malfoy and his posse, but true Slytherins. He also realized why Dumbledore played his cards close to his chest. But on the other hand, such secretiveness had cost Sirius 12 years in Azkaban. If James Potter and Sirius Black had told someone else about Pettigrew being the secret keeper, perhaps Sirius would have been able to raise him like a son. Lately, Harry had been growing more thoughtful. It had been his habit to act on impulse, and he supposed that there is a time and place for action without thought, but now, he was beginning to consider carefully and make a plan before acting. Mr. Harsh Vardana, is it possible to apparate in a place where there are anti-apparition wards? Neville asked hesitantly. It is Mr. Longbottom, but I am not sharing the secret with you, replied Harsh gently. Please call me Neville. I have a few questions if you could help me, Neville asked, looking hopeful. Mr. Longbottom, not to turn you down, but my time is not really my own. I have a different life out of this healer routine that I am currently having. However, as I told Augusta, I owe to House Longbottom and I will make some time for you, say tomorrow after the rituals are done. If you wish, we can have young Mr. Potter present there, he asked. Neville's face lit up with happiness. That would be great. I don't usually have much company during the vacations. Much as I like standing about chatting, don't we have to go inside? Asked Harry. I seem to remember that Professor Dumbledore told me that we are invited. We will go in, Mr. Potter, but not before someone is sent to take us in, replied Harsh and stepped a foot towards the property line. An elf appeared with a loud crack. This elf was short, even for a house elf, with a petite frame, a small nose, not that it needed to be any bigger, and the large eyes were red. When she spoke, her voice was high and squeaky. I be tweaky. Who's you sirs be? Little elf. My name is Harsh Vardana and I am accompanying Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom on an invitation from Madame Bones and Miss Bones, replied Harsh. The elf was looking at him curiously. After a moment, the elf bobbed her head and squeaked again, Old Wizzy and sirs be follow me. Eyes be take you to Mistress and Miss. Why did she call you Old Wizzy? Harry asked. Harsh chuckled. Story for another time, Mr. Potter. However, I would rather that you do not ask questions every now and then. I will answer your questions, but maybe you can make a list of them. Following the elf, they entered into the manor. They were escorted into the parlor and were offered seats and told to wait. While waiting, Harry looked around the room. On a wall, there was a large shelf which contained numerous wands on display, mounted on little plaques detailing the names of each wizard who owned that wand. In the middle of the room, hung an ornate crystal chandelier which sent varying shades of lights around the room and in different colors. On one wall, there was a large crest which had a common Welsh green. Harry remembered the one from the tournament, in flight on a green background with a house motto, "Beneath all the grandeur, we all are bones." Harry was in awe of the room. Seeing Susan at Hogwarts for 4 years, he had not known that she was this rich. He had initially thought that she was well off since she was from an old family, but she was actually very rich, perhaps one of the richest families. Harry. A voice interrupted his musings and he saw Susan standing at the door to the parlor. Seeing her in form-fitting jeans and a top, her red hair loose, falling to her waist and her blue eyes shining with excitement, Harry's jaw dropped and he was struck dumb. After a few seconds, Susan interrupted Harry's impression of a codfish by giggling at him. He came out of his trance and his jaw made an audible click as he closed his mouth. As he looked around, he could see that Harsh Vardana was smirking and that Neville was making a visible effort to suppress a laugh. "Welcome Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom," said Amelia Bones coming in through the door. "It has been long since heirs of those two splendid houses and allies of House Bones have graced this house." "Madam Bones," said Harsh Vardana stepping up to her, bowing and taking her right hand and pretending to key her knuckles. "I see the manor of House Bones has not lost its splendor. You have kept the place well kept." Amelia Bones smiled at him. "Thank you Mr. Harsh, though I insist that you call me Amelia. I believe that the preparations for Mr. Potter's voyage are complete." "Voyage? Where are you going, Harry?" Susan asked Harry, who was still having difficulty connecting his brain to his tongue and chose to say nothing rather than engaging his foot with his mouth. "Mr. Potter has agreed to go on a journey with me, Ms. Bones. We leave in 2 days' time and this is the last time that you can see him for the summer, I am afraid. I believe he can tell it himself by the moment he will find that he is able to use the ability to speak again," said Harsh Vardana somberly with mirth dancing in his eyes making others laugh while Susan blushed deep red. Finally, Harry stepped up to Madam Bones and repeated as Neville did, bowing and pretending to key her knuckles. Harry had been subjected to what Petunia called manners for a gentleman, but this was not a part of them. Maybe later, Neville could fill him in. "So Amelia, do you have any other family members currently inhabiting this glorious seat of power of House of Bones?" Harsh asked Amelia. Her expression turned melancholic. "No, we are all that is left of us. Once a great and proud family, we are reduced to just the two of us. 2 wars back to back dwindled our numbers. In the last war, I lost my siblings and their families. There are no others left. In fact, just before this summer I was living in a mansion near London. This is the first time in 3 years that we have come to live at this mansion. I realize that. I noticed that you have erected the war wards and anti-apparition wards. It was precisely due to that reason that I chose to come like I did," he said, eliciting laughter from Amelia, who said, "Since when have anti-apparition wards ever stopped you? If memory serves, Edward Bones wrote in his journal that you never cared for such trifles." "Old Edward wrote about me?" he asked with mock surprise. I believe the man was going senile in his old age. I never thought that a man who looked so fearsome in battle would write in journals. "Oh, you are such a charmer. He wrote about you," she said, amused. "You never cared for such niceties in the past." Neville, who had been quiet all this while, said, "My gran mentioned to me once how this manor was steeped in ambient magics and that it would need a legion of ward breakers to bring down the wards. Your gran is right, Neville, and it is for that reason that I moved in here. I do not intend to die in the coming war, and I do not intend to see Susie come to some harm. This manor is fortified and the wards can withstand an assault for days before they can be broken down, giving us time to escape," she informed them. "The flow here is barred and apparition is only possible outside the property lines. Given a contingent of men capable of holding a wand, we can hold our own before help arrives." "Madam Bones," started Harry before he was interrupted. "Harry, I am your guardian now. You must call me Amelia or Aunt Amelia," she said, but before she could finish, a loud squeal was heard and Susan was hugging her tightly. After a moment, Susan released her, blushing, and Amelia was smiling at her gesture. Susie had been hounding her for years to secure guardianship of Harry since she had known that she was betrothed to Harry Potter. It was natural that she could not control her emotions hearing that Harry was now Amelia's ward and would stay with them. Seeing your pleasant response to the situation, Miss Bones, said Harshvardhana, his eyes glinting mischievously, I heard of a very interesting tale of an invite apparently from you addressed to Harry Potter given to the headmaster and laced with compulsion charms so that he will not forget to give it to him and fall to his old wayward ways. Would you happen to know anything about that? Susan went beet red while Harry's cheeks burned with the embarrassment of the situation while Neville was grinning like someone had given him a mega gift but Amelia was mock scowling. Susan Amelia Bones, did you use compulsion charms on the headmaster? Susan cringed at the tone but did not reply. Harshvardhana turned to Neville then. Neville, I have heard of another fascinating tale of a blonde who looks upon you like you look on an exotic plant and yet you do not give her time of the day. Did your gran not tell you that it is bad manners to hurt a lady? Needless to say, Neville was blushing and staring at the ground as if wishing it would open and swallow him while Amelia snorted at the thought of how easy it was to embarrass the teens who were growing too fast for their age. If she had her way, she would have allowed them to be children, date people they like, fall in love, have fun with magic, but that was not to be. A war was coming and the first thing that was usually sacrificed at the altar of war was innocence. To divert the attention away from them, Harry interrupted, Amelia, what are the wands for? The wands, Harry, have belonged to various members of the House of Bones who have made this house proud by their valor and bravery or by making substantial contributions to magic. The House of Bones has had a long history of producing notable members, she replied proudly. Harshvardhana, who had wandered to the shelf, was looking at a wand fondly, as this wand that belonged to Wilderd, one of the companions of Merlin. Rowan wood, 10 inches, unicorn hair. Amelia was surprised at his description of the wand but nodded, yes, that is his wand. He was the founder of the House of Bones. But, how do you know that? It is family history. He smiled ruefully, story for another time, Amelia, but you would remember that Edward Bones was my friend. He told me a little about your family history. While Amelia sensed that the man was not telling her something, she chose to let it go for the moment. Harshvardhana continued, do you know of the war that we had fought together? It was somewhere in Russia where a Dark Lord was heavily recruiting in 1800s. When we raised an army against them. That was perhaps the last time that all the original members of the Great Alliance had fought together. Everyone's expression was melancholic but no one commented on the situation and he started again, we are digressing here. I wanted to ask you if you would take custody of Mr. Potter for now or he can remain where he is for the moment. Susan immediately snapped, absolutely not. I will not let you leave Harry with those horrible muggles. They are the worst sort. I will fight you all, if I have to. Amelia frowned at her behavior. While Susan was usually fiercely protective of others around her, she had never berated anyone like this. She had heard the rumors of the mistreatment at the hands of the muggles, bits which Susan had overheard. Perhaps it was time to see if they were true, but before that she need to rein in Susan's anger. Susan Amelia, you will behave in a manner befitting a young lady and no, Harry Potter is not living with the muggles. He is living with his godfather at the moment, Amelia said sternly to Susan. Susan flinched before starting again, if Harry has a godfather. Amelia cut her off with a stern glare, then addressing Mr. Harshvardhana, I would like to investigate the muggles and Harry's treatment at their hands, but I would like to know if they are there still. It was my understanding that they had left the place, Amelia asked. You are right. They have left Privet Drive today, but the house has been bought by goblins using their muggle liaisons and will be sold once you complete your investigations, he answered her. If they have left, how will we find them? She asked him curiously, and then suddenly realization dawned on her. No, don't tell me. I think I understand. Just give me the monitoring device to the tracking charms which have been set upon them and tell me if I have to exercise any caution. Harsha's eyes were full of mirth as he retold the entire adventure at Privet Drive, and he gleefully told them of the hexes they had set upon the muggles. He also recounted that they can have an amazing witness in Arabella Figg, a squib who just lives on the next street. While he was recounting his tale, Susan was smirking inwardly. Those horrible muggles will get their comeuppance once Andy finished her investigation. She had seen signs of malnourishment and abuse on Harry when he had come to Hogwarts. Every year at the starting feast, he looked like he was starved for the summer, and she had heard of abuse and beatings which baffled her. Even in dark families, they rarely beat or abuse their children any more than how a muggle could do that to children. She wanted to give Dumbledore an earful for not doing anything about all the abuse that Harry had faced all the years and yet had stood tall. She was pleased when Harshvardhana detailed the hexes he had placed upon the Dursleys and thought of all the problems that they would face because of the hexes. While she was not a fan of bullying, she felt it could not happen to nicer people than the Harry's Muggle relatives. They had hurt her Harry. If she had her way, she would have cursed them within an inch of their lives. Amelia, I have come here to discuss some grave tidings which no third party should be privy to, said Harsh, and Madame Bones ordered the children out of the parlor, asking Susan to show them around the manor. What do you want to discuss, Mr. Harsh? She asked curiously. Madame Bones, do you know of a prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort? Amelia flinched. The prophecy was made in 1980 to Dumbledore, who alerted the parents of the two possible prophecy children, and they went into hiding. One was the Potters and others were the Longbottoms. Voldemort decided that Harry was the child of prophecy and went after him, and you know the rest of the story. Now that the Second War is almost upon us, you know who would be the target of Voldemort and his followers. Right now, since the Minister is acting as a buffoon, Voldemort is hiding and gathering strength while the Auror force of the Ministry is waning. Even if you get 100 Auror trainees tomorrow, you would not get them ready before the war by the way they are trained. What are you doing for the war? Asked Harshvardhana. Amelia was surprised to say the least. James Potter and Sirius Black were part of her squadron in the war, and she was their commanding officer with Frank and Alice Longbottom. The war was at its peak when the four of them had left the Aurors suddenly and went into hiding. While she was disappointed with James and Frank, she knew that they had legitimate reasons, as they just had sons born to them and wanted to keep their family safe. Neither did she begrudge Sirius Black leaving the Auror Corps, since he always followed James Potter and they were nigh inseparable. Their leaving had made an impact on the Corps, considering the four of them and Lily had evaded you-know-who 3 times so far. In 3 encounters, she did not know the full story, they had come across you-know-who and lived to tell the tale with only minor injuries while preventing some big catastrophes, including an assassination attempt of the former minister Millicent Bagnold, who after that incident had allowed use of lethal force by the Aurors, and it was this decision that had stemmed the flow of carnage and destruction at the hands of Death Eaters. In the last 15 years, she had often wondered about the reasons which forced the Potters and Longbottoms to go into hiding, considering the Potters had died and the Longbottoms had become permanent residents of the permanent spell damage ward at St. Mungo's. Sirius Black had not fared well either, becoming a resident of Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he did not commit. When she heard of him being accused of betraying the Potters, she could not believe those accusations, but there was nothing she could do. He was sentenced to Azkaban by the War Tribunal, which had been set up after the war, and Amelia at that time had believed that Sirius Black was given a trial. So, when Harshvardhana told her about a prophecy, her suspicions were confirmed. There was a prophecy which concerned either of the boys, and it was due to this reason that their parents had gone into hiding, and it was this reason that the Potters had written a marriage contract with Bones. But this answer brought several questions to her mind. How do you know of this prophecy? Do you know what it says? She asked him. The prophecy was made in 1980, but at that time, there was no mention of whom it concerned except that it was about Voldemort. When we heard of his fall, we knew he is not dead, so we made some discreet inquiries and conducted some investigations of our own in places which are bound to have some answers. We found our answer in your Department of Mysteries, where the Hall of Prophecy contains a prophecy regarding Harry Potter and Voldemort. She shuddered again, he replied. The Hall of Prophecies. But how did you enter the department? It is supposed to contain the best wards available which no one can breach, she asked, baffled with the revelation. When has wards ever stopped me or people like me? He asked her, smirking. People like you? What do you mean? Come to think of it, I do not even know much about you except what Dumbledore told in the infirmary, she said, frowning at him. He laughed aloud. A lot of people have tried to find out about us. Albus, when he was a young man, went searching for us, intrigued by our legends, but he did not find us. Instead, he found a phoenix which bounded itself to him. Half of his fantastical powers come from him. He tried to find us for months and faced several obstacles we put in his path, and he overcame all. We did not meet him deliberately because we knew he was trying to seek our secrets, but we do not sell them. We realized that he would be a great wizard in future, but our secrets exposed could put the world at great risk. After a long search, he finally gave up on us and returned to Avalon. Years later, Tom Riddle, another wizard from your lands, came to find us, and he defied Mother Magic in so many ways that we were appalled. While we do not categorize magic, he did not care for magic either. He did not revere it but used it as a tool. He reeked of foulest magics, and we had to confront him because it is part of our job description, you can say. I personally went out against him, and after a long and arduous duel of 2 hours, I finally was able to capture him. We could have killed him, if it was possible. Someone transgressing the sacred rules of magic is a criminal first, but he had several fail-safes so he would not die. So, we obliterated him and left him in deserts of Sahara. Later that one came out as Lord Voldemort. Tom Riddle. That is his original name? She asked dumbly. He chuckled. Of course his name is not Voldemort, she shuddered again. He is son of a squib of an old pureblood family and a muggle, and was named for his father, Tom Riddle, and maternal grandfather Marvolo Gaunt. His full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Gaunt? Amelia exclaimed. That family was supposed to be extinguished years ago when the son of Marvolo, Morphin, was incarcerated in the high-security cell at Azkaban for life. I have heard insanity ran in their blood, and they inbred so much that their magic waned. I am afraid their last descendant is still alive, and it is his death which will bring some peace to Wizarding World, and Harry Potter will be at the front of the opposing forces, he replied gravely. Harry. But Dumbledore is more powerful and experienced. I do not think that Voldemort will be able to face him, she said, agitated. Besides, Harry will need much more training and experience to defeat him. Do not worry, he said, assuring her. He will ready when the time comes. This is where we come in and where you come in. Harry Potter will need to step up and become a force to reckon with. Right now, he is pretty powerful magically, almost as much powerful as Voldemort or Dumbledore, but in the political arena, he is a novice. The Great Alliance still stands, but it will need to be jostled into action before the wheels start moving again. As a guardian of Harry Potter, you will need to step in and take over the reins of House Potter in the capacity of regent, like you have been doing for House Bones. Also, Harry is heir of House Peverell, which is a step above on social ladder than others, including any other house of the Great Alliance. He is also the heir of House Black, but that will be looked after by Sirius if he is free. Now that we are on it, how things go with Sirius Black's trial? She sighed. Cornelius is making things difficult, no doubt with Malfoy's help. He is pretty adamant that we sentence Pettigrew to the Dementor's key. But I have been keeping him away from the ministry. I will need to rein in Cornelius before he goes too far. The number of Aurors is also low, and they will need to be bolstered before anything else is said or done. I don't know what to do about this problem. When you are ready, Amelia, call an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, but before that call a meeting of the allies of the Great Alliance, which will be renewed with the new Lord Potter and, if Mother Magic permits, Lord Frank Longbottom, he said. Frank. But isn't he at St. Mungo's with no chance of recovery? She asked, surprised. He smiled at her. I am delighted to announce that Lord Frank and Lady Alice Longbottom can be healed of their maladies, but they would need time to come at their strengths, which would take about a month and another month before they are fit to fight a duel. At most, by August, Frank Longbottom will be ready to take over the family seat at the Wizengamot. Before you call the meeting of the Alliance, brief them of the situation about Sirius Black and secure their support, and before the emergency session, you can try to bring in families from the neutral faction by bringing in Lord Greengrass of the Neutrals. With Dumbledore on your side with the Neutrals, you can get him free of all charges. If Malfoy or Fudge try to create any disturbance in the Wizengamot, simply use the will of the original houses, of which there are only Black, Potter, Bones, Longbottom, Macmillan, Greengrass, Sayre and Nodder left. With the will of houses on your side, Fudge cannot interfere, and if you wish, you can wrestle Malfoy out of his seat since they have a non-permanent seat, but I would advise against this. While you are trampling Fudge, have a motion passed to increase the Auror Corps and their funding. This should help you. She frowned at the simplicity of the suggestions, but how much use will a bunch of green ores be? What I need are warriors. Then you can simply use the best resource available to train them in combat. You have Master or Mad Eye Moody with you, don't you? He grinned at her, which she returned. Now that we are done talking, maybe we can go and find the children and hope they are not engaged in some nefarious activities, he said suggestively, causing her to flush red but nodded her head. They found the three children outside the house swimming in the pool where Harry was trying to swim and failing while Susan was helping him. Neville was already swimming like a fish in the water at the deep end. Susan, I have never learned to swim, Harry was saying, exasperated. But you performed well at the tournament, she replied innocently. How did you swim so brilliantly if you don't know how to swim? I used gillyweed. Dobby stole some from Snape's personal stores, Harry replied, grinning sheepishly. Susan, have you still not told him that you suggested gillyweed to Dobby, which by the way, you had asked me, said Neville, who was swimming near them, making Susan blush while Harry was staring at her open-mouthed. Close your mouth, Potter, or you will catch flies, she replied coyly and glared at Neville, and it was supposed to be a secret, Longbottom. You will pay for this. Neville actually flinched at her demeanor, which made the adults chuckle, and it was then that the teens noticed that the adults were standing near them. Susan, Amelia, said Amelia, in mock stern manner, we will have words later about your breaking rules. I never would have thought that my own niece has so little regard for rules. Auntie, I read those rules and they said that Harry was not permitted to ask nor receive help from his teachers. There's nothing in there about other students, house elves, or even adults outside of the faculty. So, I didn't break any rules. Then she giggled. Besides, you would never punish me. Amelia whipped her wand out and shot a stinging hex at her, which made her yelp in indignation. Then Harry and Neville started laughing until Susan dunked Harry's head below the water, who dragged Neville with him. After some more of their frolicking, the adults herded them inside where dinner was being set by the elf who had escorted them inside. Harry looked upon the spread on the table and his eyes were wide with surprise. The amount of food on the table was enough to feed a small army. It was like one of the feasts at Hogwarts. During the dinner, there was little small talk, during which Amelia asked Susan when Hannah would be visiting, and Susan replied that she would come whenever Harry was there and will be permitted to stay if only Harry was comfortable with it. While Harry was little angry with the blonde for siding with those maligning him during the tournament, he was not going to offend Susan. Besides, if he was to predict, Neville was already falling for the blonde and he did not want any troubles between him and Neville. He turned to Susan. Susan, you do not need to break your friendship for my sake. I am fine with her coming and staying here, even if. He was cut off midway in his diatribe by Susan, who replied hotly, I am not okay with it, Harry Potter. And you shall not have such a low opinion of yourself, and you certainly should not allow others to walk all over you. Harry gulped, not ever having thought of Susan as scary, but in that moment, he did not know who he feared more, an angry Susan or a fully enraged Voldemort. To pacify her, he raised his hands in surrender, and Amelia glared at her niece, who was feeling embarrassed with her outburst, thinking Harry may have guessed that she had started to love him, but to her apparent relief, Harry was clueless as ever. The rest of the meal passed in silence, and at last, Harsh offered to escort Harry and Neville to their residences, which Amelia promptly accepted. As they were leaving, Susan gave a little key to Harry on his cheek, causing him to blush while the adults chuckled. Black Townhouse, London. The next day, Harry woke up feeling groggy and grumpy, not having slept enough after the previous day's adventures. Padfoot was licking his face and wagging his tail. Gross, Padfoot, he said, rolling the dog to the floor. The dog changed into Sirius, who was grinning at him. Morning, godson. Wake up. Don't be lazy. What has got you so cheerful? Harry grumbled. Sirius barked his laughter. It promises to be a fine morning, Prongslet, and it would be a waste to sleep in. Prongslet? He asked, confused, to which Sirius replied, James and I gave you that nickname, but not for Lily's ears. She heard us once and hexed us with a stinging hex so hard that it still hurts to think about it. And she was also not an early riser. Yeah, well, some of us are humans, Padfoot, and not dogs, he said cheekily, and ran to the bathroom, shutting the door behind him before Sirius could retort. Half an hour later, he entered the kitchen to find it full of order members. Kingsley was sitting with Moody talking in low voices with him. Sirius was sitting at the head of the table talking to Mundungus Fletcher while Tonks was sitting by herself and raised her head when he entered. She looked at him delightedly and grinned. Watch our cousin. Harry frowned. How are we cousins? She grinned at him. You see, my mother, Andromeda Tonks née Black, is a daughter of the House Black and Sirius's cousin. Your grandmother was her great aunt, and so, we are cousins a few times removed. Harry's mind was reeling that the wizarding world was so complex. A total stranger could be your relative, but he perked up at the thought of having some family members he knew nothing about. Maybe, Sirius could fill him in later. Lately, Harry had been realizing that there were so many things that he did not know about his world since he did not consider the Muggle world as his own anymore. Studying at Hogwarts had kept so many things from him, and his choice of friends had not done much to fill him in on all the customs, practices, and social behaviors of this world. Now that he was living in this world, maybe he could learn them. Harry, you are looking so tired. Sirius told me you did not sleep well. I wonder why. Did the thought of a certain pretty red head cause you to lose sleep? Tonks teased him, waggling her eyebrows suggestively. Red head, did you say? Oh my, he is so much like his father, said Remus, amused, who had just entered the kitchen. He also used to follow a redhead so much she dubbed him Arrogant Toe Rag, but James never stopped chasing her. Good for you, Harry. Harry was blushing and mumbled something incoherent while the adults laughed at his predicament. Finally, Moody growled, all right. Enough of these antics, you all. Leave the lad be now. After the ruckus had died down, the Daily Prophet arrived bearing the news that Cornelius Fudge had recommended to the ICW that Dumbledore be removed, but they refused since Dumbledore was given a place among mugwumps of the ICW in recognition of his triumph against Grindelwald, and the Ministry had no authority in this. The news created a round of murmuring at the table, which was broken when someone knocked on the door of the townhouse, at which the house immediately became quiet. A moment later, Harsh Vardana walked in. Sirius was looking at him with such incredulity on his face that he had to laugh. Is there something the matter, Mr. Black? Sirius by now had found his voice. Why are you knocking on the door? You could have just come in like you did yesterday. I mean, wards cannot stop you. What? You mean I should just appear in a room full of people armed to the teeth, taking them by surprise when apparition is not possible there? It may work for you, Mr. Black, but not when a paranoid Auror like Master Auror Moody is present, he said mischievously while Moody eyed him for a moment, then glanced away warily. I would have thought you would always remain the brash, abrasive, hot-headed Auror, Alistair, chided Harsh Vardana, but perhaps the humbling you got in Wiltshire got to you. Alistair's head snapped up suddenly, his wand out, but before he could say anything, he was disarmed. Harsh was standing, his wand leveled at Moody, his eyes full of mirth, constant vigilance. Alistair. Suddenly, Alistair barked out a laugh and, standing, raised a salute to Harsh. Indeed, I have lost my touch if you entered here and my eye could not identify you. They clasped each other's arms at the elbows and shared a one-handed embrace like old friends, leaving others in the room surprised. It's been too long, my friend, said Alistair. I never thought you would live this long. You two know each other? Sirius asked, dumbly. Harsh grinned at Moody. Oh yes. You see, there was one time when I had the chance to cross wands with Moody here, who had it on his mind that I am a dark wizard, and he was interrupted by Alistair, who growled, all right, you do not need to recount the tale again and embarrass me, Harsh. The others in the room laughed uproariously at Moody, who was glaring at Harsh, who was doubled up with laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. It was in this position that Dumbledore found them when he entered into the kitchen, followed by Minerva McGonagall. Smiling, Dumbledore addressed them. Good morning, everyone. It is delightful to see people laughing and spreading smiles around despite the grim outlook of the world outside. May I know the source of this amusement? Alistair, who had got over his irritation by now, barked. When I was a newly made Auror, I got wind of this dark wizard who was tormenting people. No other Auror was ready to take the case considering the dangerous situation. I volunteered. During that case, I went through 3 partners who could not take it, and they were perhaps the finest of Aurors during that time: Robert Jonathan, Carlos Opierre, and Edward Curtis. It was during that case I met several individuals who were working for a dark wizard, and in those days, I was sorely tempted to use lethal force, but restrained myself. Once while I was on hunt, I ran into this one and thought him to be the Dark Lord. He tried to make me see reason by talking sense, but I was too excited to care and challenged him to a duel on the name of Merlin, and he hilariously replied that he had seen Merlin when he was a baby. Finally, I goaded him into fighting me when I called him vile and that he was committing sacrilege against magic. Turns out it was a grave mistake because I had to fight a long and hard duel. I fought for 45 minutes, during which I attacked less and defended more. He used so many curses that I had not even known in my still short career as an auror. Finally, he got the jump on me when I was expecting a lethal curse, and he shot a stinging hex at me. I was so surprised by it that I dropped my shield, and the next moment, I was downed by a bone breaker to the wand hand. Everyone was laughing by now, seeing how Moody was bested by a stinging hex, and they could understand his constant vigilance. Harry was visibly excited hearing the story. Every time he heard something about the mystic, it fascinated him more, and he just could not wait to start his training, but perhaps that will have to wait for a proper wand. When Alistair did not speak for a few more minutes, Harry prodded him, asking, "What of the Dark Wizard, Professor?" Alistair growled, "Don't know much about Professor. Never got around to teaching you, did I?" Turns out, this one had just finished the Dark Wizard and his band of merry men before he clashed with me. It still remains the only case where I did not finish the task that I was given. After we had reconciled our differences, I took the Dark Wizard's body and reported to the Auror headquarters. Turns out that scum was from some old pureblood family from Germany which is now lost in obscurity. While they were contemplating Mad Eye's story, Sirius turned into a dog and started playing fetch with McGonagall. Remus was conversing in a low voice with Shacklebolt. Moody was talking to Harshvardhana, and Nymphadora was entertaining young Harry with metamorphing her features while Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling and he was lost in thought. Every time someone told of some experience of Harshvardhana, it added another layer to the mystic. He was an enigma, perhaps as much as Harry Potter, who had been getting better every day. For years, Albus had been trying to find the mystics who were mentioned almost in all folklores of the wizarding world, which was steeped in mystery and intrigue, and they were not merely present in them but they played an active part. Their ways and their proficiency in magic was what prompted him to find them, hoping to unravel some of the secrets which were lost in time, particularly the secrets of war mages. There were war mages in all the world, but most of the powerful ones in Avalon had originated in one family, Peverell, and that was one of the reasons that Dumbledore took special notice of young Harry, knowing that if he was even half of what the Peverells were, he would be one of the most powerful wizards, and by the time his core finished growing, Tom Riddle would look like a puny kid to him. His power levels were what had him worried, since there was no teacher who could train him to wield that power with apparent ease. He knew that the Elder Wand in his robes was singing for Harry Potter, and when the right time came, Dumbledore planned to give it to him. Dumbledore had plans for Harry Potter. He had tried to find a way to extract the soul fragment without causing him to die. There was no way that he would have allowed Harry to die on his watch. Harry Potter was like a grandson to him, and he would be damned if he allowed that to happen. He had planned the 4th year to start preparing Harry, training him to wield his power and arcane magics, but things had been thrown into chaos when Harry was entered into the tournament, and he had to postpone the idea. He had intended to take the summer holidays and find a cure for Harry Potter in ancient lands of magic such as Greece, Rome, Egypt, and India, but it did not come to that. When the mystic had offered his aid to train Harry Potter, he had no reason to refuse him. They would mold Harry Potter into the warrior he needed to be. In the meanwhile, Dumbledore had plans to follow. First thing was to topple Cornelius off his chair, and maybe with Madame Bones's help he would be able to do that. Then they would install someone with guts to make hard decisions in the minister's office. While Voldemort remained in hiding, they could use that time to build their forces. Because, according to Snape's report, Tom certainly was recruiting and preparing for his conquest. It had been long since he played in the political arena. With Sirius Black free, they would be able to do so much more in this war in a short time. In the meanwhile, Harry Potter would train to meet his destiny. He had one destiny: kill Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's train of thought was interrupted when the kitchen door opened and a very haggard-looking Hestia Jones entered. She reported gravely, "Headmaster, last night Dorcas Meadows' brother was killed near his family home." The table went silent. Suddenly, Sirius pounded the table with his fist. "Will we just sit here and let them walk all over us again?" He looked at Albus, his eyes filled with tears and his voice full of rage. "Albus, when will we strike back? Are you still going to insist on your stunning spells only policy?" He simply looked murderous and Harry was scared of him a little. He had never seen Sirius looking so enraged, and those who had, were once again reminded why he was a black. The blacks were very hard to enrage, but once their fury awakened, they were unstoppable. Cautiously, every one of them scooted their chairs a little further from him, making Remus chuckle and Sirius frown. "Calm down, Padfoot," he said gently, "others are getting scared. We don't want them to dub the Azkaban escaped crazy mass murderer, do we?" This made Sirius control his temper while Albus chuckled. Minerva was trying to look stoic, pursing her lips, but her facade was crumbling. Harry was trying not to laugh while Nymphadora was looking amused. Before Dumbledore spoke, all signs of amusement were gone from his face. He waited for silence and then began. "The taking of a life is the most serious matter. Those among us who have been faced with the choice of kill or be killed understand all too well what I mean. But our numbers are dwindling and Voldemort and his followers have no compunction about taking life. Therefore, it is with deepest regret and great reluctance that I authorize lethal force. You will drill and practice these spells until you can cast them with the same speed and accuracy as anything in your repertoire. In the previous conflict, we lost far too many good people because they were not proficient with these spells when they needed to use them. Never again. This time, the Order of the Phoenix will give as good as it gets." When Dumbledore finished, everyone in the room, with the exception of Harsh, pumped their right fist in the air and shouted, "Here! Here!" At that point, a babble broke out as the members of the Order began to talk among themselves. While Harsh and Moody discussed approaches to training, Tonks, Remus and Sirius carried on. Nymphadora, who had been quiet all this while, turned to Sirius. "Damn, you are scary, cousin. At that moment I felt like my mother's anger had nothing on you. After today, I will be wary of you." Sirius smiled at her words but said nothing while Remus said, "Since Albus agrees, I think it's time that you delve into that library of yours and find some fun stuff for us, Padfoot." Harry, who could not keep his silence, exclaimed, "This place has a library," which caused Sirius to laugh. Remus grinned at him. "If you were a certain bushy-haired Gryffindor witch Prongslet, I would have shown you the door by now." Sirius guffawed. "Not that she can enter that place. It has blood wards protecting it and only one of black blood can enter the inner chamber where the more fun stuff is." "But why restrict anyone access to the library?" asked Harry, confused. "Because Prongslet, the books in there contain a lot about the black family magic and it should not be seen by others. Family magic is the legacy of a family, special spells which were developed by the family and for the family," replied Sirius. "What about mine?" asked Harry. "Your what?" Sirius asked him, confused by the question. "My family magic. Didn't they have their own family magic?" Harsh and Moody had broken off their reminiscing session when they understood what the other group was discussing. It was Harsh who answered this question. "Yes, they did, and it was mostly battle magic. Your family has had a reputation of warriors and the magic they possessed was not easily accessible. A lot of their magic is what you British wizards call dark magic," he finished, scowling. "Dark? My family is not dark," Harry protested. "I am not saying your family is dark. It's just that your family never classified magic as light or dark, but they worshipped mother magic as it is," replied Harsh Vardana, "and that is why your family is rather gifted in family magics. In addition to the family magic of Potters, you have the family magics of Peverell to call your own." "Peverell." Harry repeated the word, which caused his magic to surge within him. "You are also the heir to the House of Black, Prongslet," Sirius chimed in, eagerly, "which means the black family magic is also yours." "All right. I think you have all astounded Mr. Potter enough for today," declared Dumbledore. "It is time that he got on with his business for the day. You know he does not have much time to dilly-dally." At that moment, a tawny owl entered the room. It was a regal-looking owl with a silk ribbon tied around its neck, a small copy of the Longbottom crest hanging from it. Harry relieved the owl of its burden and offered a treat which it gracefully accepted before taking flight once more. The letter was from Dowager Lady Longbottom. Dear Mr. Potter, I enjoyed making your acquaintance yesterday. However, in our haste I forgot to convey the location of Longbottom Castle to you. This letter is a portkey which will activate at noon and take you to the castle at the designated hour, i.e. noon. I also failed to take the name or address of the healer who has proposed the ritual for today, which will hopefully bring my children back to me. I would urge you to convey the message to him and to accompany you that I may be assured of your safety. Augusta Longbottom, Regent of the House Longbottom. Harry showed the letter to Harshvardhana, who simply looked amused. I will accompany you as she wishes through this portkey, Mr. Potter, though I really do not need it. I have known the location of the Longbottom Castle since the first foundation was laid down. But for this visit, I will play the ignorant healer. Sirius snorted but looked skeptical. Semantics, Mr. Harshvardhana. You are not a day older than 40. Whipping out his wand, he leveled it at Sirius and mock frowned. Are you insulting my age, Mr. Black? You can ask Albus here what happens when one's age is mocked. Sirius looked at Albus, who winced as if in pain. He said, it was the first time that I met Master Flammel. He was a brilliant wizard but cranky. I once said he did not look like he could be over 500 years old. He made a point of it to hex me every time he got a chance, or sometimes he pranked me. I never made that mistake again. I would advise you to take the risk at your own peril. Sirius, the marauder that he was, raised his hand in a mock salute to Harsh. I hereby challenge you upon a marauder's honor to a prank war. Did someone say marauder? Asked Gred Weasley, entering the room. Or prank war, added Forge, who had followed his twin. Headmaster, we have come to report for duty, they said together. And we find, said Gred. A prank war, said Forge. And a marauder, said Gred. Enough, barked McGonagall, you two are going to drive us mad with your twin talk. Oh, Professor McGonagall, how pleasant to see you, said Forge. We didn't see you when we came in, said Gred. Were you a kitten? Asked Forge. Or a tabby ca? Ouch, Gred yelped as a stinger hit him in the backside and Forge dived for cover under the table, from where a laughing Harry retrieved him. Misters Weasley and Weasley, what brings you here? Asked Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Headmaster, Percy walked out on us yesterday, said Gred grimly. Broke everyone's heart, added Forge. Even put Ickle Ronnikins off his food, said Gred. Which clearly shows how dire the situation is, said Forge. Considering he never leaves a morsel of food, said Gred. It is all rather sad, they said together. Harry was getting weary with this twin talk, but they were always a laugh to be around. Finally, the twins started telling about everything that had happened the previous day. How Percy had come home jubilant about getting a promotion in Fudge's office, how he insulted Arthur, and how Molly broke down when he put the family down, and how the Weasleys were getting ready to come to the headquarters of the Order. The news of the Weasleys sent the elves into frenzy, and they immediately got to work setting up the place and accommodations for everyone. While this was going on, the twins again asked about the words, marauder, and prank war, and how the marauders were their role models. Sirius laughed at this, and addressed the boys, I am a marauder. One of the quartet which once used to terrorize Hogwarts. Minerva shuddered while Albus looked weary for once. I was Padfoot, my brother James Potter was Prongs, Remus here was Moony, and the traitor rat was Wormtail. Sirius spat the last word with such scorn that everyone understood he was referring to Peter. The twins turned to Sirius and Remus in awe, and in another moment, they were bowing and scraping, we are not worthy, making others in the room laugh. Finally, when the commotion died down, they turned to Remus, giving him an appraising look, which put him on the alert. So that's how you used to catch us, said Fred. A prankster catching other pranksters, added George. It's sacrilege, my good sir, said Fred somberly. For honor's sake, we must declare a prank war upon you, added George. You are challenging a marauder, said Sirius with a mock frown. Your challenge is accepted. People in the house were beginning to dread being caught in the crossfire of a prank war, while Harry was glad that he would be going away for the summer and would hopefully miss the whole thing. There may even still be a number 12, Grimmauld Place, to come back to. Almost as if reading his mind, Harsh whispered, "You are not escaping Mr. Potter. As it happens, I am myself very fond of pranks." Tonks, who was sitting beside Harry, snorted while Harsh turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black, I accept your challenge. I assure you that by the time I return with Mr. Potter, you both parties will band together on my young protege here." Harry cringed at this. Dumbledore addressed the gathering. "While this is all very good, we have work to do. Harry, Mr. Harsh Vardana will be taking you to Gringotts to claim your position in your family and the family magics. After that, you have an invitation from Lady Longbottom to spend the day with them. Tomorrow you can return here and spend the day with your godfather before leaving for Bharat." Harsh took his hand and disappeared into the shadows. Gringotts Bank. Harry and Harsh Vardana appeared in Diagon Alley in an empty side street. From there, they strolled quickly to the bank. This was Harry's third visit to the bank in 4 years, and he was still amazed with the money he had seen in his trust vault, and to know that he owned perhaps more than this was unbelievable for him. Though now that he thought about it, he should have inquired about his family more deeply. But then, he was just a malnourished kid who was feeling overwhelmed with everything that had happened to him, knowing that magic was real, knowing that his parents were heroes, and that he was a celebrity to thousands of people he did not even know. All of this had a cumulative effect on him, making him feel so overwhelmed that he chose not to ask questions. And even though Hagrid was friendly enough, he still felt intimidated by the half-giant at the time. As they approached Gringotts, he heard alarms blaring in the bank and all the goblins in a frenzy of activity. Harry did not know what was going on. To him it looked like they were preparing to defend against some sort of attack. Harsh grabbed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Put on your air ring, Mr. Potter. If the things go bad with goblins, at least you will not be harmed, considering you are one of their most rich clients." Flummoxed and wanting to ask questions but choosing not to, he fished his ring out of his robes and put it on his ring finger. As soon as they neared the bank, an entire battalion of goblins armed to the teeth with swords, hauberk and axes, clad in mail, blocked their way. The leader of the battalion was dressed in golden armor, an armored helmet clamped firmly on his head, approached them while the other goblin soldiers stood guard at the gates of the bank. Harry could see that they were scared. What they were scared of, Harry could not guess. The leader approached them and in a high-pitched but commanding voice said, "You are not allowed in the bank, wizard." Harry was surprised. The goblins had never stopped him from entering the bank before, but then he realized that the leader was addressing Harsh Vardana. Harsh was frowning at the goblin. "May I ask why am I being restricted access to your halls? By the order of Lord Ragnarok, you are barred from these premises. Any attempt to enter contrary to that order will be considered an act of war," he snarled. "I would never resort to killing anyone, noble goblin," Harsh replied, amused at the bravado of the goblin. "However, if it does not assure you, then you can go fetch this rug nut," Harry snorted, "so that I may talk to him." The goblin was seething in anger at the apparent disrespect shown to their leader, which showed in his tone. "You shall not insult our king. You say one more word and I will cut you down where you stand." To underline his threat, the goblin raised his sword, showing that he would be happy to put his words into action, but Harsh was not deterred. He simply smiled. "You think you can stop me, goblin? Do you have an idea of who I am and why your nation is in a tizzy seeing me here?" The goblin frowned at him as if this was something new to him. He was a soldier who followed orders and did not question them. He sneered at Harsh. "It is not my duty to ask questions but to follow orders, and my orders are to stop you by any means necessary." Harry, who had had enough of this talk, snapped at the goblin. "I am Harry Potter, heir to the houses of Potter, Peverell and Black. This wizard here is accompanying me and I have urgent business at the bank. If you delay me any further, I will make sure that your head rolls for all the loss that you are causing me with your posturing." While the goblin looked at him suspiciously, Harsh prodded Harry to show his air ring, which Harry promptly shoved into the goblin's face. When the goblin saw the ring, his eyes went wide and his face went pale for a moment. Then, barking an order at the other soldiers in gobbledygook, he went inside. He returned a few minutes later accompanied by another regal-looking goblin clad in goblin silver armor, a gleaming sword at his side and a shield studded with gems on his arm. As the goblin approached, Harsh stepped up to the new goblin, addressing him. "Rugnut, how good to see you. Ragnock, who was visibly annoyed, barked, "What do you want, wizard? Have you not got enough of your fill? I still remember the last of your visits to the bank, though I was a wee lad like this one." He pointed to Harry. Harsh smiled genially at him. "It was not my fault. You goblins had chosen to stop from entering the bank. What could I do?" Harry was getting really intrigued now. The mystic was turning into a mystery for him. He had heard so much of his exploits by now that he could not wait to ask him about it, but the man was not telling. "The problem is that you have been banned from entering the bank in perpetuity for the havoc you caused in the Second Goblin Rebellion. You had turned the tide of the war in favor of wizard kind." He scowled. "That is ancient history, rug nut." He chided him. "Besides, today I am accompanying Mr. Potter here, whose family was one of the original members of the bank. You have so much of his family's money scattered into your investments that if he pulled the rug from beneath your feet, you won't get a canute, rug nut." The goblin then noticed Harry standing there and shuddered. "I believe that Mr. Potter will not choose to bankrupt the bank." Harry, who had at last caught on to some of the conversation, chimed in, "I will take all my money and artifacts out of your bank and—" Harry did not know where he would go with that kind of money and so many artifacts. But Harsh provided that answer, and he will go to the gnomes in Switzerland, who would be delighted to have such a prospective client. The Potter account alone will make sure that they treat him like kings, and if you count in other houses he is heir of, they will perhaps open another branch for him solely. Ragnock shuddered visibly at the thought of one of his clients moving out of his bank. While it would cause a heavy financial burden to the bank and would literally ruin the economy of the wizarding world, what caused him the most worry was the anger of the elders of the Goblin Council. The Goblin Nation had a king who was the head of them, but the king himself was supervised by the Goblin Council, which consisted of 7 elders of the council, and these 7 were ancient by Goblin standards, known for their skills, or reputation in battle, or their shrewd mind in business. To go to them telling that House Potter and other houses connected with it had withdrawn from Gringotts was a catastrophe which he could not afford. This presented a real challenge to him, whether to allow Harsh Vardana in the bank and risk the wrath of the elders, or anger him and definitely face the elders. There were only 2 things which motivated a goblin gold and war. This was a situation where they would have war, perhaps the bloodiest, but it would end in extinction of the goblins. He knew the real identity of Harsh Vardana and knew that he was never alone in any situation. Just because he could be seen alone did not mean that there were not a band of followers tailing him. He was a lord like Dumbledore or Voldemort, but he did not show it, and that made him even more dangerous. Only a few people knew about the mystics, and perhaps the goblins knew the most, but only because their entire existence was threatened by them. Finally, business prevailed over any other concerns. Turning to Harry, he addressed him in an official manner. "Are you Harold James of House Potter?" Harry did not notice the change in his demeanor and certainly did not know that name, but when Harsh stepped on his foot, he straightened and, looking in the goblin's eyes, firmly replied, "Yes, I am Harold James of House Potter." "Do you, Harold James, take responsibility for the actions of your companion while you were on the territory of Gringotts for the purpose of this visit?" asked Ragnock. "I do," Harry replied. Ragnock turned to Harsh. "You are allowed entrance into the halls of Gringotts on the guarantee of Harold James of House Potter for your behavior and full liability for any consequences resulting from your actions." Harsh smirked at him. "After you, rug nut." As they entered the bank, Harry noticed that the goblins had erected wards to prevent anyone from coming in or going out, and the lobby was empty with armed goblins scattered throughout the bank, looking grim and clutching their weapons anxiously. They looked fearfully upon Harsh, who smirked in satisfaction. Harry felt uneasy for himself. If the goblins offended him in any way, who knows what the mystic may do. Going through many tunnels, they finally reached a cabin which had a door of goblin silver with a big galleon drawn in the middle of the door. Ragnock scratched the door with his elaborately carved nail and the door melted. The inside of the cabin was rather pedestrian in comparison to the grandeur that Harry was expecting. The walls were golden colored with drawings showing goblin battles or other occasions which Harry thought were important in their history. Ragnock took his seat behind a large ornate table, the top having been done in platinum, and the rest of the table made of gold with gems studded throughout it. As he sat, he pressed a button on the table. A young goblin entered the room and Ragnock gave him orders in their own tongue. Following which they were alone. Then he turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, We have been waiting for you to come and claim your inheritance since you turned 11. At the age of 11, heirs of houses are given the heir ring. But, you did not come. The manager who looked after the Potter accounts for 80 years died a few years ago. We were unable to contact you, therefore, we waited for you to come to us. You came to the bank with Rubius Hagrid and you just made a withdrawal and left. Since there was no account manager, there was no one who could ask for you to be brought to us. The first thing to do today is to appoint a manager for your accounts and then we will perform inheritance tests for you which will tell us what families you are heir to. Harry had no idea of what to do and turned to Harsh who looked at him. After some time he started, Rugnut, you need to call for the best possible candidates for the job. We will make our choice after we have seen what they are capable of. Harry found the suggestion to be logical and nodded his head in agreement. Ragnarok called another goblin and barked some instructions to him. While they were waiting, the door suddenly opened and a very ancient goblin entered the room. Seeing him, Ragnarok jumped down from his chair, bowing to him. Harsh merely snorted at the ancient goblin. Hello there, Iron Fist. You are still alive, all bones still intact. Harry was amused at his audacity but the ancient goblin just sighed. Who granted you entrance wizard? Ragnarok hesitantly raised his hand causing Iron Fist to glare at him. Quickly Ragnarok recited everything that had happened at the gates of the bank. Iron Fist glared at Harsh. You have guts coming here, wizard, considering you had to face a battalion of goblins last time you tried to gain entrance. As I recall, all of them were trapped in your vaults and I had hung you as an egg for the Norwegian Ridgeback. I never hoped to see you alive, said Harsh, grinning at him. Harry was equally amused and scared. The mystic was an intriguing person. Sometimes he appeared jovial and sometimes, he was equally scary. As far as he knew, the goblins were pretty vicious and great warriors. All the history lessons with Binns where he could manage to stay awake, Binns had harped on and on about the goblin bravery, courage and shrewdness. For someone to trap them in their own vaults and to hang one as an egg was really awe-inspiring and equally stupid. Iron Fist turned to Ragnarok, indicating to him to continue his proceedings while he assumed the chair behind the desk, leaving Ragnarok standing. Ragnarok pulled a chair to him and taking a seat, started addressing Harry. Mr. Potter, after the inheritance tests are done, you need to make decisions with respect to your finances. While you have a large amount of gold just lying around, it would be good to invest it. I have lined up several portfolios for you. Harry nodded in agreement. Moments later, the first goblin returned with several journals which he placed on the table and left quickly. A minute later, 3 goblins entered the room standing before them. Ragnarok addressed Harry. The one on your left is Bluntax, the middle one is Ripthroat and the last one is Griphook. They are some of the goblins who are available and have sufficient training to handle accounts as vast as yours, Mr. Potter. Harry turned to each of them, surveying them closely. When he reached the third goblin, he stared for a moment more before addressing him. I know you. You are the goblin who showed me my trust vault, Griphook. Griphook nodded his head but said nothing. Before Harry could say anything, Ragnarok picked up a bowl and a knife from his table, handing them to Harry while he picked up a parchment. Please cut your palm a little and let your blood flow into the bowl. The results of the test will be shown up here. Bracing himself, Harry slashed the dagger on his palm and dropped some of his blood into the bowl. Ragnarok poured it on the parchment which glowed golden and then letters started appearing. Name Harold James Potter. Father's name James Charles Potter. Parents: Charles Fellamont Potter and Doria Potter née Black. Mother's name Lily Amaryllis Potter née Rosier. Parents: Vincent Rosier and Amelia Rosier née Weber. Heir to houses: Potter, Peverell, Rosier. Prospective heir to House of Black and House of Weber. Harry was staring at the results open-mouthed. His mind was reeling from what he had read. With an effort, he opened his mouth and said, but this is not true. My mother was Muggle-born, not a pureblood. Ragnarok gave him a feral grin. No, Mr. Potter. Your mother was not a Muggle-born. This test never lies. Your mother was not a Muggle-born but a pureblood. But what is the House of Weber? He asked confused. I have never heard of such a house in Wizarding Britain. This time Harsh answered him. The House of Weber, Mr. Potter, was an old and influential house in Germany before Grindelwald's campaign. Like your family, they took sides against Grindelwald and fought against him. Before the war, there were at least 30 members of the house, but in the war and succeeding years, they were all killed except a daughter of the house who had escaped to France. We were interested in her whereabouts since at one time, they had been our allies. Vincent Rosier, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, was on a tour of the world and met Amelia in France, where they fell in love and married. They moved to Wizarding Britain, living away from Vincent's family, who were considered dark, and Vincent did not want his children to grow up in a dark family. One of the former knights of Grindelwald had found her in Wizarding Britain and killed her with Vincent Rosier. Shortly before they were killed, Elia had given birth to a baby girl who was delivered to an orphanage, from where she was adopted by rich muggle Harrison Evans, who had a daughter already, and being able to sire no more children, adopted Lily so that Petunia would have a sibling. Lily grew up thinking that she was a muggle born. This was just before the rise of Voldemort, and Vincent's brother Felix, who did not know anything about his sister-in-law or his niece, joined the Death Eaters and was killed in the First Wizarding War at the hands of Alistair Moody. Harry had been listening to him with rapt attention, and when Harsh was done, he asked, "So this means that I am not a half-blood?" Harsh frowned. "Why would you call yourself a half-blood? I thought my mother was a muggle born and my father was a pure blood, so that would make me a half-blood. In fact, everyone says so," Harry replied. "Mr. Potter, a half-blood is one who has one magical parent and one muggle parent," Harsh gently replied. "Your mother, even if she was a muggle born, was magical, and that will make you a full blood. I swear Wizarding Britain is going backwards these days," he scoffed further. "Much as I would like to hear this illuminating conversation further, we have work to do, and for us goblins, time is money," barked Ragnarok. "Oh right, we digressing. Mr. Potter, you really need to put a cap on your questions. We are on a tight schedule and have no time to dally around. I will sat all your curiosity, but for the time being, please make a list," Harsh said, smiling at him. Harry nodded and turned to the three goblins. "So, I have a job for one of you which I am told will require shrewdness, intelligence, and will thoroughly test my skills. As Lord Ragnarok told me, the previous account manager for the Potter family has been dead for some time now, and the position is vacant. So, whichever of you can offer me the best choice for my finances will have this position for 1 year, after which we will review our position, and if satisfied, I will make it permanent. Is that acceptable?" The three goblins nodded in agreement, and Ragnarok was watching this curiously. The young Potter was showing some business acumen like his forefathers. "Maybe it won't be that bad after all." The first goblin, Bluntax, started. "I can double your money in a year, 4 folds in 2 years, and I will make sure that your estate is well cared for." The second, Ripthroat, said, "I can triple your money with heavy investing and find other ways to increase your income. And I can help you expand your estates further, making sure your influence grows." The third goblin, Griphook, said, "Mr. Potter, your accounts are not in very fine condition right now, considering there was no one to manage your finances for last 6 years. Seeing that you are inheriting other estates and accounts, and they will require to be set straight before any decision can be made for them. Your estates are entirely different matter. Some of them have not had their rent increased, some are in need of serious repairs, and many are under stasis charms. They will need to be made functional or can be kept the way they are, as per your preference. However, within a year, your accounts can be settled and they will start earning. I have a list of prospective businesses which would turn to be a real goldmine with cautious investing." Of all the three, only Griphook had bothered to do any homework prior to the meeting. His was not an empty promise or a boast, but a neat, brief, and realistic report on the state of Harry's holdings. There was only one clear choice. He turned to Griphook and said, "Congratulations, Account Manager Griphook. The job is yours. You are now the account manager for my holdings and estates. We will have an annual review of your work, and if you prove to be satisfactory after 2 years, I will make the appointment permanent. Now that you have an account manager, we must move on to other business. Your status has recently changed, Mr. Potter. This tournament that you were forced into was designed for adult wizards only, therefore, you are now considered adult in the magical world, meaning you can take up lordship of all of your houses and become heir to other houses where you are in line of succession," said Ragnarok to Harry. Ragnarok then turned to Griphook and barked in their language, who then led the other two account managers out of the chamber. Griphook returned a few minutes later carrying an ornate wooden box. He gave the box to Ragnarok, who opened it and Harry saw it contained rings. Ragnarok passed the first ring to Harry. This is the ring of House Potter, Mr. Potter. Put it on your ring finger. Harry examined the ornate ring. It was an amethyst mounted on a band of goblin silver. There was a griffin, the Potter house animal, engraved into the top of the gem. When he placed it on his finger, he felt immense pressure coursing through his body, his magic flaring, welcoming the pressure and embracing it. The pressure eased after a moment. He looked questioningly at Harsh. Harsh replied, "That was your family magic testing you before it accepted you as Lord of the House. The Potter family magic has accepted you." The same happened with the Peverell ring, which was a golden band with an obsidian stone atop it bearing a strange creature on it. However, the pressure of the Peverell family magic was so intense that it caused him to almost pass out. After what seemed like a long time, he could breathe again. He felt such power coursing through his veins as he had never felt before. It was like some part of him had been missing all along and had just come back to him. In his short life of 15 years, Harry had never felt so much at peace as he did now. The rosier ring was a platinum band with a ruby atop it bearing a dragon on it. The rosier magic felt incredibly powerful, but not so much as Peverell magic. It scanned him for a long time, then finding him worthy, it melded with other magics in him. The last ring was one Harry did not recognize. Ragnarok presented it to him saying, "This is the ring of the House of Weber of Germany. If there were any other members available, you would not be the primary heir, but since there are none and the family is all but gone, it is for you to claim. The family does not carry a hereditary seat like your other lordships, but carries large vaults which add significant gold to your already considerable accounts. The grimoire is in the family vault and you can claim it when you enter. The estates are under stasis charms like the estates of your other houses. I would like it if you would lift the stasis charms off them, but it depends on you solely. The house animal is a unicorn." Harry took the ring, which was a golden band with a lapis lazuli atop it bearing a unicorn, and put it on his ring finger where other rings had melded together. The Weber magic was fierce but gentle and within a matter of seconds had accepted him. "Accept our congratulations, Harold James, Lord of Houses of Potter, Peverell, Rosier and Weber," chanted Iron Fist, nodding his head to Harry, who returned the gesture. As the ceremony was going on, two goblins entered the room carrying an armful of documents which they dumped upon the desk. Harsh shrank them with just a touch and handed them to Harry, leaving him gaping in wonder at this fancy display of magic. "Is there any more business, Mr. Potter?" asked Ragnarok. "As a matter of fact, there is. I would like to visit my family vaults and collect the grimoires that you have mentioned." Harry had heard mention of the word a couple of times and out of curiosity had researched them and was fascinated with it. Since the time he had come to know that his family was ancient and most noble, he wished that he could access his family grimoire. Now that the chance was here, he wanted to claim all of them before he went off traipsing all over the world. "Mr. Potter, I know you are excited about grimoires, but it would not be wise to take them with you to where you are going. What you will learn is important for you before you try anything from those grimoires. Besides, I am sure I can help you with the magic of Potter and Peverell," Harsh said gently, and Harry reluctantly nodded. "Now that we are done here, perhaps we should take our leave of these charming fellows, who cannot wait to see us off of their property," said Harsh, smirking at Iron Fist, who was scowling. As they were about to leave, Griphook returned with a money bag and a card for Harry, telling him that the bag would not run empty till his account was full of money and the card would work anywhere in the Muggle world. Instructing Griphook to put his affairs in order and informing him that he would take up the heirship of Black at his next visit, he followed Harsh out of the bank. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. "Blimey. We spent 2 hours in there, Mr. Potter," he said to Harry. "I do not know of you, but I am feeling hungry." Harry didn't say anything, but his stomach growled, making Harsh chuckle. They went to the Leaky Cauldron and threw it into Muggle London, where they took lunch in an Indian cafe. When Harry raised his eyes over this, Harsh did not reply but only smiled at him. When they were done with their food, it was almost noon. Harry took out the letter which was sent to him by Augusta and both of them held it. As the clock struck noon, they felt a tug behind their navels and disappeared into thin air. Longbottom Castle, somewhere in the wilderness. They appeared out of thin air in a clearing surrounded by heavy woods. Harry fell to the ground and landed in a heap while Harsh floated gently down to the ground smirking at Harry, who rolled his eyes. "Where are we?" Harry asked him, looking around. As if in answer to his question, an elf appeared near them. This elf was dressed in a robe with the Longbottom crest, was tall and had a pencil nose with amber eyes. It squeaked at them, "I is squeaky. Sirs, follow me." They followed the elf, who was bobbing up and down all the way to the castle, which was just a few hundred yards away. Like Bones Manor, its circumference was ringed by tall trees which hid the castle from sight, and the grounds spread around the property were very vast. "Is it just whimsy, or is there a good reason to plant trees in a circle around the property in pureblood families?" Harry asked. Harsh smirked at the question. "Mr. Potter, it would be easy to answer the question if I know what electives have you taken for your owls?" he asked Harry curiously. "Divination and care of magical creatures," he said sheepishly, knowing no one ever approved of those subjects as electives, knowing them to be easy owls. It was just that when they were making their choices for owls, he had conferred with Ron, who had told him that these were easy subjects. Just to have another person in those subjects with him, Harry had opted for both of those subjects. "Divination. I wonder what made you do so?" he mused. "Divination is not a bad subject actually. It is rather a science, and there have been prophecies which have come true all these ages, but what the British wizards call divination is a sham. You have had true seers here, but their numbers have been dwindling. I believe the last true in Avalon was Cassandra Trelawney, who left wizarding Britain shortly after Voldemort fell at your hands. In India, there are many branches of divination, and most of them are also used by Muggles. However, they do not use those arts like wizards do." Harry was listening to him with rapt attention. Nobody he had ever met had said a positive word about divination, and perhaps with Sybil Trelawney, the subject had nothing positive to offer. But hadn't she made a prophecy, and Peter Pettigrew had escaped that night, making the prophecy come true? Why had Harsh Vardhana said that she was not a true seer? When he raised the question to Harsh, he replied, "Sybil is not a true seer, Mr. Potter. While most of what she says is rather nothing, but there are so many things she say offhandedly which turn out to be true. She can see only scattered glimpses of future, which means she can see something will happen but nothing that happened before it or will happen after it. A true seer can actually look on the future or the past like I am looking at you. They can control and alter the future by a single decision of theirs, and that is why they are most feared. They are always conscious of the future and the past while they live in the present, but the sight is not fully present in Sybil, nor she can control it. When it overwhelms her, she gives a prophecy. I believe her last true prediction, courtesy of the inner eye, was in your third year. There are a few students in your school who have the gift of the sight, though. One is a Ravenclaw girl whose inner eye is rather very strong, and there are only a few secrets which can evade her. Other is a pair of Indian twins in your year, but out of them, only one has interest in the subject. Have you ever wondered why Ms. Padma Patil is so smart, Mr. Potter?" Harry was fascinated by all the answers given to him. Now that he thought about it, he recalled Hermione telling him how Padma could always guess everything beforehand and was scarily smart. Padma was magically more powerful than Hermione and was good in theory and often fought for the top spot with Hermione and the witch from Slytherin. Parvati was smart, but she was a gossip girl, and perhaps this was the reason that she was often quoted as the source of all the rumors which were on the grapevine of the Hogwarts rumor mill. Inwardly, Harry resolved to be wary of the twins, who were probably scarier than the Weasley twins. "Here we be, sirs," said the elf, pointing to the massive gates of the castle. The castle was a huge, three-floored structure with 4 towers, one at each corner, but not exactly in the directions of the compass. It was spread over a large area, and there were stables in the distance where Harry could see some hippogriffs milling about. Augusta and Neville Longbottom were standing outside the front doors, looking anxious. As they approached, Neville came forward and embraced Harry in a brotherly hug. "Welcome to the Longbottom Castle, Herr Potter." "Neville, to you, I am always Harry," Harry said, smiling. "Actually, Herr Longbottom, it is Lord Potter Peverell Rosier Weber, said Harsh, mock bowing to Harry, who rolled his eyes while Neville was staring at him, wide-eyed. Are you really Lord of Four Houses? Asked Neville, still surprised. A story for another time, Mr. Longbottom, which I know Mr. Potter will be happy to tell you in all its glory, said Harsh, smiling at the duo, but for now, we have some rather urgent matters to tend to. Harsh stepped up to Augusta, who had been fondly looking upon the duo of Neville and Harry and smiling, remembering another Potter and Longbottom, who had walked around this place like brothers. However, unlike these, those boys were never just the two of them. James never came alone, but with his posse of friends like the heir of Black, Remus Lupin, who was always a kind boy, and Peter Pettigrew, whom she had seen as a hero for nigh on 14 years before Neville returned from Hogwarts at the end of his 4th year. Augusta, it's a pleasure to see you again, Harsh said, bowing to her, taking her hand and pretending to key her knuckles. Is everything ready? Augusta nodded her head. My elf Squeaky will show you the chambers. Frank and Alice will be portkeyed here soon. Harry stepped up to her and she embraced him. Harry, you are like Neville to me. You do not need to bow to me and call me Augusta or Gran, if you want. Harry was touched by the gesture and returned her embrace with equal affection. The Muggles may not have been his true relatives, but he was making his own family now. The elf accompanied Harsh to the chamber while Neville took Harry with him to show him around the property until Harsh called for the pair of them. They were supposed to help him in the process. They were not sure how they could help him, but they were willing to find out. Neville showed him the woods where many magical creatures lived and the greenhouses which were maintained by him. Harry was astonished to see that Neville was looking after and maintaining plants that were not taught in the curriculum at Hogwarts. Some were so rare that they were not even available there. Lastly, he brought him to the stables where a number of hippogriffs and many flying horses were tethered. Do you ride them, Neville? Harry asked. Neville shook his head ruefully. Never when Gran is watching. She's afraid I might fall off and break my leg or something. But I have been out a couple of times when she wasn't around. The elves showed me how to work the tack and bridle and showed me how to ride. I would like to think that I'm pretty good at it. When Hagrid showed us the hippogriffs, I was hoping I would get to ride. But Malfoy had to be a stupid git and it never happened. Damn Malfoy and his ancestry anyway. Harry laughed at his indignation. It was hard to imagine Neville as the shy, clumsy Gryffindor he had been a week earlier. Ever since he got his wand, he had been improving. Harry had seen his power firsthand and was sure that Neville would be turning heads very soon. Harry, what are you doing for the summer? Neville asked him, hesitating. I was thinking that you could stay here with me if you want. We can use magic without anyone knowing and practice a lot of what we have learned. Neville, sorry to have to turn you down, mate. I have some travel plans. I am going to magical India with Harsh Vardhan, who has promised to teach me some things which will help me to survive in the coming war, he replied. He has also promised to teach me a little about my family magics. I understand, Harry. Neville said, patting his arm. Hang on. You can do magic here? Harry asked, confused, but won't that get you into trouble with the ministry? I mean, I was served with a notice for a hovering charm Dobby had used at the Muggles. Neville noticed the venom with which he mentioned the Muggles and did not raise the issue but chose to answer his question. The tracking charm of the ministry only works in houses of Muggle-born students. The ministry can only detect if magic is cast but not who cast it. The children of pureblood families practice magic all summer long without any problems, Neville replied sheepishly. But that's unfair to the Muggle-born students, protested Harry. How can they expect to compete with the pure-blood students when they do not get the same treatment as them? I know, Harry, but we cannot change it right now. Later, when we are on our family seats, maybe we can advocate for changes in the system, said Neville, trying to pacify Harry before he exploded. Harry knew that Neville was speaking the truth, so he dropped the subject. Instead, he switched to small talk with Neville and started asking him for details about his life up to this point, such as his family and what it was like growing up on the estate. The time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the elf appeared to inform them that they were wanted in the ritual chamber. Ritual chamber, Longbottom Castle. The ritual chamber was a large, underground room with a dueling arena in the middle of it. There was also a practice range off in one corner, where target dummies were set up for them. In another part of the room, Harsh had inscribed some runes on the ground. Having never studied runes, Harry could not make heads or tails of them, but Harsh explained that those runes were to prevent the magical outburst from either Frank or Alice, escaping and causing any damage to the chamber or the castle. These symbols have been drawn with the runes from the Brahmi script, a language from the vast family of the magical Sanskrit language. These runes together make a containment ward, which will help contain the magical outbursts, he said, explaining gently to them. He pointed out a large rune in the center of the circular ward scheme to them. This is Om. The primordial sound. The symbol of infinity and nothingness beyond which there is nothing. This is the sound of the universe. It is the start and it is the end of everything, and there is no sound greater than this. Now I need you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom, to put your wands on this and push your magic into this rune. This will power the ward scheme. Keep pouring the magic into it till it is glowing golden. I do not have a wand, Mr. Harsh Vardhana, Harry said to him, frowning. My apologies, Mr. Potter. I had promised to give you a wand which would help you, Harsh said. Since I do not have a wand to present to you as your own, why don't you use one of these? He pulled 2 wands out of his pockets and offered them to Harry. The first wand felt like dead wood to Harry's senses. But the second wand felt warm to his touch. How are we supposed to do this? Asked Neville. Just put your wand to the symbols and will you magic to flow and keep pouring till the runes glow gold. Harsh replied encouragingly, it will start charging the rune, but do not exhaust yourself. Harry and Neville started following his instructions simultaneously. However, Harry noticed that he had to concentrate more to make the wand work. He understood how Neville would have felt, working with a wand that had never chosen him. After a few minutes, but what felt like hours, Harry saw the symbol glowing golden. Why are they charging the runes and not you? Asked Healer Lynn, coming in the room with Frank and Alice Longbottom hovering behind her, strapped on 2 stretchers and being carried into the chambers by 2 trainee healers. Simply because they are more powerful than me or anyone else in this room, Harsh answered amusedly. These boys are pretty powerful, Healer Lynn, and by the time their magical core would stop growing, they would be the most powerful wizards in magical Britain. Healer Lynn looked skeptical. May I? She asked, brandishing her wand at Neville, who dumbly nodded. She cast some diagnostic spells at him and her eyes widened. She repeated the same with Harry and her eyebrows reached so high into her forehead it looked like they would just vanish. She gulped. Indeed, they are incredibly powerful. Their cores are already bigger than most average wizards in Britain. I believe that by the age of 17, Mr. Potter will easily be a highly accomplished Grand Sorcerer with Mr. Longbottom not far behind. In fact, there have not been such powerful wizards in recent history. This ritual will require me to spend a lot of my strength to try and revive them, and I cannot risk my strength by using to charge the runes, so I decided to use these powerhouses here, he said, winking at the duo. Harsh ushered the trainee healers out of the room and asked Augusta to take Alice to another room since he would be treating only one of them at a time. He laid Frank in the center of the circle on a very intricately drawn design. This will keep him from moving too much during the ritual, he announced. While I am doing the ritual, please do not come inside the circle, and if Frank starts to stir without me waking up, please stun him to immobilize him. If he is awakened during the ritual, it can be fatal for him or me. He turned to the duo, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom. If the energy in the rune starts to fade, please feel free to pour energy into the rune. It shall always remain golden. Harry and Neville nodded in grim determination. Harsh sat in meditating position, his legs folded beneath him, his wand in his right hand and both of the arms on the knees, palms facing upwards. He started chanting some incantations in a strange language, and while they could not understand the words, the power in the words could be felt by them, giving goosebumps to everyone present in the chamber. Harsh closed his eyes and went still. Then a moment later, Frank stirred for a second before going still. Frank's mindscape. Harsh found himself in Frank's mindscape. He had entered into his mind by going into a trance, leaving his body behind. The entrance of the mindscape resembled the real Longbottom Castle. There were elves milling about, however they looked emaciated, as if someone had been keeping them hungry and torturing them. The grass around the castle was withered and the trees were uprooted. The walls had cracks in them and the doors were ajar with no one guarding them. The stables he had noticed were destroyed with bodies of dead beasts littered on the ground. The woods around the castle were utterly destroyed with trees uprooted, burned or blasted into smithereens. He walked up the stairs where he knew the Lord's study was. The entrance to the bedroom was guarded by a legion of armored suits which were barring all entry to the room. "Stand aside," Harsh commanded them. "Your lord is not in danger anymore. He needs to be set free." The suits did not respond, and when he made one step forward, one of the suits slashed at him with its sword, menacing him. Harsh easily sidestepped the blow. He did not want to cause any harm to the suits, which were basically protections against mind intrusion, but they had become a problem for Frank. The suits had kept him here, not allowing him to escape, and thus, he could not be cured. Unless these were disabled, he could not access the room. He was choosing not to be violent since he knew it would risk Frank stirring and waking, leaving Harsh trapped within. As he stepped again, two of the suits attacked him simultaneously and he rolled to the ground and they missed him by an inch. If the suits continued to be so violent, he would need to disable them since he did not want to destroy them. He got up again and tried to turn invisible, but to his horror, none of his magic worked. This was new. In other cases of a similar nature, he had been able to use magic. Looking for the cause, he spotted a litany of runes drawn along the walls, and there were runes for all purposes. Following the trail of runes, he noticed a rune drawn on the ceiling of the corridor he was in. It was a magic suppressing rune. Really ingenious. Unless he deactivated the rune himself, he could not gain entrance to the room even if he destroyed the suits. The only way he had was to go through the suits and then gain access to the Lord's study. The suits were not able to feel pain, but he could dismantle them and hope they remained dismantled. The problem with this was that this would cause distress to Frank Longbottom, and he hoped the others would quickly stun him before he was trapped here. One of the suits came at him menacingly, brandishing its sword, and Harsh ducked as soon as the suit swung the sword, saving himself by a hair's breadth. He sprung to his feet in the next instant and trapped the blade between his palms. With a sudden jerk, he tore the blade from the suit's grasp. Spinning the blade in the air, he caught it again with the hilt in his right hand. The blade was a broadsword, one of the heaviest one-handed weapons, not intended for the swift and subtle type of combat Harsh preferred, but he would make do. In the next moment, with a flash of steel and the sound of a tin can ripping apart, the helmet of the first suit parted company with the rest of the armor. Then, with the crash of hardened steel on hardened steel, he parried the blow and disarmed the next suit. As the blade spun singing through the air, Harsh caught the pommel in his left hand. Seeing one of their fellows incapacitated, the remaining suits formed a ring around Harsh and began to circle him and wait for his next move. Harsh had to admire Frank Longbottom in that moment. That man was simply a genius with maneuvers, since the suits only mimicked what Frank knew, and Frank was apparently a master of tactics. The suits circled him and kept moving around him, not giving him a chance to escape, while Harsh simply kept his swords ready to parry any blow or take advantage of any opening to strike. After some time, the suits became tired of all the waiting and four of them pounced on him at once. Harsh, who had been a warrior for ages, simply jumped in the air and, somersaulting, was out of the circle. The suits scrambled to turn around and fight him when he went into action, slashing, stabbing or simply swiping his swords through the swath of the suits. In a matter of seconds, Harsh stood alone with a rather large pile of dismantled armor in front of him. He knew that he had to move quickly because the suits soon started moving, reassembling themselves. Seeing no other way out and not able to use magic, he stabbed both swords through the middle of the doors of the Lord's study, and the castle shook like there was an earthquake. Working fast, he was able to wrestle the doors open before the suits could finish reassembling and attack him again. He bolted the door from the inside. He knew that the suits would not break the door open of the Lord's study, but was wary of the dangers which may be lurking within. When he turned his attention to the inside of the room, to his surprise, Frank Longbottom was sitting behind the ornate desk made of cedar wood and polished to shine, the Longbottom crest atop it. He looked like Neville Longbottom but a little older. He was tall, brown hair down to his shoulders, strong broad shoulders, electric blue eyes and an angular face. Overall, he looked like one of the chivalric heroes from the stories of old. He was engrossed in studying a book and did not even notice when Harsh had entered the room. Lord Longbottom. He addressed him, causing him to stir and look towards him. It is time to return to consciousness. Who are you and how did you get in? Frank asked him, surprised written on his face. How did you defeat the suits? I have tried to get out many times but they never opened the door, Frank said morosely and pouted. Harsh chuckled briefly, then sobered up. Locked from outside. You mean to say the door was not locked by you? Yes. They locked the door from outside. I seem to have lost my wand and I can no longer command them nor can I unlock the door by magic, Frank said, frowning. But there is a magic suppressing rune on the ceiling of the corridor outside, Harsh said. Does that not stop you from using magic here? My dear fellow. This is my castle. Why would I engrave a magic suppressing rune on my castle? He asked, scowling. We need to go now, Lord Longbottom, said Harsh gently. People outside are getting anxious. They have not heard from you for 15 years. What do you mean? Asked Frank, confused. Just yesterday, Voldemort was defeated. How can it be 15 years? It has been 15 years. You will be explained everything. This is not the real world but your mindscape where all your protections died with the overexposure of Cruciatus curse and you were ensconced here by your magic. Harsh said, explaining. Once you are full in health, you will need to remake your mindscape or perhaps choose a new one if you cannot bring it into its previous state. Do you know what has happened during all these years? If it has been 15 years then Mother would have grown old, her face creased with lines of worry and little Neville would be a fine young man by now. He was just a little toddler then. And my love Alice, I can't imagine that I didn't even ask about her or about my other friends. The Potters had died a day ago and we all were grieving, he said, looking distant and gloomy. Sirius had been sitting at dinner with us that evening when he suddenly left saying he was going to check on James and Lily. That night we received the news that James and Lily had died but little Harry survived. Alice wanted to take Harry in with Sirius's consent knowing he was his godfather. We had returned to Green Hughes when we were attacked. Mother was not at the mansion, having gone to live at Uncle Algy's place for the duration. I remember attacking the Lestrange brothers, but someone knocked me out with a curse from behind. I felt the pain of the Cruciatus curse and my mind defenses immediately brought my consciousness here to the safety of the Lord's study while activating other defenses. Lord Longbottom, you will know everything when you wake up but my time here is short. I have reached here with a lot difficulty and I am not sure I can do it again. Only I can bring you back. Let us not tarry, he said, urging him. Frank sighed and nodded. When they tried to pull the doors open, they would not budge but Harsh again stabbed the doors in the middle with the swords and wrestled them open. As soon as the doors opened, he saw that the suits had lined up in phalanx formation, ready to begin their assault again. Before they could, a regal voice cut through the air, stand down. Frank Longbottom came through the doors, standing tall, looking regal and his eyes blazing with power. The suits immediately went on their knees before him and he addressed them. You have served me well but your services are not required as of now. I shall call upon you when I need you again. The suits stood up and started moving throughout the castle, placing themselves in their usual niches. Harsh and Frank exited the castle and immediately Harsh grabbed his hand and disappeared. Longbottom Castle, Ritual Chamber. Everyone present in the chamber was getting anxious. It had been nearly 2 hours and yet there was no sign of Frank waking up or any movement from Harsh's body. There had been moments when Frank stirred violently and the healers had to stun him. There was a period where he had some sort of seizure and Neville had been worried but the healer had stunned Frank calmly and looked upon Neville hopefully telling him that it was a good sign since this was the first time in 15 years that Frank's mind was responding to some of her diagnostic spells. That had been 1 hour ago. Suddenly, Frank's body jerked before going still but the healer was calm. Harsh opened his eyes and cast an enervate at Frank who woke up, looking all groggy and dazed and grinned stupidly. It feels good to be back. Augusta who was present in the chamber was hugging Neville so fiercely that he feared his ribs would break. She was shaking and sobbing while Neville felt his shoulders getting wet. He realized that his gran was crying and unwillingly, tears started to fall from his eyes but Neville did not care to wipe them. He had his father back. He noticed Harry looking longingly at the scene and he could imagine his pain. Gently extricating himself from his grand's embrace, he pulled Harry towards him and hugged him fiercely while Augusta embraced both of them tightly. After 5 minutes, Harsh approached Augusta. It is my pleasure to announce, Augusta, that your son has been returned to you. However, I must caution you against breaking any bad news to him about the wizarding world, at least for a month. His mind and body are frail and would need to be strengthened before he is ready to hear anything. I would advise you to keep him isolated from others for the time being. Neville, who had a large smile plastered upon his face, said hoarsely, "What about my mother?" Harsh smiled at him. "Mr. Longbottom, the treatment take a lot out of a wizard, and the power you both voluntarily poured in the ward gave me a great boost, but this still caused me exhaustion. So, after a rather heavy lunch, which I think you both would prefer to partake, we can remedy her ailments after an hour." Neville was reluctant but nodded. He himself could feel the drain on his magic the powering of the runes had caused him. He and Harry had to re-energize the runes twice, which only took a few seconds, but felt like hours and took a lot from them. "Mr. Harsh, the House of Longbottom is eternally indebted to you," said Augusta, her voice still hoarse from crying. "Whenever you need the assistance of House Longbottom, the House of Longbottom will answer your call." "I appreciate the gesture, Augusta. Now Lord Longbottom is sleeping after being given a dose of dreamless sleep potion, and by my calculation, he will sleep soundly for 6 hours before he wakes up, but then he will be famished of hunger and will require a feast to feast on. The same with Lady Longbottom, but please make sure that they are not taxing their strengths and getting proper sleep. I will be leaving the rest of their recuperation in the able hands of Healer Lin." He smiled genially at the healer. "I remember my promise, Healer Lin. I will eventually detail you about the ritual, but I would rather that you never reveal this secret." "I can take a magical oath, if it is satisfactory," she replied eagerly. The group then retired to the dining room for lunch and ate like they had been famished for ages. After they were done, Harsh signaled that it was time for them to go and raise Alice Longbottom. Harsh was curious to see what her mindscape would be like. Alice's mindscape. After Harry and Neville had charged up the runes again and all else was made ready, Harsh entered into a meditative state. When he entered her mindscape, he was surprised. Her mindscape was a forest, but the forest was dying. The grass was wilted and dead. The trees in the forest were either uprooted or burned as if thunderbolts had struck them. Several of the trees were magical and could be found only in the forbidden forest surrounding Hogwarts. There were a lot of creatures in the forest, but most of them were dead. The air was full of smoke and decay. He noticed a hippogriff lying on the ground, dying, its wings ripped off, and apparently it had fallen from flight because its tack was still on its back. There was a unicorn which was dead in a pool of silver blood, a manticore dead as if blasted by a blasting hex from the inside, a demiguise almost dead, bowtruckles running around looking for trees to inhabit, a niffler digging in the ground perhaps looking for gold. So this is where young Neville got his love for herbology, he mused. What worried him now was trying to determine, in all this forest and with the number and types of creatures unknown, where Alice Longbottom might be. Suddenly the roar of an enraged dragon echoed through the forest. It sounded like the dragon was engaged in battle. Under normal circumstances, it would be a good idea to run, not walk away from an enraged dragon, but Harsh thought that this may be a clue as to where Alice could be found, so he followed the sound. Making his way through the remains of the shattered and uprooted trees, it didn't take Harsh long before he came upon the scene. A fully grown Romanian longhorn was fighting with a wyvern, and it looked like it was protecting a little hut in the clearing. Quickly disillusioning himself and using a scent masking charm, he proceeded to the hut and entered it stealthily. Like all other wizarding spaces, the hut was larger inside and was almost the size of a 2-floor building. In the middle of the entrance hall stood Alice Longbottom, who had a lithe figure, good height, auburn-haired and round-faced with brown eyes. She pointed her wand at him. "Identify yourself or die." He raised his hands in surrender. "I come in peace, Lady Longbottom. I have come to take you out of here." She frowned. "There is nothing out of here. I have been searching for too long. Sometimes I feel like I am out of here and I see a young Frank before me, but at other times, I feel like I am in the void. I have been fighting against this menace which is destroying the forest, killing the creatures. I had adopted the Romanian longhorn and it has been protecting me from other beasts for a long time now. This, Lady Longbottom," he said, is your mindscape where you conscious was whisked away when you and Frank were assaulted with the overexposure of torture curse at the hands of. She cut in before he could finish, the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr., she snarled. Yes, and it is the effects of the overexposure that has been destroying your mindscape for last 15 years, he said somberly. It has been 15 years? She asked, unable to believe him. Yes, Lady Longbottom, and a lot have changed in the world. Lord Longbottom and you have been dallying for enough. It's time to wake up, he said gently. But how? She asked. First we help the Romanian Longhorn kill the wyvern and then I will take you out of here, he said. Nodding her head, she gripped her wand firmly, marching outside. Together, they cast the bombarda jinx at the wyvern, diverting its attention, and in that moment, the dragon swooped down and with a swipe of his claw, the wyvern's head rolled to the forest floor. The dragon lowered her head to him and she patted its snout before turning away, tears in her eyes. Harsh grabbed her hand and disappeared. In the ritual chamber, Alice Longbottom stirred once before going still again. Harsh opened his eyes. Signaling the healer to enervate her and administer the dreamless sleep potion, he retired to the parlor he was taken to after waking up Frank and was followed by Augusta, Neville and Harry. It had been 6 hours since Frank woke up from his slumber of 15 years. The effects of the potion of dreamless sleep were about due to wear off. From the time that the ritual to wake Alice was complete, they were all gathered in the master bedroom of Longbottom Castle waiting for Frank to wake up. Augusta kept her vigil praying for Frank's recovery while trying to keep her composure. Neville was looking on in anticipation, trying to imagine what he would say to his father when they spoke for the first time. He was deliriously happy and it showed in his behavior. The chief house elf, Marty, was tending to Frank personally while another female elf, Tippy, who was bonded to Alice, was waiting on her. Neville was happy just sitting there, talking to Harry, showing him some photographs from Frank and Alice's Hogwarts days and talking about people he recognized in them. To Harry's interest, he saw a picture with a large number of people standing in it. The picture was so large that there were 3 frames of it. On the first were people that Harry had only heard of, but Neville perhaps knew a little more about them than he did. There were 8 people in that frame, out of which only Frank and Alice were still alive. The rest were the Pruitt twins, Benji Fenwick, Dorcas Meadows, the McKinnons, Lord Sayer, Frank and Alice Longbottom. In the second frame were Albus Dumbledore, a man he recognized as the barman from Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, Hagrid, Alistair Moody, Edgar and Elia Bones, Hestia Jones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Emmeline Vance and Daedalus Diggle. The third frame had the Marauders with Lily and another woman in the middle of them. Harry was angry seeing Wormtail between them but could not do anything about it. He wondered if this was before Wormtail had taken the dark mark or after that. Everyone looked so happy in this picture, some rather cheerfully waving at the camera while others were outright laughing. Even in the middle of war, they could smile. He smiled at the thought of being surrounded by people like them who could smile in such grave times. Harry startled from his reverie when Neville snapped his fingers in front of his face. Harry, are you still here? Harry nodded. Neville, when was this photo taken? Neville smiled. Gran once told me that they were all knights. I thought she was joking. When I asked again after a few years, she gave me the same answer, then went on to explain that they were part of Dumbledore's order which used to fight you-know-who and his followers. This photograph was taken sometime before we were born. Harry felt frustrated with Neville refusing to call Voldemort by his name but did not want to ruin his mood. So ignoring Neville's reluctance to use his name, he continued, I have heard of this order. I asked Sirius and he told me of this once but very shortly. He said that most of them had died at the Death Eater's hands because they refused to bow down to them. Yes, Harry. And it's happening all over again, only this time, we will be fighting, along with them, Neville said, looking determined, and, when that time comes, I assure you that I will stand by you. You know what they say. Where a Potter goes, a Longbottom follows. As a Longbottom should, said Frank hoarsely, and they turned to him delighted. Frank was very pale and looked like he was about to be sick, but was smiling at the pair of them anyway. His eyes were still closed. Slowly he opened his eyes and focused his gaze on Harry. James, he whispered, James, what are you doing here? I thought that you were dead. Harry shook his head lightly. I am not James, Lord Longbottom. I am Harold. Harry, James. I see you woke up just on time, Lord Longbottom, said Harsh, who had just entered the room. These fine people were getting anxious. He pointed to Neville. This young man here, I believe he is yours, was rather very excited, and as such his magic has been out of control. I swear your elves were hovering near him just to taste his power and to get drunk on it. Frank turned to Neville and could not say a word for a moment, but just took in the stranger who wore his wife's face. Then, coming to the right conclusion, croaked, Neville. Sorry I have been away for so long. Neville had waited all of his life for this moment, just to hear his father call him by his name, could not control himself any longer. He rushed to his father and hugged him, making Frank wince a little, but Neville didn't care. He was trying to take in everything that he could. His heart was giddy with delight. He was with his father. I believe, Mr. Longbottom, that I cautioned you against exciting your father, Harsh reminded Neville. He is not going anywhere. You just need to contain your enthusiasm for a few days. Mother. Is that you? Said Frank, seeing Augusta standing at the doorway where she was crying softly, seeing her son smile at her. This was not a dream. Her years of waiting had borne fruit. Frank turned to Harsh. You know I did not get your name when you were bringing me back. I distinctly remember asking who you are, but you evaded the question. I have too many names and too many faces, Frankie, he said smiling, but for this purpose, call me Harsh Vardana, just another healer. Healer Lin, who had been sitting quietly in the corner the whole time, snorted, another healer, he says. At last count, 50 different healers have tried to cure you and Lady Longbottom, but none ever succeeded. Where is Alice? Frank asked, getting agitated. Tell me she is safe. Calm down, Frankie, Harsh said authoritatively. Alice is fine. She will be waking up in a couple of hours. Frank's face lit up. A couple hours, you say? I can wait that long. We will have a lot to catch up on. He turned to Harry. So you are Harry Potter, James's little child. Oh, how proud we both were that we had children almost the same day. If you were a few hours earlier or Neville was a few hours later, you both would have been born the same day. I tried to ask your father to let me become your godfather, but Sirius got there first. Damn that mutt. Harry actually chuckled. To hear someone talk about his parents and their friends with so much affection interested him very much. He wanted to tell Frank about the war, about what had become of the Marauders, but he remembered Harsh's warning. Frank continued speaking. You know, Harry, Remus wanted to be your godfather, but Sirius had baited him, saying that whenever he married and became a father, Remus would be the godfather, while poor Peter never said anything. When I heard about Lily giving birth, I ran to the hospital, but by the time I got there, Sirius Black was already dubbed the godfather, and when I entered the ward, he ran up to me and said, Hey Frankie, I am a dog father. However, Alice had threatened Lily at one point that if she named someone else as your godmother, she would take her down, and let me tell you, no sane man ever crossed wands with those witches. They were very gentle and humble, mind you, but you enraged them and they would make Bellatrix look sane. The next couple of hours passed swiftly as Frank grew steadily stronger and the boys listened to him recount stories of the previous war. There were also tales of the Marauders and their days at Hogwarts. Harry was smiling fondly at Frank. Frank was whispering something to Neville, who was listening intently and smiling. Harry was just thinking about how his circle of friends and some that he could call family had been there for him these last 4 years, but Neville had only his grandmother. Now, seeing Neville happy with his own father and the confidence he was gaining daily, seemed happier than Harry had ever seen him. Then, they all heard a voice which had not spoken for 15 years. What did you just say, Frank Jeremy Longbottom? Said Alice, who had now opened her eyes and was looking around dazedly. Her eyes fell on Neville. How did you become 16 years old again? She said, making Frank laugh. She looked to Augusta. Mother, you look so old. Is it really been 15 years? I thought I was dreaming. Her eyes then fell upon Harry. James, but then she realized her mistake. You are not James. You have her eyes. I can recognize those eyes anywhere. My best friend's eyes. You must be little Harry. She turned to Neville again. Oh my son, you have grown up. I missed so much of my life. It was a merry gathering in Longbottom Castle after so many years. Harry stayed the night there and stayed up late with Frank and Alice, who refused to go back to sleep just yet. After a few hours of small talk and merry-making, they were tuckered out and fell asleep without need for any more potions. Next day, Harsh woke Harry in the morning and saying his goodbyes to everyone. He was hustled out just beyond the property line and disappeared with Harsh only to appear outside the Order's headquarters. Black Townhouse. Following Harsh, he quickly entered the house to be engulfed into a bone-cracking hug by Mrs. Weasley while Mr. Weasley simply beamed at him. Ronald gave him an awkward one-armed hug and then kept his distance. Sirius literally dragged him to the kitchen and put a plate in front of him heaped with lots of breakfast, and he dove in with gusto. After they were done, Sirius dragged him to his room. "Godson, there are things that we need to do and time is short," Sirius said. "I am told you made quite the spectacle at Gringotts yesterday." "Who told you?" Harry asked curiously. "Bill Weasley, who works as a curse breaker for the goblins, informed us yesterday evening. He said that Rugnut," Harry snorted, "had sent a welcome party. An entire battalion of goblins to face 2 wizards, and all their wards were up. The security trolls were ready to fight as well. The goblins were all shaking in their boots. Then Rugnut came running out, barking something about locking access to the dragon pens. I can't even imagine what that was all about. So, care to fill me in?" Sirius waited with eager anticipation. Before Harry could start, there was a knock on the door and Remus entered, his hair blue and feathers all over his body. Seeing Sirius, he bellowed, "Those menaces got the jump on me, Sirius. They turned my hair blue and made me a canary. Let me guess, did they give you something to eat?" Harry asked, and when Remus nodded, he explained about the canary creams. When Sirius told Remus that Harry was about to start telling about what happened at the bank, Remus sat down to listen too. Harry told them of the story in detail. How Harsh Vardana had infuriated the goblins. How he threatened them that Harry would take his accounts and go to the gnomes, and how he taunted Iron Fist about having left him as an egg for a dragon. By the time he was finished telling the story about the bank, Sirius was rolling on the floor laughing, tears rolling down his face. But when Harry told him about Lily not being a Muggle born, he was surprised then intrigued. When he ended narrating, Sirius chortled, "Harry, your life is never boring, is it? You can't even visit the bank without the goblins sending you a welcome party, and then they just change your world in a second. Lord of Rosier indeed. I am amazed." Remus smirked. "Think how it will affect Dumbledore. His political machinations and intrigue just got more exciting. I mean, 2 of the darkest families which have not sat on the Wizengamot for 16 years return and sit on the light side, the Great Alliance is renewed, and presto. Cornelius will not be able to sleep peacefully." "2?" Harry asked, confused. "Yes, godson," Sirius said. "You have taken up lordship of Black, haven't you?" "Actually no. I planned to do this after I returned from magical India," Harry replied hesitantly. "Harry, if you do not take up the lordship, you cannot charge the ward stones, and they need to be charged to strengthen the defenses," Sirius said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "It means that we get to sneak out and visit Diagon Alley. It has been a long time since I met Ripthroat, the Black account manager." "Sirius, are you sure that would be wise?" asked Harry, fidgeting. He did not want Sirius to be caught. "Where is your sense of adventure, Prongslet?" Sirius asked him. "Where is the boy who used a time turner to save me, chased away 100 Dementors?" Harry smiled sheepishly. "You make a good point, Padfoot. Let's go on this adventure." "Hang on," said Remus, raising his hands. "You just can't go off and leave me to fend for myself with those twins lurking about." Sirius grinned. "You were always the brains of the Marauders, Moony. You can handle a couple of kids." "How are we going out?" asked Harry. "The front door is being watched at all times." "Tell me, godson, have you ever ridden a hippogriff?" said Sirius, grinning at him, causing him to roll his eyes. Half an hour later, Harry Potter entered the garden in Grimmauld Place with Sirius Black, who was hiding under the invisibility cloak. When they reached Buckbeak, he bowed to him and Buckbeak returned the gesture. Sirius cast a disillusionment charm on the hippogriff, making him blend in with the surroundings, and set about putting tack on the beast. After a few moments, Buckbeak was in the skies, flying towards Diagon Alley. Gringotts. A young boy with golden hair, brown eyes, tall and well-muscled entered the bank and going to the teller announced, "I need to see Griphook." The teller sneered at him. Griphook is not an ordinary goblin, wizard. He cannot see everyone who comes through the door unless you are raven-haired and green-eyed. Sirius, who had been following him under the cloak, cast a wordless finite and his appearance changed at once. The goblin gulped at seeing him while he grinned. "How about now, teller goblin? Do you think he would see me now?" The teller ran to an inside office and after a few moments, returned with Griphook in tow, who was trying to suppress his laughter. As he reached Harry, he said, "Lord Potter, I must accept. If you keep on coming to the bank like this, there will never be a boring day in Gringotts. Yesterday, you stirred up the Goblin Special Corps and today you just showed up and changed appearance before him. I did not know that you enjoyed such antics. As it happens, Griphook, I am quite fond of them," said Harry and continued, "Today I have come to cause more waves. Talking of waves, Mr. Potter, the council has not yet calmed down from the waves you caused yesterday. If you can believe it, Iron Fist has been sitting in Lord Ragnarok's office, auditing all your accounts so that there is no discrepancy because he fears that you will move out if there is anything wrong. To add to the worry, the gnomes had come here to inquire after your financial status. I believe you would not know anything about them," said the goblin, frowning. "As much as I would like to discuss waves my godson caused, he has only a short time here and we have a lot to do," said Sirius's head materializing before them. Griphook looked startled. "If that is the case, follow me, Lord Potter. Lord Ragnarok has ordered that you are to be brought before him when you come next." In a few moments, they were before Ragnarok, who smiled at Harry and said to the room in general, "You can take off the cloak now, Mr. Black." Sirius materialized. "Pleasure to meet you again, Rugnut. Mr. Black, my name is Ragnarok and please remember it." Ragnarok sneered, "That wizard is a menace." "You had called for me, Lord Ragnarok," said Harry. "My account manager said you wanted to see me instantly. Lord Potter, yesterday the manager of Gnomes came into the bank asking us about your financial status and how much money you had. He further inquired how many days it would take to transfer your assets from goblins to gnomes if you choose to shift your banker. Iron Fist has asked me to do anything you want so long as you do not take your account away," said Ragnarok, looking beseechingly at him. "Now that you mentioned it, Rugnut, the Goblin Nation can do something for Harry Potter," said Sirius, his eyes full of mirth. "What would that be, Mr. Black?" sneered Ragnarok. "You see, Rugnut, the wizarding world is going to fight another war soon and we need the goblins on our side, covertly if not openly. Assure us that you will not shift with Voldemort and his merry band of fools, and Harry Potter will not take his account away," said Sirius gleefully. This was an opportunity which had presented itself to them. In the meeting of the Order conducted last evening, Dumbledore had been picking everyone's brain over ways in which they could make the goblins stay neutral, if not aligned to the light side. Who knew that this would be so easy? It made sense. Goblins are motivated by money and war. They could not fight wizards anymore. If they lost this much money in one go, it would have a huge impact on the bank and cause an economic upheaval that would turn the wizarding world against them. Agreeing to Sirius's demand was good business, plain and simple. "The Goblin Nation agrees to your proposition, Mr. Black," said Ragnarok. "Now what is the other business that we can help you with?" "The House of Black is ready for its new lord," said Sirius royally. "Harry Potter, who has been my heir since I became his godfather, is ready to become the Lord of Black." Griphook's eyes went wide for a brief moment. Harry Potter already controlled the fortunes of 4 ancient houses. Adding the Black holdings would mean that the boy wizard would control even more and Griphook would be his account manager. Perhaps, if he played his cards right, this would change his fortunes for the better. "Mr. Black, while Mr. Potter is your heir and in the first degree of heirs to ascend to the position of Lord Black, there are others whose claim is stronger. Draco Malfoy and Nymphadora Tonks, for instance, have stronger claims. My advice to you, since we have just aligned ourselves to your side, if you were to blood adopt Mr. Potter here, that would place him first in the line and he would ascend without any problem," said Ragnarok, winking at him. "Blood adopt? What does that mean?" asked Harry, confused. Harry, blood adoption means that your blood and mine are mixed in the ritual bowl with a special potion which would then be partaken of by both of us. This will make you my son by magic, and this would make it easy for you to ascend to the position. Not to mention, I do not want Lucius to get his hands on the black wealth, said Sirius seriously, no pun, but this is not an easy decision. You may think that being my son would change things, but it will not. You have always been the son of James and Lily, and that is what you will remain. With this adoption, the only thing that will change is that you will add another name to your already hyphenated name, although I would like it if you would keep Black after Potter. Harry chuckled at his antics. Padfoot, I have no issue with being blood adopted by you, but it is just that it was rather sudden. I have not known my father and mother. All I remember about them are memories which I experience when a Dementor comes near me. If anyone has been a father to me, it's been you. The last year you did everything in your power to keep me safe. You were willing to risk everything for me. Ever since the third task, you have been around me and ensured that I remain safe. You were already a father to me, Sirius. I know Dad won't mind and Mother would glare at you but would agree, he said smiling. Sirius was somber for a minute, thinking of all the harshness that the boy had faced and yet stood firm. He never imagined that he would have a son, not since Marlene died, but in that moment he realized that Harry was his son as much as he was James's. Lord Ragnarok, Harry addressed the goblin, if you would proceed with the ritual. Ragnarok produced the ritual bowl and asked them to pour some blood into it. Mixing their blood was quite anticlimactic. Harry had imagined sparks of fire and quite the spectacle. It remained inert as it was before mixing the blood. However, when Ragnarok poured a potion in the bowl and it started hissing and throwing sparks around, smoke rising from the concoction, taking the shape of a griffin and an adder who looked at each other, checking each other before melding into one, then disappearing. Congratulations, Mr. Black, you are a father now, proclaimed Ragnarok, smiling while Sirius grinned sheepishly. Ragnarok barked an order at Griphook and he went out of the room. He returned a few minutes later, followed by another goblin who was very old. Seeing Sirius, he grinned ferally. I wondered why the bank was so black today. I heard you became a father, Sirius. A gloomy day for Wizarding World, I am sure. Ripthroat, you stinky old goblin, ripped any throats recently? Sirius asked the goblin, who guffawed. Sirius continued, now move your old backside or my son will make sure that we get a new manager for our family before the day is out. Ripthroat passed a ring to him which was a goblin silver band with an obsidian stone atop it having an adder on its face. As Harry donned the ring, the power almost overwhelmed him, making him pass out. It was such a force that he could not breathe for a few seconds, but, after those seconds, his blood was singing to this magic and it felt as natural in his veins as Potter or Peverell family magic. Half an hour later, Harry was in Griphook's office and they were discussing investments. Mr. Potter, your family has investments in a lot of businesses. Some of them are doing very well while others, not so well. I believe that with a little cash and a change of management, they could earn you a good profit. Lastly, there are businesses which cannot be redeemed and it would be prudent to pull out of them before their losses become more substantial, finished Griphook. He passed Harry a piece of parchment. This is a summary statement of businesses which are doing well. Silver Arrow Broom Company, now Firebolt, 45%. Quality Quidditch Supplies 10%. Zonko's Joke Shop 30%. Scrivenshafts 25%. Herbs and Weeds Apothecary 20%. Elop's Owl Emporium 5%. The Daily Prophet 20%. Madame Malkin's 5%. I own shares of the Daily Prophet, asked Harry, bewildered. I own that piece of trash and it has been besmirching my name. No, Prongslet, you do not own the paper but only a portion of it. The ministry owns 45% of the voting shares in the paper, Sirius replied, grinning at Harry. Not quite so, Mr. Black. The ministry does not own the Prophet anymore. About 8 years ago, it sold the controlling interests of the paper when it was in the middle of an economic crisis, and sensing an opportunity, my predecessor, Bluntax, the former Potter House manager, bought 10% of those 45% shares, thus bringing the tally to 30% for House of Potter. It is just that after yesterday's fiasco, we realized that Lord Potter may not be inclined to have controlling interests for Daily Prophet, so we did not tell him about it. If he wishes, we will furnish him with money worth those shares, or he can keep those shares, said Griphook, knowing full well that the young Potter would keep the shares. I will keep those shares, Griphook, said Harry, and I want you to see about obtaining more. I want controlling interest in that paper if it is possible. As it stands, the House of Nod owns 7%, the House of Greengrass owns 5%, the House of Rosier owns 6%, and the House of Bones owns 3% of those 45% shares. 14% of the shares were bought by Ripthroat, who was advised that way by Lord Black, bringing the interests of House Black equal to House Potter at 30%. Taking together, your house now owns 66% of the total shares of Daily Profit, Lord Potter, said Griphook, smiling. Why do you call me Lord? Asked Harry, confused. 2 reasons, Lord Potter. First is that the heads of the houses were ennobled as such in the past, and thus they keep the title going. However, most of them are not worthy of the title anymore. This title was bestowed on them for their contributions to the wizarding world, for bravery shown in war or other similar achievements. However, there is another reason for which I call you a lord. The same reason that I would call Voldemort as Lord Voldemort, or Dumbledore as Lord Dumbledore, and I would also call the wizard who accompanied you yesterday Lord, Griphook finished. Harry tilted his head to one side. And what are those reasons, Griphook? The wizard who came with you yesterday. Ask him this, Mr. Potter. He has all the answers that you are seeking, answered Griphook, smirking at Harry. Now, are there any instructions for me, Lord Potter? Asked Griphook. Yes, I need to register a new business which some of my associates will establish in the near future. I will also require a title deed for premises in Diagon Alley where they can set up their shop. While you are at it, please liquidate my shares in Zonkos. They won't be in business much longer, Harry concluded, with a wink and a smirk toward Griphook. As they were leaving the bank, Sirius conjured his Partonus, murmuring some instructions to it, and sent it away. When Harry asked what he did not reply but smirked. Message to the family, son. Black Townhouse. 2 hours later, Harry Potter and Sirius Black entered the Black Townhouse and found it in complete chaos. The house was filled with smoke. People were running around, trying to put out fires. Some had their hair color changed. Some had their entire skin color changed. There was a metal basilisk which was chasing everyone around. There was Dumbledore who was trying to rein in the basilisk, and Snape who was fighting a boggart which was changing its shape every second. Many Order members were trying to douse the fires which were burning, but Harry could see that they were unsuccessful. There was an alarm wailing throughout the house which rather sounded like a horse whining. There were Fred and George who were looking as if they had been through the mill, their robes torn, hair disheveled and hanging upside down from the ceiling, changing from human to elf to goblin to merpeople, laughing stupidly. Sirius raised his wand and let out a sound like a cannon blast, which got everyone's attention. Dumbledore approached him looking tired and wary of everyone around him. Sirius, we are in trouble here. The situation is out of control. Nothing we have tried can extinguish the fires. The basilisk is running around terrifying people. That boggart has been tormenting Severus for more than half an hour now. There is a caterwauling charm going on the 3rd floor, which Misters Weasley and Weasley tripped, and they have been changing appearances since then while dangling upside down from the ceiling. I have also noticed that the house elves have made themselves scarce since all this commotion started. Sirius was rolling on the floor laughing at everything that had happened. What Dumbledore did not know was that this was a prank war. There had been small incidents since Sirius had accepted the challenge, but Sirius had not imagined that things would escalate so quickly. They must have harassed Remus beyond all patience to have inspired him to use such elaborate pranks as these, he mused. Raising his wand, Sirius inaudibly shot a spell at the Weasley twins, who fell to the ground, and then he cast some more charms upon them, and by the time he was done, their appearance had returned to normal. Then he proceeded to the boggart which had not yet noticed him. It was a James Potter with Sirius taunting Snivellus. It made Sirius flinch to realize that he had such a visible catastrophic effect on his childhood rival. Quickly he banished the boggart. Then he summoned Creature and Winky to help subdue the metal basilisk. When he transmuted the basilisk back to its original form, it turned out to be his motorcycle. He summoned the elves, ordering them to douse the fires, then clean up the mess and repair any damage. With the fires and most of the chaos under control, he went up to the third floor to deal with the caterwauling charm. When he arrived there, the noise was going at full volume. He terminated the noise with a flick of his wand. When Sirius entered his room, he found Moony there, lounging in a squishy recliner, reading a copy of Hexes and Jinxes for fun and profit while munching on a box of chocolate from Honeydukes. No sooner had peace been restored than the door opened to Fred and George entering the room. They immediately bowed to Remus and started offering their apologies and praises in their twin speak. "We are sorry that we angered you," said Gred. "You turned the tables on us," added Forge. "We accept defeat. Prank Lord Moony," said Fred, bowing and scraping to Moony, who was now smirking at them. "We are not worthy. Prank Lord," they chanted together. "Please add us to your minions." Finally Remus nodded his head, signaling that he accepted their surrender. "Remember boys, there will be a second round. And this time, I will not be alone." He grinned a very toothy grin at them. After an hour, very happy Fred and George Weasley left Sirius's room with a big bag of galleons and the title deed for their new shop in their hands. They had happily signed the forms which Harry had brought, making him partner with 30% shares in the business, with the stipulations that he would bring in the cash when necessary and any ideas that he may have. When Sirius asked Moony about the prank war, he told them that the twins had fed him a chocolate laced with draught of rage, getting Dobby to deliver it. When Moony went into rage, Dobby, burdened with guilt, brought him an antidote which was fed to him once the elves subdued him. After that, with the help of the elves, he transmuted the motorcycle into the basilisk and powered it enough to go around on its own. He also set a trap on the twins' room which simultaneously set off the caterwauling charm, Levicorpus Jinx, and a random transmutation to switch them between humanoid forms and change their hair color. With the trigger in the doorway and a 3-foot radius to the effect, it hit both of them. Dobby brought a boggart from somewhere and set it loose upon Snape when he came with Dumbledore to control the situation. The fires were the work of the elves. It was a specialty of theirs. They had done it to add to the chaos when it was getting monotonous. Later in the evening, before dinner, with the adults who were present in the townhouse and Harry, Dumbledore called a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to order. He started in his professional tone. "Yesterday, at Gringotts, Mr. Potter took up his lordship and is now Lord Potter." Many people in the hall clapped at this revelation while most of them congratulated Harry at his ascension. Mr. Weasley shook his hand and offered House Weasley's support to them. "Now, Lord Potter, is there anything else about that meeting which you would like to share with this company?" asked Dumbledore, yielding the floor to Harry. "Yes, Professor. There are a few things that you should know. First, the goblins performed an inheritance test. As it turns out, my mother was not Muggle-born, but a pure blood, adopted by Harrison Evans." Harry took a moment to watch the reactions on people's faces as the meaning of this news sank in. Dumbledore's gaze was intense, concentrated on him, and he felt like someone was probing his thoughts. Snape looked ashen. Minerva's eyebrows had disappeared into her hair. Alistair was indifferent. Molly sat there, her hand over her mouth. Remus and Sirius were sitting there looking upon Dumbledore with interest. Arthur was looking intrigued. The moment passed, and Snape was the one to ask the question everyone was already thinking: if Lily was pureblood, then who her parents were. "I am glad you asked that question, Professor," said Harry, smirking. "Her ancestry is indeed the most curious thing in this whole situation. Her father was Vincent Rosier and her mother was Amelia Weber. What's more is that I am the sole survivor of both houses. The Muggles never were my relatives. But that raises another question for the headmaster. If the Muggles were not my relatives, how did the wards work?" Dumbledore, whose mind had been engaged in taking in everything that had just been said, and understanding all which that implied, took some time to understand Harry's question. When he did, he had no answer for the boy. When the answer did come, it was Severus. "Harry, the wards are based on blood and magic. The blood which came of you and your mother and the magic in you would have put the wards in place. Any other protections which Headmaster thought were present would not have been there. It would seem that the only thing really protecting you was the protection your mother put in place at the cost of her own life. You have to remember that we did not even visit you once in a decade, so we did not know anything for certain. When the headmaster visited your home at the end of your fourth year a couple of days ago, those protections, if there were any, were already gone. We believe they had disappeared sometime before you started third year. Harry understood what Severus was saying and it made sense to him. He wanted to rage at the headmaster but chose not to. The old man had already accepted so many times that he had made mistakes in his regard. Sirius stood up, proudly puffed out his chest, and announced, I am proud to inform you all that Harry Potter is the new Lord of the House of Black and my adopted son by magic. Several of the people clapped their hands while a couple of them stood and congratulated Sirius on becoming a father, which Sirius accepted jovially. As if on cue, the kitchen door opened and Tonks entered, followed by a man and woman. Almost everyone in the room stiffened at the sight of the woman, who was tall, olive-skinned, with brown eyes that resembled Sirius's, and she regarded the room imperiously until her gaze fell on Harry. Sirius stood up laughing and hugged the woman, who returned the hug with equal joy before coming to and curtsying before Harry. My lord, I have come to seek reinstatement in my house. Harry was befuddled at her display. He had no idea about who this woman was, what her request meant, or what he should do about it. Sirius moved to his side to advise him. My lord, this is my cousin, Andromeda Tonks née Black. This is her husband Theodore, Ted, Tonks. And this is their daughter Nymphadora Tonks. Tonks glared at him and he stuck his tongue out at her, showing his maturity. He turned to Harry again. Andromeda was disowned from the family by her mother for refusing to marry Thaddeus Knott and running off to marry a Muggle-born. For doing this, she was deprived of her dowry and inheritance. She has come to petition her new lord for reinstatement into her family. Harry, who was puzzled till now, felt like someone was whispering words into his ear. Signaling the Tonks family to bow, he turned to Andromeda. Do you, Andromeda Cassiopeia, daughter of House Black, accept your admittance back into the House of Black? She raised her head. I do. He asked further, do you vow to defend your house and its secrets with equal zeal and fervor as is expected of a member of the family? She firmly repeated, I do. Then I, Harold James, Lord of House Black, welcome you back into the House of Black as a daughter of the house. You will be given your inheritance and the customary dowry. The family will take care of you as one of its own, expecting you to do the same when the occasion arises. So I have said, so mote it be, he proclaimed, and a golden light engulfed him and Andromeda and disappeared into their bodies. The same process was repeated with Ted and Nymphadora, and after they were welcomed into the family, Harry instructed Sirius to send a missive to Ripthroat asking him to pay the customary dowry of Andromeda into her account. Sometime later, after everyone had a feast courtesy of the elves, Dumbledore resumed, so, what is the next course of action, Lord Potter? Harry turned to the headmaster, who looked like he had aged a decade in the last few minutes, perhaps still guilt-laden about the fact that he had left Harry with the Muggles who were not his relatives, but Harry could not hold the old wizard liable for it. I found out that through my families, I own around 66% of the Daily Prophet, he announced to the room, making all conversation go silent. Imagine being slandered by your own newspaper. Everyone was looking at him, trying not to laugh while Harry pulled a pouty face. Only Ron looked a little jealous, but soon that look was changed to one of thoughtfulness. My boy, if you own the Daily Prophet, maybe it's time we brought them into line, said Dumbledore. This means that we can use our influence to persuade them to publish truthful stories, stop with the smear campaign against our ranks, and stop suppressing the stories that really matter. How do we achieve it, Headmaster? Asked Harry, interested. It was Ted who answered, My lord, I was the solicitor of your parents, and if you would like to retain my services, then I will send a message to them on your behalf with a goblin statement that the House of Potter owns 66% shares of the Daily Prophet and they shall cease and desist. Knowing that you own their lives, they would not dare to print any lies about you. We can also ask them to print only those stories for which credibility can be confirmed by memory or some written evidence. Harry grinned ferally at this, making people shudder, while Sirius and Remus smirked inwardly, knowing that the newest marauder was out for blood. The night finally ended with Harry Potter charging the ward stones, which were located in the cellar beneath the Lord's study, with his blood magic. Dumbledore cast a Fidelius charm and gave the secret to the members of the Order present in the house at that moment. Port of London. Next evening, Harry Potter was standing in the port of London in a distant corner which was protected from other eyes. This was in a large part of the port which was only frequented by large cargo vessels. When he raised the query with Albus, he was told that this part of the port was used by wizards when their magical ships docked in Britain. He had left Grimmauld Place in the afternoon with a guard made up of Order members. There was Nymphadora Tonks, who had said her goodbye before changing her appearance and going ahead to scout for them. The rest were Alistair Moody, who seemed to be in charge of the operation, Sturgis Podmore, Remus Lupin, Amelia Bones, Hestia Jones, Emmeline Vance, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Arthur Weasley. Harry noticed that they were all dressed in Muggle clothing. When they reached the port, only Albus Dumbledore, Harsh Vardana, Remus, Mr. Weasley, Amelia Bones, Alistair Moody, and Minerva McGonagall followed him into the port while the others scattered throughout to form a perimeter and to join the other Order guards who were posted around the port and keeping a lookout. Instead of going through with the Muggles, they took another route where there was no one else except them. After being cleared through the security, they were joined by some other men Harry did not know, but judging by their alert expressions and their eyes taking in everything, he supposed that they were guards, perhaps the same ones who had escorted Harsh and Harry when they visited Street Mungo's. Remus embraced Harry tightly and whispered to him, "Harry, you are going to learn some stuff that not even most grown wizards know about. They will train you by treating you any way they like, but remember, Harry, they are the best that we could hope for. They will not go easy on you, and their methods may seem harsh at times, but time is short and I believe that they know what they are doing. Sirius will be here, waiting for you when you return. Hopefully, he will be a free man by then. In the meantime, don't worry about us. Remember that we all love you." Harry never had seen the werewolf so emotional. He knew that Remus loved him as much as Sirius did, but Remus never showed it, preferring to keep it all bottled up. Seeing him opening himself up to the teen was a surreal experience for him. He embraced Remus tightly when he felt something being pushed into his hands. It was a square packet wrapped in paper, and Remus whispered, "These are enchanted mirrors which will let you contact us. When you want to talk to any of us, just speak our Marauder name into it and you will be able to contact us. When we call you, just say the Marauder map activation code into it and it will connect you with us." The next one to say goodbye to him was Mr. Weasley, who clasped his hand formally. "Lord Potter," he began. Harry interrupted him. "To you, Mr. Weasley, and your entire family, I am always Harry. I always have been, and my lordships do not change anything." Mr. Weasley smiled genially at him. "In a private setting, you are Harry Potter to me, but in public you shall always be designated as Lord Potter. I know you don't like the fame, the fortune, or all the formality and trappings that go along with it, but there is a reason for it. I hope that this will be part of your education in the near future. Harry, you can use the fame to do so much good. You should learn to use it." Harry could understand what Mr. Weasley meant and nodded. He himself had seen the fickleness of the wizarding world in the last 4 years. They basked in his glory whenever he did something for them, but scorned him whenever they felt like it. The way they had all sided against him when they called him the heir of Slytherin still hurt, but no one had helped him then. Then in 4th year, the entire school and later the wizarding world teamed up against him, calling him a liar and a cheater for entering the Triwizard Tournament, when it had all been part of a plot by Voldemort. Hermione seemed to be the only one who believed him and stayed by his side during that dark time. Later, Rita's articles did not help improve the perception. The only thing that the wizarding world respected was power and fame. It was power that made them all fear Voldemort even when he was considered dead, and it was the power of money that Lucius Malfoy and other Death Eaters had used to worm their way out, claiming Imperius Curse defense. He resolved in that moment to use his power to achieve his means. Mr. Weasley started saying again, "So, Lord Potter, I wanted to say that the Weasleys stand behind you firmly. You have been one of our own since the day my sons rescued you from Privet Drive. I never knew your parents personally, being senior to them at school, but I knew of their bravery and courage and I admired them for their heroics. I know that Ron is not your best friend at the moment, but I hope things will get better between you two. He caused some troubles unknowingly, but his heart has always been in the right place. I trust you will give him another chance with time." Harry nodded. Ron had been cold to him since he had woken up, but that could have been due to the guilt that Harry knew he was feeling. Ron had a real problem with jealousy, but that should never overcome his affection for his friends. Harry hoped that Ron would get over his guilt soon and things could be better between them. In the meanwhile, Harry was content to give him time to deal with his issues. Professor McGonagall stepped up to him next. "Mr. Potter. Harry, I know I have not been very helpful to you in all these years at Hogwarts, and there is no excuse that I can make up for my failures. Your father was my godson and I failed to care for his son. I should have checked on you during all those years. I am sorry for my failures." Harry smiled at her and said, "Professor, while there were moments that you did not help us, you have done for me what a parent would do, right from buying my first broom to caring for me. You were one of my favorite people." Minerva hesitantly smiled at him and hurriedly moved away lest her tears were seen by the teen she had come to love as one of her own. Since the time Harry Potter came back to Hogwarts, she had been laden with guilt about not doing anything about his living arrangements. She was heartbroken when Harry Potter had reached the hospital wing unconscious and dying at the end of first year. Then the next year he had to face a basilisk and she was still not able to help him in any way. Then in his third year, he had to stay at the castle because of those wretched dementors and then had to face a mass murderer. She did not know then that Sirius was innocent. She could not even think about the fiasco that was fourth year and all the mistakes that she had made. Even after all this, he had stood tall and was forgiving of her. Alistair Moody hobbled up to him and growled, "Constant vigilance, Potter. Harsh is a tough man, but he will teach you things that none of us can. Train hard and remember, Potter, do not hesitate to learn anything. When you come back, I expect you to be able to duel me." Amelia embraced him lightly and smiled at him. "Harry, I know everyone has told you to train hard, but I expect you to remember that there is life beyond training for war, and there are people who need you to stay human as much as they need you to become the warrior you need to be. Remember, after you come back, you have to come and stay at Bones Manor for a week or so. Susie insisted on coming to see you off, but she had other business to attend to. However, she asked me to tell you that if you renege on your promise, she will curse you so badly that no one will be able to sort you out." Harry cringed at the tone of the message but smiled at Amelia. "Please tell her that I will visit as soon as I am back in Britain, no matter how long it may be." Dumbledore came to him next. "Harry, I need you to take the training seriously, as everyone said. Mr. Harsh Vardana is very powerful and he can help you learn things that I cannot even dream of. With all that out of the way, my boy, please remember that you have a life to live and you are not just a weapon to kill. You will make your choices which will not leave you alone for the rest of your life. For good or bad, these choices will stay with you, bringing you fame or infamy. Our choices are what define us in the world, Harry. Tom made his choices and they led him down the path of destruction, and your choices have made people love you." Harry smiled at the old wizard. "I will never let my choices be the wrong ones, headmaster." Dumbledore smiled at him, eyes twinkling madly. "I know, my boy. You are a better wizard than many who have had to face problems like you. You embrace love, kindness and empathy for others while others would have taken the path of cruelty and destruction. Thank you for understanding an old man and his limited choices, Harry. I thought that you were going to hex me yesterday after you told us about your family lineage." Harry just shrugged at this, not having any experience at dealing with emotions in such conditions. "Now, young Harry, Sirius has told me to inform you that he will be most disappointed if you fail to learn some pranks since you are part owner of a future pranking business," said Dumbledore, smiling at him. Harry winced just thinking about asking Harsh to teach him pranks. The mystic seemed to have quite a vicious sense of humor. After Harry had said his goodbyes to everyone who was present, Harsh approached him. "Mr. Potter, are you ready?" Harry nodded and hefted his trunk, which he had bought from Diagon Alley yesterday while he was out with Sirius. Sirius had withdrawn some money through Ripfang and insisted on spoiling Harry with buying him stuff that he should have had for years. After looking at it from every angle, Harry had given up trying to understand Sirius's antics. So they left Gringotts and went to Madame Malkin's, where Sirius stayed under the invisibility cloak, and Harry had just sort of ordered something of everything and was assaulted with shears, pins, needles, robes, measuring tapes, and an elf who insisted on measuring his foot to choose some dragon hide boots for him. While the clothing was being finished, he and Sirius visited one of the trunk shops where they brought a 4-compartment trunk for him, built with feather light charms and emblazoned with the crest of Potter, leaving other houses off for the moment, knowing that the news would have gone out about his being lord of other houses. The same crest was on the clothes he had ordered. Then they visited Flourish and Blots, where they brought a trunk full of books which were stowed in the trunk with the clothes, and which Dobby had offered to arrange in the compartments when they returned to the townhouse of Black. They rode the hippogriff back into the garden of the house before walking in the pandemonium that was reigning throughout the house. Harry nodded to Harsh that he was ready. Are we going to sail in a ship? Mr. Potter, India is very far away and it will take us a good 7 days if we go cruising the Muggle way. I said that I would surprise you. We will go flying. Flying in carriages. Like the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic? Harry asked eagerly. No, Mr. Potter. Heard of a flying ship? Harsh smirked at everyone's expressions. Remus was looking at him curiously. Amelia was looking surprised. Dumbledore is his usual cheery self with his eyes twinkling. Mr. Weasley looked like a boy who was just given a wonderful gift for his birthday. Minerva looked stoic as ever, but her eyes were full of delight, while Alistair was looking around suspiciously and Harry Potter was standing there with his mouth hanging open. Suddenly, a ship's horn was heard and a ship appeared in the harbor as if it just materialized out of thin air. The ship was modest by appearance, except that it had a figurehead of a fish which none could recognize, and as the gangplank landed with a thud, several men debarked and lined along either side of the gangplank, wands facing outwards. These men were dressed in Indian garb with war armor over their upper bodies and dragon boots. One of the men relieved Harry of his luggage, banishing it towards the ship. Harsh stepped on the gangplank followed by his entourage and reached the deck of the ship, where the captain of the ship, a gruff man, stepped forward. The man had a long beard, perhaps to rival Dumbledore's, but his was raven black, his eyes were beetle black, and he had a strong voice. He bowed to Harsh, sinking low to the deck. Welcome to Marichica, Master. Marichica? Asked Dumbledore curiously. Do you mean the ship that I have heard so much about? The same ship which was in port when the Vikings invaded Avalon. The same ship which had docked in the port during the Second Goblin Rebellion. The same ship rumored to appear at those ports where there is war and strife going on or about to happen. The same ship which has always docked at a country where they were having problems with a Dark Lord. The same ship which is thought to sail around the world evading all forms of intelligence. By the time Dumbledore had done asking his questions, his eyes were twinkling like two miniature suns, and others were just looking amused at Dumbledore. Albus, my boy, chided Harsh, your enthusiasm is contagious, but, yes, this is the same ship. Though we have had changed parts which needs changing. Even magic cannot make things last forever. I just have to see this, pouted Albus. I cannot know all of your secrets, but you can at least show me around the ship. I have been intrigued by this as long as I can remember. I think his request is from all of us, Mr. Harsh, said Amelia, her curiosity barely contained. I wish to see this legendary ship. I found references to this in the old archives of the Ministry but could not fathom that it was real. As you say, Amelia, smiled Harsh. He started showing them around the ship. The topmost level was the deck, which was quite vast now that they could see it. They understood that it was a miracle of expansion charms. The level below the deck was a couple of rooms which were the captain's room, the ward room, a large hall where there were several beds installed, and a couple of other rooms which were for the men to sleep in when there was a large number of them. The captain's room was regal and yet sparsely decorated, containing a bed, a wardrobe, and a rug on the floor. There was a compass on the wall which the captain used to navigate. There was an ornate chandelier hung on the wall, and it looked like it was made of crystals fused with bones which lit the room with ever-burning fire. The ward room was extensive. There were stones the size of large boulders in the room. Their surfaces were covered with runes. Harry was now lamenting the fact that he had not taken ancient runes as one of his electives. These ward stones were more than twice the size of the ward stones at the Black Townhouse and were buzzing with energy. Then there was a large hall where there was a large table set up, which was obviously the mess hall of the ship, adjacent to the sleeping hall. Down the corridor from the hall, there were some cabins which had name plates set on the door. One of them had the name, Harry Potter, and the room was bare without even a bed in it but only a small sofa on one side of the room. Harry was confused. Am I supposed to sleep on the floor? Are you a wizard or not? Chided Professor McGonagall. I believe that I have taught you to transfigure one thing into another. You can transform the sofa into a bed. In fact, set to it right now. Harry was inwardly cringing at her tone. He indeed had made a mistake and now his favorite professor was taking him to task. Repeating his motto, Gryffindors charge forward. He said meekly, but I don't have a wand, Professor. McGonagall turned to Albus with her stern expression. How can you let him go on a magical voyage without a wand, Albus? The others laughed at the scared look on Albus's face, who looked helpless before the stern witch who looked like she was about to give detention to Albus. Albus cringed at her tone and said almost pleadingly, Minerva, Mr. Harsh has offered to make a wand for him, suited to him with special materials. Before Minerva could turn her fury to Harsh, he deftly took out the wand he had given Harry for helping in the ritual. Here you go, Mr. Potter. Take this wand and transform this couch into a bed. Harry concentrated hard, and with the precise wand movement, the couch was replaced by a bed. Minerva drew a rune on the bed and turned to Harry. This rune will make the transfiguration permanent, Mr. Potter, thus you will not need to transform the couch into a bed every time. As Harry turned to give the wand back to Harsh, he told him to keep it, telling him that Harry will need the wand lots of times before their journey was done. The tour progressed further and they reached the lower deck where there were a number of oars at rest. These oars were used to propel the ship and worked with magic. There was a broom shed wherein there were a lot of brooms. Some were rather old and some were very modern. Harry even spotted a couple of firebolts in the shed, making him think about his own firebolt which was in his room at the Black Townhouse. The brooms in the shed were from all different countries and each one was superb in its own way. All too soon, it was time to depart. The others disembarked from the ship. Harry and Harsh were standing on the deck waving at the others when the ship disappeared from view. Earlier that day, Bones Manor. Susan was not having a good day. Scratch that, she was not having a good summer. She had come home from Hogwarts fearing that she would not hear from Harry Potter for the entire summer. She knew that Dumbledore knew about the contract now and she thought he might allow Harry to stay at the Bones Manor. But no, he took Harry to the Muggles and later to his godfather. Susan thought that she had not done the compulsion charms properly because she did not receive even an owl from Harry, but just the day after she returned from Hogwarts, he had visited Bones Manor with the trainee healer. Susan had to exercise all of her restraint to resist dragging Harry away from the gathering. When Auntie told everyone that she had obtained his guardianship, Susan could not control her enthusiasm and had hugged Auntie so tightly. When Auntie asked them to go out, she wished to have some time alone with Harry and maybe she could gather the courage to key him on the cheek. She had no overt intentions, but hearing of other girls keying, she wanted to experience it once. Damn Neville Longbottom. He could not get the hint that he needed to leave the both of them alone. Perhaps she will have to ask Hannah to see to it that he never interfered again when he was not needed. Thinking of Hannah made her feel sorry for her friend. She had made up with Susan and had promised to apologize to Harry and never badmouth him. Susan wanted to tell her that Harry would forgive her, but Susan herself had not yet forgiven her. Maybe when Hannah gained redemption from Harry, Susan would forgive her entirely. For the time being, she was content being away from everyone. This morning, Auntie had informed her that she was going after the Muggles who had been constantly on the run. A team of her Aurors was investigating in Harry Potter's former home to determine what his life was like before Hogwarts. They found evidence that the closet under the stairs had been his bedroom. They found several neighbors who were able to give reliable and consistent accounts of Harry being neglected and beaten. Mrs. Figg was most helpful in recounting how Harry was underfed and often had bruises and other signs of injury. What Auntie had gathered from the preliminary investigations was enough to send the Muggles away for 7 years minimum. Auntie had hired some teachers who would be training her for combat. She was also being trained to take over as head of house in the near future. Auntie had said, many times, that she would give up the position of regent as soon as Susan came of age as an adult witch. Susan had plans to fetch the family grimoire from the family vault and start learning it. She was not training to become an Auror but a warrior. She wanted to be Harry's shield when he fights in the war. She had an inkling of the fact that the Second War will be fought under Harry's banner and not under anyone else. She knew she could not stay weak if she was to fight beside him. If that meant that she would have to be strong, then so be it. Earlier that day, rock in the sea. Vernon Dursley was hiding in the shack on the rock in the sea. The same one where he had tried to hide from Hagrid on Harry's 11th birthday. He had been having nightmares. Nightmares of gruesome death, of being killed by a dragon or suffering with some horrible nasty disease that his doctors could not cure. However, what had happened with him and Petunia in the last 4 days was a nightmare from which he could not wake. After the freaks had left, Vernon had been hanging from the ceiling for 6 hours while Petunia was busy in the house doing who knew what. When he finally fell to the floor, he narrowly escaped breaking his neck in the fall. The strain in his neck was severe. His whole body was aching and he just wanted to lie down, but he knew the freaks were going to come for him. The first thing he did was to call his realtor and put up his pristine home for sale. He had not wanted to do this, but there was no other way. Maybe if he ran, the freaks would not be able to catch him. He had once asked Petunia of the freak world and she had told such horror stories about how horrible the freaks were that he had never again asked her. He knew the freaks had some system called families and they were the nastiest of the bunch. Petunia had recalled a story Lily had told her where one family had killed another and those were gruesome killings. Some had their intestines expelled, some had their flesh pared to their bones, and some had all the flesh burnt off their body. Wanting to avoid any such fate for him and his family, he entered his bedroom with a view to discuss and form a plan with Petunia and found his bedroom trashed. The books from the shelf were thrown around the house, the mattresses torn and their clothes from the wardrobes were strewn around the house. Petunia was filthy, looking like she had crawled out of the chimney. Her clothes were ragged and mismatched, making her look like a street urchin. It was a small mercy that they had not cursed his son. In retrospect, Vernon felt a little ashamed that they showed more sympathy to his child than he had ever shown to Harry. Ever since that freak was found on his doorstep, he had never said a kind word to him or about him. But that was water under the bridge now. The freaks had said that some long-dead freak had come back, but how? Vernon could only wonder. They had also said something about prosecuting him and his family for mistreating the child, and the one who had cursed him had said something about telling a dark family about how his family had treated that freak. Vernon had known that the boy was a celebrity for the freaks, as he remembered how they were celebrating his victory 14 years ago. Vernon knew he had to secure his family. He had sent Dudley to Marge with a letter that he was going out of England with Petunia on an urgent errand, and he could only hope that Dudley did not come to harm. He and Petunia had tried to take a room in a hotel as they left Privet Drive under the cover of night. They had spent the night in a decent hotel, but the next morning, the manager had thrown them out for causing a ruckus in his hotel and for making the customers go away. The customers had complained that Vernon's room was smelling like rotting meat, and when the manager had asked them politely to leave, Petunia had started insulting him, calling him such colorful names that he feared he would have to wash her mouth out with soap. As they were thrown out of the hotel, Vernon had spotted some freaks keeping an eye on him. They were dressed in their unnatural clothes and not even trying to hide. For the last 3 days, Vernon had been running from the freaks. Whenever he thought he had found a place to hide, he would spot one of them spying on him, making him run again. Yesterday, he had gone into his office to apply for leave. That was when he was informed that an audit had discovered his embezzlement of company funds, and that by a unanimous vote at an emergency meeting of the board of directors he was dismissed without pay, notice or references. When security escorted him off the lot, he was informed, in no uncertain terms, that if he ever showed his face around the company or any of their clients again, he would be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Vernon had no doubt that all the problems in his life were being caused by the freaks. He thought that he should have shipped the boy off to the orphanage the moment he came into their lives. As he left the office, he saw several of the freaks spying on him. Taking Petunia, he ran to the first place that came to his mind. He remembered how hard it had been for them to go back to Privet Drive 4 years ago after the giant had taken the boat away. When the toothless man had returned to the cottage with the boat, he had taken his family to the mainland, but not until Vernon paid for the door broken down by the giant freak. So, this time, Vernon had gone to the toothless man and stocking the boat with a week's provisions, he came to the shack on the rock to hide. He had to survive this, and maybe somehow, someone could help him. Someone who could control these freaks and return his life to him. Boom. With a report like a cannon shot, the door was blasted off its hinges. Vernon charged downstairs with a rifle in his hand. Petunia cowered under the bed, shaking with fright. He saw a man dressed in pure black, his face obscured by some sort of net and a wand in his hand. Vernon began to aim his weapon, but before he could, the man waved his stick and Vernon was holding a snake. Yelping loudly, Vernon threw the snake away and the man stepped up to him and said in a high-pitched voice, "Your bill has come due, Vernon Dursley. I have been sent to collect the first installment." The man waved his stick again and Vernon was lifted into the air before falling back to the earth. He did it a few more times before he again pointed his stick at him and said, "Tortius corpus," and pitch-black light left the stick hitting Vernon in the face, making him scream. He could feel the skin being peeled off his body, his bones breaking and his blood clotting in his veins. The torture went on for about 20 minutes before Vernon passed out. Amelia Bones had a tiring day. When she left the Port of London, she was called into the Orer office by Gawain Robards, who was quite insistent. If it had been any other Orer, she would have delegated one of her subordinates to look into the matter, but this was the Orer she had assigned to track the Dursleys. Another team was gathering evidence and recording statements from the neighbors near the Muggles' former home. While they were not able to say much, because they had seen very little of Harry over the years, their stories were remarkably consistent. They stated that Harry was mostly kept at home and indoors. What glimpses they did get of him showed that he never had clothes that fit, he was pale and underfed. There were far too many times that they heard him crying or shouting in pain. A few years ago, he had gone off to some boarding school and they did not see or hear much of him after that. Then one of the Orers encountered Mrs. Fig, the cat-obsessed neighbor who looked after Harry whenever the Muggles went off to do something fun. Her investigators Hammer and Daly knocked on the door gently. When Arabella Fig opened the door, Daly flashed his badge to her. "Hello ma'am, we with law enforcement." Arabella smiled at them brightly. "No, you are not. You are Orers from the Ministry of Magic. I can see the wands sheathed in your sleeves and I know that there are at least 2 more Orers at number 4 Privet Drive." Daly's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Are you a witch?" "We don't have any record of a witch or wizard, other than Harry Potter, living in the area." She scowled at them. "I am not a witch but a squib. The ministry and the houses aren't so fussed about keeping track of us, are they? I mean, once they discover that we are not blessed with the abundant gifts of Mother Magic, they send us off to live as Muggles and take no more trouble about us. So, it's not too surprising that you have no record of me living here, is it?" Hammer raised her hands in surrender. "I know what you mean, Mrs. Fig. I am a half-blood. My mother, who was a pureblood, was disowned for marrying a Muggle-born. My partner, Daly here, is a Muggle-born. We are not the people who deserve your anger." Arabella shrugged. "I'm not angry anymore. My own family abandoned me 40 years ago and never troubled to find out what became of me. There are almost none of them left anyway." Quote. Daly asked her, "If you would not consider it too much of an intrusion, would you tell me which family you come from?" Before Fig could answer, Hammer interrupted. "You are a daughter of the Montrose family, aren't you? The second-born child and only daughter to be born in the Montrose family in about a century and declared dead around her 12th birthday. I distinctly remember my mother telling how Lady Montrose had wasted away in sorrow for her daughter. Their son had joined you-know-who and was killed by Alistair Moody in the First War. Moody told me that the boy was magically very weak and all he had been able to do was fire a bone breaker, which Moody batted aside and peppered the boy with a chain spell of Reducto Confringo Bombarda. He said that the duel hardly lasted for 5 seconds. Now the Lord Montrose is the only one alive and advancing in age. I would give him only a couple more years." Later Arabella had given them a vast and detailed account of the life of Harry Potter with the Muggles. They recorded the entire interview with steadily increasing distaste and horror at the treatment Harry had endured at the hands of the Muggles. Daly was thankful that the Muggles had left Privet Drive, or she would have cursed them beyond all recognition with all the hexes and jinxes that she knew. Amelia had received their reports and ordered Robards to move in to apprehend the Muggles this morning. While the son was easily found with the sister of Vernon Dursley and was taken into custody, Vernon and Petunia were missing. Robards had failed to track the Muggles, then she asked Remus for the tracking device. Using the device, they were located on a rock, some distance out to sea. While she was seeing Harry off at the port of London, Roberts went to the shack on the rock to arrest the Dursleys. He was just reporting in now. Very tired, Amelia entered her office and sent a paper plane to Robards. Within a few minutes, he strode through her office door and stood at ease before her desk. Sitting alertly and looking determined, she asked, "What is the report, Gawain? Did you get the Muggles?" Robards hesitated for a second before starting to speak. "Ma'am, we apprehended them all right and brought them in, but someone else got there first." "What do you mean?" she asked, annoyed. "I have had a tiring day, Robards, and I am not in a mood for riddles. Ma'am, when we entered the cottage, we found Vernon Dursley slumped on the floor of the cottage, whimpering and babbling in pain, saying that his body was burning, his bones were broken, and his blood was clotted. A few diagnostic spells revealed that there was not much physically wrong with him, but he was suffering the after effects of a series of rather nasty dark spells. Whatever they were, he believed that he had suffered all the torture he described and was still feeling the effects. He did have a few broken bones and his ribs were badly bruised, but that was all. We took him to St. Mungo's, where he is under observation now. We found Petunia in a worse state than him. She looked like someone had viciously broken her bones, and we discovered liberal use of some mind-altering spells. She was taken to St. Mungo's, where the healers said that the torturer knew what he was doing because the amount of pain he inflicted on her was enough to keep her in bed for a month or so, but will not kill her or permanently incapacitate her. There was a letter recovered from her person which said that she was being paid her comeuppance for her actions towards Harry Potter and that he will return for her again when she is cured. Amelia shuddered, picturing what had been done to the Dursleys. She was sure this was not the work of Death Eaters. They would have killed them outright. This was someone who wanted vengeance against the Dursleys for what they had done to Harry Potter. Maybe someone from the Order, but she could not say who. Maybe Albus can find out later. She was not sure what she would do under the same circumstances. She decided that she was not going to try too hard to find out who had done this. She instructed Gawain to take care of that part of the investigation and to keep the Muggles under guard until they were well enough to be tried for child abuse. She had just returned to her manor, when Susan, very excited, came barreling up to her and embraced her tightly. Smiling, Amelia ruffled her hair. "Calm down, Susie. What are you excited about? Did the thoughts of a messy raven-haired, green-eyed Gryffindor excite you that much?" Susan blushed and squeaked, "Auntie." After some time, Susan asked her, "Is he gone, Auntie?" She smiled at Susan sadly. "Yes, Susie. He has gone to learn magics we do not have access to. It is his destiny. But don't be sad. I have it firmly etched into his mind that the moment he returns, he has to visit you or face the consequences." Susan, who was still blushing, scowled at her. "Auntie, I did not ask you to threaten my betrothed. You should not have given fright to the poor guy. If you threaten him like this, he might be scared of you." Amelia laughed at her. "He is Harry Potter, Susie. He does not fear anyone. It will do him some good to know that there is a witch who can intimidate him." Seeing no response but a pink blush on her cheeks, Amelia continued, "Susie, we all will be fighting a war soon, and I know how bloody wars can get, but remember that is no excuse to stop living. There is no guarantee that we all will escape the war unscathed. People will die and we will not be able to do anything about it. We both know that Harry Potter will lead us in the war, but you will need to stand with him, holding him and supporting him." Susan nodded her head. "I know, Auntie." Amelia whipped out her wand and shot a stinging hex at her. "However, that will not stop me from hexing you at every available moment if you forget to live your life. The war will not last forever, and I would be angry if you forgot to live." Susan nodded and then said, "So where did Harry go, Auntie? You never told me." "Susan, this is being kept a secret for the time being. The man that he went with is virtually unknown to anyone. The only one who perhaps knows him is Albus Dumbledore, however, I am not even sure if Albus knows him. Amelia said, frustrated. The only thing that I know is that he belongs to some sort of order and comes from India. The Indians have a very rich heritage of magic and they do not have the same restrictions over magic like we do. They use magic without inhibitions of light or dark. Whatever they teach Harry Potter will definitely not be stunning spells or bone-breaker curses. He will be learning magic which can kill hundreds in one go. Magic that we have forgotten or we are not able to perform anymore. Today I saw one of their accomplishments, a ship. A ship? How can a ship be so special, Auntie? Asked Susan skeptically. The ship named Marichika is special. I have found references to that ship in old secret archives of the ministry and those records go back to the times when House of Longbottom was not even established. They have always appeared throughout the course of our history in Britain and have been instrumental in several of our wars, said Amelia. The ship itself is absolutely amazing. It has wardstones the size of boulders and is propelled magically with no mechanism whatsoever. The most incredible thing is that it can fly. Susan was amazed. I still cannot believe that you refused to take me with you. She pouted. I would have liked to see the ship. Amelia smiled at her. Would you have been looking at the ship, or a certain raven-haired wizard that you fancy? Auntie. She squeaked in protest but did not say anything, knowing that anything she said would not make any difference. Now Susie, you are to start your training soon, said Amelia. Are you ready for the trainers? Who will be the trainers? She asked, interested. This is an idea which has been bouncing around since the third task. You see, I do not often agree with the headmaster, but he proposed that people close to Harry Potter need to be ready. She explained. He has a knack for attracting trouble like honey attracts flies, and he thought that it would be wiser if we trained the younger children to hold their own. Nothing fancy, mind you, but enough to get them through any tight spots they might find themselves in. To that end, Susie, I have fetched the family grimoire for you and you will start learning what you can from it. I will make time for you to oversee your training when I am able. Needless to say, this part of your training must remain secret. Susan nodded. Who will I be training with and who will be our teacher? Professors McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick and Remus Lupin have agreed to train you all, she said, and Alistair Moody has assured me that he will make sure that you all are in top form by the time you are done with training. Who are the others and where will we train? Asked Susan curiously. The Weasley children, you, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger, have been proposed initially, but with time, they may bring others into the fold. The training will take place 4 hours a day and thrice a week. The training place is kept under the Fidelius charm and Dumbledore is the secret keeper, she said. The training will commence the day after tomorrow and will continue for 4 weeks. In that time, you will learn how to apply what you have been learning these last 4 years in combat. After all, you can't expect that knowing how to turn a match into a needle will help you much in a fight. Susan nodded, knowing that this was going to be an opportunity for her to know others who were a part of Harry's life and will be a part of her life when they eventually married. Mistress Susie. Her attention was taken by her elf Tweaky, this being in your trunk. The buggy is restless. Buggy. Susan tried to think what the elf was talking about until she saw the jar that Hermione had given her. There was a bug in the jar. Oh, she is not a bug, Tweaky. Taking the jar from the elf, she pompously presented the jar to Amelia. Auntie, allow me to present you my new pet, Rita Skeeter. Amelia, who was drinking a butter beer, choked on it. Rita Skeeter. Susie, your sense of humor is simply awful. Susan grinned maniacally at her. Auntie, this bug is an unregistered animagus. A nefarious witch who goes by the name of Rita Skeeter. Amelia almost snatched the jar from her. Casting a stunning spell, she opened the jar and forced the beetle into her original form. Seeing the infamous witch stunned in her manner, she smirked maliciously. This was a perfect opportunity for her to exact vengeance for the many things that she had done to all of them. How did you capture her, Susie? Asked Amelia, curiously. Susie related in detail how Hermione Granger had figured out what was going on and had captured her on the windowsill of the hospital wing when Harry was brought there after the third task. Susan knew that Rita will not be having a good time in Azkaban, where she will be staying for a minimum sentence of 12 years, the official punishment for being an unregistered animagus. Add the punishment for leaking secret information she had accessed through the years by using her illegal form. Amelia could not see Skeeter getting out anytime soon. The wretch would get her day in court soon enough, but, for now, Amelia had other uses for her. Calling her elf, she ordered Skeeter to be imprisoned in one of the dungeons which had anti-animagus, anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Black Townhouse. Molly Weasley was worried. The war had not even started and everyone was gearing up for it. If she had her way, she would have kept the children away from the war. It was not their duty to fight the war, but as Dumbledore pointed out, Harry Potter was the linchpin to this war. Everybody would either ally themselves against Harry Potter or they will fight under his banner. When Dumbledore had proposed training for the children and included her children into it, she had put her foot down and sternly refused. While she was not Hermione's mother, she felt that she could speak for her, knowing what was best for her. But then Dumbledore pulled out a letter which gave her parents permission for her participation in the training program. In fact, Hermione Granger had quit her vacations for this and was arriving this evening to Grimmauld Place. The twins had fought against her decision and nothing she said had convinced them. Arthur had not helped matters either by saying that they were of age and free to make their choices. Nobody understood that she was worried for their innocence. War took people's innocence away. Last evening, Harry Potter had left for goodness knows where. Till recently she had thought that he would always listen to her, but he had outright refused her every time she tried to dissuade him. He had gently but firmly told her he loved her like he would love his favorite aunt, but she was not his mother. She remembered when he had recounted his experience of limbo while he was in the hospital wing. He had told everyone what his family had advised him to do. At last, she was left with only Ronald and Ginevra, whom she could stop from joining the training, but Arthur had pointed out to her that they were not going to make killers of them but only teach them to defend themselves. As they had no decent teachers in their years of education other than Remus, it was only right that they learn at least some of the basic things like stunning, shielding, etc. Molly herself had attended dueling classes during her time at Hogwarts and knew a fair bit about it, but those classes had been abolished after the dueling instructor had turned out to be a Death Eater, and there had not been any decent teachers for Dada for years. It was a miracle that the students managed to get their owls and newts. She still remembered Percy telling her and Arthur how grateful he was that Remus was teaching at Hogwarts in his newt's year and he was the reason that he got an E in his Dada newt. The argument that the training was only for self-defense and this would help them in their studies had convinced her to agree reluctantly. Sirius Black was feeling morose since Harry Potter left for India, but he felt some comfort knowing that his godson will come back armed with knowledge to defeat that monster. This was important for them to start preparing for the war, which was almost at the door. The spies of the Order had not found anything substantial, but they were keeping vigil over everything that was happening in the magical world. Voldemort and his followers were not yet in the open, but they were approaching people, trying to recruit them, and it was starting to be the same as the last war. If Voldemort did not come out in the open soon, then it would be too late for the magical world to know of the danger it was in. It was a great blessing that they had Amelia Bones on their side in the war and she was preparing the Aurors. Any problems that she was facing due to Fudge being a fool would vanish by the time Harry Potter returned and took his rightful place on the Wizengamot. Amelia had taken it upon her to revive the Grand Alliance, and together, they would be able to make a difference. Harry Potter had left last evening, and since then Sirius had been staying in his room, partly out of the longing and pain he felt for his son and partly because the Weasley miscreants had taken it upon themselves to make him the victim of their next prank. Molly Weasley had taken them to task for causing so much trouble, but they were undeterred. So far, they did not target Remus, thinking that Sirius was an easy target. What they had failed to take into account was that Sirius was always the one who executed the pranks with James during their time at Hogwarts. Till the time Harry returned, Sirius could enjoy pranking the hell out of everyone. He had a reputation to live up to. For the time being, his recuperation had been going very well. His health had been reaching its former state, but his skills were rusty. It had been years since he had fought a proper duel. To be at the side of his godson, he would need to be at the peak of his health and skills. While he had heard about the training program, he had not given it much thought considering it was for children, but on introspection, he thought that he could do with some training to help him to get into shape before anything else. So, he had hounded Dumbledore and pestered McGonagall until they caved in and allowed him to be a part of the training. He knew that he would not need to train with them all the time, but since he owned the training facility, he decided to do something he had never thought he would. Sneaking to Diagon Alley, he had went to his family vault and brought the family grimoire. While the family magic did not accept him as Lord of Black, he had no problem using it. He had decided that when others were not using the training facility, he would learn his family magic, and to that end, he had asked Winky to be ready whenever he needed her to take him there. Moony had agreed that he would help bring him to the top of his form. He also proposed to make Nymphadora a part of the family training, but Sirius was a little reluctant, knowing that she was firmly entrenched in light and would not use black family magic unless situations were pretty dire. Also, he would have to ask Andromeda if she agreed with the proposition. Knowing Andromeda, she would protest the decision with all fervor. So he decided to tackle that issue when the Lord of Black returns. He had wanted to go and escort Harry to the port of London, but Dumbledore had cautioned against it, and therefore, when Moony had returned, he immediately had hounded him to describe everything. He was fascinated with the description of the ship and everything that Dumbledore had told them while ranting about the ship like a child. Sirius desperately hoped that Amelia would be able to secure him a trial sooner than later because he wanted to go out and do things for the Order. Moony had been going on scouting missions for the Order and was taking stock of the loyalty of werewolves. They were an important factor in the war, and the larger their number, the more they would augment the monsters' forces. Not all of them infected with lycanthropy were evil, but the way wizarding societies scorned them and the way they were ostracized by the Ministry with the draconian laws did not give them any options really. Those laws were written during the First War by an obscure witch who was now Undersecretary to Fudge. If they had to keep the werewolves on their side, or at least neutral, they would need to offer them a better deal than Voldemort would. Amelia had swung by the headquarters a couple of times, and she had told how hard it was to weed the Ministry of Voldemort's loyalists, but she had been achieving some headway in that direction. She had asked for assistance from several department heads she knew would oppose Voldemort if they knew he was back, and told them to just push Voldemort sympathizers to menial positions in their department and keep stern watch over them. She had shared with them that she does not know if Harry Potter and Dumbledore were speaking the truth, but they needed to keep the fanatics in check because some reports she had been receiving pointed towards another rising of a Dark Lord, and the Ministry was ill-equipped to deal with any such conditions. If things turned for the worse, they needed the Ministry to be in a position to have a swift response ready for those conditions. Green hues. Neville Longbottom was simply having the best time of his life. He was happy with knowing his parents and talking to them. Augusta had forbidden them to talk about the wizarding world or things that had happened since they had been admitted to St. Mungo's, and Neville was happy talking to them about their time at Hogwarts. He noticed that his father had too many stories about his time at Hogwarts, and they often featured marauders in them with a lot of people who had died in the First War. Frank would often get quiet while he was speaking and look in the distance, perhaps thinking of all the time that had gone by and all the people that he had lost. The day after he woke up from his long slumber, he asked for his wand. Neville was surprised that he wanted to hold a wand and feel its warmth and comfort. He wanted to feel the exhilaration of his magic coursing through his veins again. He missed using his wand and seeing his magic work wonders. Frank described magic to him so fondly as if it was a sentient being. Flashback starts. As Healer Lynn had come to Longbottom Castle that day, Frank had repeated his demands while Alice merely shrugged. She knew that Frank could be stubborn as a mule, and that was one of his most endearing traits for her. She had once tried to dissuade Frank from asking for a wand the previous evening, but he had been adamant about it. When she asked why he was insistent about it, he told her that he did not want to feel helpless again. He told her that he had a feeling that things were not good in the wizarding world right now, and he wanted to be ready for whatever may come. So when Healer Lynn had tried to dissuade him from using his wand, he had ordered her to leave. She was a healer and she did not like her patients to order her around, and so, she had put her foot down. But when he continued being obstinate, she had no option but to call Augusta to bring Frank and Alice's wand with her. While Neville and Augusta flowed to Longbottom Castle, Healer Lynn had transfigured two squishy and comfortable chairs in the master bedroom where they were sitting, looking every bit the lord and lady that they were. Neville had his father's wand held across the palms of both hands, and he adopted the old way and presented it to Frank on one knee with his palms extended in front of him. "Your wand, my lord." Frank scowled at him. "Neville, you are my son. I will not have you prostrating yourself in front of me." Neville simply smiled at his father. "I will remember that, father. Now, here is your wand, polished and shining, as you prefer it. Gran mentioned that you never could tolerate a speck of dirt on your wand. It is a pity that I failed to take care of it as you do." "Take care of it as I do?" asked Frank. "Were you using my wand?" "How can you use my wand?" It was Augusta who answered. "It was my fault, son. When Neville got his Hogwarts letter, I gave him your wand. I had no hope that you would ever be cured, so I thought maybe he could connect with you through using your wand. I did not realize my folly till recently, and it was thought that he was an inept wizard. It was only at the end of Neville's 4th year that Mr. Harshvardhana pointed out to Neville that he was not weak, but he was using a wand which had not chosen him. He also gifted a family wand to your son, though I do not recall any such wand missing from the family lore." Frank wanted to rage at his mother, but her tear-streaked face and the guilt in her voice convinced him that there was nothing worse that he could do, not that he had the heart to do anything as such. Alice, in an attempt to dispel the frostiness of the situation, said to Neville with amusement in her voice, "What became of my wand, son? Did you not want to feel connected to me? I am sure it would have suited you well enough." Augusta turned to her with sorrow in her voice. "Your wand did not survive that ordeal, Alice. When we reached Green Hughes, you and Frank were on the verge of insanity. The Aurors were there subduing the Death Eaters, and Bellatrix was cackling like a mad woman, holding up the snapped pieces of your wand. Alice was sad hearing the news of her wand being destroyed, but there was nothing she could do about it. I guess I will have to buy a new one from Ollivander's. Is he still around?" Neville smiled at her. "Yes, he is still in Diagon Alley, mother. I went to see him recently and he asked me if I needed a wand. I told him that I am using a family wand." Frank was intrigued by the tale of this wand. "What wand is this, Neville? Do you have it on you?" Neville presented his wand to Frank, who handled it carefully, his fingers touching the Longbottom motif and caressing it lovingly. "This is not an ordinary wand. This almost seems like a mythical wand. Did he tell you whom this wand belonged to or anything about the wood and the core?" Neville, who was watching his father intently, nodded. "It was Harshvardhana who gave me this wand with a strict instruction to not to let many people know that I have it, and especially not to show it to the wand maker. He implied that I may not get it back if I did. Harsh also said that this wand belonged to Lord Harfang Longbottom, who was given this wand as a gift from a wand maker. He said that the wood came from some grove of Dodana, and the core was feather of a magical owl species, Praverkarna." Frank's eyes widened in surprise at Neville's words. "The wand of Harfang Longbottom. This is the wand that won him such renown." Now, Neville was intrigued. "What is his tale, father?" Frank smiled at his son and then for some reason gave a victorious smirk to Alice. "Harfang Longbottom was our ancestor, my great-grandfather, as I remember. After graduating from Hogwarts, he went on a world tour, as was the custom. At that time, there were some dark lords running around in Rome terrorizing that city and the region about it. The resistance that was being offered to them was minimal. One day while Harfang was touring the countryside, he ran into some of them while they were out to kill a wand maker's family. Harfang was well versed in our family magic and he annihilated all of them. In gratitude, the wand maker made this wand for him. This is one of the most powerful wands ever made. Later Harfang gained his reputation as a warrior. In the later part of his life, he was engaged in another war with a Dark Lord, aiding several allies when he was killed in war. His body was sent back, but this wand went missing. I wonder how Harshvardhana got this. If this suits you, my son, bear it with pride." Flash back end. Today, Neville was supposed to go on training with the Weasleys and Granger. His grandmother had agreed to it when Dumbledore had paid a visit to them 2 nights ago. He was supposed to wait for an elf who would come and take him to the training site. He wondered what he would be learning and who he will meet. His gran had strictly warned him not to say anything about his parents. She said that she wanted to shock the wizarding world, and he found that he liked her sense of humor. He was brought out of his reverie with a crack, as the house elf Dobby appeared before him, Dobby be taking news to Master's dogfather. Neville knew the elf, of course. At the start of fourth year, Susan had approached him after the infernal goblet had spewed Harry's name. He waited for Harry to return to the dorms so that he could tell him that he believed him. But damn that icon of jealousy, Ron Weasley, who had caused such a ruckus in the dorms that night that Harry could not talk to him. The next day, Susan had cornered him after herbology and asked for some of his time. In an unused classroom, after raising some privacy wards, she had told him that Harry was her betrothed and she needed his help. When Neville asked her why she did not tell Harry, she merely shrugged and said that she approached him a lot of times, but Ronald Weasley had stopped her every time. Since that day, Neville met Susan in secret and they did everything they could to help Harry Potter. They had heard about the house elf Dobby, and with the help of Tweaky, they found him and used him to help Harry Potter. As Harry was looking for a date before the Yule Ball, Susan had wanted to approach him, but every time she tried to do so, Harry was never alone and her opportunity was missed. When Neville told her that Harry had asked Parvati Patil, Susan had felt her heart break and she did not go to the Yule Ball with anyone. Before the second task, Neville heard the trio in the library going over the clue of the egg and knew that they were looking for a way to stay underwater. Neville knew the answer was gillyweed and he waited for Harry to ask him, but when he didn't, they sought Dobby before the second task and told him to borrow some gillyweed from Snape's personal stores. Since then, Dobby held him in high regard. Master Neville, the elf's voice brought him out of his musings. Yous be ready to go. Neville nodded and the elf passed him a piece of parchment. Yous be reading this. Neville read the parchment. The training facility for the members of Harry's circle can be found at the cottage on the hill, Hogsmeade. Neville understood that he was just told a Fidelius secret. The elf grabbed his hand and disappeared. Cottage on the hill, Hogsmeade. Neville appeared at the foot of a low hill which he knew was in Hogsmeade. What was missing was a cottage which was present on it. Thinking of the Fidelius secret, the cottage appeared. Then Remus Lupin appeared beside him out of thin air. Mr. Longbottom, this is your first test, sort of an initiation ceremony. You have 10 minutes to reach the cottage. You may use any spells you have learned in school in the last 4 years. With that, the werewolf disappeared and Neville took out his wand, clasping it firmly, and trekked up towards the hill. As soon as he set his first foot forward, he felt like something had grabbed his leg. Looking down, he saw a coil of rope was wrapped around his legs and was proceeding towards his torso. He cast a finite at the ropes and they fell to the ground inert. He resumed his trek and immediately noticed that it was getting cold fast. Checking around for dementors, he found none. He realized the ground around him was freezing, perhaps the result of a glacius charm. Putting his wand arm out, he chanted, Incendio, and the snow around him started melting away. Knowing that he would not make any headway if he continued to tackle little obstacles like this, he started running uphill. Suddenly a big boulder fell in his way and while running he transfigured it into a wooden branch which he knocked aside with his shoulders. As he was nearing midway, the ground beneath his feet opened up and he fell in, locked in a closet. He tried to yank the doors open but they did not budge. Taking a deep breath, he used an Alohomora on the door but it did not open. He racked his brains and remembered one of the advanced unlocking charms he had learnt from a charms book in the library. Waving his wand in the required motion, he cast the charm and the door opened outwards. Climbing outwards, he resumed his trek to the cottage when a dog came running towards him, fangs bared. Neville recognized the dog. Hell, he had even played with it only to be told that the dog was famous mass murderer Sirius Black. Grinning, he stooped to pet the dog, only for it to growl at him ferociously. Scrambling to his feet, he pointed his wand at the dog and stunned it without another thought and continued. Lastly, he found a boggart standing in his way which morphed into Snape a second later. Sneering, the boggart strode towards Neville with a menacing expression when Neville pointed his wand towards it calmly, ridiculous, and Snape was replaced by a Snape in his grandmother's clothes complete with the vulture stuffed hat. As he moved past the boggart, there stood Remus Lupin, his wand pointed at him. Before Neville could do anything, Remus had shot a spell at him and instinctively Neville whipped his wand and formed a shield before the spell hit him. In the matter of a few seconds, he was inside the cottage where Susan was beaming at him and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick looked at him proudly. "Hi Neville." Susan greeted him jovially. "You cleared the gauntlet in half the time that I took." She pouted. "I thought the ropes were devil's snare and tried to use sunlight on them and it cost me some time before I realized someone had conjured those ropes. Then I was assaulted with glacius and I set about using Incendio Maxima to melt all the snow not realizing that it was being replenished. I really freaked out when the boulder fell and it took me minutes to realize that I had to transfigure it after I tried to sidestep it and it kept moving to block my way. When I fell in the closet, I could not open the door and I was so panicked that I forgot all unlocking charms. Since I could not recall the unlocking charms, I used a reducto and blasted the doors open. When the dog attacked me, I used Incarcerus on it and then the boggart became the Dark Mark. I was so scared but then I remembered what Professor Lupin had taught us and banished the boggart when Professor Lupin used a disarming jinx on me. I lost my wand but before he could use another hex I was inside the cottage. By the time Susan finished her account, Neville was laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes. A few moments later Remus joined them. He did not say anything but he had mirth in his eyes. "Ms. Bones, your performance was subpar but you did what we intended you to do. You entered the cottage as we had set the task to be. If any of you fails to enter however, we will not hold it against you. It will only mean that we are going to make you work harder. Now let us see how the others do." After 15 minutes, a haggard-looking Hermione entered, her eyes puffy, her hair even more tangled than usual. Seeing both she gave a small half-smile. "How did you both do?" "I bet I failed at some of the tasks. As soon as I started, there were ropes which were grabbing my feet and I untied the knots with my hands. Then in the snow, I used a warming charm on me but I did not walk fast enough and about froze. My warming charms were not good enough. When I saw the boulder I tried to go around it but it kept moving in my way so I used a reductor on it and that barely scratched it. Finally I tried transfiguring it and changed it into a small pebble. When I fell into the closet I used the unlocking charm twice before realizing that I needed to use a different charm. With that, I was able to leave. The boggart faced me and I lost it there. The boggart took Professor McGonagall's shape and started telling me that I had failed everything and I freaked out there before realizing that we had our exams and results were out already and then I realized it was a boggart I was facing. So passing the boggart, I faced the dog and I was sure I can pet the dog and move ahead but I had to reluctantly stun him and then Remus disarmed me before I could do anything. Then I had to wrestle him to get my wand back before I moved inside. She huffed in annoyance crossing her arms across her chest making Neville and Susan laugh and when she scowled at them, they started laughing uproariously. Raising his hands, Neville pacified her. "Don't get angry Hermione, we are not laughing at you. We had to reach the inside of the cottage too. Only we did not have to do as much as you. Now let's wait for others." Ronald Weasley came after 30 minutes. He looked like he had been through the mill quite viciously. When Hermione asked what he did, he grumbled, "I had to hop some way in the ropes before I remembered to cast a finite, and then there was snow. I ran all the way until I ran into the boulder and managed to save my face. When I found that I could not climb over the boulder, I reduced it to dust with an overpowered hex and before it could grow again, I ran away. I fell into the closet. I stopped it from closing by putting a foot into the door and then as I stepped out from it, I was hit with debris. Then the boggart turned into an acromantula but I had practice with that one. Then I saw Sirius who was going to attack me and I ran from him and ran into Remus's wand who banished me towards the door and I got up and ran inside. As he finished, everyone was howling with laughter and Ron's face was flushed red with embarrassment but now that he thought about it, he too started laughing. About 20 minutes later, the twins entered into the room laughing. One of them was sporting an antler on his head, the other had hair all over his body and they were dressed like clowns. Neville hesitantly asked, Mate, how did it go with you both?" "Neville mate, how are you?" said Gred, or was it Forge? "We had our fun on the trek," added the other. Hermione put her hands on her hip and huffed, "Exactly how did you do?" One of us used finite on the ropes, said Gred. Then we stunned hiding Professor Flitwick, who was using the glacius, added Forge, but not before he gave us antlers. They started taking turns to narrate. Then we met the boulder and Professor McGonagall, who transfigured Gred into a weasel before I diverted her attention and taking the weasel I ran, and when we were out of her range, I dispelled the transfiguration, returning him to his form. Then one of us fell into the closet and the other had to face the debris that came our way. After it had stopped raining debris, the one outside rescued the one inside, and then we had to face the boggart who changed into us, but before it could do anything we banished it with ridiculous. Then the marauders banded together against us, and after a brief prank war during which they changed our hair, altered our appearances, gave us hoofs, we finally got some sense knocked into our heads and we ran inside. The others were amused by the twins' experiences, and the twins had been better than most of them, if not the best. Ron asked finally, "Where are the teachers?" Hermione pointed at the door and replied, "Ron, Ginny is still to come through that door." They waited for about 40 minutes, but there was no sign of Ginny yet. Then they heard spell fire being exchanged outside the cottage. As they rushed outside, they saw Ginny furiously firing hexes at the marauders. However, most of her hexes were being parried by them, while the rest were being deflected. Sirius laughed at her and angered her even more. After 5 minutes, Remus finally had enough, and as Ginny was turned to Sirius, he stunned her quickly and bound her with an Incarcerous hex. After 10 minutes, they were sitting at a table with McGonagall sitting at the head. She scrutinized each of them critically before beginning. This initiation was done to assess your quick thinking, your capabilities, your ability to perceive, and your reaction to any event which you may face. Ms. Bones did not recognize the rope immediately and mistook it for Devil's Snare, and then wasted time in melting the snow, and then forgot the unlocking charms which we knew she had studied. However, she escaped from the closet with a reducto, which would not be prudent in conditions where stealth is required. She faltered on her boggart, but then she bound the dog with the Incarcerous hex, which was effective, but stunning it would have been faster. Finally, when she was disarmed, she ran inside, leaving her weapon in the hands of the enemy. She made it inside, but she failed at many points. She glared intensely at Susan before turning to Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, you were the most impressive of this lot. You used finite on the ropes as soon as they appeared, and then you made the same mistake of using incendio against the snow without trying to find the source from which it was happening. Then you faced the boulder and you transfigured it into a stick while running, and when you fell into the closet, you opened it with one of the charms that we thought you would use. When you faced your boggart, you made short work of it as you have been taught. When the dog tried to attack you, you stunned it and produced a shield against Remus almost as a reflex. Then you crossed the boundary without any trouble whatsoever. You made one mistake, but you were the one most prepared to encounter anything and to back up if you had arrived here on a distress call." Then she turned to Hermione. "You disappointed me with mistakes on your part. You forgot for a moment that you are a witch and not a muggle. You untied the rope by hand when you had a wand with you. Then you showed some good thinking by applying a warming charm, but you did not pick up your pace, rather you continued walking casually. When you reached the boulder, you wasted time trying to get around it before you realized that you had to transfigure it. In the same way you wasted time in the closet thinking of appropriate spells. If you had been captured, you would have been stunned in the time you wasted coming up with the right spell. Then you faced the boggart, which made you break down into tears before you realized what it was. Then you wanted to pet the dog, not even thinking that it may be an enemy ruse to draw your attention. When you faced Remus, you did not even attempt to use any hex or curse on him. However, when he disarmed you, you wrestled your wand out of his grasp, and that is commendable." She turned to Ron with her mouth the thinnest of thin lines. "Mr. Weasley, I am disappointed in you. It would appear that you have forgotten everything that you have been taught in school. You could not remember a simple finite, but you tried to get away by hopping. Then you showed some brain activity when, unlike others, you did not try to best the snow but ran when your legs were free. You reduced the boulder to rubble with a massive reducto. While this did reduce the boulder to tiny fragments, effectively removing the obstacle from your path, it used an excessive amount of magical energy, producing a large cloud of debris and a lot of noise. Not a good idea if you are attempting to arrive fresh and unnoticed. Out of the entire group, You were the only one who showed the presence of mind to put your foot in the door and prevent the closet from locking when you fell into it. But, you failed to check for hazards when you exited the closet and were hit by falling debris. You handled the boggart easily, so full marks there. When it came to the dog, you just ran from it, forgetting that the same dog had mutilated you once. You did not even see Remus, who used a banishing charm on you. By luck, you landed near the door and hobbled inside. Then she turned to the twins. You both disappointed me and made me feel elated at the same time. You were both legally adults and you did not even check to see if you could apparate inside directly. Then you both showed us the advantage of numbers when one of you finited the ropes, and then you decided to find the source of Glacius and stunned Professor Flitwick, who was confident that none of you would see him and got antlers in return. Flitwick chuckled, and then you both saw the boulder and went after me when I transfigured one of you into a weasel. The twins guffawed, and the other took the weasel and ran. When you were out of range, you transfigured him back, and when one of you fell in the closet, the other did not try to save himself from the debris. When you faced the boggart, it probably did not know that it was facing laughter embodied. The others were trying to suppress their laughter. Then you found the two adults and you engaged in a prank battle with them rather than escaping. In a real fight, it would have been fatal. Professor Flitwick, who had been quiet so far, turned to Ginny. You proved to be the most unaccomplished of the lot, Ms. Weasley. You easily escaped from the ropes, a promising start. You slipped on the snow. Then you started levitating the boulder, but then you just stood there. You fell into the closet and kept pounding the doors with your fist, forgetting that you could use an unlocking charm. When you finally came to your senses, you used an unlocking charm. Then you did not try to fight your boggart but were rather run down by it. When Remus dispelled the boggart and you faced Sirius, you did not stun him or bind him but used stinging hexes on him, which just enraged him. When Remus met you finally, instead of trying to make your way in, you engaged in a fight with him. You will need to work really hard. Remus spoke then. Now the first thing I want you all to do today is to follow me to the training room. In the room, there were a number of dummies and they were asked to use color spells, selecting one color each for themselves and hit the dummies in the midsection. After 2 hours, the Weasley twins were the winners. Then Minerva took them to task and made them revise everything that they had learnt in the last few years. Lastly, Flitwick had them on the ropes, and by the evening when they were done with everything, they were bone tired. Remus instructed them to brush up on their reading and to report 2 days later at 9 a.m. since the training was on alternate days, and dismissed them. Neville took the flow to Green Hughes and from there he went to Longbottom Castle. It was the longest time he had stayed away from his parents since they came out of their comas, and he wanted to get back to them soon. The others returned to the headquarters of the Order. The pirates. Harry Potter was excited. They had started sailing from London the previous evening. 2 hours after the ship left the port, they ran into the first obstacle. A ship that appeared to be a Muggle cruise liner approached their ship. At the sight of it, all the men aboard went to their battle stations. The captain rushed into the ward chamber to get the ship airborne. The men took positions all over the ship, wands out and alert. A group of them had climbed atop the mast and placed themselves in the crow's nest, in battle positions ready to fight. Harsh was barking orders to his men, telling them to take positions before he himself touched a rune on one of the stones. Immediately the ship started making whirring and scraping sounds. In a few moments, there were cannons raised on the starboard side of the ship. Harsh ordered the captain to steer the ship to port so that the starboard side was facing the approaching cruise ship. Harry was perplexed with all these preparations. He hesitatingly asked Harsh, "Mr. Harsh, why are we readying for battle? Isn't that an ordinary Muggle cruise liner which is passing through this area?" Harsh merely grunted, "That is not Muggle ship, Mr. Potter. They are pirates and they have magic to assist them." Harry asked again, "But it looks like any other Muggle cruiser. Are you sure they are pirates? Did they not go extinct like years ago as we charted all the waters?" Harsh looked at him with incredulity and asked him, "Mr. Potter, this ship is enchanted to stay off the radar and there are no means by which a Muggle can see this ship, much less approach it. Besides, we had sunk that ship 5 years ago in another naval battle with these pirates, Mr. Potter. Charting waters do not work for them who have the talent to go around unobserved. Who are these pirates? asked Harry, intrigued. I would have thought that nothing can escape the mystics. Harsh smiled warily. Remind me of this question later, Mr. Potter. For your curiosity, these pirates are scum of the sea who were blessed with the generous gifts of Mother Magic, and they chose to use those gifts for their nefarious purposes. Suddenly, the captain walked up to him. Master, we are ready to be airborne. In 5 minutes, we can escape this menace by being airborne. No, Deshant, we are not escaping just like that. Let's give them a taste of our wrath. They have been punished so many times and they keep coming for more. Sinking that wretched vessel does no good, but for the fun of it, let's send it to the bottom of the sea again, he said, winking at Harry, who wanted to laugh at his humor but could not bring himself to do so, in this setting. In the last hour that he had been aboard the ship, he had seen such a level of reverence for the man from his subordinates that he had understood that the mystic was not an ordinary man. It was this observation which made him decide to tread cautiously around the older man, lest he offend him. As the cruise ship came into range, the first volley of spells left the Marichica and several of the pirates went down. The next second, the cannons began their thunder as they came to bear. Although there was a terrific noise and flash as each cannon fired, there was no smoke. They were firing spells, the likes of which Harry had never seen before. With unerring accuracy, each spell hit the pirate ship, alternating between the water line and the gun deck, tearing huge holes in the hull. The final shot of the volley blew the rudder off. With the pirate ship unable to navigate and already showing a visible list to its starboard, it seemed that the battle was already over. As Harry searched the water, he saw that there were pirates in small boats, which he could have sworn were not there a second ago. One of the men threw a grappling hook and hooked it on the rail of the ship. As soon as the hook took hold, the men began scrambling up the rope. Harsh was barking out orders and the crew made haste to obey him. He turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, make sure that not a single man can climb those ropes and on the deck. Kill them if you have to. Harry rushed to the point where the first rope was. He cast a diffindo at the ropes, but they did not budge. He racked his brains for any other spells that he could remember. He remembered a spell which he had heard some 7th years mention that was used to loose the hold on an object, but he could not remember the wand movements. He leveled his wand at the ropes and cast Relatio firmly, but nothing happened. Then a hand grasped the rail, followed by the torso of the man, which galvanized Harry into action. Harry stunned the man, who fell back into the water, knocking the man behind him off the rope as well. The two of them made one splash as they fell into the sea. Desperate, he thrust the wand forward and put his will into the spell and cast Relatio. Again. To his joy, the rope untied itself from the ship and fell into the water. Relieved, he turned to the deck and found that 2 men had boarded the ship and were advancing on him. He immediately fired a reductor hex at the first man, followed by a disarming hex at the second man, who had just climbed the rails. The first man easily sidestepped the reductor, but he did not see a pink spell approaching which nicked his wand hand. In pain, the man fell on the deck and one of the mystics banished him back into the sea. The second man had lost his wand to the disarming hex and was in the process of pulling another wand from inside his robes when Harry petrified him, but did not have the heart to banish him. Rather, he turned to the other ropes and started dislodging them. A few who had just climbed engaged him in a duel, and for 5 minutes Harry cast as many spells as he could, disarming one, stunning another, petrifying the next, banishing another, to the mystics who were standing on the side with their wands out and looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He shielded when he could, dodged when he could not, and avoided being hit for about 5 minutes when a bone breaker grazed him in the ribs, making him wince. However, he did not sustain any injury. Soon there were no more ropes, and all that he had jeweled were subdued by the other mystics. A few of the pirates who had climbed already and did not engage Harry Potter were converging on the deck and readying themselves to attack in formation, when it happened. The sky thundered for a moment, and the final flash of lightning revealed a single man who was facing the pirates on board the ship. The man was dressed in the usual mystic garb, but in place of his orbs, Harry thought he could see fire in those eyes. The man's face was obscured by a leather mask which was terrible to look upon. It was hard to describe for Harry, but he was in awe. The man's magical aura was pitch black and shrouded around him like a cloak, obscuring his features from everything. His body was glowing like he was on fire and his hair was falling in front of his face. He had his wand in his right hand which he moved like a baton and the next few seconds were a blur. As the intruders started to attack, the man rushed into them, using his wand as an extension of his arm. His motions were fluid and quick. In those moments, Harry could see pink, red, blue, orange and many colored spells, and when he was done, none of the foes were standing and most of them were not moving either. Some had their intestines hanging out of their stomach while some looked like they had been burnt. A few were bent at such crude angles that Harry did not have to guess that they had broken bones. The figure turned to Harry and he shivered. However, the figure did not approach him but rather waved a hand in front of his face. With the mask gone, Harry could see the face of Harsh Vardhana but without the usual jovial expression. Harry had trouble connecting this ruthless man with the cheerful and helpful trainee healer who had helped him so much in the last few days. They seemed to be so different, like opposite sides of a coin. One was kind, jovial and friendly like the favorite uncle, while the other was a ruthless, merciless killer. One spoke of life and things which intrigued him like war, family, glory, while the other had just shown him the ugly side of war. This scary side was what Harry had imagined but wished never to meet, and yet here it was. This explained why the mystics revered the man. Harsh was extremely powerful and capable with a wand. This was a person that even Voldemort would not engage. After all, he had never sought to engage Dumbledore in a direct confrontation in the First War. Harsh turned to the captain. Deshant, gather a few of our men and transfigure these pirates into fish and leave them in the sea. Their worthless lives will be useful to feed the hungry animals, at least. Harry was shocked. But you cannot do this. You cannot transfigure them into fish and leave them to die. That is not right. He turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I thought I had told you that basically we are assassins. We kill those who offend Mother Magic or whose atrocities are so much out of hand that there is no other way than to kill them. These men before you have been declared dead for years now and no magical government even knows if they are alive. We cannot take them to any country and hand over to magical law enforcement there because the mystics always work from the shadows. Ordinary wizards do not know us and those who have heard of us do not believe about our existence. There is nothing that we can do. Besides, how will we explain this heavily armed ship, not to mention the people on board who have not been heard of for years now? Harry could understand what Harsh was telling him. The first time he had met the mystic, he was told that they were basically assassins, and even Moody had told him that the mystic had no hesitation about killing anyone, but Harry could not simply kill anyone. He had not even had the heart to banish a petrified pirate into the sea when he knew that the pirate would be rescued by others. Coming up with no reply to the mystic's questions, he only nodded. Within 10 minutes, the pirates were fish in the sea and the Marichica was in the air, coursing through the sky at incredible speed. Harry Potter was standing on the bow, enjoying the cool air on his face and yearning to be on a broom again. Flying on the ship was an incredible experience, but nothing could beat flying on a broom until he learned to fly. He was determined to pester the mystics to teach him to fly. Mr. Potter. Someone called him and he turned to see one of the mystics. Master has asked us to take you to the broom shed. He has instructed us that you are free to take up any broom from the shed if you wish to fly. This was strange, Harry thought. It was like the mystic could always tell what Harry was thinking. There had been instances when the mystic had done things he wanted but could not ask. Shelving that thought for later, he accompanied the mystic, who was of average height for a wizard, stocky build, brown eyes and black hair. All the mystics that he had met, so far, seemed like ordinary wizards and had nothing obvious to set them apart. He started taking brooms out of the shed and inspecting them, admiring their craftsmanship. He observed that each broom was different from the others. His first instinct had been to go for the firebolt, but he already owned a firebolt and knew what it was like. This opportunity may be a once in a lifetime for him. He decided to test the other brooms. He found one which was rather large and a bit heavy. It had an oak handle which was much thicker. The twigs in the tail were far more than in any other broom, and it bore the name, Wind Lord. Interesting name for a broom, he mused. When he asked the mystic about this broom, the mystic told him a very interesting tale. This broom was a prototype version and was developed in the USA by a wizard who had no interest in selling it. This broom had more features on it than other brooms. The wizard was a contract killer who had killed a number of wizards when he ran afoul of the mystics. The mystics were in the USA dealing with a dark wizard who had escaped from Europe and was in hiding. The dark wizard had hired the contract killer as his security detail. The mystics had taken it upon themselves to kill the dark wizard who had killed numerous muggles with the darker spells. While the mystics had no problem with the spells, they could not stand by and do nothing when someone used them to kill. So, while they were hunting, they ran into the contract killer who was riding that broom at the time and engaged them in combat. After a long battle of 30 minutes, the contract killer was downed when the mystics used a flock of hawks to distract him, then hit him in the skull with a bone breaker. The broom was retrieved and studied at length. It had a built-in disillusionment spell activated by tapping a rune. A rune was etched into the handle to control the twigs and consequently control the movement of the broom. A wand holder and the tip of the broom sharpened to act as a javelin, though Harry could not understand why anyone would use a broom to pierce someone. It was also apparently enchanted to fly as you wished, and the charms were done so that the rider could not fall off the broom in any case. Hearing about the qualities of the broom, some of which did not impress him much, he decided to test it. As soon as they reached the deck, he mounted the broom and kicked into the air. Within seconds he was airborne, and looking down he realized that he was flying at a height he had never flown before. This was exhilarating. Looking back, he found that the mystic was tailing him on a firebolt. Deciding to test the speed, he willed it to go faster to its maximum speed. Soon the broom was whistling through the air at such a speed that he found it hard to breathe with the wind in his face. He slowed down and found that he had left the ship far behind, but the mystic joined him again after a few moments. While flying he somersaulted in the air, did the famous barrel roll, sloth grip roll, and just for fun, he did the Ronsky feint while the mystic just kept flying beside him, smiling but saying nothing. When the time came to return to the ship, the mystic shot his broom up and within moments, he was invisible to the eye. A few seconds later, Harry saw him rushing to the deck at such a speed that Harry was sure he was going to plow himself. Suddenly the mystic jumped from the broom while grabbing the handle in his hand and disapparated. With a pop, he appeared on his broom, flying beside Harry. Harry's heart leapt to his throat at the sight of the dive. The mystic was shouting in joy at the top of his lungs, and as they were about 200 meters above the deck, he disappeared again. Harry was surprised to see him disappear like that, but in a moment he realized that the mystic had appeared on the deck, grinning like a lunatic and beckoning Harry to come down. Harry was impressed with the mystic's flying. He had not done any of the moves like Harry had been showing off with, but he did something which Harry had not thought possible. Harry had seen professional Quidditch players in action and none of them could do what the mystic had done. But then Harry remembered that Quidditch stadiums had anti-apparition wards around them, so to jump from a broom like that would be suicide. As he landed, he was accompanied to the dinner hall where food was served. While it was no Hogwarts feast, the food was delicious. What he did notice was that many of the men did not even touch any of the meat but other things on the table. And there was no juice or any drink other than water. After he had his fill, he picked up the glass of water which seemed to vibrate in his hand. Blaming the sensation on his tiredness and thinking that he was imagining it, he took a large sip and felt like someone had just fed him an elixir. With each gulp of water, he could feel his magic singing and he was relaxed within minutes, all his tiredness gone. But the effect of the wonderful water did not last long. After dinner, he was about to drop from exhaustion. The mystic who had accompanied him on his flight earlier carried him to his cabin where he crashed on the bed and immediately went to sleep. Black Town House, London. The children who had been to training returned in the evening looking a little worse for wear. They were tired and fell asleep as soon as they reached their rooms except Hermione Granger. She had sought the marauders out and asked them for books that they may have for her to study. She had cut her holidays short when Fox found her in her hotel room in Italy. She had been reading a book in her room which she had picked up from a store in the magical section of the city. While Hermione had gone there with her family to visit and enjoy her vacation, she had met a man at the airport who was dressed like a wizard does when he goes out in the Muggle world. She asked him where the magical part of the city was and, after letting her parents know, took a magical taxi there. The bookstore there was huge and the number of books had her salivating. She bought a few books which she found interesting and had returned to her room when Fox appeared in a flash of flame, a letter in his talons. Opening the letter, she was surprised by the invitation that Dumbledore had sent to her. She immediately replied in a lengthy letter that she was ready to end her vacation and come back to train. The next day, she received a portkey which brought her to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. She was baffled at this. No one could appear in Hogwarts by a portkey or apparate in the grounds. When she raised her question to the headmaster, he merely chuckled and told her it was part of headmaster privileges. While she wanted to know more, she could not exactly goad the headmaster into telling her. As she sat in the headmaster's office, she could not contain her query. Finally, she asked the headmaster, "Professor, what is this training program? Who else is going to participate? Where will we train? How can we use magic during summer?" Dumbledore smiled at her inquisitiveness. "Miss Granger, this training program is for Harry's friends who are always around him. Mr. Potter has a knack for attracting trouble, a fact which you can attest to. So, a few of us in the order decided that you all need to be trained sufficiently so that you are able to hold your own in a duel. While you have a commendable repertoire of spells, merely knowledge of spells cannot win you a fight. In this training you will be trained to use those spells among other things. This training is being imparted so that young Harry does not have to worry about the safety of his comrades if he finds himself in a sticky situation. You, the Weasley children, Miss Bones and Mr. Longbottom have been scheduled to take part in this training. You will all be training in a location which is situated in a magical settlement so you will not have to worry about being reprimanded for underage magic. The ministry will not be able to track any magic you do while in training." While she pondered over what she had been told with her brow furrowed, she noticed something Dumbledore did not mention. "Professor, you did not say if Harry was going to train with us." Dumbledore smiled at her. "Mr. Potter has made other arrangements for training. He has agreed to take training under some very accomplished masters who will be teaching him things which are not available to ordinary wizards. But that is bias. Why is he being trained under different teachers than us? He does not even have the best grades," she protested. "I think this is discrimination. Is it because he is the boy who lived?" Dumbledore frowned at her. He knew that Miss Granger was a very competitive individual, but he had not thought that she would complain about something which she did not understand. It looked like she had the perception that everyone should have the same access to everything. A rather mundane Muggle concept, but it did not apply to magicals. He decided to curb her competitiveness a little before it got worse. "Miss Granger, the things that Harry will be learning are rather arcane arts which cannot be performed by everyone. While you have the best grades courtesy of your eidetic memory, you simply are not as powerful as him. The Wizard Power Index, which gauges a wizard or witch's power, has gauged you at 50, which means you will be around 85 by the time your magical core is fully mature. While Harry Potter stood at 110 before the third task, and as of now, he is pegged at 200, and by the time his core has completed its growth, he will easily clear 380, which is more than me or Voldemort. The arcane arts he will be learning cannot be performed by any wizard or witch below 100 points. The only one in your class who is nearly as powerful as him is Neville Longbottom, who will be around 250 by the time his core fully matures." Hermione was astounded. She knew about the index, but she had not known her power levels. Wizarding Britain was averaging around 75 for the last few generations, and while 85 sounded pretty respectable, it looked like a trifle when compared to 380. And to think that Neville was that powerful was simply mind-boggling. He had never shown any such power in the last 4 years. Maybe there was something that she had missed. She was miffed that she could not access the arts that Harry was being taught, but she still had the gift of knowledge, and Harry Potter depended on her to find a solution when there was a problem. Dumbledore gave her the Fidelius secret and had sent her to her home via the Phoenix Express. After packing her trunk, she was whisked away to the headquarters of the Order, where she was bunked with Ginny. Ginny was still feeling disenchanted with everything and was keeping herself to herself, so she wasn't much of a roommate. This morning Hermione Granger had realized how much she relied on Harry Potter in situations such as these where she required him to act. He was quick with a wand and swift in immediate responses. As of now, She was sitting in front of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Sirius, do you have any books in this place? Sirius smirked mischievously. The House of Black has quite an extensive library, Hermione. At last count, there were some 1,000 or more books in there. Hermione immediately went into her customary rapid fire. Where is it? Can I see it? What kinds of books are in there? Remus kindly said to her. The library is situated on the second floor, but no one here save for Sirius, Tonks or her mother can enter. She frowned. Why can't anyone enter the library? Sirius offhandedly said, because the entrance is warded by blood wards and only those possessing the blood of the House of Black may enter. She immediately started ranting, but blood magic is illegal. No one can use blood wards. And why is it that only members of the House of Black can enter the library? Now Sirius gave her his full attention. Hermione, you are very bright and you learn things quickly, but there is still so much of the wizarding world that you do not yet understand. Some wizarding families are very old. We have our own magic and many other special achievements which are considered our proprietary magic. These things are considered our private property and are not shared. The wards which protect them are older than the ministry, its laws, and even Great Britain as a nation. Besides, there is a lot of stuff in there that is downright dangerous. I don't want anyone getting hurt or worse. But what about the Muggle-born and half-bloods? I think it is barbaric and archaic to keep magic contained in families. It should be made illegal. It is all part of the pureblood tripe that you know who and his followers spew, she continued her rant. Sirius just shook his head. You know, when Moony told me that you are smart like Lily, I had thought you would think like her. While she always thought she was Muggle-born and was pretty vocal about their rights and better treatment, she understood the family magic and proprietary magic. She did not just slap a label on everything she didn't agree with as archaic or barbaric, but she studied things before forming her opinion. While I do not take offense at your words, some well-meaning pure-bloods who do not support the pureblood ideology of Voldemort, she shuddered, like the Weasleys, would be offended by your words. Hermione had never been chastised by Sirius of all people, but she could see his point. She had been spouting her opinion without even listening to other people. She never even thought that there might be another facet to something that she did not know about. In the last few weeks, twice she had been humbled, and perhaps it was time to stand back and do some introspection. I can remove the blood wards. Sirius's voice cut in on her thoughts, but the library is full of books on dark magic and magic that has not been seen for ages. There are books on the Black family magic which cannot be read by anyone other than a Black, and if anyone else even touched them, they would be cursed horribly. For your own safety, I must insist that you are supervised at all times while you are in that library, and in fact you are not allowed in the inner parts where the most dangerous books are. However, there are several books which were recently bought by your former professor which would be useful to all of you. She instantly perked up knowing that Remus would not select books for them which were dark or dangerous. Sirius called Winky, who appeared with a loud crack. Sirius told her that the students were to be permitted to use the library under the 3 conditions: that they were not to touch any of the dangerous books, no book was to be taken from the library, and that they were limited to no more than 5 hours per day. All 3 conditions were to be strictly enforced. He waved his wand and muttered something under his breath. Then, his instructions delivered, he asked Winky to take Hermione to the library. She immediately followed Winky into the room, occupied a table, and started working on her summer homework. The Marichica. Harry Potter woke up early in the morning to a loud noise, and for a few moments he could not get his bearings, and it took a minute before he realized that he was on the flying ship. Wiping sleep away from his eyes, he emerged on the deck, where he found the mystics engaged in exercise. What astonished him was that they all were engaged in Muggle exercises. Some of them were running laps of the deck, a few were doing push-ups, and some were lifting heavy weights which they evidently had conjured. A couple of them were flying on brooms, and some of them were sitting in meditation as Harry had seen them do. What was different was that they were no longer flying. The ship was rising and falling with the gentle, slow rhythm of the ocean swells. Sometime during the night, they had landed the ship. Harsh was in the crow's nest. When he saw Harry, he climbed down with a speed and grace almost supernatural and leapt the last 20 feet and landed softly on his feet. Grinning at Harry, he said, "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I hope you had a restful night. I had a restful night, thank you, he replied, but I have a lot of questions. Harsh laughed. I know. I have been procrastinating answers from you like your headmaster, however, it was not my intent. We were in haste these last few days. Now I can start answering these questions, but I beg you to be discreet and do not ask questions which are rather personal. After a hearty breakfast, they were sitting in Harsh's suite. Harry began, Who are the mystics? I have heard hints and whispers of you and things you have done. Other people seem to hold you in awe. But, who are you really? My curiosity is piqued. Harsh pondered the answer for a moment before he began. When Great Britain was still Avalon and the world knew of magic, there was a time when some wizards started using magic for nefarious purposes. These wizards were very powerful and adept in ways of magic. They by their deeds dishonored Mother Magic and kept doing so. Anyone who wanted to stand up to them was killed. In those times, the ancient lands of magic India, Greece and Egypt were prominent, and to deal with this menace, some Indian warlords who were very powerful due to being descended from very ancient families formed an order which had access to all ancient magics. The chief work of this order was to eliminate those who defile magic. They also worked in keeping a balance in the society. Evil has always been in the society, sometime at the fringes, sometimes in its full glory. Therefore, to combat evil and to serve Mother Magic, a group of wizards of Aryavarta formed an order. Since then we have been fighting evil. Sometimes we are able to nip it in the bud, sometimes we fight full-fledged wars. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He could understand how old the order was and the noble purpose for which it was formed. My second question is, how old are you? That is, if it is not too personal a question, he asked the mystic. Harsh was silent for a few moments before he replied, It has been so long that I answered this question that I cannot even remember, however I was old when your house was formed. Avalon was populated by wizards and powerful families which precede all the houses. There were 3 houses which are considered reverent houses, meaning any descendant of those houses is more important than others and they get 5 votes on the Wizengamot instead of the traditional 2. Those were the House of Pendragon, from which came King Arthur sometime later, the House of Lefay which produced the nefarious witch Morgana, and the House of Peverell which produced the 3 brothers Cadmus, Antioch and Ignotus. The House of Pendragon went extinct some generations before Arthur was born. It was due to his ancestry that the wizarding world bowed to him as its king. The House of Lefay was broken in 3 houses, of which only House Greengrass remains. The 3 brothers? Harry asked. Which 3 brothers? I have not heard about them. Harsh smiled at him. 3 brothers in the story written by Beetle the Bard. The 3 brothers named Antioch, Cadmus and Ignotus, who became the last lords of the House of Peverell before it was merged with Potters. Antioch was lord of the House of Peverells before he was killed by an enemy of his, and he was succeeded by his brother Cadmus, who killed himself in grief over his lost love, and lastly there was Ignotus, who coincidentally happens to be the last war mage of Avalon. Their glorious tale has been reduced to a children's story. We, the mystics, have been visiting Avalon since the time that the Council of Lords, which was founded by Merlin, ruled upon magical Britain as representative of the crown. I personally met Myardin when he was assisting Arthur in reclaiming his throne. Harry was shocked. The mystic did not look like he was older than Sirius, and to hear him tell of Merlin as if he knew him personally was astounding. He could not close his mouth before words tumbled out. But you do not look like you could be more than 40. Harsh did not say anything but shot a stinging hex at him, and Harry yelped in surprise. What Harry didn't notice right away was that the mystic had not used a wand to cast the spell. While Harry was gathering his wits about him, the mystic shot a barrage of stinging hexes at him, making him whip out his wand and hastily produce a shield. Harry was always proud of his power, and the shield he had produced could take a good pounding before it gave way. He had practiced his shield with Hermione and Ronald, where they had shot everything that they knew at him, and his shield had always lasted at least 15 minutes. He was confident that his shield would hold up longer against the lone efforts of Harsh's attack. He quickly realized he was in for a surprise when, after about a dozen stinging hexes, his shield shattered. He erected another and it gave away after another few shots. A good half an hour and around 60 welts later, Harry Potter was tired from all the magic he had spent erecting shields when he finally gave up and slumped down on the deck panting. Harsh immediately levitated him upside down and barked, constant vigilance, Mr. Potter. I cannot believe that you can give up defending yourself so easily. Has the recent events did not teach you yet to remain alert to your surroundings? You thought I was playing with you. This was your first lesson, Mr. Potter. Never ever turn your back on an enemy who is still standing or he will hex you in the back. Harry was sufficiently chastised. He had started to enjoy the trip and was thinking that he would be able to relax and enjoy his time aboard the ship. He had relaxed his vigilance and now he was paying the price. Harsh released the Levicorpus and Harry crumpled to the deck. Before he could collect his wits, Harsh zapped him with another stinging hex and, sufficiently motivated, he quickly conjured a new shield and climbed back to his feet. Harry's reserves were gone and he felt his strength waning, but he was going to pass out cold before he let Harsh zap him again. Now that Harsh could see that Harry was taking this seriously and knowing that Harry was on the point of exhaustion, he lowered his wand and gently told him, "At ease, Mr. Potter. This lesson is over." Harry lowered his wand, wavering where he stood as he relaxed and looking down, he murmured, "I am sorry, Mr. Harshvardhana. I will try to keep sharp from now on." Harsh looked into his eyes and Harry shivered. Harsh's black eyes were intense and there was a strange kind of power in them. Harry had looked at Voldemort eye to eye and he had never felt that kind of power, but this was different. He sensed that those eyes were looking into his soul. "Mr. Potter," Harsh was saying, "I have known you for a month now and yet we are the stage of using this prefix of Mr. for each other. For the summer, I am going to be your teacher and in India, we have different culture than England. While I have no aversion to any place or culture, for me and my mystics, teacher is on a pedestal higher than God. We address our teachers as Guru, meaning teacher. However, if you do not like, you can call me sir and likewise I will call you Harry." Harry thought it over for a moment. Until he learned of his heritage, he had been Harry to others and likewise he called them by name. As for his teachers, they had more of a professional relationship with the students and what Harsh was explaining felt like a familial bond to him. An apprentice, if you will. He had been noting that the purebloods, even the light ones like Longbottoms and Weasleys, practiced certain manners which he once would have called snobbish, but perhaps there was some reason behind these customs and manners. He knew that while not everything was good, there were some things which needed to be kept. In his quest to defeat Voldemort, he would have to ensure that the wizarding world did not change its identity altogether. While some practices decidedly could not be retained, some were worth saving. As to Harsh's offer, he had made up his mind already. He turned to Harsh. "I would be honored to address you as Guru. I would like to learn your ways and customs and add them to my own. I recall having read recently that in the older days, newly graduated wizards used to go touring the world so that they could experience the customs and ways of other people firsthand as well as learn other magic. I have the opportunity to visit your land, one which has an ancient and rich history, culture and magic. I would like to make the very best of it." Harsh smiled at him, producing an enchanted piece of string. "Harry, whenever we take a new student, we tie this thread to their wrists. This is enchanted to inform me if you are in trouble ever, and this is a sign of a bond between a teacher and his student. Another hidden purpose of it is to remind you that you have been taught by a teacher and that if the time ever came, that teacher can call upon you to serve him. If he ever has to call on you, then the teacher unties the thread, meaning you are free of the debt. Maybe I will never have to call a favor on you and I will untie it the day you will come back. So, do you accept?" Harry readily accepted and Harsh tied the red and yellow thread on his wrist, chanting something. As he finished tying the thread glowed golden before it returned to its original color. Harry was looking at it in surprise while Harsh was looking curiously at him. This happens when Mother Magic approves of something that is done. If she had not wished so, the golden glow would never have come. Now this thread cannot be untied by me before I make you ready for the task that is your stepping stone to a greater destiny. Harry nodded his head and wondered at how every single one of his steps had a deeper meaning. He had never stopped to consider the consequences of his actions before, but now that he did, he was beginning to realize that his every action and choice had consequences. Harry turned to Harsh. "Guru, what?" Harsh cut in quickly. "Guruji, Harry. That is the correct title. I would not insist upon it, but others may think little of you or may think that you are a little boy trying to show off." Harry nodded. Guruji, What is the story of the men who met us when we went to St. Mungo's? He asked the mystic. Harsh smiled. I was wondering when you were going to ask me about that. The men who met me are parts of the Chaya, shadow, whose work is to carry out covert tasks. They are kind of our intelligence gathering units who work in shadows to gather intelligence or information. From the time you left Hogwarts at the end of summer holidays, we have had a shadow present around you all the time. He has been present there in your room at the Black Townhouse where he popped at time to keep vigil over you. When we had to visit Street Mungo's, he was present in your kitchen, and after listening to Dumbledore, he silently left and went to scout around Street Mungo's and found two of the Death Eaters lurking in corners, avoiding eyes of ordinary wizards when our shadows cornered them and took them captive. Since then they have been in care of the shadows. He clapped his hands, and the men Harry had met the other day appeared before them. Bowing low, he bent, touching Harsh's feet. Guruji, you called. Harsh asked him. Nayak Himbat, have our guests told you anything of consequence? Himbat grinned maliciously. At first they were reluctant and even had the guts to threaten us with the name of that abomination on Mother Magic. But when Meru Dand used them as whetstones for sharpening knives, they sung like the coil in the morning. Harsh smirked at his Nayak's expression. I trust you have not killed them, because I was looking forward to have some enlightening conversation with them. Himbat grinned. They have been free boarders of the prison since the last few days, and their trash talk has been grating on my poor ears. The sooner you have enlightenment from them, sooner my ears will relax. Harsh stood. Very well. Tell Sumerdwaj to get the ship airborne. I will have my enlightenment, and then we will have to pace up our journey. I do want to go all the way like a Muggle cruise. I wish to see the Indian coastline by morning tomorrow. Harry accompanied Harsh to the lowest deck where there had been nothing but empty space. Tugging at a spot in the air, he grasped it and whispered something, and a door appeared, followed by a prison. There were two men in the room hanging upside down in chains. Harry thought that they could have apparated, but soon realized that perhaps the chain was enchanted to prevent apparition. Harsh lowered the two men to the ground. Hello, my esteemed guests. I am very sorry that I could not already come and welcome you to our ship, but I had been busy. We will remedy the situation now. So, why don't we take off your masks before we talk? He winked at Harry. That will make our conversation easier, since I would be able to understand you better. One of the Death Eaters snarled. You cannot take it off, fool. This is a gift of our great master, and only he or I can take it off. Harsh had not lost his calm demeanor and spoke in his jovial tone. Then either your master is too vain, or you are a fool to think he is infallible. Harsh gestured, and immediately their masks started to smoke. Harsh lowered his tone and menaced at the prisoners. The abomination you call master thinks that he is the most powerful wizard. The men were pulling at their masks, trying to get them away from their faces as the masks smoked more and began to burn. Harsh continued. But, he is a great fool. I can easily remove those masks, and your faces with them if I so choose. Now the Death Eaters were howling in pain as their masks burst into flame. They became frantic as they tried to get the flaming things off their faces. With another gesture from Harsh, the masks vanished with the flames, revealing the two faces. Harry recognized them immediately. They were Crabbe Sr. and John Caldwell, two of the Death Eaters who were present in the graveyard the night when Voldemort returned. Harsh smiled at the men. Now that I have seen your charming faces, maybe you should start talking about what that abomination that you call master is doing. And remember, gentlemen, you lie for once and I will make you regret it forever. Crabbe Sr., who apparently was a larger and smarter version of his son, started to speak. The Dark Lord is recruiting more people to his cause. We were sent to scout the hospital and discover any weaknesses in its defenses. Last time, he was not able to take Street Mungo's, which had become a sanctuary for the injured. He wanted us to study the wards and find out how much time it would take to break them if the need arose. We were also told to make note of the prominent healers who could be abducted and used for his bidding. We had just started that day and were caught. Harsh nodded at his words and, tilting his head to the side, turned to Caldwell. What he has been doing and how many have pledged their loyalty to him yet? Caldwell refused to open his mouth. Harsh simply fast drew his wand and shot a bone breaker at the man's chest. It struck him with such a force that Harry could hear his bones breaking, and the man cried out loud. Seeing his friend in such a desperate position, Crabbe immediately started again. The Dark Lord has been busy recruiting. He is also trying to pick up a glass orb in the Department of Mysteries. Something is in there and will give him an edge in the upcoming war, but we have been unable to pick it up yet. One of his followers, Marcus Flint, tried to pick up that orb from the shelf and since then has been in St. Mungo's. Last I heard, he had appointed some of his inner circle men to pick up the said object without any harm coming to us. He has also sent envoys to the giants to bring them in on our side. Harry shuddered thinking of giants coming in to aid Voldemort. He had known 2 half-giants in his life and had seen the amount of ridicule that they had to face for their heritage. He could not even think of what would happen if there were some giants in the war. He remembered Dumbledore had sent Hagrid on some mission during the summer vacation and guessed that perhaps Hagrid was going to the giants with Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons. Harsh, who had been silent all this while, turned to the Death Eaters. You gentlemen have told me all you know and it is time that you leave our ship. I detest freeloaders. He clapped his hands again and 2 mystics appeared. Yes, master. He turned to the mystics. We are flying through the zone where there is abundance of predator birds. Last I remember they were fond of partridges. These 2 fine gentlemen here have offered to feed those birds. Take them to the bow. The guards hauled the Death Eaters out of the cell and took them to the bow with Harry and Harsh following closely. As they reached the bow, Harsh drew his wand and with a quick gesture, the 2 Death Eaters were replaced by partridges. Mr. Potter, would you like to do the honor of feeding the predators? Harry could not bring himself to do it. It was true that the 2 Death Eaters had killed many people, but Harry was not a killer. He had caused the death of Quirrell, but that was a life and death struggle, with a walking corpse possessed by Voldemort, and it was more like an exorcism than a killing. There was the shade of Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. In that case, he had not attacked the human-looking thing directly, but destroyed the diary with the very same basilisk fang which had pierced his own arm. This was different. This was an execution, cold, calculated and deliberate. Even though his parents and grandparents had done their best to convince him of the need to kill, he still could not bring himself to do it, not this way. He shook his head to the mystic, telling him that he was not ready to take a life. Harsh merely shrugged and tossed the partridges into the air. Harry watched in horrified fascination as the 2 of them dived desperately toward the ground, hopeful of finding some cover there. But, to no avail. A griffin swooped down out of the sun with blinding speed, then all that remained of the partridges was a few drifting feathers. Harry felt like throwing up, but Harsh shot a spell at him and his queasiness was gone in the next moment. Feeling the need to get his thoughts in order, he retired to his room where he remained until he was summoned by Harsh. Longbottom Castle. Neville arrived at the castle early in the morning and was surprised to see his parents sitting at the window of their room in the chairs that had been conjured by the healer. These chairs had been prescribed by the healer for them till they were in the prime of their health again. Augusta was happy to buy 2 of them. These chairs served the same function as Muggle wheelchairs, with the difference being that they could be moved with intent. The user only needed to think of a specific function and the chair would do it. Frank and Alice were looking out at the ring of trees in the distance and talking in low voices. Neville did not want to listen to their private conversation, but mention of Harry Potter made him falter. Frank, Alice was saying, I want to bring Harry to live with us as soon as we are fit enough to care for him. He looked so lonely and small. I remember James at his age was well built and quite the charming young man. Either Sirius Black has failed in his duties or he is not around or he would not have let any harm come to Harry. In any case, when we get shot off that bothersome healer, I am going to discover the truth, and if I find that the mutt is still around and failed in his duties, then I swear by Merlin that I will neuter that mutt. Neville snorted hearing his mother cussing and they turned to him. Frank was smirking at him while he mock-frowned at him. How long exactly have you been eavesdropping on our private conversation, young man? Has no one ever taught you that is not proper? Neville put on an air of offended innocence. I am sorry, father. I could see that the 2 of you were talking and I was about to leave when I heard mother mention Harry Potter. I just could not resist staying to hear what she would say about him. Imagine how my innocent, young ears burned to hear her cuss so. Alice, joining in with the spirit of the thing, adopted an air of utmost contrition. My dear boy, I shall have to wash my mouth out with soap. Then, more seriously, young man, if I ever catch you listening in on our private conversation again, I shall have words with you when I get out of this infernal chair. Neville did his best to feign mortification and abject horror at being thus threatened. Frank, no longer able to contain himself, burst out laughing. Alice and Neville tried to maintain their charade, but one looked directly at Frank and they were undone. They laughed until they were clutching their stomachs and tears flowed from their eyes. Frank sobered up after a while. Now Neville, these past few days that we have been back in the world of the living, you have only asked of our past and told nothing of the present or how things are going in the world yonder. We are strapped here in these infernal chairs away from the world. It makes me wonder if we are any better off now than we were when we were trapped in our own mindscapes. Alice glared at Frank. Speak for yourself, Frank. I for one am very happy to be here joking with the two of you and being able to embrace my son and my husband once more. We are on the mend and will be strong again soon enough. My mindscape, without the two of you, was a very lonely place indeed. Mindscapes. You have both mentioned mindscapes. What are they? Neville asked curiously. Alice's face fell, then she started out. Do you mean to say that you haven't started? That your grandmother didn't teach. Oh, Neville, I am so sorry. Then she collected herself and started to explain. A mindscape is a construct of magic in your mind. It serves some vital functions. First and foremost, it is a defense against legilimency, preventing unwanted intrusions into your thoughts, feelings, and memories. As such, it is part of the art of occlumency. Second, it is a valuable tool to help you to organize and retrieve important information, things like core memories, facts, and your spells. Third, and this is what saved your father's life and mine, it can also be used as a place of retreat to protect your mind and soul when you are subjected to torture or unbearable pain from injury. There was one thought there which Neville latched onto with enthusiasm. Do you mean that if I had a proper mindscape, that I would be able to store and retrieve important information with ease? Mom, I have struggled with a terrible memory and this would be a huge help. Why do they not teach this at Hogwarts? Frank, who had been content to listen to his wife teach, took the lead now. My son, there are some things of which we never speak outside of pure blood families. This is one of them. Had I not been in a coma, I would have begun your training around the age of 8. As it was, this would have fallen upon your grandmother. I am so sorry that you have struggled. I will begin your training as soon as I am strong enough. Neville had a lot to think about, but before one more moment passed, he needed to let his parents know that Gran had done her best. Mother, father, Gran did try to teach me. I had no idea of what it was or how it would help me and, well, I didn't try very hard. Frank softened a bit. This is his son and he fully accepted responsibility for his failure. Then he remembered that it was his father who had instructed him. Perhaps his mother was not much of a teacher. He began, It's all right, Neville. I will teach you as my father taught me. I hope that now that you understand how important this art is, that I will find nothing lacking in your efforts to learn it. In the meantime, please ask Healer Lynn to instruct you in meditation. You will need to know how before we can begin. Neville brightened at this. Yes, sir. I will be ready when you are. Just one more thing, Neville. Please don't choose a forest mindscape. You'll have a devil of a time finding anything in one of those. Neville instantly perked up. Forest mindscape. That would be amazing. Frank turned to Alice to see a broad smile across her face. He is my son, Frank, she said with visible pride. Frank sighed. Yes, Neville. This charming lady here, who I have the honor to call my wife, has a forest mindscape and she had a lot of animals in the forest. I once tried to enter and was baffled at the first step when I ran into an acromantula. As I ran away from the beast, I was goaded by a unicorn. Running from them, I fell into a river and then I decided to make my exit before any harm came to me. Neville turned to his mother who was looking a little sad. The last 14 years have not been kind to my beloved Mindscape. By the time Harsh found me, the trees were all uprooted and burned and all the creatures were dead with the exception of one Romanian longhorn who was my protector. It is the only defense I have right now. Frank shuddered to hear what had happened to her mindscape and seeing the effect it had on Neville. He spoke to distract him. Neville, I know that you are under orders from the healer not to say anything, but answer a few of my questions anyway. Neville knew he should not tell him anything, but he could not refuse a direct request from his father. He merely nodded. I will answer those questions which will not open a whole can of flobberworms. Frank grinned. Excellent. Now tell us if Dumbledore is still around. Are Sirius, Remus and Peter alive? What happened to Voldemort? What happened to the war? Neville could not answer those questions without other questions being asked. Father, it pains me to refuse you, but the questions you have asked would lead to more questions which I am not at liberty to discuss with you at this time. Frank did not chastise Neville but grumbled about telling off the healer. So it was that healer Lynn found them in the chairs, and when she tried to use a diagnostic spell, Frank stopped her saying that he would not allow her to cast any spell unless she permitted Neville to answer his questions. Consequently, half an hour later, Augusta Longbottom arrived at the castle. After a quick diagnostic, Augusta agreed to allow some questions to be answered while healer Lynn monitored their condition. If they became overexcited or showed signs of stress, she would call a halt to it and no more questions would be answered for another week. Although Frank wasn't too happy about it, he agreed to his mother's terms. As Neville was asked the questions, it fell upon him to answer them. Albus Dumbledore is still alive and in good health in the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. Sirius Black and Professor Lupin are also alive. Peter Pettigrew is in the custody of the DMLE head, Madame Bones, who is going to try him for betraying the Potters. You know who was vanquished at Godric's Hollow the night of October 31, 1981 after killing Lily and James Potter but failing to kill Harry. If anyone knows how that happened, they have not told me. In my first year at Hogwarts, he turned up again, possessing Professor Quirrell, the Dada teacher that year, and Harry defeated him again. And again, if anyone knows how, they are not talking to me about it. Finally, I'm not clear on the details, but Albus Dumbledore announced that he got his body back last June and he is active again. All the Death Eaters who claimed to be under the Imperious Curse and bribed their way out of sentences in Azkaban when he fell, are working for him again. They are doing so quietly for now. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, is being difficult. He is trying to silence or discredit everyone who believes that you know who is back, and some are saying that he is being bribed. Fudge! Frank exclaimed. They gave the position to Fudge. Did the wizarding world lose its mind? Fudge was a pacifist. Absolutely the wrong man for the job with a war brewing. He barely managed his department as it was. What happened to old cousin Barty? He was tough as nails and it was assumed that he was a shoo-in as the next minister. Neville looked to his grandmother before answering this time. He already felt that he may have said too much. Augusta cast a meaningful glance at the healer, who shook her head in response. She sternly glared at her son. That will be quite enough for now, Frankie. We have agreed that you will have to wait for the rest of the answers. I promise next week, when you are stronger, you will be given more answers. Frank did not say anything but pouted, making everyone laugh. Black Town House. Sirius was tired from the exertions of the day. Today there had been no training for the members of Harry's circle, so he had taken Moony with him to the cottage on the hill where Moony had put him through his paces. First the werewolf had made him run laps around the property for an hour. Then they dueled, keeping it to nothing stronger than stinging hexes. Sirius started off by dodging when he could and shielding when he had to, but he was rusty and some of them got through. He managed to get a few stingers off himself, but that wasn't the point of the exercise. Now he was weary and sore from the run as well as smarting from the hexes that got through. But there was also the feeling of euphoria from a really good workout after far too long a time. In spite of his aches and pains, he felt better than he had for a long time. He thought that even though he wasn't a teenager anymore, a couple of days rest and he would be back at it, stronger than before. After Moony finished using him for a training dummy, the werewolf had him practice disarming while he kept disapparating all over the property, sometimes appearing behind Sirius and stunning him before disappearing again. Sirius had to work harder and concentrate harder because he wasn't using his old wand. Amelia had told him that his wand was placed in ministry storage after he was arrested, and last time she checked, the wand was under the best protection that the ministry could offer. The wand he was using belonged to the last Lord Black, Arcturus Orion Black. A lesser-known secret about Arcturus Orion Black was that he was a master wand maker, but he only ever crafted 5 wands in his entire life, and he sold all of them to a wand maker who was on the payroll of the family of Black. Perhaps he could convince Dumbledore to let him visit Mazarin. As he stepped into the kitchen, he found himself being hoisted to the ceiling by one ankle by means of a Muggle snare. A few moments later, the twins entered the kitchen, saw him, howled with laughter, and then disillusioned him and left. Sirius smirked. He could rely on the twins to make things fun when it got monotonous. He quickly called Creature, and the elf freed him in a matter of seconds. Then he gave some instructions to the elf and went to find Moony. He did not want to be in the house when his pranks became apparent and everyone started looking for the culprit behind the mayhem. He silently prayed that the witches in the house would never figure out that it was him. He found Moony in the library and quickly explained why it would be a good time to make themselves scarce right now. Moony did not have to be told twice. The two of them left on the motorcycle the same minute. It was for just such occasions that the cottage on the hill was well stocked with provisions. He thought that while he was hiding from the rest of the order, he could send a letter to the wand maker and arrange a meeting. To do so would require some pretty creative planning. Good thing that he had brought the brains of the marauders with him. The Marichica. When evening came and Harsh realized that Harry was not coming out of his cabin, Harsh summoned him. Harsh gestured for Harry to join him at the table where Harsh was reading a book. Harry looked at the book as he took his seat and noticed that the book was in a language he had not seen before. It made him wonder where the book was from and what it was about. Harsh looked in Harry's eyes and asked him, "Harry, why do you think you cannot kill anyone? Or do you think that killing someone will make you evil? I know that you have not killed anyone ever, but look upon everything that has happened to Wizarding Britain in the last war and tell me if things would not have been better if the Defenders of Light had used lethal spells and killed Death Eaters when Tom Marvolo Riddle had raised his poisonous hood. If the Aurors had killed some of that Death Eater scum, perhaps others would not have joined him and things may have been very different. Can you imagine how many families were destroyed in the war? So many children were orphaned, so many houses wiped out of existence, and so many had to live in such deplorable conditions, devoid of love or compassion from anyone. This all could have been avoided if one person had stepped up and did what should have been done anyhow. We were watching, but we could not act, because we have never fought open wars, but when it all did not cease even for 10 years, we decided that we would raise our army and kill the scum who defiled Mother Magic. However, before we could take any action, you had vanquished him." Harry thought over the mystic's words, and at some level, he knew the words made sense. If the Aurors had been given authority to use lethal force early on in the war, things might have been quite different for him and many of his classmates for that matter. Maybe many of the people in the photo that Neville had shown him would still be alive. Who could say how many others may have been saved? Some of the deaths were unnecessary and cruel. So many talented people had to die to keep the society from falling apart, and they all had died to ensure the safety of their loved ones. So many children were orphaned. He, Susan, Faye Dunbar, they all had lost their parents or at least one of them to the war. Neville had spent his childhood devoid of parental love in the shadow of the fame of his father and the stern upbringing of Dowager Lady Longbottom. He remembered that his parents had told him that he would need to kill to keep himself safe, but he just could not bring himself to use any of the unforgivable curses. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, I understand what you are saying. I even agree with you. Having to defend myself or someone else for that matter, in a life and death struggle is one thing. I feel that I could accept the responsibility for the death of another living human being, or intelligent magical creature for that matter, at my hands under such circumstances. However, I do not believe that I could ever be an executioner. I will not kill a person who is completely at my mercy." Harsh sighed. "Harry, you know, when I killed for the first time, I could not get over my guilt for 3 days. My guru then taught me a lesson. War is not about those who are gone, but it is about those who are left." Harsh said gravely to him, "We often do not kill for ourselves but to keep others safe. When the time comes, you have to decide." "But I can't even use the unforgivable curses," Harry said. "I mean, I tried to use one on Wormtail in the graveyard and I just could not." Harsh smiled at him brightly. That is indeed very good. It means that your heart is not full of hate but love. You know of the Patronus, Harry. You know what fuels it. Harry thought for a moment before he started saying, Remus told me that our emotions fuel it. I use my happiest feelings for a Patronus. Harsh smiled and said to him, Remus was right, but it's mostly over love for others that fuels it. Love is a feeling which is so strong that it can make us do impossible things. It was love for you that made Lily Potter use such ancient magic which is basically non-existent in Wizarding Britain. Harry looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Harsh said to him. Tell me, Harry, what do you hear when you go near a Dementor? Harry balked at telling him. It was not like he was ashamed of it, but it was deeply personal. Sharing that experience with Harsh felt like a terrible breach of intimacy. Then he thought that perhaps the mystic could tell him something that would help him understand what had happened on that Halloween night over 14 years ago. When a Dementor comes near me, I can hear my mother begging Voldemort to spare me but to kill her in my place. He tried to get her to stand aside and spare her life. He said that she did need to die. However, when she did not relent, then he killed her. There was that green flash that seemed to fill the world, the rushing sound as she screamed and she fell. With her out of the way, he cast the killing curse at me. There was the green flash again and then nothing, he finished in a flat tone. Harsh could see that Harry was struggling for self-control. He gave Harry a minute before telling Harry what he thought it all meant. Harsh said thoughtfully, It is as I had thought. She did find the ancient blood sacrifice ritual. Harry curiously asked him, Blood sacrifice ritual? Is that what it sounds like? Harsh straightened in his chair. You see, Mr. Potter, after you vanquished Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore took you out of the place, I led a team of mystics to find what had happened in the cottage. What Tom Marvolo Riddle had not found was that there were runes on a wardstone in your room and the stone was seeped with blood and magic, and as soon as we found the stone we whisked it because we knew your ministry could not find anything out of it. We ran some tests on the stone and we found that it had traces of an arcane blood magic ritual which has not been seen in the wizarding world for centuries. Your mother performed a ritual in which she offered her life to Mother Magic as sacrifice for your protection. This ritual requires the caster to step in front of death meant for another to sacrifice their life. As the sacrifice happens, the person sought to be protected gets a protection which cannot be penetrated by anyone. Think about it, Harry. You are not the first person whose mother stepped in front of death of their child, but it did not protect them. Your mother's love fueled her resolve to give up her life to save yours. It was love that drove James Potter to stand wandless against Voldemort and give time to Lily to perform the ritual which saved your life. Your parents gave their lives to save you, and if you stick to your righteousness and die, their sacrifice will be in vain and the people you care about will die anyway. Harry was feeling a myriad of emotions: surprise, elation, sorrow, and intrigue. Nobody had ever told him about this. The most that he had known, ironically, was from Voldemort, who told his followers that it was an ancient magic which he had underestimated, while Dumbledore had told him in his first year that Lily had used her love for him to give him some protection. Voldemort perhaps knew of the ritual but did not elaborate because he did not want to appear weak. Perhaps Dumbledore did not tell him because he valued his secrets, and the boy who lived was one of the greatest mysteries of our time. He had always felt that it was his parents who gave everything to keep him safe, while the world credited him for doing something miraculous when he was only 15 months old and could not even hold a wand. His parents had died to keep him alive, and he wanted to honor their sacrifice by staying alive. If it came down to kill or be killed, Harry would do what he had to. Unfortunately, that meant that he would have to kill Voldemort. Thanks to that wretched prophecy, Tom Riddle was convinced that he had to kill Harry to live, and Harry was not going to let that happen. Harry, Harsh's voice called Harry back from his musings. Even if now you are not in favor of killing anyone, perhaps I can tell you a story which will sway your thoughts. Harry nodded, eager to listen to any story which the mystic had to tell. Harsh closed his eyes, his forehead wrinkled as if in thought. In the ancient times, there was a time when evil was running rampant and there were many kings who were monsters in humans' body. There was a kingdom in Aryavarta known as Hastinapur where King Pandu ruled. Due to some reason he had to abdicate the throne and he went to live in forests where he sired 5 sons who were said to be divine born. In his stead, His blind brother Dhritarashtra was made king and he sired 100 sons. King Pandu died in the forests and the children came back to the royal palace with their mother Kunti. They were looked after and loved by Bhisma, elder brother of their grandfather. Needless to say that the sons of Dhritarashtra clashed constantly with sons of Pandu and did not let go a moment to torment the sons of Pandu, and at one time tried to kill one of the Pandu sons, but he was saved. They all took weapon training from Dronacharya, who regarded one of sons of Pandu as his favorite student. The sons of Pandu had a cousin, Krishna, who was a god. After a lot of suffering and betrayals that the sons of Pandu faced at the hands of sons of Dhritarashtra, they still avoided any war between themselves. Years later, after a lot of hardships which they faced, in which they were embarrassed, insulted and whatnot, and Krishna convinced them that war was inevitable for peace. So, the stage for war was set and both sides started amassing their army. The sons of Dhritarashtra had larger army and many venerable warriors among them. However, the favorite student of Dronacharya, Arjun, was vaunted as the greatest warrior, and the god himself was driving his chariot in the war. On the day the war was to start, Arjuna asked him to take the chariot between both the armies so he could see his foes. Needless to say, Arjuna found himself unable to kill anyone because most of them were his family, friends, or teachers. The god, Krishna, delivered a sermon to him that the Mughals call Bhagavad Gita, and we refer to it as Song of the Lord. In it, he told Arjun that death is just another stop before the soul is reborn and nothing ever happens without his will, so, any death that happens at the hands of a warrior lies on him. Since everything came from him and goes back to him, we are blameless. Harry was fascinated by the tale, but it did not change how he felt about killing. He would not kill unless he absolutely had to. Harsh saw the resolve in his eyes and sighed. He had done what he could and now it was upon the team to take the moral and embrace it. If he did not bring his mind around the fact that killing was necessary, then perhaps he will be jolted when someone close to him lost their life. Now, Harry, I have been told that you are good at defense. Harsh grinned at him mischievously. We should start your training with the basics. They proceeded to the deck where Harsh called 4 of his mystics. Harry, they will test your basics. We need to see where you stand before we proceed with a plan for you. Suddenly Harsh vanished and the 4 whipped their wands out, shooting hexes at him. Harry immediately dived to the ground to save himself. In the next moment, he was up with his wand in hand. He barely had time to cast a stunner before they flanked him and were shooting at him from all directions. Unable to dodge spells coming from all directions at once, he cast a shield to deflect the onslaught of spells, but it didn't last long. He cast another shield and it lasted long enough for him to notice that they were all firing at once, giving him a few seconds respite between volleys. That was all the advantage he needed. At the end of the next volley, he dispelled his shield and fired a disarming hex at one of the mystics, who swatted it away with a flick of his wand. He sent a stunning spell at another who merely sidestepped. A blasting hex was sent at the third, who lazily produced a shield, and he sent a reducto at the fourth, who simply disappeared and reappeared a second later, grinning at Harry. Harry was flabbergasted. He was easily one of the best in Hogwarts when it came to defense, and his prowess with a wand was already a subject of talks between the students, but here he was a child. He had cast with the best of his ability and none of his spells had found its mark. They were toying with him. He fired a stunner at the third mystic, who produced a shield. The stunner reflected straight back at Harry, who was so surprised that he neither shielded nor dodged. Struck by his own stunner, Harry fell to the deck unconscious. One of the mystics enervated him, signaling him to get ready again. They started raining down spells on him, and this time, he noticed a different pattern. They were each taking their turn casting a spell at him, then apparating a way to reappear at a different spot and do it again. Harry found this pattern of attack confusing and impossible to dodge. He had to keep a shield up. He could not reply to the attacks as the mystics apparated away before he could take aim, cast and wait for the spell to connect, and he had no way to anticipate where they would appear again. Although, after a time, the pattern appeared to be that they liked reappearing at his back. Casting a few stunners behind him broke up that action quickly. After about 20 minutes, casting a new shield every few seconds was getting to be exhausting. Harry was ready to call it quits, but he remembered his lesson from Harsh and did not let his guard down. When Harry was wavering on his feet and it seemed that casting one more shield would cause him to pass out cold, Harsh called out, "Stand down." The mystics went still. He turned to Harry. "Lower your wand, Harry." Harry lowered his wand and sat down on the deck, panting. While the mystics had played with them, he understood what they were teaching him. As he fought with them, he realized where Moody had learnt the mantra of constant vigilance. If people attacked him like this, he would be paranoid of everyone like the old Master Auror. Harsh was scrutinizing him closely. He knew what the teen was thinking and smirked inwardly. The young Potter did not know what was in the future for him. By the time Harry Potter is done with his training, he will either revere the mystics or hate them. "Are you tired, Harry?" he asked. Harry nodded his head. "I thought I had more stamina than this. I have never tired this quickly before." Harsh smirked. "And how do you know that, Harry?" "I have trained for the last year with Ron and Hermione. I learned a lot of spells with them and I used to practice with them. They even used some powerful spells against me while I defended, and my shield used to last longer. Here I have to raise a new shield after every 10 to 15 stinging hexes. Not to mention that their attacks are so random that I cannot guess where the next attack will come from," said Harry, exasperated. Harsh chortled. Harry, have you not studied magical theory in detail?" Harry looked down, his face red with embarrassment. No, he thought, that was Hermione's thing. He had never bothered. Harsh laughed. "Your reaction told me what I wanted to know. It will not change anything, but only you will have to work even more hard now. You will need to study about it in detail later, but for now it will suffice you to know that it does not depend on the nature of the hex but the power behind it. Your friends Ron and Hermione though are powerful more than average wizards their age, but they are not powerful as a mystic. They also do not know to put all their power in a spell as my mystics do. If it was any ordinary wizard in your place, their one hex would have shattered your shield, but even your basic shields are powerful than others." Harry was listening with rapt attention. Nobody had ever explained things to him this way. He again regretted not having read enough, and he wondered if Hermione knew about it or not. Whether she did or not, Hermione was not here and he would have to study it for himself. Harsh raised his hand and a few seconds later, Harry's trunk came flying through the air to them. Harsh tapped the trunk and it opened. He calmly opened the library portion and picking up a quill he wrote something on the sorting parchment which was kept at the start of the shelves, and a book glowed on one of the shelves. He picked up the book and handed it to Harry, whose mouth was opened in surprise. "I want you to study this book, Harry. Before we land at India tomorrow, I want you to finish this book or you will face my displeasure." Harry found his voice by now. "How did you open my trunk? I thought that it can be opened only after giving a passcode." Harsh grinned at him. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Harry blanched. "How did you know my passcode?" he asked, flabbergasted. "Let's just say that until you can make your mind safe, there is nothing safe," Harsh said cryptically. Harry remembered something Dumbledore had said. Professor Dumbledore also said something like ensuring that my mind is my own, but he did not explain. He pouted at Harsh. Laughing at Harry's antics, Harsh replied, "That is for later, Harry. For now, you need to brush up on your magical theory, because without knowing this, there are things you cannot fathom to understand." Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office with Minerva. The topic of concern was the law that the Wizengamot had just passed this morning. Cornelius, who had been getting more and more paranoid day by day and apprehensive about Dumbledore, had pushed a law through the Wizengamot which gave power to the ministry to appoint a professor in the school in case the headmaster failed to find one before the term began. On the surface, this might appear to be a measure, on the part of the ministry, to ensure the quality of education at Hogwarts. But Albus was no fool. He understood this to be the thin edge of the wedge for Fudge to take control of the entire school. With the track record of the defense against the dark arts professor not lasting for more than a year since Tom Riddle's visit all those years ago, Fudge would use this law to place his agent in the school and begin undermining the authority of the school board and the headmaster. "Albus, you could have stopped the passage of the bill," Minerva was saying. "Cornelius does not have the same power as you do. You could have stopped the bill." "Minerva, the times are perilous ahead." Albus shook his head. "I could have blocked Cornelius and tried to stop the bill from passing. This is not about power. This is about influence. Influence is a resource which must be carefully nourished, grown if you will. To overuse it is to kill it. If I had used my influence to block such a seemingly banal law, contrary to the expressed will of our minister, it would have given them all the leverage they needed to undermine or even destroy my credibility. No. This was the bait and I am not walking into their trap. I need the ancient houses to support me, especially during these times. This could have turned some of them against me. We will have to wait and see how things will unfold. Perhaps when the Great Alliance once again sits on the Wizengamot, we can try to pull the rug from beneath Fudge's feet. Minerva did not answer but pursed her lips in disappointment. She understood that times were not as such where they could risk turning houses against them. It was just that her faith in Dumbledore's reputation was so much that she believed that he could have anything he wished for. As she talked, she realized that in the past few weeks, the world had changed and it all revolved around her great godson, Harry Potter. She would love to see how things unfolded when Harry Potter returned to the castle. He definitely would not be the meek, docile boy he had been the last 4 years. If he was half his father and godfather, then anyone the ministry sent in would have the time of their life. Minerva, if we do not find a teacher for defense against the dark arts this year, you know Cornelius will saddle us with a worthless teacher who will teach nothing to students but act as a spy and spread the ministry's propaganda. We will need to be prepared, Albus said. I have heard that he will try to push for ousting me from the position of chief warlock before the next academic year starts. If that happens, we will need to be careful in the castle and make sure that the ministry cannot find anything which would lead to incriminate us. Minerva did not say anything but nodded in response. Perhaps it is time that I made some changes to Hogwarts, he mused. Maybe I can convince Binns to retire and advertise for the post of history professor. That will be a day when the students of Hogwarts will thank you with all their hearts, Minerva said with mirth-filled eyes. There is another thing, Minerva. I have observed and you would agree with me that since the First War, the quality of students has been deteriorating. The owls and newts have been evidence of the falling standards. With the war at the door, we need to teach our students to use what they are taught for self-defense, he said gravely. With the times that are approaching us, we will need to teach them things which they can use to defend themselves and others, if the need arises. So it begins. She thought, knowing that she would be meeting the teachers to convey what she was being asked of her. The comment of falling standards had hit too close to home. The students were not as good as they used to be. She will have to remedy that. Bones Manor, the dungeon. Rita Skeeter was having the worst time of her life. She had been bested by a mudblood who had trapped her like a common bug and then handed her to Susan Bones. Now she was in the custody of Amelia Bones, a woman who had too much hatred against Rita in her heart. While climbing to her fame, she had destroyed the reputations of many formidable witches and wizards. She even had the audacity to go after Albus Dumbledore, but she had not been able to destroy his reputation. Now she was here in a dungeon where she had no way to escape. She had tried to apparate, but that was not possible. She had tried to change to her animagus form and that didn't work either. She was entirely at the mercy of Amelia Bones, who could kill her and no one would know of it. She knew of some of the darker aspects of the old families when, in the ancient times, they used to silence their enemies in such a covert manner that no one ever knew anything about it. Even the Council of Lords never interfered in such feuds, and those old rules had been retained when the Wizengamot was formed, which meant that Amelia Bones could kill her and dump her body in some lake or among some beasts who would devour her body. She could do even worse, like handing her over to some dark family who was out for her blood, or she could send her to Azkaban without a trial. Her musings were interrupted when her cell door swung open on its well-oiled hinges. In stepped her jailer, Amelia, accompanied by a man whose face was covered with a mask. All she could see of his face were brown eyes. Amelia stepped up to her and, getting right in her face, smirked evilly. "Hello, Rita. I believe that our conversation is well overdue. There will be no quick quotes quill this time. You have ruined a lot of lives. You know secrets about almost everyone in the wizarding world, and we could do with some of those secrets." She pointed to the man. "This is Mr. Aparichet, who has kindly agreed to help extract some of those secrets from your mind. You see, being an officer of the law, I cannot perform the imperious curse or use any other coercive methods, but Mr. Aparachit has no such inhibitions. The man stepped forward and looked into her eyes. Rita tried to look away, then the man petrified her. She could feel him probing her mind and she raised her defenses. The intruder knocked softly on her shields for some time, then retreated. Rita was cautious and did not lower her shields. The man's eyes brightened for a bit and Rita felt like someone had set her mind on fire. Suddenly there was a firestorm raging through her mind and within seconds her mind shields were burnt to cinders. Rita was left helpless to stop the man from reading her thoughts. It did not take long for him to find where she kept her secret information, such as who were her sources in the ministry, whom she was blackmailing, where she kept her physical files and what measures would be required to access them. Best of all, myriad details about Fudge and his corrupt dealings. The man retreated from her mind completely and then nodded to Amelia and together they left the room. What did you find out, Mr. Aparachit? Amelia asked. Madam Bones, he said in a deep voice, she knows awful lot of information. She has a cellar in her home where she keeps the secrets she comes across. A number of your head of departments in the ministry are sources for information, and she has a big fat dossier on the corruption of Cornelius Fudge, and he pays her a big bag of galleons every month just to keep the secrets buried. If those secrets were to see the light of the day, Cornelius Fudge will not have enough space to run. Amelia's whole face broke out in a great big grin. Mr. Aparachit, it looks like my birthday has come early this year. Mr. Fudge's days in office are numbered. Finally she had something with which she could pay back Fudge for all his idiocy. But she would need to deal with Fudge's minions before she took out the minister himself. There was an immediate use for this dossier though. She could prepare a welcome home gift for Harry Potter. Mr. Aparachit, if you are willing, I could use your assistance to secure certain valuable materials from a certain reporter's home, she asked the mystic in a formal manner. With a courtly bow, he answered, Madam Bones, I would be honored, and taking her by the hand, they disapparated together. Cottage on the hill. The members of Harry's circle were being trounced. Early this morning they had arrived through the flow, and as each of them passed through the visitor's room to the hall, they were, in turn, each stunned and bound. After Neville came through the door and was stunned, they all were enervated by Sirius, who was smirking at them. The reason for his smirk immediately became clear when someone familiar growled, constant vigilance. Is it so hard to maintain? The teens were freed from their bonds and facing an irate-looking Moody with his wand trained on them, pathetic. If you were in the Auror Corps and I was your trainer, I would have fired the lot of you for the pathetic show that you just gave me. Has no one learned a lesson from this year? Granger, he growled, what did you all do wrong? Hermione, who was rattled like the others, took a moment composing herself. Please, Professor Moody. I can't speak for everyone here. As for myself, I exited the flow and walked right on through the door without even looking around. There was a general nodding of heads and murmur of agreement from the rest of the teens. Weasley, he said, Ronald Weasley, not you too. What should anyone do in conditions like these? Ron was not much on academics but was a good strategist, said, traveling by flow is disorienting. I always need a moment to get myself together after I land. The very least I could do during that time is have a good look around to make sure everything is where it is supposed to be. If one can do it, casting a hominum revelio would be a good precaution even if the visual check shows that nothing is out of order. Then, if there is someone waiting in ambush, I would already have my wand out to deal with them. After a brief lesson, the general theme of which was constant vigilance, Moody had them running laps around the perimeter of the property for 15 minutes. By the time they were done, they were panting and crashed on the ground. Moody, however, was relentless and immediately started shooting stinging hexes at them to make them move. Today's war game was teachers versus students. The teachers were only allowed to use disarming hexes on the students. The students' task was to subdue the teachers. It sounded simple, but the reality of it was quite different. The professors kept apparating all over the property and sometimes, they would duel with one of them. Within 5 minutes of starting the duel, they had disarmed Ginny and Ron. Hermione was the next to go when she was caught between Remus and Sirius, who both shot the disarming hex at her at the same time from two opposite directions. Susan and Neville banded together to avoid losing, but they were outnumbered when Sirius and Remus caught up with them. They were successfully defending themselves for some time before Flitwick appeared out of nowhere and disarmed Neville while Susan was taken out by the marauders. The twins were proving elusive with apparating all over the property till they apparated inside the hall of the cottage and suddenly felt a trap go off. They tried to apparate out of it but could not. Sirius came in the room, saw them trapped, guffawed at them telling it was revenge for the rope and then painted them Gryffindor gold and crimson before walking away. Then Moody put them in pairs and ordered them to practice disarming on their partners. While they were good, there was room for improvement. The teachers went around making tiny corrections and telling them to resume. In the evening they were dismissed with instructions to read what they had been taught in the previous years. Greengrass Manor. The blonde Slytherin was in a bad mood. When she came home after the 4th year, her father told her that the Lord Malfoy was pressuring him to arrange a betrothal and even threatened them with the Dark Lord. She of course knew that the Dark Lord was back, but her father was leader of the neutrals and they would never align themselves with the Dark faction. Besides, the Greengrass family was old and influential and had considerable power. Her father had resisted Lucius Malfoy's overtures for now, but they needed to do something to keep the family safe. She had an idea which would help her family get through the war alive, but it would mean giving up their neutrality for the Light. Right now, the Light faction was powerful because they had Dumbledore on their side, and if Daphne believed her mother's information, Harry Potter was going to turn the Wizengamot upside down soon. Her mother worked in the family records department at the ministry and she had brought some astounding news to them. Flashback starts. Roxanne Greengrass had returned home after a tiring day. Ordinarily she had boring days since not many people had business in her department. It was a position which was relatively quiet even during the previous wars, except for the fact that they had to keep constant records of families which were wiped out of existence or inheritances going to new individuals. As she arrived at the office today, she got a visit from the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. For some reason she was interested in the records of the ancient and noble house of Gaunt, which was the last descendant of Slytherin. After a thorough inspection of the records, all she had got was that the last descendant of the House of Gaunt was born of the union of a squib daughter and a muggle in Little Hangleton, and that the son had attended Hogwarts in the 50s. As Amelia Bones left, she received a rather large stack of parchment which came from the goblins. When she inquired, the goblin liaison officer, Dirk Cresswell, merely shrugged, telling her that it was secret. Of course, Roxanne knew what confidential meant in her department. It meant that no one except her could see the documents, and not even Cornelius Fudge could ask her to bring the documents to him. It was made so by the Council of Lords so that the ministry could not interfere in House's business. As Dirk left, she opened the stack of parchments and it was the biggest shock of her life. Recently, Harry Potter had ascended to his lordship, not that Roxanne was surprised. She knew that he was the last Potter, so he would be Lord Potter, but the stack contained other houses also. Houses that Roxanne did not know he was an heir to. She was astounded to find that he was Lord Black. She knew that the last Lord Black was Arcturus Orion Black and he had died 6 years ago. The next Lord Black would have been Sirius, but he could not ascend to his lordship while he was serving a sentence in Azkaban or a fugitive. In the absence of any direct descendants of Sirius, the next heir would have been Draco Malfoy through his mother's line, as all other possible heirs were either dead or disowned, but to see him being ousted by Harry Potter was something nobody could have foreseen. When she looked into the older records, suddenly the canute dropped when she found that Harry was godson of Sirius Black. Did that mean that Sirius Black was innocent? The magics behind the oath of Godfather were severe, and even trying to think of breaking those oaths could kill someone. This cast a shadow of doubt on her mind regarding his guilt. Another parchment that she found in that stack was of a blood adoption of Harry Potter by Sirius Black, which told a different story altogether. If Harry Potter was his blood adopted son, that meant Harry Potter was in constant contact with the Azkaban escapee. Something to ponder and use for the safety of her family. The next piece of parchment was more surprising. This piece of parchment turned a lot of her perceptions upside down. Lily Evans, one of her best friends, was a pureblood. Lily always maintained that she was a Muggleborn, yet she had an unwavering fascination with the wizarding world's traditions and customs, which was surprising. She was surprised when Lily agreed to a marriage contract with James Potter as per the old customs, but perhaps that was because, as per old customs, she as a Muggleborn did not bring any family magic to the marriage, while James's family was ancient and one of the pillars of the wizarding world. To learn that she was not a Muggle-born but daughter of one of the old families which was entrenched in the dark as much as the Rosier family was, it certainly boggled her mind. Harry Potter, by reason of being last scion of House Rosier, was the Lord of Rosier now. He was also the lord of an old house of Germany which was insanely rich. This lordship would not give him any more seats on the Wizengamot, but it likely made him the wealthiest wizard in Europe. He held lordships of 4 houses, and that gave him 11 votes, seeing he was lord of the ancient and reverent house of Peverell, which gave him 5 votes and 2 votes each for his other houses. There was an off chance that he could claim the vassal houses and their votes in the Wizengamot. In other words, the politics were about to get interesting. If she could have, right there and then, she would have sent a missive to her family's friends and allies and banded them together with House Potter, but her position and her oath as the head of department did not permit her to do so. She could talk to her husband though. Flashback ends. Her mother had returned home an hour ago and had told her that she had something important to discuss with her and her father. House secret. If she would. House secrets referred to secrets which could not be disclosed to anyone who was not family, not for any reason. Good evening, Daphne. Cyrus's voice cut in on her thoughts. The frown on your face tells me that you are lost in thought. Daphne actually frowned. Cyrus Greengrass had blonde hair, brown eyes, a long face, aristocratic features, was about 6 feet tall, well built, and had a jovial sense of humor. He could always sense the moods, whether it was Roxanne or any of his daughters, and he always seemed to know the exact thing to say to brighten their day. Evening, father, she replied. I was thinking about Malfoy's threat of consequences. With that monster being back, things will indeed turn bad for us and the other neutrals. The light side is woefully unprepared. We would not interfere in their petty conflicts, but their self-styled Dark Lord has shown, over and over again, that he does not care who dies, so long as it serves his purposes. Most of the deaths of his own minions were his own doing, but they are either so terrified by him or so stupidly loyal that they do not desert him. No, instead they came running back to him the moment it looks like he may have any real power again. It is unbelievable. To keep our family safe, we will need some powerful houses on our side. With all the devastation from the last war, there are only a few of those houses left. Then you will both be happy to know that there is someone who can help us to remain safe in the war, cut in Roxanne's voice, who had just entered the room, and thus, we come to the house secret that I called you together to discuss. This should help us to sort out our priorities. What secret are you talking about, dear? Asked Cyrus, pecking his wife on the cheek as she sat beside him on the sofa. This morning I received a fat stack of parchments from Gringotts, about Harry Potter, she replied. Ah, yes, young Mr. Potter. I would assume that since he is the last of House Potter that he has ascended to his lordship. Young, but he has proven himself capable. That's 2 more votes for the side of light. Cyrus wrinkled his brow in puzzlement. How does that help us? My dear husband, you are both intelligent and impatient, she said, smiling at him. You are right, as far as what you know and have guessed, but there is more. At this point, Roxanne had their full attention. As you have correctly guessed, young Lord Harold James Potter is Lord Potter. She paused for dramatic effect, and Lord Weber. And Lord Rosier. And Lord Black. But most significantly, he is also Lord Peverell. A minute passed in silence as Cyrus and Daphne processed what this meant. Daphne was the first to break the silence. Weber. What is House Weber? I've never heard of them. Then, before Roxanne could answer, Cyrus cut in. Peverell. But how? There hasn't been a Lord Peverell for centuries. And 5 houses. How is that even possible? Roxanne turned to Daphne first, with a glint of conspiracy in her eye. Daphne, House Weber is an ancient German family, thought to be extinct, which may explain why you haven't heard of them. They have no seats on the Wizengamot, but quite a considerable fortune. And that, my lovely daughter, quite likely makes him the wealthiest wizard in Europe. The next half hour passed with Roxanne explaining in detail how the goblin tests worked, how Sirius had blood adopted Harry, and how the Peverell family magic had accepted a lord after having laid dormant for centuries, not only the magic, but also their grimoire and vaults. So you see, Roxanne wound down to her conclusion, Sirius must be innocent. Lord Potter now has 11 votes on the Wizengamot all by himself. And, this time, you know who will be up against magic which has not been seen in Avalon since the last war mage over 1,000 years ago. Merlin's beard! Exclaimed Cyrus, this will take the Wizengamot by storm. The dark side won't know what hit them. Then he grinned, that mealy-mouthed idiot Fudge will never have another peaceful night's sleep again. And that regency of House Black that Malfoy usurped when the previous Lord Black passed on while Sirius was rotting in Azkaban, those votes will go to their rightful heir. Daphne, who was taking this all in, while at the same time, drawing her own conclusions, spoke, Mother, do you suppose, that all of that gold which Malfoy and his father have been flashing around, do you suppose that it came from the Black family fortune? Does this mean that the impudent little toe rag Draco is shortly going to find that his entire family is flat broke and his slimy git of a father is Azkaban bound? Roxanne regarded her daughter with wide-eyed fascination. You are entirely too good with this stuff for your own good, Daphne. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Although everything you say may very well be true, however, as it happens, a regent cannot touch a family fortune and it is available only to the supposed heir when he comes of age. The Malfoys may be fugitives from France, but they brought their wealth with them, which while is not significant compared to Black fortune but is sufficient for them for posturing around. Also I believe that Narcissa was given hefty dowry when she was married to Malfoy. If there has been any misuse of funds or not, it will concern Lord Black and it is upon him to do something about it. We must behave as it were all a big surprise when it all comes down. Daphne rolled her eyes. Really, Mother? Isn't that what family secret means? Don't worry. I know how to keep private things private. But, this will change the balance of power in Slytherin House at school and I must be ready to act. Daphne was already making plans. She had a lot of influence in the House of Serpents already. With that impudent git Malfoy broken, she could easily leverage herself to lead the whole bunch of them. And that would deny any new recruits to he who shall not be named. If that was all she could do for the war, she would be satisfied, but, was there anything else? Her father broke in on her thoughts. Daphne, I want you to become Harry Potter's friend. It is time that we step to the light. After the war, we can go back to being allied with the neutrals. Daphne made a quick appraisal of both of her parents. Become Harry Potter's friend. Yes. That would be done if at all possible. It didn't hurt that he was filthy rich and seriously cute. But, openly coming out on the side of light. That lacks subtlety and may not be the best tactic. However, the two of them seemed to agree. Father, I shall do, even as you wish. The Marichica. Harry was tired. He had gone to bed pretty late in the evening after reading the book assigned to him by his guru and slept fitfully for only 3 hours before a stinger to his backside woke him. As he woke up, he was commanded by a gruff-looking mystic to join him on the deck. As he climbed the stairs to the main deck, he could see that the ship was being boarded. When he looked around, he and the one mystic seemed to be the only ones on deck. The invaders were a herd of hippogriffs. They were making a lot of noise and befouling the deck and the rigging. Something had to be done soon, but what? Young Potter, the mystic shouted above the din, I want you to tame one of these beasts. As soon as you tame one of them, fly it out of here and the rest will follow. You will then return with your hippogriff to the deck. Harry thought the mystic was mad. Then he remembered what Hagrid had taught him about hippogriffs and that he had befriended Buckbeak. Would the same actions work with a wild hippogriff? What are you thinking? Bellowed the mystic. Get on with it. Before Harry could move, he was hit with another stinging hex. Harry turned to the mystic. I have an idea. Back me up. If this goes pear-shaped, it will happen fast. Harry scanned the herd, looking for the alpha male. Spotting a large and active male that was black and red in appearance, he walked right up to him and, establishing eye contact with him, bowed from the waist. The hippogriff's eyes widened momentarily, then he returned the bow. Harry cautiously walked forward and patted the beast. To his surprise, he felt an immediate connection with this beast and after a few seconds, vaulted to its back, with his knees secure in that space just behind the wings. With a click of the tongue and a gentle tap from his heels, the hippogriff launched itself into the air and the entire herd followed them. This was not like riding Buckbeak. This creature was a lot larger and stronger. When they reached an alarming altitude, the creature did a barrel roll, and Harry only managed to hang on with its back by grabbing the front of the wings. As the creature righted itself, he resumed his seat and held on more tightly with his knees. Then the creature did a loop and Harry did a better job of hanging on. It was all getting to be too much, and pulling his wand out of his robes with great effort, he conjured a makeshift bridle, and a lasso. Once the bridle was in place and the lasso was around the beast's neck, he stopped showing off and Harry guided them back to the ship. It took about 10 minutes for the two of them to find the ship again and land on her deck. When they did, the mystics were there to greet them, wands out and alert. As soon as Harry dismounted, Harsh embraced him. "Well done, Harry. Hagrid did not exaggerate when he told about your bond with animals. You have, indeed, tamed a magnificent beast. Guruji, if we could have kept flying through this area and the beasts would have done us no harm, why then did I have to tame one?" Harry asked him. Harsh smirked. "If you had not tamed your hippogriff, you would have had to make your own arrangements for traveling from Gujarat to Himalayas." "Meaning?" he asked. "You will see," said Harsh. "I do not want to ruin your surprise by breaking it to you. For now, go and have your sleep. We have a busy and hard day tomorrow." The next morning, Harry Potter woke up tired and sore. While he was exhilarated with all the hard work that he had done and the flying with the hippogriff last night, the adrenaline rush had not let him feel the soreness of his muscles or the amount of energy he had spent in trying to subdue the beast. Right now, his bones felt heavy to him and even getting out of bed felt like a Herculean task to him. Muttering, "Gryffindors charge forward." He stepped out of his room and found one of the mystics grooming the hippogriff he had tamed last evening. "Harry," the mystic said, "what did you name this one?" "Name?" Harry asked, confused. "Why do I have to name him?" "Because, Harry, you have tamed him and I can see a bond exists between you both. Without a name, how would you address him to do your bidding?" Harry thought back for a moment, then he remembered feeling something when he first touched the hippogriff's neck. Bond. Yes, I did feel something. He looked into the hippogriff's eyes for a moment, while asking as if the creature could answer him, "How would you like to be addressed?" "Skylord seems appropriate. But no, that is your title, not your name." Then he turned to the mystic. "I thought it was people like Hagrid who like to name beasts. Hagrid would know what to name him." "Harry, Rubeus Hagrid is very beloved of beasts and blessed by Mother Magic when it comes to them. All the beasts in the Forbidden Forests love him. If anything were to happen to him, there is nobody who can control the creatures in the forest," the mystic replied. "He is very talented with them. I do not imagine there would be many beasts which can scare him." "You are too right about that, sir. So what should I name him?" Harry asked the mystic. "It is not like I have many names with me that I can choose from." "You can choose any name that you think would describe him," the mystic replied. "He is certainly fast and wild like a wind storm," Harry mused, "and the black color on his coat is more prominent than any other color." He looked into the hippogriff's eyes again and a feeling of certainty struck him. "Black Storm. Your name, in my language, would be Black Storm. May I call you by that name?" The hippogriff nodded his approval with a neigh while pawing the deck. With a broad grin, Harry affirmed, "Then Black Storm you shall be named," and he gave the hippogriff a hug around its neck. "He agrees with you, Harry," the mystic laughed. "Now off with you. We are going to reach India in few hours and I want you to break into him before we land." He handed Tack to Harry. "He is yours to saddle and bridle. Make sure you do it right or you will hurt him." Harry looked at the saddle and all the bits of metal and leather straps in confusion. The first 2 times he had ridden on Buckbeak, he did it bareback. When he rode Black Storm this morning, it was also bareback. He had never saddled and bridled a creature of any sort before, nor had he even watched while someone else had done it. A series of stingers peppering his body brought him out of his reverie. "Get on with it, Harry. Time will not wait for you." Harry turned to the mystic. "Do we really need a saddle? I mean, won't that hurt him?" The mystic was only now beginning to understand that Harry had almost no experience with care of riding creatures. "No, Mr. Potter. A properly adjusted saddle would distribute the load, making carrying you much easier on his spine. Over a long journey, riding bareback, he would get sore there. What's more, it will be easier on you. Harry finally did what he had very reluctantly done in the last 4 years. His time with Dursleys had shaped him into an individual who never sought others' help, and his experience of last 4 years was not helping either. Whenever he tried to get an adult to help him, they did not help him but coddled him like a child. The mystics were treating him with dignity, and he was concerned that if he continued to spectacularly fail at everything, they would start to treat him like a child too. He turned to the mystic and confessed, "I have never learned how to put the tack on a horse, much less a hippogriff." The mystic regarded Harry with a look of mingled surprise and sadness. "Guruji has told me that you can ride a hippogriff. We all saw what you did with Black Storm this morning. How can this be? I can ride one. Hagrid taught us to approach them, but he did not teach us to use the tack." Harry replied, aware of the mystic's gaze on him. "We had one lesson with the hippogriff, and I was the only one who had approached it before Malfoy decided to be a git and got hurt after insulting the hippogriff." "Insult a hippogriff? What kind of fool does that?" the mystic asked incredulously. "The kind of fool who thinks he is better than others because his father has a lot of money. The kind of fool who has no idea that the power of a person is determined by how much magic is in him. A fool who thinks his family is greatest of all regardless of the fact that his family fled like fugitives from France, and anyone bearing that name is still not allowed within its borders," said Harsh, who had approached the pair just then. The mystic immediately bent and touched Harsh's feet. Harsh responded by fondly touching the other mystic on his head and murmured, "Ayushman Bhav, may you live long. Pashupati, kindly teach Mr. Potter to saddle and bridle the beast," Harsh said, smiling. "He is new and we will need to teach everything to him. Treat him like a child who is to learn everything that is there except defense, where he is very accomplished for his age." Pashupati bowed to Harsh and said, "As you say, Guruji." Then turning to Harry, seemed to produce a second set of tack from thin air. He laid his set of tack out on the deck, motioning to Harry to do the same. Once Harry had his tack laid out to the mystic's satisfaction, he began to explain, "Harry, it is understandable that for one like Hagrid, use of tack is not the first thing he would teach. Now, it is time to amend your education. I will spend the next few minutes going over the tack. I will explain the name, the purpose, the materials, and the method of making each piece. When I am done, you will be able to do the same. If any question should present itself to you, you will please stop me and ask." Harry understood this to mean that there would be a test and paid close attention. After only 15 minutes, Harry had sufficient understanding of the tack to satisfy the mystic. Pashupati then turned to the bow of the ship and gave a shrill whistle. A moment later, a hippogriff landed. The mare had bay fur and iridescent feathers. He bowed to her, and when she returned the bow, he gave her an affectionate hug around her neck. "Welcome, Gracewind. Will you help us with our lesson today?" She pawed the deck and nodded her assent. "Harry, I will place the tack on Gracewind here. As I do so, I will give you verbal instruction on each step and warn you what to look out for. Gracewind is gentle and highly intelligent. She will remind if I should forget anything. You will attend." It was obvious to Harry that Pashupati was going through the process at a speed which was painfully slow for him. With all the explanation, it took another 15 minutes. And yes, there was one point when he neglected to tell Harry how to deal with bloating while tightening the girth strap that Gracewind reminded him by demonstrating bloating resulting in the strap being dangerously loose. By the end of the demonstration, Gracewind had Harry wondering how intelligent these creatures really are. Harry bowed to Gracewind and thanked her for her help. When she bowed back, he gave her a pat on the side of her neck. "Now, Mr. Potter," the mystic directed him to Black Storm, "let us see what you have learned. You will now place the tack on Black Storm and you will tell me what you are doing at every step." Harry started with the bridle and worked his way through the entire process. To Pashupati's delight, he got everything right the first time, right down to giving Black Storm a firm thump in the side when he tried to bloat and keep him from tightening the girth strap. The mystic went over the tack and found everything in order. The mystic nodded his approval, then turned back to Harry. "Now, Mr. Potter, you will remove the tack, lay it out as I have shown you, and put it on again. I will be timing you. Go. Harry went through the steps as quickly as he dared. When the tack was back on Stormwind, he said, "Time." Pashupati said, 5 minutes, 33 seconds. Not a world record by any standard, but it will do for a rank beginner. Let's see how you did. And he set to work, inspecting the tack. As he finished his inspection, he pointed to the stirrups and said, "You will need to adjust those for your comfort. Other than that, I see no problem with your work. It will do." Harry made his best guess at what would be a comfortable height for his feet and adjusted the stirrups accordingly. Wearing his dragon hide boots and a riding cloak, he approached Black Storm from his left side and vaulted to its back. Part of the saddle was a set of leg restraints. They were there to prevent the rider from falling out of the saddle during extreme maneuvers. Harry made sure that they were secure before he gave a click of the tongue with a gentle kick to the sides and Black Storm rocketed into the air. Now that Harry felt secure in the saddle, he whooped with glee and really enjoyed putting his new friend through his paces. Pashupati flew right beside him on Gracewind. She was not quite so large or powerful as Black Storm, but she was considerably more graceful, and the mystic's riding expertise put him in an entirely different class. As they were flying, Pashupati drew out his wand and started firing color spells at Harry. Harry, seizing upon the challenge, started working with his mount to dodge the spells and answered with a few color spells of his own. This was when the superior grace and flying skill of his opponents really shone through. While Harry and Black Storm jigged and dodged as well as they could, they sustained a great many hits while their opponents never quite managed to be there when Harry's spells went shooting by. After about 2 hours of sustained dog fighting, Black Storm, as large and mighty as he may be, was not used to carrying a rider or having to sustain aerial combat maneuvers, and he was beginning to tire. Harry called out, "Mr. Pashupati. I am concerned for Black Storm. I believe that he has had enough for now." The mystic signaled down with his wand arm and Harry followed him back to the ship at a very leisurely pace. As soon as they landed, Harry released his legs from the restraints and leapt to the deck. The deck felt very strange to him after the unceasing motion of his mount, but he set straight to work on removing the saddle. Beside him, Pashupati had already removed and stowed his tack. After he bowed to Gracewind and said something Harry did not understand, she took to the sky and was gone. He came over to see how Harry was doing. Harry had managed to remove the saddle and the mystic was assessing Blackwind's condition. He turned to Harry, "Leave the bridle on." Harry looked a question at him. He continued, "Hippogriffs are not horses, but they do have some things in common. One of those is that you cannot stable them while they are all hot and sweaty like this. Spread out his blanket over his body and walk him around the deck until he dries. When you have done, I shall teach you about grooming and feeding." It was another hour before Harry had cooled down Black Storm, cleaned up the residue from the color battle, stowed his tack, groomed the hippogriff and finally showered and dried himself. When he was done, Pashupati said, "I believe that Guruji is expecting you. Please offer my apology for keeping you so long." Harry entered Harsh's cabin to find him in a state of meditation. In that moment, Harsh was looking at peace with himself, his forehead without any wrinkles, his face calm and his magical aura pure white. He opened his eyes after 10 minutes and seeing Harry there, he smiled. "Harry, how your flight was? I hope you enjoyed it." Harry returned the smile. "Yes, Guruji. I love flying." "Harry, did you finish the book?" he asked. "If you have not, then I will be angry with you." Harry nodded in response. "Guruji, I should hope that I shall never experience your displeasure. I could not put the book down until I finished it." He had finished the book after he found that he liked it. It answered so many of his questions which he always had but had never got any answers to them. It had explained why he was different from other students even though they were the same age. It told why some people had more power in their spells while others did not. Why some could cast spells which could penetrate a brick wall while others could damage a large area of the brick wall with the same spell. "Harry, can you tell me what is the difference between Remus Lupin and Neville Longbottom's casting?" Harsh asked him. Harry took the time to recall images of the two of them casting and evaluate those images in the light of his newly acquired knowledge before he answered. Remus Lupin is a powerful wizard whose spells can create a wide area impact and consequently do more damage. By contrast, Neville Longbottom's spells have more power in them and are more focused. While Remus's spells would not destroy the target, Neville's would destroy it utterly, possibly even causing objects to explode and cause secondary damage. Remus's spells would be more effective with targets which are difficult to hit or areas containing multiple targets. Neville's spells would be highly effective against targets which are more resilient. These are natural phenomenon and differ from wizard to wizard. It cannot be controlled or perfected by someone by their intention. This is like an inherent part of their magic which cannot be changed. Harsh nodded. Good Harry. Now tell me, why does your shield falter in front of my mystics but it used to hold against your friends? Ron and Hermione are not as powerful as mystics. They only cast with about half of their strength. Much of their potential remains unused. Hermione has a strong grasp of theory and has excellent technique, but she is not yet fully grown and she will become stronger as she matures. Ron, he shook his head, just doesn't seem to work hard at anything. To make matters worse, he wasn't even using a wand which chose him during his first 2 years at Hogwarts. He will never be able to do much unless he has a complete change of attitude. When they used to practice with me, they were only a fraction powerful as compared even to your mystic trainees. Spells by themselves are not powerful, but it depends on the power of the caster. The more powerful the caster is, the more powerful the spell will be. Your mystics are more powerful than ordinary wizards and I have no idea how they got that way. Harry finished his findings and Harsh was smiling at him. Now Harry, we are around an hour away from India. We will be seeing the coastline very soon. I want you to saddle your ride and pack your belongings. When we land, you will help others as they require you to, Harsh instructed him. Daily Prophet, London. Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, was sitting in his office behind his desk reading an article which the ministry had sent with orders to publish in the next day's edition. It made him sick to publish this rubbish. Journalism is publishing verifiable facts. This reminded him strongly of the work of the Russian paper, Pravda, during the Mughal Cold War. It was nothing but a fabric of lies woven with innuendo designed to discredit anyone who opposed the minister. He would just as soon wrap a bowtruckle in this and print it. But his orders came from the ministry and he liked his job, so print it he will. What difference would one more article, painting Dumbledore as a balmy old git who was losing his marbles, make anyway? He had guessed that something major had happened on the night of the third task. When Dumbledore had proclaimed that you know who was back, Cuff did not dismiss his statement like many others. He wanted to publish the story, but without reliable witnesses, and the first hint of things to come, an order from the minister himself to refrain from publishing any such story, it did not get published. Since then, the stories had been getting nastier. Was it possible that what Dumbledore was saying was true? He had never been known to lie before. Keep secrets, yes, but lie, no. Cuff went over the facts in his mind one more time. No one knew what had happened to you-know-who at the end of the First War. Only thing that they had found was his cloak, a wand and a crying Harry Potter with his mother's dead body near him. They had believed Dumbledore's word that you-know-who was vanquished. Not dead, vanquished. Most people did not appreciate that there was a difference. But Dumbledore chose his words carefully and he had a reason for choosing that one. It meant that Dumbledore believed even then that you-know-who would return eventually. Perhaps he knew something that no one else did, and if Dumbledore knew something, then there was no reason for them to doubt his word. The harsh reality was that the ministry owned the paper. And so, if Cuff wanted to keep his job, he published what the ministry wanted published and suppressed what the ministry wanted suppressed. As he read over the article one more time, he wondered if he could get away with making any changes to it without getting the sack. Perhaps he could establish a new column as Letters from the Ministry, and add a disclaimer that this did not represent the opinion of this paper. Such a daring move would discredit the minister and maybe even restore the faith of the readers of the Daily Prophet, but the paper was meant to be sold and make galleons. Having the ministry at loggerheads without some powerful backing would be fatal to his career. He was interrupted in his daydreaming by a disturbance in his outer office. He placed his quill back in its holder, readied his wand and rose from his chair to go and see what it was all about. Before he could even get out from behind his desk, the door to his office burst off its hinges and on the threshold stood one furious-looking witch, namely Andromeda Tonks née Black. His secretary was meekly peeking out from behind her, looking apologetic. With the first flick of her wand, his wand soared across the room to her outstretched hand. The second flick of her wand sent a bombarda through the space which Barnabas had just vacated in favor of the underside of his desk. There was a crazy witch in his office. She meant business. Security would be on the way. But, how would he stay alive long enough for help to arrive and him with no backup wand? Maybe he could stall her. What do you want? He called out from under his desk. She growled, I want you to grovel like the spineless worm you are, and shot away part of his desk. He could hear her coming around the desk, crunching through the debris, trying to get an angle for a clean shot at him. Anything you want. Just, please don't hurt me. He squeaked, as he moved his chair, trying to use it as a shield. The desk levitated away and landed on the other side of the room. There you are, she said with a grin of satisfaction and reduced the chair to rubble with a reducto. Cuff just swallowed hard and looked down the wand that was now pointed between his eyes. Kill me if you want. It's not like my life is worth much anymore. And he broke down and wept. Fortunately for you, Mr. Cuff, those are not my orders. Would you be so kind as to inform your executive assistant that you will take my meeting now? She said without moving the wand so much as an inch. Still looking at the wand, he said, yes, of course. Then raising his voice so that his assistant could hear, I will be meeting with Madame Tonks. Cancel all other appointments and do not allow anyone else to enter. From the outer office, she responded, yes, Mr. Cuff. Shall I send in some tea? The assistant knew that her boss did not drink tea. This was code to ask if she should summon security to eject an unwelcome guest. Cuff responded, no, not today. I don't believe that Madame Tonks will take any tea. A few moments later, the office was restored to order with the door, the furniture back in place and several anti-eavesdropping spells on the door. Cuff was back behind his desk, with his visitor sitting opposite him. Cuff was still shaking in his cloak, but, at least she had stopped aiming her wand at him. Do you know who I am, Mr. Cuff? She said, glaring at him. Cuff looked just a little annoyed at the question. Yes, madam, I certainly do. You are Andromeda Tonks née Black, disowned for marrying a Muggleborn, partner in a law firm with your husband and one other Muggleborn lawyer. If I did not know that, you would already be on your way to Azkaban for trespass, destruction of private property, assault with a deadly weapon and making death threats against a public figure. Does that about cover it? Here is a news update for you, Mr. Cuff. The new Lord Black has reinstated me and I am here representing his interests. You cannot charge me for trespassing at a place which he owns, nor can you charge me with destroying his property. I have neither threatened you nor assaulted you. As for the rest, read this, and she flung a stack of parchments onto his desk. As Cuff opened the stack of parchments, the first thing that caught his eye was the official seal of Gringotts. The document showed that the majority shareholder of the Daily Prophet was, through his holdings, none other than Harry Potter, and what's more, the ministry had sold off their shares during the economic crisis over 8 years ago. His face went ashen gray. Well, he gulped, with all the rot we've published about Harry Potter over the last year, I suppose you will want my resignation. With a most imperious glare, she said coldly, that Mr. Cuff depends on our interview today. Before we go any further, do you understand the difference between a threat and a promise of specific performance, based on your actions? He looked to one side and then the other and seeing no help there, essayed an answer. Threats may be empty, as in lacking the power or will to carry them out, whereas one both can and will carry out a promise of specific performance. Is that correct? Close enough for our purposes. Let me assure you, Mr. Cuff, that nothing I will say to you today is a threat, she said with finality as if the topic was closed for further discussions. It is the express wish of the owner of this paper that it becomes a credible source of news and information. To that end, no article shall be published without direct evidence, such as memory records, photographs, written documents, direct eyewitness accounts. Second, no story shall be quashed which is both factual and in the public interest. Third, you will print 2 retractions per week until further notice regarding these articles. She slapped a thick folder full of clippings from the past year's issues on his desk. Will there be anything else, Madame Tonks? He asked to make sure that was it. Yes, she said, producing another document and passing it to him. You will cease and desist from printing any articles, ads or letters from readers which defame or depict Lord Potter in a negative way. Professor Albus Dumbledore has said, and you may quote him on this, that he does not care if you call him a balmy old geezer as long as you don't take him off the chocolate frog cards. However, I advise you that the entire staff of this paper is on probation. Any person or persons publishing a story without proper proof will be dismissed with cause, without references and without severance. Please issue copies of this notice to every one of your employees. Very well, he said, I will do as you ask. There are certain individuals who are currently on the payroll who may not be on board with this new vision for our paper. Am I free to restructure as needed? He said with a grin, savoring the thought of giving every ministry spy the boot. Andromeda looked thoughtful for one moment then said, copy me on your restructuring. We won't be interfering with your day-to-day operations, but I do want to know who you identify. It will be helpful in other areas. Cuff looked heavenward for strength before asking his next question. When Fudge sees tomorrow's edition of this paper, he is going to have my head on a platter and it won't matter to me who owns the Daily Prophet then. What should I do? Andromeda gave a feral grin which really showed her teeth. Mr. Cuff, so long as you act to serve the interests of Lord Potter, the services of our firm are part of your package. Such action would result in a really bad day for the minister. Even though the grin was not meant for him, it sent shivers down Cuff's spine. In that case, Madame Tonks, rest assured that I will be serving my employer's best interests at all times. Andromeda looked straight into his eyes for a moment, then nodded. Very well then, we have an agreement. I will not be asking for your resignation, however, should you fail to abide by any term of our agreement, you will be dismissed, the same as any other employee under these terms. There will be no review or appeal. As Andromeda left, Cuff saw her to the door of the outer office. He waved off the security people and he found the rest of his staff waiting in the hallway looking very anxious. In his best drill sergeant's voice, he said, Good. You are all here. That will save me the trouble of calling you all together. Conference room, now. By the time the meeting was over, several staff members who were nothing but ministry spies had been fired, with cause because they had never written so much as a single word of what might be called journalism. Others who were questionable were put to work cleaning the presses and fetching for the real reporters. And the people who had been submitting the real stories, and not getting published, were promoted. Tomorrow's edition was going to be very different. Lead story, The Daily Prophet, under new ownership. However, as Andromeda said, he was not to announce the name of the new owner. Minister of Magic's office, London. Cornelius Fudge was in conference with his undersecretary and his junior undersecretary. He was plotting a way to oust Dumbledore from the Wizengamot as headmaster of Hogwarts. The old wizard was conspiring against the minister to oust him from his office and Cornelius would not let him win. Dumbledore's efforts to undermine him with his outrageous claims that you know who was back from the dead would not stand. He would see to that. Cornelius had started his countermeasures against Dumbledore and started weeding the ministry of Dumbledore's loyalists. However, there was a problem that none of them were openly forthcoming and there was no way that he could devise to ensure their loyalty towards him. A new wrinkle was that the Daily Prophet was no longer taking orders from the ministry. The large majority of the spies he had placed there were no longer permitted near the building. Those few which remained had been shunted to positions where they could not learn anything of value nor make any meaningful changes. The article that he had sent to the paper to publish which proclaimed that Dumbledore was senile and Harry Potter was a confused, insane and possibly dangerous teen which had been articulately worded by Umbridge and proofread by Weasley, was returned via an owl with a message that they had to send a memory to back up their claim. The parchment also seemed to have stains on it as if it had been in close proximity to discarded parchments with wet ink and food wrappers. He had immediately gathered the orders of his protection detail and proceeded to the offices of the Daily Prophet and tried to intimidate Barnabas Cuff, telling him that the ministry owned the paper and he would be fired if he refused to comply. The man responded by informing Mr. Fudge that the ministry had sold the paper during the economic crisis 8 years ago. One of the houses had bought the paper and they had given orders that would restore the Daily Prophet as a legitimate newspaper and that he, for one, was glad of the change. When Umbridge started berating out threats of pressing charges for treason and conspiracy, Cuff ended the conversation by informing them that they would shortly receive a visit from his solicitors and advised them not to make things worse for themselves by any further contact with him, his staff, or these premises. The entire party was escorted off the property by his security team. Feeling defeated and humiliated, they had returned to the ministry. Minister, his secretary called, Madam Bones is here. Grunting to allow her entrance, he straightened in his chair. A moment later, Amelia entered his office with some pieces of parchment in her hand. She said, Cornelius, I want a meeting to which no third party should be privy to. Umbridge immediately simpered, surely you can speak in front of us, Madam Bones. The minister has complete faith in us. Amelia eyed the witch hatefully and passed a parchment to Cornelius. Cornelius, if you want me to discuss this in front of her, I would be delighted. Seeing what was on the parchment, Fudge was mortified. This was clear evidence of him taking bribes from Death Eaters in the previous war and letting them go. Fudge had been paying a hefty bag of galleons to Rita to keep this buried, but he did not know how Amelia had got her hands on it. If this got out, it meant that his career was over and he was bound for Azkaban. He signaled his undersecretaries to leave the office. Umbridge immediately protested, but minister, it may be of importance for the ministry. I am the senior undersecretary. She did not finish her words before Fudge roared, and I am the minister, Dolores. You will do as you are told or you will find yourself looking for another job. Umbridge and Weasley immediately left his office. The moment they left, with a wave of his wand, Fudge locked and muffled the door behind them. He chuckled shortly, let them just try and listen at keyholes now. And he cast an imperturbable at the door for good measure. Amelia turned to him with a maniacal glint in her eyes, making him shiver. Now that the unpleasantries are out of the way, let's get down to business. The Marichica. The ship landed on a deserted part of the coastline where there was nothing in sight but desert spreading for miles. It was picturesque in some ways but worrying in others. As far as Harry could see, there was no one in sight. As soon as the ship landed, they had been flying for some way, and the captain lowered the gangplank. He saw as many as 20 people on the coast. Harsh walked off the ship nonchalantly and the men immediately lined up on both sides of the gangplank. For every step he took, every one of the men bowed his head like he was some sort of king. Harsh had told him that the mystics did not use the port for their ships but this deserted part of the coastline because it was easy this way and it avoided any prying eyes from finding their secrets. They had more threats to them there than just muggles. One of the mystics called for Harry's attention. Mr. Potter, Guruji has asked us to enlist your help. Harry nodded his head and followed the mystic to the lowermost level of the ship where there was a storeroom. As he looked about he could see that the room was filled with many things and trunks scattered throughout the room. Harry could not remember seeing the storeroom earlier but shrugged. He hadn't seen the prison either. Mr. Potter, the mystic said, your job is to sort these items and store them into the trunks neatly and you can use magic for the task. There were a lot of items and Harry had no idea about how to do the job until inspiration hit him. As he could see among the things littered on the ground, there were cauldrons, scales, couple of brooms, a heap of books and a variety of other items. He raised his wand and incanted, Accio books. The next moment all the books came hurling through the air towards him, some of them hitting him in the face. The mystic, who had leapt out of the center of the mayhem, was doubled over laughing at Harry's predicament as Harry toppled over into the pile of books. Harry's face was a glowing shade of red as he climbed out of the pile. The mystic said, nothing to feel embarrassed about, Mr. Potter. You could summon every book at once as a testament to your power, but I feel you have not been taught to use the summoning charm to collect things. I will teach you to use the summoning charm this way. Observe. He raised his wand and flourished it in the required motion, and keeping it raised, he directed the books flying through the air to an open trunk. Within seconds, all the books were stacked neatly in the trunk. As soon as the last book was in the trunk, he upended the trunk and the books were again littered on the floor. He banished them throughout the pile. Grinning, he looked at Harry. Could not have done your work for you, could I? Harry shrugged but did not say anything. He raised his wand and did as the mystic had taught him, but halfway through the process, the books lost their will and fell to the floor. The mystic again sent the books all over the room. This time Harry raised his wand and used the charm with all his power. The books came flying from all directions and fell into the trunk in a heap, leaving the mystic laughing. "Mr. Potter," he said, wiping tears from his eyes, "did you use all your power?" Harry sheepishly grinned. "I thought this way the books would not fall midway." The mystic nodded. "Yes, but you need to learn how much power you need to use. You are like a powerhouse full of unlimited power, but if you do not know how to use that power, it will cause accidents like this. Now sort these books into neat stacks." When Harry told him that he did not know the charm, the mystic taught him the charm and the motion. It was not a very complex motion, but he had not used it before, so he had to try it more than once. A few tries later, and the books were sitting in orderly stacks in the trunk. Instructing him to arrange the other items in the other trunks, the mystic left him there. After 20 minutes, Harry had arranged everything in the trunks with the lids closed. As he waited and the mystic did not come, he shrunk the trunks, kept them in his pockets, and went to the deck, where he found that the mystics were making arrangements to go forth. His hippogriff, Blackstorm, was tethered to the rail with a flying horse. He remembered that they were called Pegasus or something, alongside. As soon as he emerged, he was approached by the mystic who he had been helping below decks. "Mr. Potter, you will travel with Guruji on your hippogriff. You both are taking the route from Gujarat to the Thar Desert in Rajasthan, then the state of Punjab. From there you will reach near the Himalayas. This evening you both will reach the mystic camp in the Thar Desert and will stay there for today. Tomorrow, you will be given directions for the journey ahead. Now I must warn you about the perils ahead. We have many enemies and most of them have tried to sabotage our order by directing attacks on Guruji. We have averted all their attacks so far, but they have never ceased. It is your duty to ensure that no harm comes to our Guruji. You will be his guard for today and use anything that you have in your arsenal." Harry nodded but was worried. He was just a teenager who was being asked to act as guard for someone much more experienced than him. He knew that any attack on the Lord of Mystics would not be stunners and disarming spells but dark magic. He had no experience of dueling anyone, but he resolved to do his best. "Are you ready for the journey, Harry?" Harsh's voice brought him out of his musing. "We better be going. The journey is long and the path is hard." Approaching Black Storm, he bowed, and when the beast lowered its head, he patted its flanks before mounting. As soon as he was mounted, Black Storm ran for a while on the deck and, spreading its wings, took to the air instantly. As he ascended, he found that Harsh's Pegasus was flying at the same speed as him. The flying horse was a regal creature with its chestnut color, 15 feet spread of wings and tall musculature. They started by flying to the north in general with an accelerated pace. About an hour or two into the ride, Harry was bored of idle flying. As they were flying, he could see desert beneath him spreading for miles. He turned to Harsh. "Guruji, what is this area we are flying through?" "This," Harsh made an expansive gesture with his arms, "is the Thar Desert. One of the biggest deserts in the world, and this particular area is the part of the no man's land between India and Pakistan. This is the international border where none of them can claim sovereignty. This desert is important to us magicals because there are so many things found in the sands which are useful for us only. We have been keeping a post in here since the tribe was formed." "Guruji, I have been curious about your tribe," Harry asked. "I mean what it is and how one can join you." "The tribe is like a big family where we have wizards and witches of extraordinary abilities. This tribe is a force which often clashes with the forces of evil. Our primary task is to serve Mother Magic and do her bidding. To be a part of this tribe, one has to give up all their attachments and identities. Once you become a part of us, you forego your previous life." Harsh said, lost in thought. "No one can join it by themselves, but we seek them out. We always test them and their characters and see they are susceptible to corrupted by power. If we find someone is power hungry and would use it to wreak havoc, we never go to them. Decades ago, we were studying two men who were extraordinarily powerful and talented, but we found one of them though was powerful but could use our secrets to bring destruction, and the other wanted to expose all our secrets to the world. The first never sought us out and we never approached him, and we avoided the second and dissuaded him from finding us with some difficulty. Years later, those men were turned to be heroes and villains to the wizarding world. Are you talking about Headmaster? Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, Harsh smiled. Your headmaster was adamant about finding us to learn our secrets, but those secrets being known to others would have caused much more damage than they prevented. We had given a thought to invite Albus to be a part of this tribe, but we gave up on the idea instantly because we knew he would never give up on his identity. He had the best interests of Wizarding Britain in his heart and he could not be convinced otherwise in any way. Identity? Harry asked in confusion. Yes, Harsh replied. To become a mystic you have to give up on your life. You have to renounce everything that you were in life, your family, your identity and even your name. Albus loved Wizarding Britain too much to give up on it. We have had members from around the world in our tribes since we started, and at times, we take help from witches and wizards who do not wish to join us. I do not understand, Harry said. You remember I told Mr. Longbottom that his family wand was given to me? Harsh asked. The wand belonged to Lord Harfang Longbottom, who was powerful in his own might. We were in a war in Bulgaria where we were fighting a Dark Lord who had a massive army at his side and we sought his help. He, along with your ancestor Lord Potter and a few other members of your family's alliance, answered to my pleas and we raised a force. We won the war, but the Lord Longbottom succumbed in the war trying to protect your ancestor. The wand was given to me by Lord Longbottom while his body was taken to Avalon by your ancestor. We have sought help from many people around the world in many conflicts, but those people do not become members of the tribe. Harry nodded his head thoughtfully, absorbing every bit of the information he was being told. What is the story of the goblins? Harry asked Harsh. Why were they not allowing you into the bank? Harsh chuckled. During the Second Goblin Rebellion in 16th century, the wizards were fighting a tough fight and the losses were heavy on both sides. There was a stalemate situation with none of them getting upper hand. We were watching closely, and when we were asked to help by the Alliance, we sent best of our warriors. I led my people through the goblin stronghold with members of the Alliance and we killed nearly 300 goblins in a few hours. As we reached the leaders of the rebellion, the wizarding forces were signaled to make the move to quell the rebels. The rebellion was quelled in few hours, but so many goblins were killed with a lot of wizards. When it was time to frame a treaty, the goblins sought for me to be punished, but I had already vanished with all my warriors. The treaty was entered into and the goblins were forbidden to carry a wand, but they expressly banned me from entering any of the branches of Gringotts. I never had much use of the bank before, but sometimes, I had to go to them and they get in a tizzy. I have fought them many times since then, but never a full-scale war, but like little skirmishes or battles which get resolved with killing a number of them. The last time I visited was about 70 years ago when I was trying to find some ancient relics and I suspected them to be housed in a high-security vault. The goblins denied me entry, and when I refused to leave, they attacked me. I was successful in entering the bank, but they were too many. I slaughtered too many of them, and Iron Fist, who was one of their best warriors, fought me to almost standstill before I was able to hang him as an egg for a dragon. While they hate me for killing a lot of them, they respect anyone with power. Harry smiled, thinking of the story. It was incredible, but he could not remember being taught about the mystics in the history taught by Professor Binns. When he asked the question, Harsh shrugged. As I said, we work from shadows, Harry. When we have to work in open, we take different identities. Your ministry was only told that some foreign help was sought and used to quell the rebels. As there were not many fighters and the number of oars was going down, we were welcomed without any questions asked. Now, Harry, we are going to land near the sand dunes there. Harsh pointed to a dune nearby. There is the stop for tonight. Harry landed near the designated spot, and as soon as he dismounted, a mystic appeared at his side to take the reins of the hippogriff. Harry could see nothing in sight and turned to Harsh. Where is the stop, Guruji? Harsh smirked and said cryptically, you need to know where to go. Magic leaves its traces. Tell me, Harry, what you experienced when you visited Ollivanders for the first time. Harry thought back to the moment 4 years ago when he had stepped into Ollivanders and he had felt a rush of wind which raised his hair for a moment. He nodded to the mystic. Yes, Guruji. I felt a tingle on my skin when I entered and a rush of wind which raised my hair for a moment. Harsh smiled. Interesting. You had spent a decade away from the magical world and were no better than a muggle born, yet you distinctly felt the magical tingle on your skin. It says a lot about your magical prowess. The tingle that you felt was magic. Ollivander's shop is very old and exudes ambient magic, with all those people going in to find a wand suitable to them. You felt the magic which lingers there, and that shows that you are blessed by Mother Magic. He then thrust his hand forward and asked Harry to do the same. Harry, concentrate on the environment around you and try to find the same feeling that you had got in Ollivander's. As soon as you get that feeling, thrust your hand in that direction and try to grasp anything which may be present there. I would not be disappointed if you do not find anything. Harry closed his eyes and tried to feel something. For 5 minutes, his mind kept wandering to different thoughts like Hogwarts, Susan Bones, Sirius Black, his parents, and many other things which kept popping up for no reason. As he tried harder, he thought he could feel some tingling sensation and tried to advance his senses in that direction but could not find anything more. Frustrated, he opened his eyes to find Harsh looking at him curiously. Harsh said, "Did you find anything, Harry?" Harry shook his head. "I could not concentrate at first. Things kept popping up in my mind, and after trying hard, I could feel a tingling sensation, but that was all." "Don't worry, Mr. Potter," Harsh said, "it is normal to happen. No one gets it in the first chance. This place does not even have that much residual magic for novice to feel around. However, after you training you would be able to feel it easily." Harsh grasped something in the air, and within a second, he had a rope in his hand. As he pulled on the rope, a door appeared and they went inside. Inside was a 3-story complex which resembled a small fort with thick brick walls, torches burning in their sconces, and guards at every gate. They went through a tunnel on the right side of the door, which opened into a big hall which was big enough to rival the parlor in Bones Manor. The walls were sparsely decorated with a coat of arms hanging on one wall. The coat of arms showed a 2-headed bird soaring through the air alongside an owl with wands crossed in the background, and there were some words beneath it which Harry could not understand. On the far side of the room, there was a raised platform on which sat a comfortable-looking armchair, while a number of chairs were arranged in 2 rows in front of the platform. Harsh climbed the platform and sat on the chair, while Harry stood dumbly, not knowing what to do, till he was prodded by a mystic to stand beside Harsh. He recalled that he was protecting Harsh for the journey, however he did not know anything of the perceived threat. He took out his wand and stood in alert position behind Harsh's chair while he held a meeting which lasted for an hour. After they were done, Harsh proceeded to the dining room, where Harry again noticed that many of the mystics did not touch any meat on the dining table. However, Harry tried some of those and found them to be quite delicious. As dinner ended, one of the mystics cornered him. "Mr. Potter, as I understand, you are working as security for Guruji. For the next 4 hours, you will stand guard outside his bed chamber, and then you will be relieved of your duties. It is your duty to ensure that no harm comes upon him." Harry nodded his head, looking determined. 2 hours later, as Harry was alertly guarding the entrance of the bed chamber, he heard approaching footsteps but could not see anyone. At first he was confused, but soon he realized that whoever it was, they were using the disillusionment charm which he had seen at Privet Drive. As he looked more closely, he could see shimmering in the air at 4 places. Immediately he whipped his wand out and shot a couple of stunners in the directions he could hear steps coming from, while remaining alert. A great thud was heard and 2 people fell to the ground, while 2 more people became visible and immediately started raining hexes on him, forcing him to conjure his most powerful shield. One of the men fired a light blue spell at him which he recognized as a blasting hex. He shielded against the hex and turned to the other man who had just raised his wand at him. Knowing himself to be outnumbered, he took the approach he knew best. He started casting at the best of his speed by firing off whatever came to his mind. As he was raining down on them, he even cast a lot of the gray spells which are borderline dark, which he ordinarily would not have done. Sometimes he would dodge and sometimes he would shield, but mostly he kept up the attack, and the 2 men were on the defensive the entire time, but keeping him on his toes. After about 20 minutes, as Harry's energy was ebbing, he got worried about not being able to stop the men, but at the same moment, Harsh appeared from his chambers. "At ease, men." The 2 men immediately lowered their wands and Harry did the same. Harsh signaled all of them to follow him into the hall where he was seated like everyone else, unlike before. Harsh started. What is your assessment of Harry, Virakesh? The mystic Virakesh gathered his thoughts for a moment before he spoke. Guruji, Mr. Potter is very powerful and has a knee-jerk reaction to events around him. He had situational awareness around him and he heard our footsteps from about 200 meters away, and within seconds, he had fired stunners at us. These two were lax and paid for it with being stunned before they could even fire a stinging hex, and Mr. Potter did not allow us to fire more than a handful of hexes. He kept us at bay for 20 minutes, and that is impressive considering he did not incapacitate us but only kept firing high-powered hexes at us. To keep firing such high-powered spells for so long is a testament to his prowess. Whoever is training him has trained him well. But he will need to be trained intensely if he is to match that abomination in a battle. Virakesh tipped his head in acknowledgement towards Harry while the other mystic did the same. Afterwards, they were dismissed for the night, with Harry going to sleep extremely tired and content to have been able to hold his own against the mystics. And he was hopeful with what they had said about training him. He was glad there was someone who was interested in training him to deal with Voldemort for good. He had started taking notice of things which he had observed happening in himself. He was feeling confident and he had started to try to regulate the amount of power that went into his spells. He also had started to try to connect with his magical core as it said in the book. This was proving frustrating to him because he could not feel a thing within him, and the book said that it was important for him for any witch or wizard to find their magical core since it would help them to use the most of their magical strength. He was surprised that Hermione never brought up this subject and neither did Ron, but then probably they didn't know about it. He would ask them when he returned. Thinking of England, his thoughts went to his friends and extended family there. The first he thought was of the marauders who tended to him like their own child and always tried to do their best by him. He thought of Hermione, who was off to Europe with her parents on holiday. He thought about her reaction when she finds out about what he was learning. He could imagine her nagging at him to teach her everything he had learned. Then he thought of Neville and his parents who had quickly adopted him as one of their own. He thought of the Weasleys who considered him as their extended family and treated him as such since the day he had gone to the burrow before his second year. He thought of Susan Bones and his heart did a little somersault, but he could not understand the feeling. He thought of Amelia and her kindness towards him. He wondered how they were preparing for war, but he knew that whatever they were doing would be useful for the war. He idly wondered whether the headmaster had found any more of the Horcruxes. Eventually he fell asleep tired of his exertions of the day. Black Town House, London. Dumbledore was sitting at the head of the table in the meeting room waiting for other members of the Order to arrive. He had received an owl from Amelia during the day which stated that there was business which needed to be discussed only with the inner circle members of the Order. So, he had sent Patroni to the Weasley members, Sirius, Remus, Alistair, Kingsley, Minerva and Nymphadora. As per Madame Bones' expressed orders, Severus had not been invited to this meeting. Albus heard the door opening and the Weasleys walked in followed by the Marauder duo, then the Orrs and lastly Minerva came in with Amelia, who was laughing at something Minerva had just told her. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore announced. Madame Bones has called this meeting saying she has some new business to share with us. He pointed to Amelia, who started. Due to the efforts of some students, I came into some information which has given me unprecedented leverage over the minister. I decided to make some use of the information before we axe him. Armed with the information, I confronted Cornelius and persuaded him to agree to have a trial for Sirius Black before the Wizengamot. During which Cornelius has pledged his full support to us. Amelia smirked. Needless to say, within a fortnight Sirius Black will be cleared of the perceived crimes against the Potters and the murder of 12 Muggles. This elated everyone who was present at the meeting, knowing that Sirius being free would work in their favor since his political clout was still more far-reaching than anyone else, considering the number of vassals that the House of Black had. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling like mad, his mind in overdrive about the leverage to fudge. He turned to Amelia. Can we use the information to coax him into increase the budget of DMLE or initiate emergency measures? Amelia shrugged. No, Albus. We cannot do that without getting the consent of the majority of the Wizengamot, and as far as we know, even with all 11 of Harry's votes, we will be short of a majority because the dark and neutral faction together are larger than light. We need to break the neutrals to gain any advantage. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly all this while, turned to Dumbledore, who will be looking after Harry's seats. I mean, he is not of the age where he can attend the Wizengamot according to the rules, so there will be a regent. He has 4 houses and I believe there have to be 4 regents in that case. Dumbledore sat smiling for a moment, then said, "This will depend on Harry alone, but if I were to guess, he would name you, Remus and Amelia as the regents for those houses. Probably you will handle 2 of his houses." As there was not much else to discuss, the meeting was adjourned quickly. Malfoy Manor. Tom Riddle was holding court in the ballroom of the manor with all the men that he had been able to recruit since he came back. Most of them were his old followers, some were those who had returned to him the night he came back, others were those who had supported him from the sidelines without taking the mark. Many of these were Aurors or part of the ministry in the capacity of department heads or at obscure positions where they could work for him without anyone finding out about it. These had been informed of his return by the Death Eaters, and this was the first time since he returned that they had gathered here for him. His return had not gone according to plan. True that using the boy's blood had, at least, made it possible for him to touch the boy without being burned, but that was as far as it went. Instead of the humiliating death he had planned for the little whelp, he had resisted the Imperious Curse, his Imperious Curse, a thing that had never happened before. Then there was that thing which happened between their wands. And finally, the little wretch survived his killing curse. Again, had his Death Eaters seen the fear in his eyes? Had they noticed the shock and temporary weakness he experienced when his killing curse hit the boy? No, he did not think so. It was dark and they were all very busy trying to stop the boy. But they failed and the little wretch escaped. At least the wizarding world at large did not believe in his return. It had been surprisingly easy to manipulate the minister with a little nudge and gracious donations from Lucius to use his position as minister to discredit and deny any account of his return. He also had lost 2 of his faithful who ironically were the very same ones who had been instrumental in helping him gain this body. Severus had told him of the rat being caught by Dumbledore and Barty being captured by an obscure wizard that no one knew about. He had lost 2 followers in exchange for a body, a trade he considered fair since he was sure that he could break the rat out of Azkaban when he stormed it. A visit to the prison was in order to break out his most trusted and loyal followers, but that had to wait. For now, he was lying low so that nobody could confirm that he was back. From the shadows, he and his followers continued to recruit and add to their numbers. There was very little success so far, but he hoped for that to change when he decided it was time to step into the open, whenever that may be. Right now his 2 main concerns were getting his hands on that prophecy and discovering what happened to the 2 Death Eaters who had been missing for a week now. He had assigned them to scout out Street Mungos and they had not been seen since. Perhaps they had deserted his ranks. They and their families will be punished obviously. One thing which had been lying heavy on his mind was how the boy had escaped twice from him. The boy had been hit with the killing curse twice now, but he had lived. Perhaps he was immune to the curse. What's more is the first time the boy survived the curse, it had rebounded on him, breaking his power and leaving him a disembodied consciousness, even less than a ghost. The second time, he felt shock and weakness, as if a part of him was destroyed instead of the boy dying. He would have to research more to be certain. He was sure that the boy could still be killed. There are worse ways to kill someone than the killing curse. Voldemort favored that form of execution because, for some reason, killing someone while leaving no sign of injury on their body was somehow much more intimidating than leaving a mangled mess. Ah, well, he would just have to make a mess, this time. The death will be gruesome and painful, of course. The boy had escaped him too many times, and for him one was far too many. To complete his quest for world domination, he would have to kill Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Those 2 had been thorns in his side for far too long. He knew that he could not be killed, but he needed to hear that prophecy. Pity Severus had only heard a part of it. His men's attempts at the Department of Mysteries were getting nowhere with the Order playing guard all the time and the unspeakable security. He would need inside help in the department. His old faithful, Rookwood, was incarcerated in Azkaban. He would need to break him out. Then he would be able to do something, but for the time being, his followers were trying different methods to obtain the prophecy. Another thing that had worried him initially was the locked wands, which had happened when he and the boy were locked in a battle of wills. How the boy was able to beat him was beyond his comprehension, but it showed that the boy was powerful for his age. It could mean that in a few years, the boy will be more powerful than him, and it did not bode well. The boy will need to die before he did anything. He had tried to find the boy's Muggle relatives home since he knew that he stayed there during the summers, but Severus had informed him that Dumbledore had removed the boy from them and the Muggles had moved away. No one knew where Dumbledore was keeping the boy. The only good news that Severus had brought him was that the boy's wand had been destroyed in the graveyard, which meant their wands would not be locked into a struggle again. The boy, it kept coming back to the boy. He had tried and failed to kill the boy 3 times now. He needed to kill the boy, and that cursed prophecy held the key to killing the boy, and he must have it. His thoughts went round and round. Then Lucius spoke into the silence, breaking him from his reverie. "My lord," Lucius said, "we have tried every way we could think of to pick up that prophecy from its shelf, but it has not yielded any results yet. Marcus Flint is still insane. Mungo's being treated for his injuries, but the hopes of his recovery are next to nothing." At the same time, Voldemort was angry that he had been distracted from his thoughts and welcomed the opportunity to entertain himself. He raised his wand at Malfoy, Crucio. He laughed inwardly as he watched the least trustworthy of his Death Eaters squirm and struggle not to cry out. A full minute passed as he relished the pain and made his point for all those in the room who might think to defy him before he lifted his wand. In his high, cold voice, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "You dare to speak out of turn, Lucius. You forget your place." Malfoy said nothing, but shook his head fervently. The Dark Lord addressed the people in the room. "I want the prophecy by any means necessary. I do not care what you have to do to obtain it, but obtain it, you shall." Cottage on the Hill. Alistair Moody was thoroughly irritated. The Brots before him were green. They had seen nothing of war and their minds were not attuned to combat at all. The way he was training them, they would never reach their full potential. For one thing, none of them knew anything beyond the standard spells or curses which were taught in the academic curriculum. He had been hoping that things would be better with the Bones lass or the Longbottom boy, whose families had a long history of warriors and their family magic was full of such magics as are useful in battles. He rued the death of Edgar Bones. He was a fighter and often praised by others for his skills, but he had died in the previous war saving his family. He was adept in the Bones family magic, and if he were here, he would have been an excellent instructor for the students, and at the very least he could have taught a thing or two about his family magic to his daughter. Likewise he missed Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were excellent orators and still fondly remembered by the men in the ranks as being warriors beyond all compare. To vouch for their exemplary skills, they had fought with you-know-who 3 times and had escaped him, a feat only rivaled by James and Lily Potter. The squad of Amelia, James, Frank, Alice and Sirius Black was known for their efficiency and ruthlessness in the battlefield. As soon as they arrived in battle, they had the power to turn the tide of war in favor of the Aurors. He had been surprised when they all sans Amelia had left the Auror forces, but he understood their reason. They all were fighters, but they often fought to keep their family safe. James and Lily had started their family and Harry Potter was just born, which forced them to go into hiding, and likewise Frank and Alice had their family to care for. They were some of the best Aurors that Moody had trained in a long time and had come to love as family. When he heard of the death of the Potters and the incapacitation of the Longbottoms, he had gone into a rage. He still remembered how he had been in a hospital bed recovering from his injuries when he heard the news. He had reported for duty the same day. The next few weeks, he had hunted Death Eater scum and killed as many as he found. It was only when all the Death Eaters were either captured or killed that Moody tendered his resignation and went into retirement. The war had given him 2 more wounds than he needed, and he would be damned if the snake-faced monster took any more people away. Seeing the children all arrive through the flow, he hobbled towards them. He barked orders to them to do some warm-up before he ran them through the mill. After about 30 minutes, he had all of them before him, panting and tired. Looking at all of them closely, he barked, "Who can tell me about the blasting hex?" Immediately Hermione Granger started. The blasting hex is one of the standard hexes which are used to blast obstacles into tiny fragments. It has two variants, Bombarda and Bombarda Maxima, of which the Bombarda Maxima is more powerful. The required wand motion is half counterclockwise circle. The color of spell may vary from light blue to purple depending upon the power used in casting. Moody muttered. Typical Ravenclaw answer. You copied the book, lass. Hermione looked flabbergasted but did not say anything. Moody turned to the twins. You two, how would you describe the blasting hex? One of the twins raised his wand and incanted Bombarda, shooting a light blue spell towards Moody, who absorbed it into a shield he had raised almost instantly. The other twin instantly fired Bombarda Maxima, which was deep purple, and Moody batted aside with a flick of his wand. Turning to the others, he manically grinned. This is not your class and I am not your professor. Here you are to be trained in the ways of a warrior so that you are able to hold your own in a fight. I do not require parchments for the work I assign, but I need you to learn what is in those books. Your life may depend upon them, and do not shun any spell as irrelevant. Even a simple stinging hex may get you an advantage. Now I am going to see if any of you can dodge or shield. I will fire hexes at you all randomly. I want you to shield or dodge them, he barked. Immediately he started firing stinging hexes randomly at everyone there. Sometimes they connected, sometimes they were dodged or shielded against when he realized that they shielded more than dodging. He instantly started firing shield-breaking hexes, and soon all of them were scurrying for cover. Soon enough, they all sported welts or bruises from all the times they failed at dodging or shielding and when their shields were broken. Thar Desert, India. Harry Potter woke up tired and sore. Yesterday had been a long day and he had only been able to sleep for a few hours. Every small movement was a new experience in pain. He gritted his teeth and persuaded his limbs to get out of bed, one muscle at a time. He got to his feet and stretched every joint and muscle through its full range of motion, feeling them protest as he did. In a few minutes, the soreness was still present, but he felt more limber and thought that he could bear it. Feeling a bit unsteady, but making his movements deliberate and slow, he made his way to the main assembly hall where the mystics were just sitting down to breakfast. He had expanded his trunk, which he kept in his pocket, and was rummaging around, trying to find his toiletries. The mystic Vikrash approached him. Mr. Potter, you will not use mundane methods to do your chores. Huh? Harry muttered groggily. The mystic suppressed his smile. I mean, Mr. Potter, that till the time you are with us you will not use muggle ways to do things. For anything that you do, you are supposed to use magic for it. From brushing your teeth to other chores that you may have, you will use magic for it. Harry nodded his head and pulling his wand, he summoned his toiletries before he was directed to a bath situated on the first floor of the building. The bath had a big tub in it which was big enough for 4 to 5 people at once, but there were no taps in the bathroom. As he was stumped at this, he quickly remembered the mystic words about using magic for everything and raised his wand, Aguamenti. A thick jet of water started flowing from his wand and in 5 minutes, the tub was filled, but he felt quite the drain on his magic. As he slipped into the tub, he immediately forgot the exhaustion. He appeared in the hall after 20 minutes, dressed in a black robe with his cloak billowing behind him. There was the Potter crest on the left side of the robe with the Peverell crest, and on the left side, he had another crest which he was sure was the Mystic's crest. As he entered the hall, he found the Mystics were hauling a large bundle out of the front door. As they stepped out, the Mystics laid the bundle on the ground while one of them whipped his wand out and tapped it with his wand. The bundle unfurled itself and he found that it was a carpet like the ones he had heard about in fairy tales. The carpet was about 20 feet long and 15 feet wide and 6 inches thick, blood red in color. Harsh stepped onto the carpet followed by Harry while the Mystics retreated to a distance. Harsh tapped his wand to the carpet while muttering something under his breath which Harry did not understand, but within seconds, the carpet was starting to hover in the air and in a few moments they were airborne. Harry had flown on brooms, hippogriffs, and now he was flying on a carpet, and all were different experiences. Flying on a broom felt like he was in command. Riding a hippogriff was like an extension of his thoughts since he had started riding Blackstorm. While on a carpet, he felt like something else was in control. He turned to the Mystic. Guruji, we could have apparated to the tribe's home. Why are we traveling this way? Harsh smile at his thoughtfulness. We could have done that, Harry, but think it is part of your training. Besides, all the initiates of the tribe have to go through this process. While you are not going to become a permanent member of our tribe, you have been accorded honorary member status. Harry smiled but said nothing. Harry, this area that we are passing through is notorious for attacks. We have been attacked too many times here by all sort of creatures and people. That is one reason that we use carpets to travel through this region, but the most dangerous are the flying serpents, which are some abominations bred by a nefarious wizard and used against us for a long time now. Harsh said to him, I want you to use whatever you have to resist any attacks and make sure that no one is able to climb aboard the carpet. Harry nodded while he tightened his grasp on the wand. His mind was furiously imagining all the scenarios which they might face, one of them being him getting toppled over the edge of the carpet. As he raised the question to Harsh, he guffawed, No, Harry. Unless I wish it, none of us will drop over the edge. You see, there is a layer of sticking charm embedded in the carpet which would keep you on board. Unless I wish, you cannot leave of here by yourself. Harry's mind started thinking over the other aspect of the situation, the flying snakes. If he had faced this problem before the first task, he could have simply talked to it, but he had not tested his parcel tongue abilities since the third task, and as so many things had changed after being hit with the curse. Who knew if he retained the ability? Perhaps, it was time for him to find out. As they sped onwards in silence, he saw some creatures flying towards the carpet and he started blasting them out of the sky before they could land. He successfully blasted some of them while he petrified others, however, a couple of them landed on the carpet. While he banished one off of the carpet, one flew to him with the intention to strike him. Before Harry could banish it, it sank its fangs into his leg. Harry felt a little sting but could not feel the effects of the snake poison. Before he could devote more thoughts to the issue, he found the snake dissolving with its flesh burning away like hot wax, and the snake was writhing in agony. He saw another of the snakes near him poised to strike, and Harry yelled, Stop! A speaker RRRR, the snake hissed in reply, quivering all the time. Don't bite me or you will die, Harry hissed back to the snake, can you understand me? You have scent of a speaker about you, great one, I am not worthy to talk, the snake replied. My friend, can you tell me why I did not die when that snake bit me? Harry asked, pointing to the dead snake. You have the poison of the great serpent coursing in your blood, it protects you from all SSS snake poison, the snake replied. It's okay, noble beast. Do you think you can leave here without causing any troubles to us? Harry asked the snake. The snake said nothing but dipped its hood towards Harry in form of respect and flew away. Harsh, who had been watching everything curiously, turned to him. Are you a parcel tongue, Harry? Harry turned to him, expecting loathing in his eyes, but he found intrigue. Yes, Guruji. The first time I knew was when we were at the zoo for Dudley's 11th birthday. There was a rather sad boa constrictor at the reptile house, and Dudley was getting his father to try and wake him up. When he just kept laying there, the others lost interest and wandered off. Then I started talking to the snake and found out that he could understand me. Then there was that time at the dueling club when Malfoy, at Snape's suggestion, conjured a great ugly snake and set it on me. While I was deciding what to do next, Lockhart heard it and the snake went after another one of the students. Next thing I knew, I went gliding across the room after it and called it off. That was when people started telling me how rare this ability is and that they thought only dark wizards could do it. I could also hear the great basilisk muttering to itself when it was moving through the plumbing. When I asked Headmaster about it, he thought that I could speak to snakes because Voldemort transferred some of his power to me when he gave me this scar. He indicated his forehead. I thought I had lost the ability when the second killing curse destroyed the soul fragment within me. Harsh nodded his head in thought while Harry continued speaking. I also thought you would hate me. Hate you? Harsh said in amazement. Why would I hate you for having a gift of magic, Harry? This is a very rare gift and only those blessed by Mother Magic have this gift. It is the hypocrisy of British wizards who classify things into light and dark. We embrace all the gifts that Mother Magic has so generously bestowed on us. While none of your Potter ancestors had this gift on their side, your black heritage had some of their descendants gifted with this gift of parcel tongue, having come from Egypt, where wizards with parcel tongue are still found in abundance. Harry nodded, feeling relieved. He had initially thought that the mystic would be repulsed that Harry was a parcel tongue, but he was finding that a lot of his apprehensions were baseless when it came to the mystics. What I am curious about is, what did you say to the snake, and why did not the poison of the snake kill you? Harsh asked, eyeing him curiously. Harry smiled, embarrassed. He told me that I am a speaker and that he is not worthy to talk to me. He said that I have basilisk venom and it protects me. Oh yes, the monster of Slytherin. Harsh smiled. The basilisk he had put in the school to act as school defense in case of an intrusion. How do you know about the basilisk? Harry asked in amazement. If you are asking how I know there was a basilisk in Hogwarts, then you have to remember that I knew Salazar since he was a child. Harsh smirked at the look on Harry's face, his face showing surprise and his eyes wide. Salazar told me that he intended to put a basilisk in the hidden chamber where he had his living quarters. No one knows how the rumor that he hated the Muggle-born started, since he used to find and bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts and look after them personally. If you are asking how I know you faced a basilisk, then Dumbledore recounted that tale to your godfather and I was there to listen. However, he had not mentioned of you being a parcel mouth. Harry's mind was reeling with what he was told, as he had never known half the things that Harsh was telling him, notwithstanding that there was no public information available about any of the founders. He realized that he had been fed a long-standing prejudice against Slytherin without any facts to support the statement. He turned to Harsh again. What do you mean that he used to bring Muggle-born wizards and witches to Hogwarts? Harsh started. It was a dark time for wizards and witches all around, Harry. It was an age when wizards were hunted by Muggles out of fear, their wands were snapped, or they were killed in general by Muggles. Muggle-born wizards had it worst, since their parent would kill them, thinking them to be abnormal or freaks of nature. Salazar recognized the need to save them, and he devised a plan where he often went to families where they despised their magical child, and he often whisked them away to Hogwarts, from where they were taken in by wizarding families and raised as pure bloods. Later, many of those wizards started their own families, many of whom are ancient families now. He had left on invitation from the somewhere in Europe to open a school to rival Hogwarts. Legends state that he had died in a battle which involved some rather nasty evil wizards who all ganged up on him and took him down. We tried to find what happened but never found a trace of it. Harry was in awe of the story. Salazar sounded like a noble man who lived to serve magic all his life and even made efforts to make things easy for Muggle-born wizards. He resolved then to make friends with some of the good Slytherins when he returned to Hogwarts. He felt as unjust to condemn 1/4 of the school only because they belonged to a different house. After Harsh finished his tale, they kept flying in silence till late evening, when Harsh landed the carpet in dense woods. As soon as the carpet touched the ground, 4 mystics appeared like shadows and escorted them to a clearing in the woods and gave a folded piece of fabric to him. This is the tent, Mr. Potter. Erect it while we make food arrangements. As they left, Harry was standing there with the tent in his hand, thinking furiously about the spell he had seen people use to erect a tent. I believe the charm is Erectus, with the wand movement of a quarter-clockwise rotation with a flick at the end, he muttered to himself. Harry put the bundle in the clearing and pointed his wand at it, incanting Erectus, while he gave a clockwise quarter rotation with a flick, and the tent started erecting itself. Within seconds, the job was done. On the inside it was 3 stories tall and resembled the tents he had seen at the Quidditch World Cup. Next morning, Harry woke up refreshed, and as he stepped out of the tent, Harsh grabbed his hand and was gone. Ministry of Magic, London. Cornelius Fudge was sweating bullets. As soon as Amelia had left his office that day after properly intimidating him with all the parchment pieces she held, he had immediately decided to acquiesce to her demands lest she barge into his office with an arrest warrant. With the evidence she was holding, he would get a one-way trip to Azkaban. That would be catastrophic for Fudge, and he flattered himself to think it would be catastrophic for the ministry as well. Umbridge had pestered and pried at him to try and get the details of the meeting between him and Madame Bones from him. Fudge had to resort to threatening to fire her, again, to get her to stop. The junior undersecretary Weasley was silent and keeping an eye over things happening. The boy was a consummate politician and a shrewd person. He had the sense to see what way the wind is blowing and to choose his side wisely. Fudge had already decided to keep an eye on him if he remained minister for long, which didn't look likely right now. Cornelius realized that he had reached the end of his tether and there is nothing much that he could do about it. As Amelia laid into him about his crimes, he felt remorse for his younger righteous self which he had sacrificed at the altar of his ambition. He had fallen from the path the moment he decided to take his first bribe from a suspected Death Eater. Soon he was engaged in rampant corruption, turning a blind eye to everything Lucius did. He had easily agreed to Amelia's demand to arrange a trial for Sirius Black since the alternative was to become a permanent guest of the Dementors. It was political suicide. Black had been his favorite scapegoat and this sudden reversal was certain political suicide. But, that ship had already sailed and maybe, just maybe, if he owned up to one mistake, he might find work somewhere. Amelia had Peter Pettigrew in custody. The BPD-tailed rodent had confessed, under veritaserum, that he had betrayed the Potters. He also confessed to faking his own death, cutting off his own finger and setting off the explosion, which killed all those muggles, to cover his escape into the sewers. Based on that testimony, Sirius Black's only crime was breaking out of Azkaban, and since he did not belong there, that was no crime at all. As minister, he could simply issue a pardon, but the formal procedure would look better and distance him from responsibility for the decision. It looked even better in light of the fact that an heir of one of the most ancient and noble houses had been tossed into a cell without a trial. Now, he would get one. Maybe, with some luck, he might not get any more flack from the Daily Prophet. Ever since that day when they announced that they are under new ownership, they had been out for his blood. He had sent out notices to call an emergency session of the Wizengamot to hear the matter today. Lucius had arrived within minutes of receiving the notice and looked furious that Cornelius had called an emergency session without conferring with him. Cornelius had to remind him that he was the minister and as such it was his prerogative and he did not need Lucius's advice to do his job. As Lucius seethed and took his seat, Cornelius jovially greeted many of his acquaintances and warmly shook hands with the chief warlock. He had heard that the DMLE chief was getting real cozy with the chief warlock and as such, Cornelius wanted to be in everyone's good books. The emergency meeting of the Wizengamot for the month of July is now called to order, announced the voice of Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Minister Fudge has called this session, therefore, let him address it. Minister, the floor is yours. Cornelius stood and casting a sonorous at his throat, began. Thank you, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. It has recently come to my attention that a man who has been living under a death sentence has never received a trial. A few days ago, DMLE head Bones brought evidence to my attention that may prove that man's innocence. We have gathered here today to hear the facts regarding this case and to determine his guilt or innocence. Regardless of the outcome, we will have, at the very least, have corrected the egregious injustice, which was committed by the previous administration, of holding this man without trial in blatant violation of his most basic rights. I give the floor to DMLE head Bones. He nodded to Amelia and sat down. Amelia stood and faced the assembly. Thank you, Minister Fudge. The accused is one Sirius Orion of the ancient and most noble House of Black. There was a general intake of breath-mixed reactions of fear, loathing and surprise. A few even chuckled. Malfoy's face was a mask of cold fury. With a contemptuous sneer on his face and a tone to match, he was on his feet. You cannot be serious. There is no possibility that man is innocent. I move that we dismiss this proceeding and track him down like a dog. He deserves death. At that moment, several things happened at once. The entire room went silent. Albus Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice. There had been no trial for Sirius Black in the First War and such he was wrongfully incarcerated in Azkaban in ignorance of the due process of law and violation of principles of natural justice. One more outburst and you will be sent out of these august chambers. Malfoy's pointy pale face rapidly went from crimson to gray. He swallowed his angry retort and sat down muttering, Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Madame Bones waited a moment for the reaction to finish then continued. Prior to his incarceration, the most serious charge against this wizard was for creating a nuisance in connection with his involvement in a brawl at the Leaky Cauldron Inn. The charges against him are as follows. First, conspiracy. In that as keeper of the Fidelius secret, that he did knowingly and with forethought, revealed that secret to Lord Voldemort, with the sole exception of Dumbledore. Everyone in the room winced, who subsequently murdered Lily and James Potter. Second, murder. In that he did knowingly and with forethought hunt down and murder one Peter Pettigrew. Third, Muggle baiting. In that 12 Muggles were killed in the explosion which the accused used to murder Peter Pettigrew. Fourth, jailbreak. In that having been incarcerated for his crimes, he did escape from custody at Azkaban. Is everyone present familiar with these charges? And she paused as the assembly showed their assent. Now, it was Dumbledore's turn to speak as Chief Warlock. Does the accused understand these charges? Turning to the table where the defense sat. Ted Tonks rose from his seat, acting in Sirius Black's stead. I am authorized to answer for my client. We understand the charges. So entered. Albus said. We will now hear motions. Madam Bones. Of all these charges, only the last has been brought during this administration. As DMLE head, I found that the accused has been wrongfully imprisoned in that he has not received a trial in accordance with our laws and recommend that this charge be dropped immediately. Amelia then said, now it is time for us to hear what happened at that night from the only witness alive who first-handedly knows about the events of the night. One who was thought dead for all these years and touted as a hero by quite alive, though slightly maimed Peter Pettigrew. Again, there was a collective gasp all around the room. The doors to the corridor opened and Peter Pettigrew was escorted in, flanked by Shacklebolt and Tonks, his right hand missing. Albus turned to Amelia and asked, DMLE head Bones, have you examined the witness? Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, she answered. Are you satisfied that this is Peter Leone Pettigrew for whose murder Sirius Black was accused of? He asked. Yes, Chief Warlock, I confirm that this is indeed the same Peter Pettigrew, she stated. Well then, said Dumbledore, since the man is obviously alive, the charge is dropped. We will now hear evidence regarding the remaining 2 charges. Call your first witness. Black killed those Muggles, Madam Bones, sneered Lucius. I object to this trial. Dumbledore hardly glared at Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, we have already established that Sirius Black never received a trial, a blunder on part of the previous administration, and we are gathered here today to correct that mistake and to save a man from a fate as horrible as Dementor's key. If you have any tenable ground to object to this trial or some evidence which proves him guilty, please bring it forth, otherwise please do not interfere with the Wizengamot, or as the Chief Warlock, I would be compelled to restrict you from entering into this chamber for the entirety of this session along with imposing fine on you. Malfoy rose and thundered towards the exit, and the entire assembly followed Malfoy to the door with their eyes, trying not to look like they were looking. When the door made a very solid thump and click as it closed behind him, Albus spoke again, in his usual pleasant tone. Please proceed with your case, DMLE head Bones. She looked at the man being held firmly by the 2 oars and said, Chief Warlock, I seek permission to interrogate Peter Pettigrew with Veritaserum so that we can determine the truth, as he otherwise may be reluctant to speak the truth. This time, there was a definite twinkle in the eyes behind those half-moon spectacles. Permission granted, DMLE head Bones. Peter was escorted to the stand, the chains on the chair engaged to hold down his arms, legs and torso. The oars administered 3 drops of Veritaserum and waited a few seconds before beginning questioning. Amelia first asked him, your name, for the record please. Peter Leone Pettigrew. He said, looking bewildered and defeated. To your knowledge, was Sirius Black the secret keeper for the location of the Potters, James, Lily and Harold? She asked, next. To his credit, the rat actually tried to resist answering this time but finally had to give it up. No. He was not. Madam Bones tried again because, despite her desire to let Sirius Black go free, she was the head of DMLE and had to make a good show of trying to find some evidence against Sirius. She asked, please tell the Wizengamot, who was the secret keeper for the Potters? This time, Wormtail broke down and wept. I was, and the last bit of fight went out of him. On the night of November 7, 1981, there was an explosion which took the lives of 12 Muggles and, until recently, it was thought you were you present when this took place? She asked. The rat knew where this was going, but he had no more desire to try and fight it. He answered, yes, I was present. Then she asked, Did Sirius Black set off that explosion? He looked around the Wizengamot and could see the hate in the eyes of the lords gathered in the Wizengamot and whispered, "No, he did not." She observed, "Mr. Pettigrew, you sound quite certain of that." Then she asked her final question, "Mr. Pettigrew, who did set off that explosion?" Looking down at his feet, he answered, "I did." Amelia turned to the Wizengamot and addressed the gathering. "We all have heard the truth of what happened that night, and as it turns out, the previous administration incarcerated an innocent man in Azkaban for 12 years, and the present administration initiated manhunt for him since these last 2 years. I move that the charge of conspiracy be dismissed on the grounds that he was not the secret keeper for the Potters and therefore could not reveal that secret to you-know-who. I further move that the charge of Muggle baiting be dismissed, as Peter Pettigrew has just testified that he did, in fact, set off the explosion which caused those deaths." Dumbledore now addressed the Wizengamot. "We have heard the entire story of the fake death of Peter Pettigrew, who also caused death of those 12 Muggles, and his illegal incarceration for 12 years in Azkaban. Those who are in favor of acquitting him of all the charges and exonerating him." Almost all of hands went up, primarily because Sirius was scion of an ancient and most noble houses, and the houses usually stood together when it came to one of their, and because Sirius Black had been extremely popular. Dumbledore rapped his gravel. "Sirius Black is hereby exonerated of all charges, and the manhunt going on for him is called off. He has been made subject of public ridicule and hatred at the behest of ministry. The lack of trial was a grave mistake for which no amount of galleons can compensate, however we can do we can. The ministry will publish advertisements in Daily Prophet and all other publications daily for a week, wherein the ministry will tender its apologies for besmirching his fair name and his reputation, in addition to violation of his rights as scion of ancient and most noble house. Reparations to the tune of 1,200,000 galleons shall be made by the ministry for the injustices meted to him. It is also decreed that if Sirius Black be found, he shall report to the chief of DMLE, and the minister shall tender his apologies in person to him in her presence." Just then, Sirius seemed to materialize out of thin air in the spectator stands, making people cry in astonishment and wonder, and Fudge paled. Sirius turned to the addressed lords in general. "Well, I am waiting for that apology from the minister." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice and declared, "It is so ordered. Mr. Weasley, please issue those orders forthwith. Is there any further business?" This time, it was Madam Bones. "Yes, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. In light of the evidence we have heard today, I move to remand Mr. Pettigrew into custody pending investigation of charges for conspiracy, multiple counts of murder, and sedition in connection with activities as a Death Eater." Dumbledore tapped his gavel twice more and said, "It is so ordered." She gestured to the oars, and they took hold of the rat as the chains released him from the chair. She said, "Take him away." In the next hour, all the paperwork done and a notice delivered to the Daily Prophet, the Quibble, Teen Witch Weekly. Sirius was a free man, and he eagerly awaited his son's return. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.